Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. Boom. Wang Xiaoming's head hit a hard object hard. This is that. Wang Xiaoming looked at the surrounding environment with a confused face, and the whole person was confused. A group of people lay in disorder around them, and a man in a camouflage uniform stood next to them. This is a middle-aged man with a full beard, but what makes Wang Xiaoming's eyes tighten is the gun in his hand. As a time traveler, Wang Xiaoming did not travel to ancient times or the future, but to a century similar to the 1940s and 1950s on Earth. Although the technology is not as good as the Earth before Wang Xiaoming crossed, the various guns and ammunition are almost the same as those on the Earth. The only thing that is worse is the big killer like the mushroom bomb. Originally, Wang Xiaoming planned to become a scientist after finishing college. After all, the large amount of Earth knowledge in his mind can give him a certain degree of foresight. But who knew that they would appear in this inexplicable place after waking up, and looking at the middle-aged strong man holding a gun, he knew that they were definitely veterans with rich practical experience. After all, the world that Wang Xiaoming traveled through was not peaceful, and wars often broke out between countries. This has also caused countries to not pay much attention to domestic security, and there are a lot of guns and ammunition. Wang Xiaoming himself went hunting with a gun. Hey, there is actually a college student among the newcomers this time. This is a rarity. The middle-aged man said after seeing Wang Xiaoming's Xiaguo Royal University uniform. I'm a student of the School of Physics, Xia Kingdom Royal University. What is this place? Wang Xiaoming briefly introduced his identity and asked. Don't worry, wait for everyone else to wake up and talk about it together. The middle-aged strong man pointed to the 8 people lying on the ground around him and said. Hearing what he said, Wang Xiaoming didn't dare to ask any more questions. After traveling through this world for more than 3 years, Wang Xiaoming deeply knew that when it was time to admit cowardice in this world, he had to admit cowardly. Although he, as a high-achieving student of Xia Kingdom Royal University, can be regarded as a superior person in this country and even in this world, he also clearly knows that an ordinary person can be killed with a single shot with a shotgun made of broken copper and rotten iron. Besides, the souls from the earth also deeply understand what it means to be a gentleman who knows the current affairs, so Wang Xiaoming is so cowardly no matter in the academy or here. It didn't take long for the people lying next to Wang Xiaoming to wake up, but they all shut up when they saw the middle-aged man with a gun. Still the same sentence, in this era, there is no such thing as a stick man. If there was one, he would have been killed by someone long ago. You may be wondering what this place is. Think about it carefully, everything is in your mind. After everyone woke up, the middle-aged strong man spoke again. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Wang Xiaoming also began to think back, and then a large piece of strange memory appeared in his mind. He is no longer in the world he once lived in, this is another strange world. These people are selected by the reincarnation space to become reincarnations, and then need to go to one strange world after another to complete the tasks given by the reincarnation space. If the points are not completed, the points will be deducted, and if the points are not enough, they will be directly obliterated. And the points can be exchanged for various magical items after completing the task and returning to the reincarnation space, from being able to practice the skills of becoming an extraordinary person to directly changing the bloodline to become an extraordinary person or having magical props that can destroy the world, as long as you have points can be exchanged. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming just wanted to say, shit, isn't this the plot of an infinite stream novel that I have read on Earth? After understanding the basic situation, Wang Xiaoming saw a property panel similar to that in the game. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 13. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, none. Talent, unlimited firepower. Unlimited firepower, the cost of releasing skills is reduced by 99%, the cooling time of skills is reduced by 90%, and the movement speed is increased by 60%. The current world is Supernatural Crystal World. Main task: survive for more than 30 days, reward 100 points, after 30 days, add 10 points for each additional day of survival. Infinite firepower, when did I have this talent? Could it be that I was playing infinite firepower when I traveled from the earth, so I brought it along with me? If I had known, I would have played with the fairy sword, maybe I could still cultivate immortals. Looking at his talent, Wang Xiaoming was a little puzzled, and then he thought that he seemed to run very fast at ordinary times, and even those who trained specially couldn't run faster than him. If it weren't for Wang Xiaoming's determination to become a scientist, he might have been hired as a sprinter. This talent is not bad, but I don't have any skills to give me this talent. It really can only be used to escape. Looking at his talent, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help complaining. Fortunately, this reincarnation space is not like many infinite stream novels where you go to a dangerous world as soon as you enter. Otherwise, with my physical fitness, I would basically be courting death. Chapter 2. Wang Xiaoming had never heard of this so-called supernatural crystal world, but according to the middle-aged man, this world should not be too dangerous. After all, although his talent is strong, he doesn't have much fighting power. He needs to learn the skills later before his talent can exert its power. After everyone understood the situation, the middle-aged bearded man came out and said, "Now that everything is clear, let me tell you briefly. My name is Johnson, and I am the leader of your freshman mission. Now our world is called the Supernatural Crystal World. It is dangerous because it belongs to the real world. The level is not high, as long as you don't seek death, there is basically no danger. However, it's best not to be too cautious. After all, the main task gives only 100 points, and if you want to become stronger in the reincarnation space, you must have enough points. In addition to the main mission, you can get points for killing any life in this world, and you can get a lot of points for changing the development trajectory of the world. And the points have many functions, strengthening the body's ability to exchange, and even changing the bloodline. In the reincarnation space, as long as you have enough points, you can do anything." Hearing Johnson's words, the eyes of the 9 newcomers could not help but light up. Although the technology of the era we belong to is not comparable to the Earth where Wang Xiaoming lived in his previous life, basic movies and even TV series already exist, not to mention novels and dramas. So everyone heard what Johnson said, and they all had a desire for points. Under Johnson's introduction, Wang Xiaoming also has a certain understanding of this reincarnation space. This reincarnation space is different from the Infinity Stream novels that Wang Xiaoming has read before. First of all, its main task is basically to survive. Other than that, there are basically no other tasks, and reincarnators basically have to explore the world by themselves if they want to get points. Moreover, the reincarnation space generally divides the world into different levels of danger according to the world's energy level. The world experienced by newcomers like Wang Xiaoming is basically a 1-star world. The reincarnation space divides the world into 1 to 9 stars, and the standard is the strength of the strongest in the world. 1-star world is the lowest, and even if there is no 1-star superhuman world, it will be divided into 1 star. After all, there is no sporadic saying in the reincarnation space. So 1-star worlds are also different. Many 1-star worlds don't have any extraordinary people and are all ordinary people. And some 1-star worlds have extraordinary people but only rarely reach 1 star, while some 1-star worlds have many extraordinary people but none exceed it. So even though they are all 1-star worlds, their degree of danger is quite different. Brother Johnson, I don't know how strong the so-called 1-star extraordinary is. Wang Xiaoming asked after listening to Johnson's words. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's inquiry, Johnson did not hide anything and said directly. One-star transcendents are transcendents who have completed a transformation. Their strength standards do not quantify one-star transcendents in different worlds because their strengths are fundamentally different and their strengths vary greatly. However, there is still a specific standard, that is, to be able to evade bullets from ordinary firearms with one's own extraordinary strength. Hearing Johnson's words, Wang Xiaoming was surprised even though he already knew that this was the space of reincarnation. You must know that this one-star transcendent is the lowest level in the reincarnation space, but it is so powerful that it is unimaginable for an even more powerful transcendent. Brother Johnson, I wonder if you are a one-star superhuman? Wang Xiaoming asked again. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's question, Johnson did not answer, but said to everyone with a serious face. You must not ask other people like this in the reincarnation space in the future. The strength of reincarnation has always been kept secret. After all, no one knows whether other reincarnation will be against you. In the reincarnation space, there is no law to restrict the pros and cons of the reincarnated person's personality, so you must remember to be vigilant against all other reincarnated persons. After finishing speaking, Johnson stopped talking. But his words made many newcomers present have a new understanding of the cruelty of the reincarnation space. After a moment of silence, the white shield that originally protected everyone disappeared, and a group of people appeared on a football field. There are students coming and going on the football field, which makes the 10 of them not seem obtrusive at all. After the shield disappeared, the reincarnators also dispersed. After all, according to Johnson, the danger level of the new reincarnation space is not high, and they are also curious about this strange world. Wang Xiaoming looked at the pedestrians with all kinds of people around him, and then listened to what the people said, and immediately understood that he had come to the beautiful country. After the shield disappeared, Wang Xiaoming also got an identity, a senior high school student of this school. Just when Wang Xiaoming was about to leave the football field to check the history of this world in other places, if he really didn't gain anything, then Wang Xiaoming would go directly to read the physics books of this world. After all, the time in this world has reached 2013, and the knowledge of various physics in it is much more developed than that of Wang Xiaoming and the others. Hey buddies, look this way. At this moment, a thin young man with a video camera bumped into Wang Xiaoming. Although Wang Xiaoming is a college student, this does not mean that his physical fitness is poor. In fact, Wang Xiaoming's physical fitness is still very good because of the 60% increase in movement speed blessed by the infinite firepower talent. Moreover, his well-proportioned figure of 1.87 meters was better than the skinny young man who bumped into him who was only about 1.6 meters. Chapter 3. Sorry. Seeing that he hit someone, the thin young man immediately got up and apologized. It's okay, but be careful when you walk. Wang Xiaoming didn't get angry. After all, he had nothing to do but the thin young man fell to the ground by himself. Hey, Andrew, are you all right? Seeing the emaciated young man not far behind, a black man and a white man came over. Andrew shook his head and said, It's okay, I accidentally bumped into this gentleman. Andrew, your name is Andrew? Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Wang Xiaoming asked in surprise. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew was a little confused. After all, his social circle was very small, and he was sure he didn't know an Asian face like Wang Xiaoming. This is a superpower out of control world. Wang Xiaoming finally remembered where he had seen these three people in front of him. That's right, it is the world of superpower out of control. When I watched this movie, I had a particularly deep influence on Andrew. As for the other two, I only remember that one is white and the other is black. The three people in front of him completely matched the vague impression in Wang Xiaoming's memory. The plot of this world is also simple. The main thing is that Andrew is a little introverted and not good at speaking, and has mild social phobia. The beating and scolding from his father and the serious illness of his mother made him more wary of everything around him, and he became a shooting maniac hiding behind the camera, intoxicated in his own small world all day long. As Andrew's cousin Matt invited him to attend the campus party. During the party, under the advice of his cousin and friend Steve, the three of them had a thrilling field caving trip, and accidentally gained the ability to manipulate objects freely. Superpower. Then there is their development of superpowers, and the story of Andrew's blackening because of family reasons, and finally only Matt survives alone. Of course, this is just the general plot, and Wang Xiaoming can't remember the specifics. After all, he only watched the movie once or twice, and because his English is not good, he watched it with subtitles. He has so many memories of these plots. It also has something to do with his envy of the adventures of the three of them. Hi everyone, my name is Wang Xiaoming, and I am from Huaxia, Asia. Now that he understands that the three people in front of him are the protagonists of this world, Wang Xiaoming must of course establish a good relationship with them, and then follow them when they explore. After all, the biggest opportunity in this world is here. As long as Wang Xiaoming obtains this superpower, he can at least gain the power to protect himself. Of course, according to the upper limit of this world, even if this superpower is used to the limit, it will only be 1 star. But this is enough. After all, this superpower can not only attack but also defend and control. It can be said that it is very comprehensive. It is basically the best ability for a freshman like Wang Xiaoming. Under Wang Xiaoming's words, the three of them soon got acquainted with him. After all, everyone can become friends as long as they can chat. Wang, are you interested in participating in the campus party tonight? This is definitely something Huaxia doesn't have. After getting acquainted, the Black Steve invited Wang Xiaoming to the campus party. Of course, let's go together. Hearing Steve's invitation, Wang Xiaoming immediately understood that now was the day when Andrew and the three of them would obtain superpowers, and of course he would not refuse. After all, according to the plot, the three of them will go to the inexplicable cave to explore in line tonight to obtain superpowers. And the method for them to obtain superpowers is also very simple, just touching the red crystal in the cave. Following these three people, Wang Xiaoming also learned about the surrounding situation. This is an ordinary town in Nevada, USA, and their high school is also an ordinary high school in Nevada. The party tonight is not far from the town, and it only takes a few minutes to drive there. Time soon arrived at night, and Wang Xiaoming came to the party with the three of Andrew. However, the appearance of Andrew holding the camera made other people very upset. After some conflicts, Wang Xiaoming left the party with the three of them. Andrew, don't be sad. Since the party is not interesting, we can explore the surrounding area. Matt, as Andrew's cousin, looked at the somewhat dejected cousin and comforted him. That's right, I remember seeing a cave over there before, we can go exploring. Steve also said. That's right, Andrew, you can take a video camera to film our adventure experience, maybe you can make it into an adventure movie. Wang Xiaoming also comforted. Although the four of them left the party, Wang Xiaoming saw a cave more than 2 meters wide after walking only 500 or 600 meters. Looking at the dark cave in front of him, Matt retreated a bit. Steve, are you sure there will be no danger down there? Steve also regretted looking at the cave, but he didn't show it. Steve said without changing his face, of course, this cave was only washed out because of the rain, and there is no danger. Seeing that none of the three wanted to go to the front, Wang Xiaoming stood up and said, why don't I go down first? According to the original plot, among the three, Black Steve touched the red crystal, and it was Steve who gained superpowers later on. Wang Xiaoming guessed that it was because he touched it. And the three of them are the protagonists with a halo, but Wang Xiaoming does not have this thing. He decided that it would be better to touch it himself, so that at worst, he could awaken superpowers, right? After speaking, Wang Xiaoming didn't wait for the three of them to refute, and went directly down the rope that Matt had placed before. After going down, Wang Xiaoming shouted to the top, come down, there is no danger down there, but be careful because it's slippery. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Steve immediately said, Wang, you are really brave, wait for us to come down immediately. After speaking, he also slid down the rope, followed by Matt Andrew. Chapter 4. Although there was no danger below, the cave was pitch black, and only the camera carried by Andrew could barely provide a little light. Oh, Wang, you didn't say it's so dark down here, how can we explore in such a dark place? After coming down, he found that the cave was pitch black and Steve couldn't help but said. Wang Xiaoming unhurriedly took out a flashlight from his backpack. Don't you have the habit of carrying a flashlight when you go out at night? The relationship with the flashlight is not strong, but it can barely see the surrounding situation clearly. Wang, you are really thoughtful, but we were going to a party before, so why did we think of bringing a flashlight? If I had decided to explore earlier, I would definitely bring it. Watching Wang Xiaoming take out the flashlight, Steve was speechless for a moment. After all, they're partying for the carnival, who's okay with a flashlight? I'm going to the front with a flashlight. Steve, you are behind me, Matt is behind Steve, Andrew, you bring a camera and remember to record our adventure experience, let's go now. After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he walked towards the depths of the cave with a flashlight, followed by Steve and the three. There was no danger in the cave. After walking forward for more than 30 meters, Wang Xiaoming saw a faint light in front of him. He knew that he should be almost there, so he quickened his pace. After walking out of the narrow cave, what appeared in front of Wang Xiaoming was a cave the size of a living room. In the innermost part of the cave, a huge red crystal more than 3 meters high exuded a faint light. The three people following Wang Xiaoming were also shocked when they saw the crystal. My God, is this a crystal mine? Mike couldn't help but said when he saw the crystal in front of him. Wang Xiaoming recovered after hearing Matt's voice, and immediately walked towards the crystal. Before Andrew and the three of them could react, Wang Xiaoming was already crawling on top of the crystal. Then the three Andrews not far away saw the light of the crystal flickering, and Steve couldn't help but said, this crystal is not going to explode. As soon as Steve's voice fell, a piercing sound sounded, and then the four people present felt their heads roar and then passed out. I don't know how long it has passed, but Wang Xiaoming woke up first. Then he saw that the huge crystal before had turned into a pile of ashes, and the three Andrews not far away were still in a coma. But he didn't have time to care about this, because his reincarnator attribute list had already changed. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 15. Mental power, 150/150, using mind control requires mental power consumption. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, none. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 200 grams. The current world is, Supernatural Crystal World. Main task, survive for 30 days and hours, reward, 100 points. This cave exploration allowed Wang Xiaoming to directly obtain a talent for mind control, and his spiritual attribute also increased by 2 points. And the ability of mind control is indeed very powerful, just like how the three of Andrew used this superpower to control objects in the air to attack and defend flight in the movie. Moreover, this talent also has the function of exercising mental attributes. In the movie, the three of Andrew became stronger and stronger through continuous exercise. In the end, Andrew was able to use this ability to confront the police with guns head-on. I already have 15 points of mental attributes, and I don't know what is equivalent to their stage in the movie. Looking at his mental attributes, Wang Xiaoming was a little unclear about his strength. After all, although the attribute list says that the mental power of ordinary people is 10 points, it doesn't say that every point added is only 10% stronger than before. Of course, it is also very possible that the three of Andrew are natives of this world, and this supernatural crystal fits them perfectly, so even if Wang Xiaoming touches the supernatural crystal, he only gets a small boost. After all, the three of Andrew are the protagonists of this world, and the storyline of the whole world revolves around them. It is normal that this supernatural crystal works better on them. Wang Xiaoming can also accept this result. After all, he has already achieved his greatest goal by being able to acquire the talent of mind control. Now it is an extra joy to be able to increase 2 points of mental attributes. While Wang Xiaoming was checking the properties, the three of Andrew woke up one after another. In fact, the three of them woke up about a minute later than Wang Xiaoming. Before they could ask anything, the cave began to vibrate, and the earth and rocks above began to fall. Wang Xiaoming also recovered after the mud fell on his head, and then ran outside immediately. While running, he said to the three who had just woken up, "Run, this place is about to collapse." As he spoke, he took the thin Andrew and ran outside, and even at this time Andrew was holding on to the camera in his hand tightly. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Steve, Matt, and the two also followed closely. After all, no one wants to stay here in the face of such a situation. It's one thing for Americans to be adventurous, but that doesn't mean they're not afraid of death. In fact, most Americans both love death and are afraid of death, so after Wang Xiaoming reminded that the cave was about to collapse, Steve and Matt immediately followed him and ran towards the exit of the cave. Chapter 5. But the thing is more than 30 meters long, and the four of them escaped from the cave in just a minute. Not long after they ran out, accompanied by a roar, the cave in front of them completely collapsed, leaving a big pit more than 2 meters deep in front of them. The four people who just ran out of the cave looked at the collapsed cave in front of them with lingering fear. After all, if they ran slower, they would be buried alive. It's so dangerous, I didn't expect this cave to be so unstable. Steve looked at the collapsed things in front of him and said, patting his chest. By the way, do you remember the location of the crystal we saw in the cave before? How can such a big crystal be worth millions of dollars? Matt said after confirming its safety. It's all turned into powder like this, and is this land yours? If you want a few $1,000,000, it will only make the owner of this land a few $1,000,000. Wang Xiaoming spread his hands and said, in his hand there is a handful of white powder on it. In fact, if the crystal hadn't turned into powder, Wang Xiaoming would have secretly come to dig it out. But after it turned into powder and Wang Xiaoming grabbed some, he didn't find any effect, so he gave up. In fact, the main reason why Andrew's ability improved faster than Steve and Matt in the original book is that he secretly came to dig crystals by himself afterwards. It was also with the help of Crystal that Andrew was stronger among the three who were originally equal in strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Andrew to suppress Matt's fight. But now, because Wang Xiaoming threw himself on the crystal and absorbed all the energy in the crystal, only these white powders remained. Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, they also recalled that they really didn't see the crystal when they woke up. After all, if the crystal is so big, if it is still there, they will definitely be able to find it, and only when it turns into powder like Wang Xiaoming said, no one will see it. That's right, it's fine if it's gone, or we'll just watch others get rich. After listening to Wang Xiaoming's words, Matt gave up. It's just that the regret on his face is obvious. After all, millions or even tens of millions of dollars slipping by his side, how can this not make people sad? Not only Matt, Steve and Andrew are also full of disappointment. But Wang Xiaoming did not. After all, the money in this world is completely useless to Wang Xiaoming. Besides, with the talent of mental power control, wanting money should not be too simple. Using mental power to rob the supermarket like Andrew in the original book, Wang Xiaoming really doesn't understand what he thinks, how much money a supermarket can have, and basically without pretending. Even using this superpower to perform magic tricks is much better than Andrew's way of robbing the supermarket. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't say it either. After all, it would actually be more beneficial for him to develop according to the plot. After all, there are only a few people who haven't revealed their identities as ordinary people, so they won't attract attention. You must know that Wang Xiaoming did not come to this world alone. There are 9 reincarnations who came with him, especially the veteran Johnson who doesn't know how deep he is. Of course, the other 3 hadn't discovered that they had superpowers yet, so they drove back after chatting for a while. After all, they had just narrowly escaped death and they were not in the mood to continue exploring, let alone go to the party. Wang Xiaoming also returned to the residence arranged by Samsara Space, a hut of no more than 50 square meters. The arrangement of this Samsara Space is quite complete, and there is even a residence. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help sighing after returning to the hut. After all, the Infinity Stream novels that Wang Xiaoming had read before basically sent his reincarnators to complete various dangerous tasks, and even newcomers went directly to these worlds. In comparison, this Samsara Space is simply a charity. Although it will also send people to various worlds, the main task released is to survive, which is basically very conscientious. Even in a world like Journey to the West Fengshen where big bosses gather, as long as you don't risk your life, there is still hope for survival. After making sure that there was no one else in the room, Wang Xiaoming began to test the superpower he acquired today. Although he didn't explain it, Wang Xiaoming could feel a water glass in the room slowly floating after he concentrated his attention. This is real. As soon as Wang Xiaoming relaxed his mind, the water glass slammed and fell to the ground. It seems that if you want to use this superpower flexibly, you need to practice. Then Wang Xiaoming started to practice, but after half an hour of practice, Wang Xiaoming felt something was wrong. How can I continue after practicing for so long? Open the Properties panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 15. Mental power, 140/150, using mind control requires mental power consumption. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, none. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 200 grams. The current world is Supernatural Crystal World. Main task, survive for 30 days and hours, reward, 100 points. Did you consume 10 points of mental power for so long? Looking at the remaining amount of spiritual power on his attribute panel, Wang Xiaoming was also stunned. No, could it be that when I use mind control, I can also get the blessing of infinite firepower? Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered another talent of his own. Chapter 6. Of course, although the infinite firepower made Wang Xiaoming's mental power more durable, it did not increase his ability to manipulate objects. It seems that although my mental strength can make my mind control stronger than Andrew and the others at first, but I still need to exercise to achieve hard resistance to bullets. Obviously, although the mental attribute has an impact on this mind control, if you want to become strong, you still need to train yourself. During this half hour of training, Wang Xiaoming has changed from just being able to lift a water cup of about 200 grams to being able to lift a brick of about 1,700 grams. Obviously, this ability only needs to be used continuously to increase the power of manipulation, and my infinite firepower talent simply allows me to have 100 times the training speed of others. Of course, Wang Xiaoming guessed that this ability must have an upper limit, and the upper limit is likely to be higher than the spiritual attribute. And Wang Xiaoming's mental attribute, which has reached 15 points, is definitely not bad. Of course, the 3 protagonists, Andrew, may have stronger mental strength. After all, the protagonist is the protagonist. After 2 hours of training, Wang Xiaoming stopped after the weight he could control reached 7 kilograms. Although he still had a lot of mental strength, he still felt very tired after more than 2 hours of uninterrupted training. And the previous expedition also took a lot of energy, so Wang Xiaoming stopped training and rested. The next day, after an hour of training early in the morning to control the weight to 10 kilograms, Wang Xiaoming heard Matt shouting outside. "Open the door!" Matt is knocking and shouting. After seeing Wang Xiaoming coming out, Matt greeted him enthusiastically. "Xiaoming, yesterday's adventure was really exciting, let's go to the cafe for coffee today." Faced with Matt's invitation, Wang Xiaoming certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, after he got superpowers, he would change the lives of the three of them, at least not let Steve and Andrew die. On the one hand, Wang Xiaoming wants to change the development track of the world, and of course, on the other hand, he also wants to see the potential of the three of them. Following the three of them to the cafe, Wang Xiaoming spoke first after sitting down. "Guys, I think I might have superpowers." After speaking, the cups on the table were suspended out of thin air, as if they were being picked up by a pair of invisible hands. "I buy it, Xiaoming, how did you do it?" Seeing the scene in front of him, Steve looked at the scene in shock and couldn't believe it. Both Andrew and Matt also had shocked expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were also very shocked by Wang Xiaoming's ability to control objects in the air. "I don't know what's going on. I found out that I have this ability when I got home yesterday. The only special thing yesterday was the crystal we saw in the cave." Wang Xiaoming uttered his guess. In fact, after hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, the three of Andrew also believed it. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, the three of Andrew were surprised. "Crystal, we also met yesterday, but I didn't realize that I have superpowers," Matt said first. At this moment, the water glass in front of Andrew floated up and down. Of course, it was much more difficult for Andrew than it was before Wang Xiaoming. But Steve and Matt were also surprised when they saw this scene, but they still turned their heads to look at Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, "It's not me, you guys look at Andrew." Only then did Steve Matt realize that something was wrong with Andrew, and now Andrew's face was pale and nosebleeds dripped from his nose onto the table. Seeing this scene, Matt didn't bother to ask Andrew what was going on, and quickly patted Andrew on the shoulder and asked, "Andrew, are you okay?" Steve next to him said with a surprised expression, "Andrew is fine too, so I can too." And Andrew next to him also stopped under Matt's call, and the water glass fell on the table, then looked at Wang Xiaoming and the three with disbelief and said, "I did this." Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "That's right, congratulations Andrew, you also have superpowers." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew still couldn't believe it, and then tried to levitate the water glass in front of him, but this time the water glass only moved a little but did not levitate. Instead, Andrew's nosebleeds flowed even faster. "Andrew, stop, this superpower is like strength. You have used it up before, and you need to rest if you want to use it again." Wang Xiaoming hurriedly stopped Andrew from continuing. Andrew was persuaded to come down by Wang Xiaoming, but Steve next to him also started to try, and then the water glass was suspended again. Matt also let the water glass levitate, and of course the cost was the same as Andrew's nosebleed. "Okay, guys, don't try again. Obviously, your current superpowers are too difficult to control the water cup. Let's test something lighter later." Seeing the actions of the two of Steve, Wang Xiaoming had to stop him. They continue. "No, Xiaoming, why are you okay?" Suddenly Matt saw that Wang Xiaoming didn't have a nosebleed, so he was a little puzzled. "I just found out yesterday that I also had nosebleeds when I had superpowers, but today they are gone. Obviously, after a day of exercise, my superpowers have increased." Wang Xiaoming is not going to hide the fact that the use of superpowers can increase Wang Xiaoming's ability. In fact, Wang Xiaoming also wants to work with the three of them to exercise this ability of mind control. Chapter 7. A week later, Wang Xiaoming saw Steve use mind control to move a car. As expected of the protagonist, "I worked so hard under the blessing of infinite firepower, but I can only control my mind to weigh more than 300 kilograms. The three of them are only a little worse than me in normal training. For the past 3 days, Wang Xiaoming has basically been training for about 15 hours a day, and it's just that he has just let his mind control weight reach a little over 300 kilograms. The current training time of Steve is far less than that of Wang Xiaoming, but now he is able to control the level of mind control of about 200 kilograms, which makes Wang Xiaoming have to sigh that he is worthy of being the protagonist. You must know that Wang Xiaoming has the blessing of unlimited firepower, and there is basically no limit to the daily training time, but he is only more than 100 kilograms more than Steve. Moreover, Steve's level can only be considered average among the three of them, and the more powerful Andrew now has more than 250 kilograms of mind control. Of course, with the blessing of unlimited firepower, Wang Xiaoming's combat power can completely beat them. After all, mind control still consumes a lot of mental energy. According to Wang Xiaoming's calculation, using mind control at full strength will consume almost 10 points per minute. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Wang Xiaoming's full power burst can only last for 15 minutes. If it exceeds the limit, it will consume more mental power, and there will be nosebleeds after exceeding the limit. In the beginning, the reason why the three of Andrew and the others had nosebleeds was because moving the water cup exceeded their limit. Of course, if you use a method beyond the limit to train and increase the power of mind control, the faster you will be. The three of Andrew all use this method. But Wang Xiaoming didn't. Wang Xiaoming still exercised step by step in the normal way. So when Steve had a nosebleed, Andrew and Matt both had nosebleeds, but Wang Xiaoming was fine. Obviously, although the overclocking exercise has made the three of them progress at an astonishing speed, it has also made their spirits extremely fragile and susceptible to the influence of others. Of course, Steve and the others knew about this, but they didn't care about the small problem of nosebleeds for rapidly improving their superpowers. Guys, I found out that we can use superpowers to lift ourselves up and fly. Wang Xiaoming spoke when the three of Andrew were excitedly using their thoughts to control and move the car. The three of Andrew stopped after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, and then saw Wang Xiaoming slowly floating up. Xiaoming, you are too powerful, I will try too. Seeing Wang Xiaoming suspended in the air, Steve, who had just wiped off his nosebleed, also tried it. Then he levitated slowly, although not as stable as Wang Xiaoming, but everything was normal. After Steve's success, Matt Andrew also tried and succeeded. After all, everyone's superpowers can now move hundreds of kilograms of cars and want to carry themselves without any problem. In fact, Wang Xiaoming tried to do this after the power of mind control reached 100 kilograms. After all, flying is still very interesting to Wang Xiaoming. After learning to fly, the next activities of the few people changed to the air. Fortunately, this is a small town and the United States does not like security surveillance, so the few people were flying without being discovered. The subsequent plot is similar to the original one. After being humiliated, Andrew uses mind control to beat people into the river. Then Steve quarreled with Adolf and fought in the sky, and finally Wang Xiaoming rescued Steve when he was hit by the air current. And also warned the three people not to fly into the air during thunderstorms. It's funny to say that the three of Andrew are already high school students, but they don't know that there will be thunder and lightning in the dark clouds. In fact, Steve flew into the thunderstorm cloud and was hacked to death because he didn't know the original plot. Although Wang Xiaoming has been with Andrew and the three of them these days, he has not let down his vigilance against other reincarnations. After all, Andrew and the three of them have never deliberately hidden their superpowers, and the Americans are too nervous to discover them. But the reincarnation is different. After all, everyone knows the name of this world, and they will definitely doubt that Andrew and the others have the ability to control their minds. After all, except for a few of them, this world is ordinary people, and the name of this world in the reincarnation space is called supernatural crystal, so why didn't this attract their attention? In fact, in just a few days now, Wang Xiaoming discovered that several reincarnated people started to make friends with Andrew and the others. And 3 days after Wang Xiaoming taught Andrew how they could fly, a burly middle-aged man found Wang Xiaoming. The middle-aged man is the only veteran Johnson in this team. Are you familiar with those 3 people? Johnson said directly after seeing Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming nodded but didn't say much. After all, one must be cautious. Who knows what Johnson is up to? Do you know how they got their abilities? Johnson immediately asked after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, I don't know, I also knew them more than 10 days ago. Of course, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to tell the truth about Johnson. In fact, Wang Xiaoming is still very defensive about Johnson. After all, as a senior person, who knows if the other party will have any malicious intentions, Wang Xiaoming has always speculated on others with the greatest malice. People like Andrew in this world are okay. After all, Wang Xiaoming knows the plot and can at least understand their temperament. But these reincarnated people don't know what kind of psychology they are. If they are not careful, they will be plotted against by others. Chapter 8. Not only Johnson, but other new reincarnations also came to ask about the situation of the 3 of Andrew. Of course, they didn't suspect anything. After all, everyone came to this world together. Wang Xiaoming at most just contacted Andrew and the 3 of them before them. But what they don't know is that Wang Xiaoming also has superpowers now, and is even more powerful than the 3 of Andrew. As the reincarnators continued to inquire, the 3 of Andrew did not tire of bothering. After all, the 3 were just ordinary people and most of these reincarnations seemed very eager for quick success. Although harassed by many reincarnators, Wang Xiaoming and Andrew still insist on training every day, and their strength improves every day. On this day, Wang Xiaoming and Andrew took a car together to go to the countryside. It's not right, the car behind us has been following us for half an hour. Wang Xiaoming said to Steve next to him. Damn it, we won't expose it. Is that someone from the FBI? After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, the 3 of Andrew also panicked. Who told you not to pay attention? If they are really from the FBI, we will be in big trouble. Although they did not attract the attention of the country until the end in the original plot, Wang Xiaoming does not guarantee that the plot will be changed by itself. Then what should we do? You must know that the FBI must have guns. Steve was visibly panicked when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. Don't be afraid, we have superpowers. After a while, Matt, you can drive the car to the side road. We will teach them with superpowers when no one passes by. Of course, Wang Xiaoming couldn't say to kill these people, but when it's time to teach him a lesson, he will kill it. Wang Xiaoming already has a specific method for how the 3 of them can change their fate. What better way to change their fate than to make the 3 of them wanted criminals and run away everywhere? Moreover, Wang Xiaoming can feel that as he stays in this world longer and longer, he will be disgusted by some people for no reason. If the 3 of Andrew hadn't become friends with Wang Xiaoming, maybe they would be like this. According to what Johnson said at the beginning, Wang Xiaoming and the others belonged to the invaders when they crossed into this world, but because of the protection of the reincarnation space, they would not find out. But as the time spent staying longer and longer, the protection of the reincarnation space will gradually weaken, and it will completely disappear after 30 days. At that time, although they will not be enemies of the whole world, it will make people in this world hate them from the bottom of their hearts. At that time, even if most of the people in this world are ordinary people, it will be very difficult for reincarnated people to continue to survive in this world. So Wang Xiaoming would rather bring Andrew and the 3 of them together instead of being the enemy of the whole world by himself. In that way, with the only 3 superhumans in this world, Wang Xiaoming felt that he had a better chance of escaping. And this can completely change the fate of the 3 of Andrew. Matt quickly drove the car to a side road, and sure enough, the car behind followed him. They're coming. Everyone in the car couldn't help their hearts beating when they saw the car behind them coming up. After all, it was possible that they were on the same road before, but now that they came to this small road that basically no one walked, if the other party kept up with them, it was obvious that they were really coming for them. And when the distance is close, everyone can clearly see that the people in the van behind are all wearing federal investigator uniforms, and all of them are holding automatic rifles. It is obvious that they have no good intentions towards Wang Xiaoming and the others. Don't worry, wait for a place farther away from the road. Wang Xiaoming was not nervous, but said to Matt, who was driving. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words when everyone was at a loss, of course they obeyed subconsciously. After all, even Andrew would become murderous after being blackened, and now the three of them are just ordinary high school seniors. Of course, even Wang Xiaoming has never killed anyone now, but because of the main world, he takes this aspect relatively lightly. And after knowing that he entered the reincarnation space, Wang Xiaoming made up his mind to hate him. After all, in a place like reincarnation space without legal and moral constraints, if he is soft-hearted, he will definitely be miserable. After driving more than 1,000 meters, Wang Xiaoming came to a small river and said to Andrew and Steve, "Let's overturn their car into the river together." Of course, Andrew had no objection when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words, but Steve retorted, "This is not good, it will kill them if they are thrown into the river. Then shall we stop and fight them with guns later?" Wang Xiaoming said. Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, Steve didn't say anything more. After all, as the distance approached, everyone saw that the people in the van behind were all holding automatic rifles. If you stop to fight them, you will really have to catch them with nothing. Even if a few people have superpowers, it is impossible to beat a group of people with automatic rifles. Among the four, Wang Xiaoming, who has the strongest mind control, is only at the level of more than 900 kilograms. Among the other three, Andrew weighs more than 700 kilograms, while Matt and Steve only weigh more than 600 kilograms. This level is indeed good, but it is really not enough to face automatic rifles. After all, although their power of mind control can be so great, they can't react to the speed of automatic rifle bullets at all, and they have no way to resist automatic rifles with their instinctive defense. Wang Xiaoming tested it, and now their instinctive defense is almost 1/10 of their own mind control, which means that Wang Xiaoming's instinctive defense can withstand almost 90 kilograms of force, while the other three have more than 60 to 70 kilograms. And 30 kilograms of power can almost resist ordinary pistols, but the power of an automatic rifle must be at least 100 kilograms to defend against it. Although Wang Xiaoming and the others have hundreds of kilograms of mind control power, they can't react and can only rely on instinct to defend. Chapter 9. So after Wang Xiaoming's words came out, Steve no longer objected. After all, although they didn't want to hurt others, it didn't mean they wanted to be hurt by others. Do it. Amidst Wang Xiaoming's roar, the four of them aimed their mines at the van behind, even Matt, who was driving in front, was no exception. Wang Xiaoming and the four of them have mind control powers of more than 3,000 kilograms. This huge force is applied to a van that weighs only 1,600 to 700 kilograms, or 7 to 800 kilograms, and instantly makes it roll over. Stand up. The huge force caused the van to take off directly on the spot, then rotated 720 degrees in the air, and then smashed on the stone next to it. There is indeed a river next to the road, but the van did not hit the river but hit the stone mountain next to it. That's right, it was Wang Xiaoming who did it. Although he couldn't overturn the van by himself, with the assistance of three other people, Wang Xiaoming only needed to change the direction of his force to make it hit the nearby stone. The huge impact smashed the van to pieces, and Matt stopped immediately after seeing this scene. What to do? We seem to have killed people. Steve said in panic when he saw the torn-apart van. Why panic? If we don't do something to them, they will do something to us. Is our life more important than theirs? Wang Xiaoming said flatly. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew next to him also had an expression of deep approval. Although he was not blackened like in the original plot, he was not as soft-hearted as Matt. Not only Andrew Steve thinks so, after all, the lives of others are not worth mentioning compared to his own. Even Matt has no way to refute at this time, after all, he can't let everyone be caught or face each other's guns. Wang Xiaoming was the first to get out of the car and walk towards the wreckage of the van. The other three people also followed. Although everyone was mentally prepared before, they were still a little uncomfortable seeing the wreckage on the ground. Even Wang Xiaoming, who had the best psychological quality among the four, was a little uncomfortable. After all, this was the first time he saw dead people, especially the ugly faces of these people. Among the four, Matt couldn't help but vomit. After all, the scene of all these people in the van being smashed into meat was as ugly as it could be. But Wang Xiaoming resisted his nausea and walked up. "Xiaoming, what are you going to do?" Seeing Wang Xiaoming's movements, Steve immediately asked. Covering his mouth, Wang Xiaoming used mind control to move the wreckage of the van away, and then took out the still intact rifle from the pile of wreckage. "We have killed so many people, and we will definitely be wanted by the Federation next time. We need weapons." Wang Xiaoming didn't hide it either. After all, the reason why he killed these people was to escape with Andrew and the others. So guns are still very important to them, at least the range of guns is much farther than their mind control. Even Wang Xiaoming, who is the strongest among the four, can only reach a distance of more than 50 meters through mind control, and Andrew and the three of them are only more than 30 meters away. The attack range is really not as good as these automatic rifles. However, Wang Xiaoming and the others did not attack vans lightly before, so out of the 9 automatic rifles, only 5 were intact, but Wang Xiaoming found more than 1,500 rounds of bullets, as well as 3 anesthesia guns and more than 100 rounds. Narcotic bullets. But all the anesthesia guns are broken, and the anesthesia bullets are useless without anesthesia guns. In addition, there are 9 bulletproof vests and 9 bulletproof helmets. Of course, the bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets are all stained with blood. There are so many automatic rifles, if we really fight against them, it will be over. Seeing Wang Xiaoming take out a handle of automatic rifles from the wreckage, Andrew couldn't help but said. Wang Xiaoming also nodded and said, "That's right, although our superpowers are not weak, we have to play with such firepower." For Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew and the three of them deeply agree. Although everyone's superpowers are not weak, no one thinks that they can withstand bullets. Then what should we do next? We will definitely be wanted after killing so many people from the FBI. After a while of buffering, Matt also recovered. First of all, we have to deal with these wreckages. After all, these wreckages leave evidence of our use of superpowers, and then drive into the forest. With our superpowers, we can still avoid the FBI's search. Of course, Wang Xiaoming has already considered the following matters. In fact, the reason why he came out with Andrew and the others this time is mainly to avoid reincarnation. Now that they have an excuse to avoid the FBI, they can bring Andrew and the three of them together. Wang Xiaoming said so, and the other three didn't have any objections. So everyone used mind control to clean up the wreckage. The first is the wreckage of the van. Although it was thrown badly, its general frame remained intact, so Wang Xiaoming and the others needed to completely dismantle the van. After all, the completely disassembled van parts only need to dig a hole to bury it. Then there's the remains of the van, mostly torn apart and basically folded into various poses if intact. These also need to be buried. After all, the exposed corpses are still easy to attract people's attention. Not to mention the other smells of rotting corpses. Stray dogs can be smelled by people hundreds or even thousands of meters away. In addition, the rest of the guns, bulletproof vests and helmets must be cleaned, but fortunately, several people have mind control without physical contact. Chapter 10. An hour later. Wang Xiaoming and the others completely buried the wreckage of the van, and Wang Xiaoming even covered it up, at least making it impossible for people to recognize it at a glance. Uninterrupted use of mind control for more than an hour, even if they didn't use all their strength, the three of Andrew were exhausted. However, Wang Xiaoming basically has no impact. Even though he does the most work, he has unlimited firepower talent and can be said to have no consumption at all. After all, he only consumes 10 points of mental power per minute when he uses his mind to control, and it only consumes a little mental power for 10 minutes after receiving the reduction of unlimited firepower. In this hour, although Wang Xiaoming did a lot of things, he basically didn't exceed the upper limit of his mind control, so he only consumed 6 points of mental power. For him who has 150 points of spiritual power, his mere 6 points of spiritual power are not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, the mental strength can be recovered a little in a minute on average, and Wang Xiaoming's consumption is not as fast as his recovery. After cleaning up the wreckage, Matt drove again, but now they were not heading to the suburbs for fun, but fleeing for their lives. There is a small road into the forest not far ahead. I remember going there to play a year ago. Back on the road, Steve said to Matt who was driving. Matt nodded when he heard Steve's words and said, "I know that road, and I've been there." Afterwards, there was silence in the car. After all, he had killed someone before, and no one was in the mood to chat. Wang Xiaoming didn't open his mouth even though there was nothing else, he was playing with the cleaned automatic rifle. Wang Xiaoming had never played with an automatic rifle, either on Earth in his previous life or in the main world where he entered the reincarnation space. Even the main world where looting is not very prohibited would not allow ordinary people to hold this thing. 3 hours after they left, there were 7 cars parked where they had killed investigators on both sides. Dozens of people in FBI uniforms stood here, and Wang Xiaoming's previous disguise was useless, and the huge pit where the bodies and the wreckage of the van were buried was dug. A burly middle-aged man was talking to a tall, thin old man with a goatee. "Director, I just said that they have a problem. You see, they have already taken action against our team members. I suggest that they should be killed directly." The old man with the goatee was silent for a while and then said, "These people are vicious. I ordered the people from the nearby police station to assist us in hunting them down. If there is any resistance, they will be killed immediately." "Yes, sir." The middle-aged strong man replied and immediately went down to make arrangements. A closer look reveals that this middle-aged strong man is the veteran Johnson in this reincarnation team. It is obvious that his identity is not a student like Wang Xiaoming but a member of the FBI. Finally, let this old thing give orders. Now that the protection of the reincarnation space is getting less and less, these aborigines gradually no longer trust me. If it weren't for the big noise they made this time, I really couldn't let the old man. Something has given the order to kill. Johnson thought in his mind as he walked. As a veteran, he is not as ignorant as those newcomers. He can easily guess that this is a world with supernatural powers based on the name of the world. And more than 10 days of investigation also allowed him to target the 3 Andrews. After all, he also saw that the 3 Andrews had superpowers. Then he wanted to get in touch with Andrew and the others through Wang Xiaoming. After all, it wouldn't hurt to get in touch with Andrew and the others as if they were the protagonists. But who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming would not give him face? Although Johnson looks heroic on the surface, he is actually a veritable narrow-minded. Although in this novice mission world, as a guide, he can't do anything to newcomers, but he can let these federal investigators do it by virtue of his own identity. The van that followed Wang Xiaoming and the others was his suggestion. After all, Andrew and the others are too arrogant, and you can find something wrong with them as long as you pay attention. Now that Wang Xiaoming and the others had killed 9 federal investigators, the local bureau chief was outraged, and he agreed with Johnson's suggestion. As a veteran Johnson, he knows that facing the protagonist can not only gain benefits from befriending him, but also can gain benefits from hunting down or even killing the protagonist, and even killing the protagonist can gain even more benefits. After all, changing the trajectory of the world is more influential than killing the protagonist. Of course, if it is true, there is also some, such as killing all the people in the whole world. But this is obviously unrealistic, at least it is impossible in this star world. Don't say that this is a technologically advanced world, even in those ordinary ancient worlds, it is impossible for a one-star superhuman to kill the entire world. Soon Johnson conveyed the order to Wang Xiaoming that they could kill them. Then police cars and helicopters arrived from nearby police stations, and the FBI itself was heavily staffed. They went straight to Wang Xiaoming's position, and now Wang Xiaoming and the others have been in the mountain for more than 3 hours, but they have only traveled more than 100 kilometers because of the bumpy road. Chapter 11. Facing the FBI, Wang Xiaoming, who was chasing them, they still knew nothing. Even Wang Xiaoming didn't think that these FBI people could know their location accurately. It wasn't until Steve took out his Pingguo mobile phone to make a call that Wang Xiaoming suddenly became alert. He suddenly beeped as if the country could check the location of the phone, so he said to Steve, "Steve, you're about to throw away your phone." Then he yelled at Andrew and Matt, "Throw away your mobile phones too." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew and the three of them were a little puzzled. Why did Wang Xiaoming suddenly tell them to throw their phones? What's wrong with Xiaoming? Steve didn't throw the phone away, of course he stopped calling for the time being. This mobile phone signal can locate our location, and we are simply guiding the FBI with our mobile phone. Wang Xiaoming directly explained the reason. It seems to be like this. I remember that there was news that Pingguo mobile phone has a backdoor to view user information. It is the same for other mobile phones. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Matt, who was driving ahead, also said. Then the three of them threw their mobile phones out of the car without any hesitation. After another 10 minutes of driving, Wang Xiaoming asked Matt to stop. Matt stopped the car directly without doubt, but still looked at Wang Xiaoming with some doubts. We can't continue to take the car. Our mobile phone exposed the location before. Although we have thrown away the mobile phone, they can also perceive our destination. We can't drive faster than their helicopter. Then we need to go by ourselves. Wang Xiaoming explained his reasons. Of course, the three Andrews have no objection to Wang Xiaoming's statement. After all, they all think that Wang Xiaoming is smarter since they came into contact with Wang Xiaoming, so they are more obedient to Wang Xiaoming's words. The reason for this is, on the one hand, because Wang Xiaoming is familiar with the plot, so he can judge accurately. On the other hand, it is related to the happy education in the United States. Basically, few American youths who grow up in the environment of happy education are smart. That's why they think Wang Xiaoming is smarter, but in fact Wang Xiaoming is smarter than them. After all, Wang Xiaoming is also a college student in the main world, and only one college student out of 1,000 can have an IQ. After abandoning the car, Wang Xiaoming and the others certainly won't run with their feet. You must know that their mind control can take them to fly. Moreover, their bodies weigh only over 100 kgs, and they don't need all their strength to use mind control. Even the three of Andrew can fly for a little over an hour. And the speed can basically reach more than 100 km per hour. If it wasn't for the short duration, they would actually be able to drive faster with their thoughts. Half an hour after they left, a helicopter came to the place where the mobile phone was thrown, and then flew forward for a while to see the car abandoned by Wang Xiaoming and the others. Seeing the abandoned car and mobile phone in the helicopter, Johnson looked heavy, and a man wearing a sheriff's suit next to him said after checking. The car's engine is still warming up. They left for more than 10 minutes at most, and they haven't gone far. Hearing what the sheriff said, Johnson's face didn't change. He said with a heavy face, "They all have the ability to fly. How can we find them without tracking methods?" Of course, Johnson already knew that Andrew and the others could fly. After all, a few of them were bold and dared to fly to the top of the building during the day, and they could basically find out as long as they were willing. Captain Johnson, don't worry, our radar has already found their position, and they can't fly faster than the main helicopter. The co-pilot on the helicopter said. Then hurry up and chase them. It will be troublesome if you wait for them to enter the forest. The sheriff said after hearing this. Then the helicopter set off again, and the position was in the direction where Wang Xiaoming and the others left. This helicopter is the only police helicopter in the town. Although it is a police helicopter, its speed has reached more than 200 km per hour, which is much faster than Wang Xiaoming's. Of course, it was mainly Andrew and the three of them. Their fastest speed could only reach 120 km per hour. And Wang Xiaoming's speed has reached 200 km per hour. But it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to abandon the three of Andrew. After all, it is not the end of the mountain yet. In 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoming and the others only flew more than 20 kilometers. With the help of radar, the helicopter caught up with Wang Xiaoming and the others in only 6 or 7 minutes. The movement of the helicopter also made Wang Xiaoming and the others aware of it. When they saw the helicopter less than 1,000 meters away from themselves and the others, Wang Xiaoming knew that they had been spotted. The helicopter is coming, hurry up and land. Wang Xiaoming immediately shouted to the three of Andrew after seeing the helicopter, and he flew down to the forest below first. Although Andrew and the three of them couldn't hear Wang Xiaoming's words clearly because they were too fast, they all fell down when they saw Wang Xiaoming's movements. Chapter 12. What's wrong with Xiaoming? Steve, who was still unclear about the situation after landing, asked with a puzzled expression. Wang Xiaoming led a few people to hide behind a big rock and said, "A helicopter is chasing us, we need to hurry in the forest." As soon as Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, the sound of a helicopter came from above their heads. "This must be people from the FBI coming to hunt us down, what should we do?" After hearing the sound of the helicopter, several people hid under the stone and dared not move even more, but Steve still asked. "What else to do? Of course, continue to escape. The helicopter cannot land in the forest and they will definitely send people down. Then we will directly shoot at it and continue to escape." Although Wang Xiaoming was a little flustered, he still said. Faced with the possibility of heavy firepower from the helicopter, Wang Xiaoming was of course very flustered. After all, this is something that can threaten one's life, but since there is no way to choose to confront the federal government, it must take risks. "Okay." Andrew, who had been holding the camera, said first. After speaking, he took the automatic rifle on his back in his hand. Although Steve and Matt were a little tangled, they also took the automatic rifle. Although the helicopter above saw Wang Xiaoming and the others landing, they still couldn't find Wang Xiaoming and the others in the densely wooded forest. "It seems that they are hiding, let's go down and chase them," Johnson said immediately after looking down. Others have no objection to Johnson's words. After all, it is Johnson as the leader this time, and of course they will not refuse Johnson's order. Even the sheriff didn't object. Although he was no lower than Johnson in terms of rank, how could he be the sheriff of a small town compared to Johnson, the captain of the FBI? So soon the ropes were thrown down from the helicopter one by one, and then the heavily armed soldiers descended down the ropes one by one. When they landed halfway, Wang Xiaoming said, "This is the time, fire." Then Wang Xiaoming first used mind control to make a shield in front of his body. Of course, for the convenience of firing, Wang Xiaoming still left a shooting port, and then pointed the automatic rifle in his hand at the helicopter and fired. The three of Andrew, Steve, Matt, and Wang Xiaoming also used mind control to create a shield and then fired with an automatic rifle. The firepower of the 4 automatic rifles enveloped the ropes below the helicopter in an instant, and the 4 people above the ropes directly became targets. Even though they were wearing body armor, they were knocked down by the huge impact. Falling from a height of more than 100 meters, even with trees as a buffer, would break arms and legs. After firing a clip, Wang Xiaoming ran straight into the depths of the forest without hesitation, and the three of Andrew did the same. After all, it is not a problem for an automatic rifle to hit a person, but it is useless when facing a helicopter. Although the four of them did not fly with the help of mind control, they were able to take 6 or 7 meters with each step. Although it was not as good as flying in the sky, it was not too slow. And the helicopter in the sky hit Wang Xiaoming with a shuttle of bullets, although there was no serious problem, but they did not dare to stay at a height of more than 100 meters, but climbed to a height of more than 300 meters. "Keep chasing, what are you doing here?" Seeing that the helicopter did not chase Wang Xiaoming, Johnson immediately reprimanded them. The front co-pilot immediately replied upon hearing Johnson's words, reporting that the windshield of the captain's helicopter was shattered, and it would be dangerous if he continued to move forward, and there were 4 team members below who we needed to rescue immediately. Although Johnson wanted to say to ignore them, he didn't dare to say it when he saw the appearance of other people. You must know that the following 4 players are all their comrades in arms. If Johnson ordered them to be ignored, he might be dismissed immediately. After all, it has been more than 20 days since they entered this world, and now the space of reincarnation hides them from them very little. Although he has the highest status at the scene, this does not prevent others from hating him. In fact, not only all reincarnations of him will have this treatment, the best way to not be hated is to become friends with the other party before that, so that the other party will not be hated. This is the reason why Wang Xiaoming is still able to escape with Andrew and the others. Wang Xiaoming has become friends with Andrew and the others before, and they even have a very good relationship because they have superpowers together. So even now Andrew and the 3 of them will not be affected by world awareness. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Andrew and the others to follow Wang Xiaoming's so many suggestions. Of course, if you spend points, you can still get the continued protection of the reincarnation space. 10 points a day is exactly the same as the points you get for continuing to stay. But Wang Xiaoming and the others don't have points in their hands, and although Johnson has points, he is reluctant. Although he is a veteran and has even reached the 1-star level, the points in his hand are not abundant. Besides, although the protection of the reincarnation space has been weakened, it is still there anyway, and there is no need to spend points, but he must also endure the inexplicable malice towards him from the people of this world. So after Wang Xiaoming and the others fled, the helicopter lowered to about 100 meters again and then lowered the rope to let people go down. Chapter 13. Wang Xiaoming is not clear about Johnson's situation, but Wang Xiaoming and the others are facing a problem. "I'm so hungry, who of you has brought food?" Andrew and the 3 of them had almost exhausted their mental strength after fleeing for more than an hour, Steve said when he stopped to rest. Hearing what Steve said, the 3 of Wang Xiaoming also felt a little hungry. It has been more than 6 or 7 hours since they set off. They used up their mental power twice on the way, and the 3 of Andrew vomited before. They ran for more than an hour before, even with mind control and responsibility, they were still very tired. Steve couldn't help but feel even hungrier after seeing everyone shaking their heads. "I'll go hunting. I've seen wild boars before," Wang Xiaoming said when he saw that several people were depressed. "Then go together, I happen to have seasoning in my backpack." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's suggestion, Matt also said. The number of wild boars in the United States is very large and has even reached the level of flooding, so Wang Xiaoming and the others quickly found a half-sized wild boar weighing about 60 to 70 kgs. Then Wang Xiaoming aimed the automatic rifle in his hand at the wild boar's body and pulled the trigger. Boom! After a gunshot, the wild boar fell directly to the ground. Of course, the wild boar did not die. The reason why it fell to the ground was because it was suppressed by Wang Xiaoming's mind control. Even its mouth was sealed by Wang Xiaoming's mind control, so although the wild boar was not dead, it remained motionless. "Xiaoming, your marksmanship is really accurate," Steve exclaimed loudly because he didn't know that Wang Xiaoming used mind control. Hearing Steve's praise, Wang Xiaoming said with some embarrassment, I didn't kill him, I just overwhelmed him with superpower. Several people walked over and saw that the wild boar only had a hole in its abdomen. Although this injury would also kill the wild boar, it was impossible to kill it immediately. Damn it, Xiaoming, you can still use superpowers. I thought you had no strength like us, said wild boar Matt, who was immobilized by Wang Xiaoming's mind control. That's because I work harder than you guys. Who told you that you don't work as hard as I do in normal exercise? Of course, Wang Xiaoming couldn't say that he has unlimited firepower, so he basically didn't consume it, so he said that he worked hard. Of course, in fact, Wang Xiaoming spent more time exercising mind control every day than Andrew and the others, so Andrew and the others did not refute Wang Xiaoming's statement. In the past few minutes, the wild boar's resistance disappeared, and then several people peeled off the wild boar's skin and took 5 or 6 caddies of meat. Raise the fire and start grilling meat. Fortunately, Matt's backpack has been carried by him all the time, so all kinds of barbecue seasonings are available. The wild pork quickly became tempting under the flames, and then the seasoning was sprinkled on it, which made the already hungry people even more hungry. But it was obvious that the wild boar meat was not roasted so quickly. Matt and Steve, among the few people, often went out for picnics and knew very well how to roast meat. So they had to continue to roast, but Wang Xiaoming watched the smoke rising from the fire and he knew that the pursuers had found their position. But there is no way, they have to start a fire, otherwise eating raw meat and drinking raw water will only make them die faster. In addition to the 5 caddies and 6 meats roasted, Wang Xiaoming also cut more than 10 caddies from wild boars and roasted them on the fire. Xiaoming, these are enough for us to eat. Seeing Wang Xiaoming's more than 10 caddies of meat, Steve said. Wang Xiaoming sprinkled some salt on the more than 10 kilograms of meat, and then said, we have almost exposed our position by lighting a fire, and the FBI will definitely continue to chase after them. These meats are our food for the next few days. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, the 3 of Andrew were silent for a while, and the mood that had been better because of the barbecue before became worse again. Seeing that everyone was in a low mood, Wang Xiaoming certainly knew that they couldn't be allowed to continue like this, so he comforted them. Guys, don't worry. Although we are being hunted down by the FBI, we will use our superpowers to fly at low altitude at night. We just need to leave Nevada. If it doesn't work, we will leave the United States and go to Africa. With our superpowers, we can live anywhere. Maybe those African natives will think that we are their gods and worship us. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, several people feel better. After all, according to Wang Xiaoming, at least they don't have to live such a life of chasing and killing. After all, they were just ordinary high school students, and they didn't have much brains because of happy education. Now, after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, of course they feel very reasonable. Don't believe it, it's really normal for Americans to have no brains, as can be seen from many American blockbusters. With Wang Xiaoming's reminder, several people quickly finished the barbecue, and then left with more than 10 caddies of wild pork that Wang Xiaoming had tested extra. Not more than 20 minutes after they left, a helicopter appeared over the place where they were firing. But at this time, Wang Xiaoming and the others had already walked 5 kilometers away. The rest of the barbecue for more than 10 minutes had allowed Andrew and the others to recover some mental strength. Because they were worried about being caught up, everyone rushed desperately during the 20 minutes. 5 kilometers in the forest is already a very long distance. Even if the helicopter tracking them does not know the direction, they cannot find them. Chapter 14. It was night soon, and although the helicopter caught up again because of the fire, the group was not found because of Wang Xiaoming's vigilance. And after night, Wang Xiaoming and the others didn't continue on their way. They were exhausted after walking for several hours, especially after there was no mind control. Even Wang Xiaoming feels very tired with the help of mind control. After all, he still needs to walk himself, and he is physically and mentally exhausted after a few hours. Everyone rest for a while, and after recovering, we will fly directly. We should have been spotted because we flew too high. This time, we will be able to fly close to the forest, and we will rest when we reach a nearby town. After Wang Xiaoming announced the rest, Andrew and the three of them couldn't help but slumped on the ground. They don't have Wang Xiaoming's talent for infinite firepower, so most of the time they don't have the mental power to use mind control, and the exhaustion of walking in the forest for several hours on their legs can be imagined. Even Steve and Matt, who exercise regularly, can't hold on anymore, and Andrew, who is even worse in physical fitness, would have been exhausted if Wang Xiaoming hadn't helped him hold the camera. Even so, Andrew was so tired that he lay on the ground up. Xiaoming, shall we continue? The three of Andrew wailed when they heard Wang Xiaoming's words. No way, we are not far away from the FBI's pursuers. We heard the sound of helicopters more than an hour ago. If we stay here, we may be discovered by them. You know we can't see anything at night, but they have night vision goggles. Once they are spotted, they really can't escape. Wang Xiaoming explained. If Wang Xiaoming hadn't said these things, Andrew and the three of them would not have realized it at all. Wang Xiaoming said that Andrew and the others would not continue to object. Of course, this is mainly because Wang Xiaoming let them regain their mental power and use their thoughts to control the flight, otherwise they would never continue to go. Wang Xiaoming's mental strength is basically not depleted, so his rest is mainly to recover from physical exhaustion. Andrew and the three of them were different. They were not only physically exhausted but also mentally, so the three of them soon fell asleep leaning against each other after eating the roasted wild boar prepared earlier. But Wang Xiaoming didn't wake them up, he just flew to the tree silently to observe the surrounding situation. Although Wang Xiaoming's plan was to take Andrew and the others to leave together, when it really came to danger, Wang Xiaoming must give priority to saving his own life. Fortunately, the people from the FBI did not come after them. Wang Xiaoming let Andrew and the others rest for 2 hours before waking them up. What Wang Xiaoming didn't know was that the people from the FBI didn't want to chase after him, because they couldn't drive at night in the forest. After all, they just relied on the traces left by Wang Xiaoming and the others to chase and move in the forest. Although the FBI chased Wang Xiaoming and the others were professional soldiers and policemen, their bodies also had limits. Andrew and the others were all exhausted like dogs with mind control assistants. How could these pursuers be any better? So Johnson looked at the soldiers in front of him who were unwilling to move on, and there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't carry these soldiers away. Johnson didn't feel tired at all. After all, as a hand-to-hand reincarnation, his physical fitness is still very good, but driving for a few hours in the forest has no effect on him at all. But without these team members who are proficient in tracking, he can't continue to chase, and as time goes by, the helicopter can't continue to come to support at night. So they can only stay here to rest, and they can continue to act after dawn tomorrow. So Wang Xiaoming's worries are completely unnecessary. After all, they just killed a few federal investigators. Although it is a big event for ordinary people, it is really nothing for the entire Federal Investigator Department. It is very good to be able to send a few helicopters over. I also want to dispatch troops for night operations, and I want to eat farts. Dozens of people in the United States will not die that year. If a few people die, the special forces will be mobilized, and the special forces in the United States will probably be busy all year round. After all, only the special forces can do it in the forest at night. Wang Xiaoming, who was 3 kilometers away from Johnson and the others, looked around very vigilantly. After all, he didn't know that the other side had given up on chasing them at night. After Andrew and the three of them rested for 2 hours, Wang Xiaoming went down to wake them up. Although they were full of reluctance, fleeing for their lives was the most important thing after all. Andrew and the three of them set off with Wang Xiaoming after they woke up. With the previous lesson, Wang Xiaoming and the others basically flew close to the top of the number. Even those low-altitude radars could not scan the 4 people who were only 2 or 3 meters away from the top of the number. Of course, the flying altitude reduced their speed and they couldn't be too fast. They could only reach a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour. Of course, this speed was much faster than their running in the forest. After 2 hours of rest, the mental power of Andrew and the 3 of them has fully recovered. Among the 3, Andrew's mental power is about 140, and Matt Steve's is more than 130. Flying does not require full use of mind control. Basically, it only needs to consume about 2 points of mental power per minute. Even Steve Matt and his mental power are relatively weak. They can fly for more than 60 minutes, which is enough for them to fly out. Forest. Chapter 15. After all, this forest is not a virgin forest, it only has a radius of more than 100 kilometers, and Wang Xiaoming and the others did not run to the center of the forest. So after flying for more than 10 minutes, they saw lights in the distance. It's a city over there, we should be leaving the forest soon, remember to land when we get to the highway. Wang Xiaoming was also very happy after seeing the city, and then said to Andrew and the 3 of them. Now their speed is not fast, so Andrew and the others can hear Wang Xiaoming's words clearly, and the 3 nodded quickly. After all, they have just been hunted down by the FBI and now they don't want to be exposed again. Although they had already seen the lights, another 10 minutes had passed by the time Wang Xiaoming and the others finally reached the edge of the city. After landing, Wang Xiaoming and the others threw away the guns and bulletproof helmets in their hands. After all, these were clearly printed with the words of the FBI. If they entered the city with these, they would probably be exposed immediately. Hiding these things on a big tree, Wang Xiaoming and the 4 of them walked into the city swaggeringly. Of course, they first looked for a restaurant to eat. After all, eating wild boar meat in the wild really smells fishy. Of course, restaurants in the United States basically only have bread, hamburgers, sandwiches, and steaks, but fortunately, it's not expensive. 4 people can eat a lot and it's only more than 100. After eating, I found a hotel. Although they were hunted down by the FBI, they are not wanted now, so there is no need to worry too much in the city. Of course, just in case, Wang Xiaoming and the others changed their clothes, and then found a small hotel on the edge of the city. Do you have a room here? The bigger one has 4 beds. Wang Xiaoming asked Matt to come forward. After all, his oriental face is still too attractive, and it is normal for Matt, a white man. Even Wang Xiaoming even wore a special hat to completely cover his face. After all, Wang Xiaoming would be subconsciously disgusted by people now, and he didn't want to cause extra trouble. There is no need for identification to stay here in the United States, so the 4 of them easily opened a room. Hey, I can finally have a good rest. Seeing the big white bed in front of him, Steve couldn't help but threw himself on the bed. Although Matt and Andrew were not as exaggerated as Steve, they both sat on the bed and were going to sleep. The exhaustion of the day made several people have no other thoughts, and basically fell asleep. Only Wang Xiaoming didn't sleep. He moved the cabinet in the hotel to the door and blocked the door, so that if someone tried to come in, it would make a noise so that at least they wouldn't be taken away in their sleep. Moreover, the room Wang Xiaoming was looking for had no windows, which meant that the only entrance to the room was the door. Although Wang Xiaoming felt that it should be impossible for them and his party to be discovered, Fan Fan always planned for the worst. Of course, Wang Xiaoming's preparations were just like this. As an ordinary person, he didn't take too many precautions. After moving the cabinet, Wang Xiaoming also fell asleep on the bed. Nothing happened overnight, and the FBI that Wang Xiaoming imagined overnight to arrest them did not happen. The 4 of them slept until 12 noon before waking up, but even after a night's rest, everyone still felt sore backs, which were the sequelae of excessive exercise. FK, this leg really hurts. Steve couldn't help cursing when they came together. Wang Xiaoming used mind control to remove the cabinet at the door, and then said, "It can't be helped that we haven't exercised like this before. It's normal to have sequelae, but today we'd better not continue walking." Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, the three of Andrew took it for granted. After all, Steve and Matt, who are more athletic, felt sore all over their bodies, and Wang Xiaoming and Andrew, who were poor in physical fitness, needed to use mind control to assist them even to stand up. "Then let's continue to rest here for a few days," Matt said hesitantly after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, "Of course it's impossible. Although we have thrown the FBI away, it's only temporary. You must know that this place is only a few tens of kilometers away from the forest. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely be punished found." "Then what should we do? It's impossible to fly with superpowers," Steve said beside him. Wang Xiaoming picked up the water glass, poured a glass of water and took a sip before saying, "Of course not. If we fly with superpowers, we will be exposed immediately." "Then what should we do?" Andrew, who had been taciturn all this time, also asked. "Of course I drove. Later, let's rent a car, buy a map and drive away." Wang Xiaoming explained his own method. The method is not unusual, but the three of Andrew did not think of it at all. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Matt and the three of course agreed. After all, no one wants to be hunted down by the FBI. After Wang Xiaoming successfully rented a car, they took the guns hidden outside the city and set off again. If they want to leave the United States, Wang Xiaoming and the others only need to go out of Nevada and cross Arizona to reach Mexico. After they arrived in Mexico, they were basically safe. After all, in Mexico, where gangsters are everywhere, even a certain FBI would not be able to search Wang Xiaoming and others with superpowers. Chapter 16. Wang Xiaoming and the others went very smoothly and were basically undetected, but Johnson and the others were not so smooth. Early in the morning, at dawn, Johnson led his men to continue chasing and killing Wang Xiaoming and the others, but they searched for more than 2 hours but found nothing. Even in the end, even the traces left by Wang Xiaoming and the others disappeared, which is even more frustrating. Although I knew it was Wang Xiaoming's use of superpowers, there was no trace of it. Finally, after several hours of fruitless searching, Johnson had to give up and continue the hunt. After all, even Wang Xiaoming and the others are nowhere to be seen, and it will be fruitless to continue chasing them. Of course, the more important thing is that Johnson led people to run like this, everyone complained, and now that there is no trace, he can only give up. Although Johnson is still not reconciled, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, Wang Xiaoming's superpowers are too powerful. Now there is no clue, even if Johnson wants to continue the search, it is impossible to find it. Of course, the most important thing is that these people are not willing to cooperate after there is no clue. After all, he is just the captain of a small town of the FBI, with limited powers. Even though he really wanted to kill the three of Andrew to get a lot of points, but the situation didn't allow it. Besides, as time goes by, people in this world will become more and more malicious towards him. Although he is a senior person, he can only act recklessly. After all, this is a technologically advanced world. If he really messed with the countries of this world, he might not be as good as Wang Xiaoming and the others. After all, Wang Xiaoming and the others can escape with mind control. Although he has super physical fitness and has a few life-saving props, he is really not as good as Wang Xiaoming and the others in terms of escaping. Although a one-star transcendent can defend against firearms, they are at most at the level of automatic rifles, and they still have to hang up if they encounter snipers or the like. Of course, even though he has gone back, he will still issue a warrant for Wang Xiaoming and the others, so that as long as they are killed, he will still have points, but it is much less than participating in it himself. Wang Xiaoming is still clear about Johnson chasing and killing him. After all, he has seen him in a helicopter before. But the other party has the identity of the FBI, even if Wang Xiaoming wanted to do something about it, there was nothing he could do. Besides, Wang Xiaoming was still running for his life at that time, so there was no way to seek revenge from Johnson. But the fact that there is no way to retaliate now does not mean that there will be no future. After yesterday's round of hunting, Wang Xiaoming was pleasantly surprised to find that his spiritual attributes had increased a little again. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 8. Dexterity, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 16. Mental power, 160/160, using mind control requires mental power consumption. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, none. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 1017 kilograms. The current world is supernatural crystal world. Main task, survive for 30 days and hours, reward, 100 points. It seems that going through the life and death battle is also conducive to the growth of spiritual attributes, but even if it is too dangerous. Seeing that his mental attributes had increased a bit, Wang Xiaoming also understood why. Although he knew it, he was still unwilling to let Wang Xiaoming do it again. After all, this spiritual attribute can return to the samsara space to find a way in the future, but if life and death fights are uncertain, he will die. Of course, now that he has grown, Wang Xiaoming is of course happy. Besides, he didn't experience any danger yesterday, so there was a little danger when he faced the main world. Not only Wang Xiaoming, but also Andrew and Steve Matt also said that their superpowers have improved. Even the upper limit of the power of Andrew's mind control has reached 920 kilograms, but yesterday, the power of mind control increased by more than 180 kilograms, and Steve and Matt also reached more than 780 kilograms. With a force of more than 100 kilograms. Obviously, not only Wang Xiaoming's experience of life and death can increase his spiritual attributes, but also the three of Andrew, and even the increase is more exaggerated than Wang Xiaoming's because they are the protagonists. Wang Xiaoming added a little bit of mental attribute, but it only increased the level of mind control by 40 kilograms, but Steve, who had the least increase among the three of Andrew, had more than 110 kilograms, and Andrew added more than 180 kilograms. Based on the increase of 40 kilograms in spiritual attributes, the three of them basically increased their spiritual attributes by 3 or 4 points. However, Wang Xiaoming has no idea of comparing with them. It is normal to compare others with better qualifications as the protagonist. After all, isn't cheating the protagonist's normal way to open it? Even if Wang Xiaoming has changed the plot of this world, the blessings of the world's power received by several of them as the protagonists will not decrease. Going from Nevada to Mexico needs to go through California, and the whole journey is about 500 kilometers. Fortunately, this road is basically a wasteland, so the car is driving very fast, and the speed directly reaches more than 150 kilometers. According to this speed, they will be able to reach the Mimo border in just over 3 hours. And because most of California is wilderness, there are basically no traffic police along the way. This speed is still not enough. Can Matt speed up a little more? We left your identity materials at the car rental place, which may be exposed at any time. Although the speed was already very fast, Wang Xiaoming still urged Matt. This is already the upper limit of the speed that this car can reach. Although Matt was also anxious, he could only answer no. Then how about we use superpowers to boost the car, so that we can increase the speed of the car and exercise superpowers by the way. Wang Xiaoming suddenly sounded as if he could use superpowers to accelerate the car. There should be no problem, but be careful to use force from behind. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Matt said with some uncertainty. Chapter 17. Everyone, increase your strength slowly. If there is a problem, remember to lift the car," Wang Xiaoming said cautiously. Then Wang Xiaoming, Steve Andrew and the three slowly increased the thrust behind the car, and the speed of this jinbei, which was rented for less than 50 meters per day, began to exceed its limit. 116, 117, 108, 100. Finally, it reached 285 km per hour. This speed has exceeded the level of most helicopters, which means that even if the FBI wants to chase Wang Xiaoming in a helicopter, they will not be able to catch up. Seeing the scenery on both sides of the road receding constantly, even Matt, who had once driven a car, felt nervous. After all, the speed of more than 280 has surpassed most cars running on the ground. In fact, even those sports cars can reach this speed, they dare not drive to this speed. And after this jinbei reached this speed, the entire car body had already started to creak. Obviously, the wind resistance of the car body at this speed had almost reached its limit. Therefore, the three of Wang Xiaoming and the others stopped increasing their strength before reaching the limit level. Instead, they used mind control to stabilize the car body, and even made a wind cone in front of the car. This also caused the speed to increase further, reaching 320 kilometers. Fortunately, there are basically no cars on the roads in California, otherwise they might be mistaken for airplanes when they see them. A car with a speed of 300 km per hour can travel 500 km in just over an hour. At this time, Johnson just brought people back to the FBI in the town. As soon as he came back, he got the news that Wang Xiaoming and the others had already rented a car and left. After all, Matt used his own driver's license when renting a car before, and he immediately knew his information as soon as they were wanted. Looking at the information that Wang Xiaoming and the others rented a car in a nearby city for 2 hours, Johnson almost vomited blood with anger. But with Wang Xiaoming's traces again, of course Johnson couldn't let them go, and he led people to kill Mimo's border again. After all, the direction of Wang Xiaoming and the others can still be seen through the monitoring. Of course, he couldn't take the helicopter this time. After all, according to the camera records, Wang Xiaoming's speed reached an astonishing 300 kilometers, and their police helicopter's maximum speed was only more than 200 kilometers, and they couldn't catch up. Of course, the failure of the helicopter to catch up does not mean that the other planes cannot catch up. Johnson took more than 30 armed personnel from the FBI on a jet airliner at supersonic speed, and arrived at 500 kilometers in less than 20 minutes. The route they took: remember to open fire with all your strength when you see the car and be sure to kill these people. After arriving at the Mimo border, Johnson immediately led the FBI to ambush Wang Xiaoming on the road they were driving. This time, they not only carried all kinds of automatic rifles, but also more lethal weapons such as sniper rifles and rocket launchers. After all, when chasing and killing Wang Xiaoming and the others before, they were allowed to escape through the forest because they did not bring these. Johnson made the most complete preparations this time. After all, this world is a one-star world. Who knows if Wang Xiaoming and the others will reach 1 star? On the other side, Wang Xiaoming and the others were still accelerating the car, excitedly driving towards the Mimo border. After this period of training, Wang Xiaoming's mind control ability has steadily stayed at the level of more than 1,000 kilograms, which means that now Wang Xiaoming can defend against automatic rifle bullets by virtue of instinct. And Andrew also increased his mind control to 1,000 kilograms, which is 1 ton, during this more than an hour of exercise, and Matt and Steve's mind control ability also exceeded 900 kilograms. It can be said that although Wang Xiaoming and the others can't directly confront the army of this world, if they fight guerrilla, they can casually beat most of the army of this world. Even those sniper rifles that can break through their instinctive defenses will not be life-threatening as long as they pay attention. After all, the power of sniper rifle bullets will be greatly reduced after the defense slows down, and they are all wearing bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets, so it is impossible to break them with the power of sniper rifles. Xiaoming, why do I have an ominous premonition? as if we are getting closer and closer to danger. At this moment, Matt, who was mind in front, spoke. Hearing Matt's words, Steve also said, I also have this feeling, and it is still getting stronger. Andrew also nodded on the side. Stop the car! Wang Xiaoming yelled immediately after hearing what the three of them said. At this time, Wang Xiaoming and his car had arrived at a position not more than 2,000 meters outside Johnson's ambush circle. Following Wang Xiaoming's yell, Steve Andrew retracted his mind control, and Matt no longer stepped on the gas pedal. Of course, Matt didn't dare to step on the brakes at a speed of more than 300 km per hour, but Wang Xiaoming could use his mind to control the restraint to slow him down. Even so, the Jinbei barely stopped after sliding for more than 300 meters. Then the three of Andrew looked at Wang Xiaoming with some doubts. After all, they were just talking casually, but who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming's reaction would be so big? The situation is not right. We have awakened superpowers and sixth senses are far superior to ordinary people. Since everyone feels something wrong, it means that there is real danger ahead, and Andrew and Steve are accelerating the car along the way. The superpowers are seriously exhausted. It is best to take a break and observe the situation. Wang Xiaoming expressed his guess, although he didn't feel any danger. However, the three of Andrew, as the protagonists, all had a premonition of danger. The front was definitely not a safe place. After all, not everyone could awaken the sixth sense. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's explanation, Andrew and the three also agreed. After all, there was an ominous premonition in their hearts before, but now it has become smaller after stopping, which obviously indicates that there is danger ahead. And just like what Wang Xiaoming said, Andrew and Steve consumed a lot of mental energy along the way. Next, they need to cross the Mimo border and of course they need to recover to their best condition. Chapter 18. Johnson and the others, who were lying in ambush more than 1,800 meters away, looked at the Jinbei parked there with some doubts. Could it be that they found us? Looking at the parked Che Johnson, an FBI officer wearing the captain's costume like him said. Impossible, they don't have clairvoyant eyes, how could they find us? Maybe their car broke down. Johnson said a little unhappy. The FBI captain next to him is the commander of the operation, and he is only the second in command. Apparently he disappointed the chief of the FBI with their action of chasing and killing Wang Xiaoming yesterday, and with the passage of time he has become more and more disgusting to the people of this world, so he is only an adjutant this time. And it sounds nice to be called the deputy commander. In fact, they only need more than 30 people this time, so what kind of deputy commander is needed, so in fact he is no different from those ordinary soldiers. However, they did not attack Wang Xiaoming and the others. After all, Wang Xiaoming and the others just stopped and did not run away. If they attacked rashly, they might escape. After all, Wang Xiaoming and the others were more than 1,800 meters away from the ambush circle. Whether it was a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher, it would take a little time to fly over this distance. This time was enough for Wang Xiaoming and the others to use their thoughts to escape. Besides, it is more than 1,800 meters away, and the distance of the sniper is more than 2,000 meters. It is very difficult to accurately hit the enemy at this distance. Not to mention that such a distance will greatly reduce the power of the sniper rifle, and although the rocket launcher will not reduce the power, but the speed is too slow, the opponent can use superpowers to avoid or block the rocket launcher. In Wang Xiaoming, 800 meters away, they had a simple meal in the car and began to discuss the next move. The road ahead must not be followed. Although I don't know where there is a problem, let's change the road just in case. Wang Xiaoming spoke out his thoughts first. It's only over 10 kilometers away from Mozudge. How long will it take to make a detour? What if people from the FBI catch up? Steve was somewhat disapproving of Wang Xiaoming's experience. After all, it was really troublesome to make a sudden detour when he was about to escape to Moxage. It should have been a hallucination before. Xiaoming, you worry too much. After we recover, we will rush over directly. At that time, you will use superpowers to defend the car. There will be no problem. Matt also said not to deter. But Andrew said, why don't we take a detour? After all, we all have a premonition of danger. Detour, do you know how long the detour will take? From here, you have to go back more than 10 kilometers and walk about 30 kilometers on the side road to get there, and the opposite is still a wasteland. Matt heard both Wang Xiaoming and Andrew agreed to take a detour, so they took out the map and talked to them. Faced with Matt's statement, Wang Xiaoming still insisted, there must be an ambush ahead. Although we have not encountered enemies along the way, don't forget that there are cameras on the road. Our whereabouts must have been grasped by the FBI, it is normal for them to ambush us in front. Steve was also shaken by Wang Xiaoming's words. But Wang Xiaoming didn't stop and continued, and if the two of us take a detour, we can avoid conflicts with a large number of people from the FBI. After all, Matt, you also said that the road condition on that small road is not good. If the investigators want to chase us, they have to do what they did before, and we won't have nowhere to escape if we want to. In the end, Matt still agreed with Wang Xiaoming. After all, according to Wang Xiaoming's analysis, there must be people from the FBI ambushing ahead, and the detour has no other disadvantages except for bad road conditions. Of course, even after discussing the countermeasures, they didn't set off right away. After all, neither Andrew, Steve, nor Matt have recovered their mental strength. If they continue to walk, they will not be able to exert their full strength if they encounter danger. You must know that Andrew's mind control is the same as Wang Xiaoming's, which can reach 1,000 kilograms, which is 1 ton. If this level of strength explodes at full strength, it can completely make people fly at a speed close to 300 kilometers. If they were really facing the enemy, this would not be inferior to Wang Xiaoming's combat power, and Andrew and the three of them all like to fight with overload, so they could even exert 2 tons of strength. Wang Xiaoming's advantage lies in durability. After all, the 99% consumption reduction makes him extremely durable. But fortunately, the few people didn't use their full strength when accelerating the car before, and the mental energy consumed by each person was not too much, but they recovered after half an hour of rest. Okay, I already feel energetic, let's go on. Steve said excitedly. Andrew and Matt also said they recovered, so Matt started the car again. The moment Matt started the car, Wang Xiaoming, Steve, Andrew, and the three of them used mind control to lift the whole car up and then turned around quickly. The whole movement was completed in less than a second. Then Matt kicked the accelerator and the car drove away quickly. When Matt started the car, the FBI personnel who had been in ambush for half an hour became vigilant and put their weapons in the most suitable positions one by one. But the next second they saw the Golden Cup turn around and walk away in an instant, which made the new commander very angry. Now Wang Xiaoming and the others have escaped. Of course, these FBI personnel no longer continue to pretend. They all came out of the ambush and got into the car to chase after Wang Xiaoming and the others. For a better ambush, their helicopter was not nearby and it would take more than 10 minutes to rush over. And more than 10 minutes is enough for Wang Xiaoming and the others to escape from the scope of the United States. Although they are the FBI, of course they can't go to Moxage to arrest Wang Xiaoming and his group. Chapter 19. Watching the police car chasing after him, Steve couldn't help wiping off a cold sweat. Xiaoming, thank you for convincing us, otherwise we would have really entered the ambush of these FBI. Steve's words aroused the approval of Matt and Andrew. After all, if Wang Xiaoming insisted on taking a detour, they would have hung up if they were not sure. However, the speed of Wang Xiaoming's Jinbei car is not as fast as the police car of the FBI, so Wang Xiaoming and the others used mind control to accelerate the car again. Slow down, you need to turn right at the intersection ahead. Matt shouted suddenly after the speed soared to 270 yards. It's impossible to turn at this speed. Everyone lift the car up and put it on the road over there. Wang Xiaoming said immediately after looking at the dashboard of the car. They are now less than 100 meters away from the intersection, and it is too late to turn. Even if they brake, it is impossible to turn. But Wang Xiaoming and the others couldn't bear it. With the concerted efforts of the four of them, the car took off directly, and then drifted directly to the side road. Although this road is better than the mountain road they took yesterday, it is also very limited, at most because the ground is flat and not so bumpy. Wang Xiaoming and the others can control turns with their thoughts, but the FBI people don't have this ability. The FBI people, who had already been thrown away by Wang Xiaoming and the others 5 kilometers away, turned at a fork in the road. Wang Xiaoming and the others were only 10 miles away from the border, kilometers away. But at this time, the helicopter of the FBI rushed over, and the helicopter was not restricted by the terrain. Johnson was on the helicopter, and he knew from the very beginning that he would not be able to catch up with Wang Xiaoming and the others by car, so after the commander gave the order to chase them, he went back to find the helicopter and came with the helicopter. Then the 3 helicopters quickly found Wang Xiaoming and the others. But because Wang Xiaoming is on top, even if he wants to do it himself, as the leader of this novice mission, if he kills the rookie, he will not only be punished with points, but will also be forced to be sent to Samsung World to perform 3 missions. Of course, it's just that he can't do it himself, but these FBI soldiers don't have this restriction. After catching up with Wang Xiaoming and their car, the heavy machine gun on the helicopter opened fire. The 3 heavy machine guns can fire more than 100 bullets per second, and the thin iron sheet of the Golden Cup has no protective effect at all against such a hail of bullets. And Wang Xiaoming thought it was bad when he heard the sound of the helicopter, but this time they are not in the forest and there is no place to hide even if they want to run. Everyone, use superpowers to defend! Wang Xiaoming shouted. While he was roaring, his mind control fully covered the car body and completely protected the entire Jinbei inside. Just as Wang Xiaoming said that, the 3 helicopters fell into the sky and opened fire. The power of this heavy machine gun is not comparable to that of an automatic rifle. Even though Wang Xiaoming's mind control has reached more than 1 ton, he still can't stand the fire of 3 heavy machine guns. It's not that he doesn't have enough mental power. With the blessing of his infinite firepower talent, he basically can't lack mental power, but these heavy machine guns keep shooting at one place, and Wang Xiaoming's mind control defense can't completely offset it. Soon, bullets penetrated Wang Xiaoming's defense and hit the car. It was only at this time that the 3 of Andrew and the others came to their senses, and then, like Wang Xiaoming, used mind control to protect the entire car. Wang Xiaoming's protective cover is the outermost layer, then Andrew's, followed by Matt's, and the innermost one is Steve's. With 4 layers of protection, even the heavy machine guns on the plane can penetrate at most 3 layers, and finally hit Steve's protective cover and stopped powerlessly. The reason why this heavy machine gun is so powerful is that the power of the heavy machine gun is really great, and the protective cover set by Wang Xiaoming and his mind control needs to defend the entire vehicle. The larger the defense area, the defensive power will naturally decrease. In fact, the defensive power of the protective shields that Wang Xiaoming and the others arranged was only a little stronger than their instinctive defenses. With 3 helicopters circling overhead, Matt drove even faster. Looking at the Golden Cup below, which was shot by heavy machine guns but was still intact, Johnson became even more angry. The reason why he was so angry was that he didn't kill Andrew and the other protagonists, and on the other hand, he was jealous. That's right, it's jealousy. After all, Wang Xiaoming, a newcomer reincarnated, is the superpower he gained after following these protagonists. And the superpowers they obtained are still so powerful. Although he is already a 1-star superhuman, his strength is not necessarily much stronger than them. Fire the cannonballs and blast their shells! Johnson roared angrily. Of course there are no shells on the helicopter, but the people on it are carrying rocket launchers. Of course, the shells that Johnson asked his men to fire are rocket launchers. "Sir, you need a command to launch a rocket launcher." But it was obvious that the people on the plane did not obey Johnson's words. After all, Johnson is not the commander of the action this time, and they don't know why they are very upset when they see Johnson. And Johnson's walkie-talkie also came from the commander's words, "No rocket launch is allowed, and the order above is to capture the opponent as much as possible, and even if he cannot be captured alive, his body must be kept intact." Hearing this, Johnson was so angry that he was half dead, but he couldn't refute it. After all, the opponent is the commander of this operation. Although he has the title of deputy commander, he is actually no different from ordinary soldiers. Chapter 20. Seeing the car below getting closer to the border, Johnson became more anxious, but the 3 heavy machine guns on the helicopter could not break the 4 protective shields arranged by Wang Xiaoming and the others at all. "Drive forward, set up roadblocks in front, at least let them slow down." Johnson suddenly saw the chained roadblocks in the main world and said to the driver in front. Of course, the driver in front of Johnson will not object to this request. After all, this is a normal operation. Of course, the main reason is that Johnson has already picked up the automatic rifle in his hand. He is worried that if he does not agree, Johnson will shoot him directly. And without the firepower of a helicopter, Wang Xiaoming's defense was even easier. After all, Wang Xiaoming's unlimited firepower didn't consume much mental power, but the 3 behind him, Andrew, Steve, Matt, didn't. Although Wang Xiaoming stopped most of the bullets in front, the rest still made them a little difficult, especially Andrew on the 2nd floor, whose nosebleeds flowed out again in just 3 minutes. "Steve, give Andrew a push." Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming immediately said to Steve next to him. "Then let Andrew remove the mind control, and now there is 1 less heavy machine gun, and the number of bullets leaking to the 2nd floor is much smaller." Although Steve's mind can't control Andrew, it can still support it. After all, Steve basically didn't receive any consumption of mental power on the last layer before, and now he's fine even on the 2nd layer. In 3 minutes, the vehicle moved forward again for about 5 kilometers, but when they saw the barbed wire fence on the Mimo border, they stopped and bumped. Then the car lost control. If Andrew, who was resting, hadn't pulled the car to a stop with his mind control, the car might have overturned directly. "What's going on?" Wang Xiaoming asked immediately after the car stopped. "A flat tire." Matt returned. "Damn, what are we going to do then?" It was Steve's voice. Wang Xiaoming looked at the helicopter that was still firing non-stop in the sky and said to Matt, "Is there no way to continue?" Matt shook his head and said, "It can't be driven, something is caught in the wheel." Then they saw Johnson and his party appearing not far ahead, all of them holding automatic rifles. However, no fire was fired and even the helicopter in the sky stopped. Then a soldier came out and took out a loudspeaker and said loudly, "The people in front hear that you are surrounded. Putting down your weapons and surrendering is the only way out for you." What to do? Even the taciturn Andrew panicked. "Kill over there, get out of the car later and reduce the range of the protective cover," and everyone rushes towards the border together. As long as they reach Moxico, these FBI adults will not dare to chase them. Of course, Wang Xiaoming has no intention of surrendering. The 3 of Andrew and the others may survive if they surrender, but he, an existence hated by the world, will definitely end up miserable if he surrenders. "Let's just surrender. Although we will be sentenced, it's better than death." Matt was a little reluctant. Not only Matt, Steve was also a little moved. After all, they were just ordinary high school seniors a day ago. Even though he had a little bit of superpower before, he still had awe of the federal government, and now it is reasonable to face the siege of the FBI and want to surrender. On the contrary, Andrew has no intention of surrendering at all. As a person who has been bullied all year round, although he has not been blackened, he is definitely a bold person. "Surrender, don't forget how we were targeted by the FBI. I guess we'll spend the rest of our lives in the lab after surrender, and don't forget we're the ones who killed the FBI, do you think they will let us go? Of course, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to let Matt and Steve surrender. If only Andrew is left in the end, his plan will basically fail. That's right, maybe they just waited for us to surrender and then shot us to death. Don't forget that our protective shields can withstand heavy machine guns. Andrew also spoke in support of Wang Xiaoming. After hearing what Wang Xiaoming and Andrew said, Matt and Steve never said anything about surrendering. Wang Xiaoming loaded the automatic rifle and got out of the car first. The three of Andrew followed closely behind, and then the shield quickly shrank from covering a car to covering the four of them. The coverage area is directly reduced by 9 layers, and the defense power of the protective cover soars rapidly. Seeing Wang Xiaoming and the others getting out of the car in full armor, the FBI staff clearly saw Wang Xiaoming's choice. The next moment, members of the FBI with automatic rifles in front of the helicopter in the sky opened fire. However, hitting the protective cover with reduced defensive area and greatly increased defensive power could not break the defense at all. Even the first layer of protective cover arranged by Wang Xiaoming could not be broken. Andrew, Steve, Matt, leave the defense to me, and use your superpowers to attack with all your might. Wang Xiaoming suddenly realized that the automatic rifles they held didn't seem to work because of the shields, so he asked Andrew and the others to use their thoughts to control the attack. After the mind control reached 1 ton, Andrew's attack range reached 100 meters, and Steve and Matt also had a range of more than 90 meters. There was no problem at all in attacking the federal investigator who was only more than 30 meters away. Chapter 21. More than 900 or even 1000 kilograms of force acts on the human body, which basically means that you will be disabled if you rub it, and you will die if you knock it down. Facing the attack of the 3 Andrews, more than a dozen federal investigators were all killed by the 3 Andrews in just a second, and the only survivor, Johnson, turned and fled with lingering fear. But if he wanted to run away, Andrew was unwilling to let him go, and Johnson was levitated before he could take 2 steps. This man's physical fitness is so strong, he didn't die with my ton of strength. Of course, Andrew didn't kill Johnson either. After all, he was also curious about why Johnson's physical fitness was so strong. Since his physical fitness is strong, let's use him to block bullets. Wang Xiaoming said beside him. Points will be deducted for attacking the reincarnation members of the same team, and if the points are not enough, they will be obliterated by the reincarnation space. The reason why Wang Xiaoming did not make a move is that he is the only one who can withstand the heavy machine gun fire, and on the other hand, it is because if he kills Johnson will be punished by deducting points. That's why Wang Xiaoming asked Andrew and the 3 of them to do it. In fact, after Andrew and the others saw Johnson, they subconsciously felt that this person in front of them was disgusting. So Andrew brought Johnson back, and neither Steve nor Matt objected. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Andrew immediately grabbed Johnson and placed it on top of his head, but this did not stop the 3 helicopters that were firing. The heavy machine guns on the 3 helicopters continued to fire as if they hadn't seen Johnson, and even aimed at Johnson deliberately. Obviously, the pilots of these helicopters are also full of disgust for Johnson. Before, it was because it was inconvenient for everyone to do it in the same camp. Now that Johnson insists on sending it to the muzzle, it is no wonder to blame them. Johnson, on the other hand, was not beaten to pieces in the face of the heavy machine gun. As a reincarnation with 1-star physical enhancement, although he could not be said to be immune to the attack of the heavy machine gun, at least he would not be killed so quickly. But injuries are inevitable. After all, no matter how strong his body is, he is only at the level of a star. Under the heavy machine gun fire, he will soon be covered with cuts and bruises, and many wounds even have deep bones. But even so, Johnson still didn't die, and his vitality as a physically strengthened transcendent was equally astonishing. With Johnson blocking most of the bullets, the pressure on Wang Xiaoming is much less. Although Wang Xiaoming blocked all the bullets from the heavy machine gun before, the constant impact of the bullets also caused him to have a nosebleed. It was obvious that the upper limit of the heavy machine guns fired in large numbers exceeded 1 ton, but Wang Xiaoming's pressure immediately decreased by 90% after Johnson stepped up. It was as if the pilot on the helicopter had a deep hatred with Johnson, and kept aiming at Johnson and firing. Under the cover of Johnson, Wang Xiaoming and the others successfully walked the last few hundred meters. Of course, Johnson died before Wang Xiaoming and the others reached the Mimo border. However, even the dead Johnson's body still has an amazing defense, and it still blocked the heavy machine gun firepower on the helicopter for more than 7 floors. After crossing the border of Mimo, the helicopter stopped and the heavy machine guns stopped firing. Although the United States is far stronger than Mexico, this cannot be the reason why their FBI opened fire on Mexico. After all, the United States is not the only big country in this world. And Wang Xiaoming and his group who entered Mexico couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The difficulty of the few hundred meters was even more difficult than all their previous escapes. The helicopter stopped firing, and Wang Xiaoming and the others didn't have to keep facing Johnson's body. Throwing Johnson's body down, Wang Xiaoming said to the 3 of Andrew, "Let's go, they don't dare to continue chasing, and then we need to find a place to rest." After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, the 3 of Andrew and Wang Xiaoming used mind control to fly away after taking a last look at the United States. Having already left the territory of the United States, Wang Xiaoming and the others can fly freely without needing to avoid the radar of the United States. But those FBI people who chased and killed Wang Xiaoming and the others could only watch Wang Xiaoming and the 4 of them fly away, but there was nothing they could do. After all, if they continue to chase, they will enter Mosaj's territory, and ordinary FBI members like them will definitely be unable to eat and walk around. Besides, Wang Xiaoming and the others are not incapable of resisting. They witnessed the scene of Johnson and others being killed before. If they continue to chase Wang Xiaoming and fight back against them, what will they do? So he simply said that the other party fled to the territory of Mosaj and there was no way to chase him, so there was an excuse. Moreover, Johnson, who insisted on hunting down Wang Xiaoming and others, is dead, and the new commander has no interest in going to Moxage to hunt down and kill Wang Xiaoming and others. Instead, it was Johnson's performance that attracted him. After all, Johnson had resisted a heavy machine gun for nearly 3 minutes before being killed. Now that they had let Wang Xiaoming and the others go, they could barely do the job by pulling Johnson's body back. Anyway, they all exist beyond the limits of human beings, and compared to superpowers like Wang Xiaoming and the others who don't know the principle, Johnson's pure physical fitness is more researchable. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Wang Xiaoming and the others. The 4 of them stopped after flying for half an hour, because the mental power of the 3 of Andrew was almost exhausted. And a dilapidated town not far ahead also appeared in front of them. Chapter 22. During the remaining 8 days when Chaoneng was out of control, the 3 of Wang Xiaoming and Andrew stayed in this small town. Relying on the guns and jackals in their hands, the 3 of Wang Xiaoming and Andrew took over the local gangs very smoothly and became the new gang leaders here. Then Wang Xiaoming concentrated on training his superpowers, and so did the 3 of Andrew. In the few days before being hunted down by the FBI, it can be said that everyone fully understood the importance of strength. Although Wang Xiaoming's strength has not undergone earth-shaking changes in the 8 days, it has also strengthened a lot. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 9. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 17. Mental power, 170/170, using mind control requires mental power consumption. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, none. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 1465 kilograms. The current world is supernatural crystal world. Main task, survive for 30 days and hours, reward, 100 points. This spiritual attribute increased a little the next day after being hunted down by the FBI. Obviously Wang Xiaoming's previous guess was correct, and the experience of life and death can indeed increase. The other attributes are his training these days. In these 10 days, apart from training his mind control, Wang Xiaoming also exercises his body. This will increase his physical fitness, and of course it has something to do with his own physical fitness. 30 days have come, and the reincarnation chooses whether to return. An emotionless mechanical voice rang in Wang Xiaoming's ear. He didn't hesitate to choose to return directly. After all, it doesn't make much sense to stay in this world. The next moment Wang Xiaoming appeared in an empty and white room. You return to the reincarnation space. This is your first novice mission and you will be healed for free. As soon as the words of the reincarnation space fell, a white beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Xiaoming in it. Wang Xiaoming felt that his whole body felt like soaking in a hot spring, and his whole body was extremely refreshed, and even Wang Xiaoming's scars and dark wounds disappeared. After the beam of light disappeared, although Wang Xiaoming's strength did not improve, he felt that he was much stronger than before, both in terms of body and mind control. Obviously, this beam of light not only healed Wang Xiaoming's hidden wounds on his body, but also healed his mental wounds. But it's a pity that such benefits are only available for the first mission. If you want to heal in the future, you have to spend points. Wang Xiaoming said with some regret. Although I don't know how many points the reincarnation space cost me for my treatment, but I think it's not too cheap. After all, the samsara space revived Wang Xiaoming with full blood in the few seconds just now. This effect could be called the strongest healing skill if Wang Xiaoming could not be used in missions. By the way, how many points have I gained for this mission? At this time, he was in the mood to look at the huge light curtain that appeared after the treatment, which showed everything Wang Xiaoming experienced when he entered the world of superpower out of control. From the beginning of following Andrew and the three to obtain the supernatural crystal, to practicing mind control, to being hunted down by the FBI, until finally Wang Xiaoming left in the town of Moxigo, everything Wang Xiaoming experienced in the mission world is in front of his eyes. Fast playback in the middle of the screen. New world, surviving the main task of the supernatural crystal world for 30 days will reward you with 100 points. Killing 18 natives of the supernatural crystal world rewards 18 points. Changing the trajectory of the power crystal rewards 3000 points. A total of 3118 points were obtained for this mission. And after the settlement, there was a long piece of information in Wang Xiaoming's mind, which was an introduction to the space of reincarnation. In the reincarnation space, as long as you have points, you can exchange for various magical items, and you can even directly spend points to increase attributes. Not bad, I got more than 3000 points, let me see what I can buy. Wang Xiaoming opened the extra store interface on the property panel after returning to the reincarnation space. There are 4 major categories in the store, which are items, bloodlines, skills, and skills. There are countless things in each category. Of course, in addition to the things sold in the reincarnation space, there is also a reincarnation consignment place on the top of the store. Reincarnation people only need to spend a little points to put the things they get on the consignment. And because there is a reincarnation space to be firm, there is no need to worry about fakes. Wang Xiaoming first visited the store in the reincarnation space. There were all kinds of things on it, ranging from ordinary knives, guns, and sticks to space battleships. As for the bloodline skills, there are many that Wang Xiaoming has never heard of. As for the skills, they are all kinds of things similar to superpowers, which can be learned directly without learning. Although Wang Xiaoming has gained more than 3000 points in this novice mission, Wang Xiaoming still can't afford those good things, just like the cheapest space battleship needs millions of points. As for those powerful blood-returning skills, they are even more unattainable. Any one of them has millions of points, so Wang Xiaoming's 3000 points are not enough. Of course, 3,000 points is already a lot for a newcomer and even most reincarnations who have experienced 3 or 5 missions. At least most of the 1-star skills and bloodline skills do not exceed 3,000. Although Wang Xiaoming saw a few good things in the store and he could afford to exchange them, he didn't exchange them immediately but opened the reincarnated person's consignment office. Unlike the reincarnation space store with classification, the items in the reincarnation consignment shop are not classified at all, and the sorting is also by default, that is, sorting by the time it was put on the shelf. Of course, there is still a search bar on it. Wang Xiaoming directly selects the skill and clicks search. All the various items before have disappeared, replaced by a whole page of skills. Then Wang Xiaoming searched for less than 3,000 points, and the items that appeared decreased again. Of course, there are still a lot of skill books left, so Wang Xiaoming needs to check it slowly and then compare it with the store price in Samsara space. In addition, Wang Xiaoming also checked the price of adding attributes, which is only available in the reincarnation space, and the price is very simple and clear. Every additional point below 10 o'clock requires 50 points, 100 points to 20 o'clock, 200 points to 20 to 30 o'clock, and so on. It's quite a bargain. If I increase my mental attributes, I can also increase my mind control, and other strength, agility, and physique can also be strengthened. Wang Xiaoming was a little moved when he saw the price of strengthening attributes, but he held back when he thought that he only had 3,000 points. He is going to exchange skills first, after all, he has the talent of unlimited firepower. If he does not exchange skills, it would be a waste of money. Chapter 23. After screening, Wang Xiaoming finally chose 4 skills, namely Flash Healing and Thunder Summoning. Blink, instantly teleport within a distance of 100 meters in one direction, consumes 10 points of mana, spiritual power, cools down for 5 minutes, purchase price is 800 points. Healing, it can instantly restore the target's 100 points of vitality, each point of constitution is equal to 10 points of vitality, consumes 10 points of magic power, spiritual power, the cooling time is 3 minutes, and the purchase price is 500 points. Call of Thunder, summon a bolt of lightning, which can cause 100 points of damage to enemies within 1,700 meters, spiritual power *10, and has a paralysis effect. It consumes 10 points of mana, spiritual power, cools down for 1 minute, and costs 300 credits. Skills Wang Xiaoming will buy these 3 for the time being. After all, his own mind control talent is a combination of machine attack, defense, and movement. Buying these 3 skills is mainly to make up for his own shortcomings. For example, Flash can make Wang Xiaoming ignore collision teleportation, which can be said to be a life-saving magic skill, and healing is needless to say. After all, in the mission world, who can guarantee that he will not be injured? And the final Thunder Summoning is an ultra-long-range attack, which can solve the problem of Wang Xiaoming's mind control attack distance is not enough. And the most important thing is that these skills can be blessed by Wang Xiaoming's infinite firepower talent, not only the consumption becomes extremely small, but also the cooldown time is only 1/10 of the original. Blink, which could only be used once every 5 minutes, now only takes 30 seconds to use once, and the healing technique has changed from 18 seconds to Thunder Call to 6 seconds. It can be said that Wang Xiaoming, who has unlimited firepower, can completely incarnate into a magic fortress, and the Thunder Call once every 6 seconds is enough to make people terrified. After all, this skill can cause 100 points of damage plus Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attribute bonus can reach 121 points of damage, and most newcomers don't necessarily have that much vitality. In other words, Wang Xiaoming's skill can instantly kill people with a physique below 13 points. It cost Wang Xiaoming 1,600 points to buy these 3 skills, which Wang Xiaoming bought at the Reincarnation Consignment Office, and it would take more than 3,000 points to buy them at the Reincarnation Space Store. Just learn these 3 skills, and the next step is to strengthen the attributes. Although there are still many things that Wang Xiaoming is also greedy for, but Wang Xiaoming must keep some to strengthen attributes. The first is the spiritual attribute. As a mage-oriented person, the spiritual attribute is the most important thing. After all, no matter what skills Wang Xiaoming releases, including mind control, the spiritual attribute will be increased. After adding some points, Wang Xiaoming's final attribute becomes Reincarnation. Name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 21. Mental power, 210/210, using skills requires mental power consumption. Vitality, 150/150, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. Points, 68. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, blink, heal, call of thunder. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 1405 kilograms. The main thing he added was the spirit attribute. It cost Wang Xiaoming 500 points to increase the spirit attribute from 17 points to 21 points by 4 points, and the remaining physical agility and strength only cost more than 1000 points. After this round of strengthening, although Wang Xiaoming's strength is not earth-shaking, it can be regarded as a great increase in strength. After all, the various skills and attribute enhancements he bought this time can be said to make up for his shortcomings. Although they can't improve their combat effectiveness, they can make him have no obvious weaknesses. Just like in the super out-of-control world, the main reason why Wang Xiaoming and Andrew were hunted down was because they had obvious shortcomings. Moreover, their mind control ability is not strong enough, which also caused them to be hunted down by a group of ordinary people. If it were the current Wang Xiaoming, not to mention the thunder summoning alone would be enough for the FBI to drink a pot, not to mention that Wang Xiaoming used the flash technique to shorten the distance and directly used the mind control to tear them apart. Moreover, spending more than 1500 points to add points this time has also greatly increased Wang Xiaoming's attributes. Not to mention his main spiritual attributes, just physical fitness and speed, Wang Xiaoming is far beyond ordinary people. Even the worst strength is 10% higher than that of ordinary people. Although Wang Xiaoming can't use these attributes in battle, after these attributes are improved, they will no longer be a drag on Wang Xiaoming. After completing the exchange, Wang Xiaoming will no longer stay in the reincarnation space. The management of the reincarnation space in this reincarnation space is not like some infinite flow novels where you can't leave the reincarnation space. You can leave the reincarnation space directly as long as you complete the task. Of course, you can stay in it if you want. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't have the idea of staying in the reincarnation space forever. After all, no matter what you do in the reincarnation space, you need points. However, the task in the reincarnation space will happen once every 30 days. If you stay in the reincarnation space for these 30 days, you will need to spend at least 50 or 60 points to meet your living needs. Wang Xiaoming is not in any danger in the main world, why must he stay in the reincarnation space? So he chose to leave after completing the exchange. After returning to the main world, Wang Xiaoming looked at the familiar surroundings and felt as if a long time had passed. Of course, only 30 minutes have passed in the main world, but for Wang Xiaoming, a month has passed. Of course, Wang Xiaoming, who has become a reincarnated person, has no intention of continuing to be a scientist now. During this month's intermission between missions, he can completely use it to improve his mind control ability. After all, he has reached the level of 1 ton in less than a month after obtaining this ability. Of course, continuing to exercise is the best choice. As a senior student, Wang Xiaoming actually doesn't have any classes anymore. The main reason why he stayed in school before was because he didn't have the money to pay for the free accommodation and cheap meals at the school. Although Wang Xiaoming still doesn't have much money, he took a 1 kilogram gold bar with him when he left the superpower out of control world, which can basically meet his normal living expenses. Rented a single-family yard not far from the school, and Wang Xiaoming once again immersed himself in hard work. Now Wang Xiaoming's mental attribute is 21, and he can increase the power of mind control by 2.1 kilograms every half an hour of exercise, which is 4.2 in 1 hour. And Wang Xiaoming, who is free all day long, can exercise for 15 hours a day, so that the upper limit of his daily mind control strength can increase by 63 kilograms. Chapter 24. Time passed quickly as Wang Xiaoming worked hard, and a month passed quickly. During this month, apart from eating and sleeping, Wang Xiaoming practiced his mind control at other times. An increase of 63 kilograms per day for 30 days. Wang Xiaoming's mind control power has increased by 1,890 kilograms, even though the previous Wang Xiaoming's mind control power has already reached more than 3 tons. 30 days have passed really quickly, but this month has also increased my strength again. Now I guess I can hold a heavy machine gun just by being passive. Wang Xiaoming directly chose to enter the reincarnation space when the time was up. The reincarnation space does not have a requirement that it is not allowed to spread its name, so Wang Xiaoming does not need to pay attention to whether anyone finds himself when he enters the reincarnation space. With Wang Xiaoming's current strength to dominate the world and his technological level, there is basically nothing he can do about it, unless he is directly hit by a shell or covered by a large amount of gunpowder explosion, otherwise it is impossible to break through Wang Xiaoming's defense. Back in the reincarnation space, the place where he appeared is still the pure white room, but the content on the light curtain that was settled before has changed. Reincarnator Wang Xiaoming has currently experienced 1 mission world times. Reincarnation Wang Xiaoming will enter the 1-star world. Reincarnation space will be taught in 10 minutes, please prepare for reincarnation. Hey, the assignment of tasks in the reincarnation space is calculated according to how many worlds you have experienced. I thought it was based on your strength. Seeing the introduction above, Wang Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he went back to practice his mind control was because he was afraid that the reincarnation space would arrange the world according to his strength. Even though Wang Xiaoming becomes stronger, the easier it is to enter Gao Xing's world, but at least the stronger the strength, the easier it is to survive. Now it seems that he is a little too worried. The reincarnation space arranges the world according to the tasks he has experienced so that Wang Xiaoming doesn't have to worry about too much danger. With his current strength, not to mention walking sideways in the 1-star world, he is basically considered a top expert in it. As long as he doesn't encounter a technological world like the one where superpower was out of control, it is basically impossible for anyone to pose any threat to him. However, I still need to buy a backpack that can store things, or I won't even stutter if I'm hunted down like last time. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered that he should buy a backpack, but now that the mission was about to start, he couldn't leave the reincarnation space, so he had to go to the reincarnation consignment section of the store to search. Fortunately, there are more than 60 points left, otherwise there is really no other way. Wang Xiaoming chooses a backpack with less than 68 points. Unlike the previous search for skill books, this search included more than a dozen products, most of which were backpacks of various materials. But the bag with a price tag of 60 points at the top caught Wang Xiaoming's attention, because the price of this item is double digits, and the other most expensive one is just a 5-point Warcraft leather backpack. Click on its introduction, and Wang Xiaoming quickly understands why this bag can have this value. Space bag, a kind of storage equipment commonly used by low-level immortal cultivators. It can be recognized that the main use requires a spiritual attribute of 20, and the built-in space is 1 cubic meter. Seeing this introduction, Wang Xiaoming bought it without any hesitation. After all, this space bag is really useful for him. Of course, if you change someone, you will definitely be reluctant to part with it. After all, 60 points is a lot. Know that Wang Xiaoming's novice task is only 100 points. The most embarrassing thing is that this space bag also requires a mental attribute of 20. Those with 20 spiritual attributes basically don't like this interspatial bag, and those who like this interspatial bag don't have 20 spiritual attributes. Only people like Wang Xiaoming, who have only gone through a novice mission but can strengthen their spirits to blackjack, are interested in this interspatial bag. After spending 60 points to buy the space bag he saw at the consignment shop appeared in Wang Xiaoming's hand. This space bag is similar to a wallet. Wang Xiaoming chose to bind it to recognize its owner. The next moment the space bag painted a streamer and penetrated into Wang Xiaoming's arm, and then Wang Xiaoming could feel a cubic space with a diameter of 1 meter appearing in his mind. This thing is pretty easy to use. After learning how to use the space bag, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but admire. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Wang Xiaoming just felt that he was in a trance, and the next moment he appeared in a strange environment. This seems to be a prison. This birth point is a bit ridiculous. Wang Xiaoming was observing his surroundings when a voice rang in his ear. Only then did he look at his teammates this time. But what surprised him was that there were 15 people in total this time. 3 of them were standing like Wang Xiaoming, and the remaining 11 were lying on the ground motionless. Are these newcomers? Wang Xiaoming looked at these newcomers and asked in confusion. Just finished the first novice task, it seems that your attributes are good. Hearing Wang Xiaoming ask, a middle-aged man next to him said. Seeing the middle-aged man, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but shrink his eyes, because this middle-aged man looks a bit like the Johnson that Wang Xiaoming met in the previous world. Of course, Wang Xiaoming will not be hostile to the other party just because the other party looks like Johnson, then Wang Xiaoming's enemies will be countless. Wang Xiaoming just nodded without saying a word. My surname is Huang, so you can call me Lao Huang. To be able to stay awake and teleport, you must have strength, agility, and physique. One of the attributes must reach 20 or the mental attribute must reach 15. These people are not necessarily newcomers. Of course, the one-star world basically newcomers will be assigned. Moreover, you can get 10 points for explaining the rules of reincarnation space to newcomers. Of course, we can't do anything to newcomers in this world. If you kill newcomers, 1000 points will be deducted and the next 3 levels of tasks will increase the difficulty by 2. Lao Huang explained the rules to Wang Xiaoming, but only Wang Xiaoming was listening and the other man and woman were observing the surroundings. Obviously, the 2 reincarnations whose attributes reach 20 or spirit reach 15 are basically newcomers like Wang Xiaoming. Soon the people lying on the ground woke up, and then Lao Huang walked over to tell them the rules of the reincarnation space. Wang Xiaoming could tell that 3 of them didn't listen much, and obviously these 3 were not newcomers either. Chapter 25. At this time, Wang Xiaoming is free to open the property panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 21. Mental power, 210/210, using skills requires mental power consumption. Vitality, 150/150, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. Points, 68. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, blink, heal, call of thunder. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 3,295 kilograms. The current world is, ruins in the yellow sand. Main task, survive for more than 30 days, reward, 100 points, after 30 days, add 10 points for each additional day of survival. The name I gave in Samsara space is really weird, but I just don't know which world it is. Looking at the world name given by Samsara space, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help complaining. After all, superpowers out of control can be named supernatural crystals. Who knows what kind of world this ruin in the yellow sand is? It seems that we still have to understand this world to be able to figure out which world this is. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming also began to observe the surrounding environment. What they are now in is a prison cell similar to that of ancient times. The ground is covered with hay and there are more than a dozen prisoners in prison uniforms with fluffy hair squatting in the corner. But after seeing the guns guarded outside, Wang Xiaoming dismissed the idea that this was the ancient world. Soon the protective cover of the reincarnation space disappeared, and the noisy sound outside also reached the ears of the reincarnation people. At this moment, a man in a taupe dress, a certain sun hat and a white suit walked towards the cell where they were, accompanied by a jailer. O'Connor, get up soon, someone is coming to see you. Obviously they are not looking for reincarnated people like Wang Xiaoming. However, upon hearing the name Wang Xiaoming, there was a sense of familiarity, and seeing the woman and the blonde man walking past with a disheveled face, Wang Xiaoming already had the answer in his heart. This is the world of Mummy 1. The ruins in the yellow sand and the space of reincarnation are really tastefully named, and this world is called a one-star world, so how could such a powerful Immortan be one star? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help complaining. Suddenly Wang Xiaoming remembered that Immortan hadn't been resurrected now, that is to say, this world is indeed a one-star world now, but after Eve and the others resurrected Immortan, it might not be so. This space of reincarnation is really pitiful. If I didn't know the plot, I would really think that the strongest person in this world is only one star, and I wouldn't know how to die. After discovering the real situation of this world, Wang Xiaoming repeatedly warned himself not to take the information of the reincarnation space as the standard. After all, the world cannot remain unchanged. It is not certain that a world that looks like 1 star today will directly become 5 or 6 stars in 2 days. Wang Xiaoming looked at O'Connor who was molesting Eve in front of him. Wang Xiaoming really confirmed that he had come to the world of the Mummy 1 Legend of Ghosts. Then Wang Xiaoming began to recall the plot of Legend of Gods and Ghosts. Although he had watched this movie for a long time, Wang Xiaoming still remembered the plot very clearly. Unlike Superpower and Out of Control, which I only watched once, Wang Xiaoming has watched the movie Legend of the Mummy and Ghosts repeatedly, and he can basically remember the plot clearly. In my mind, I once again recalled the plot of the Mummy legend. The Legend of Gods and Ghosts. The story happened in 1719 BC, when Immortan, the high priest of Egypt, and Ansuna, the concubine of the pharaoh, had an adulterous affair. Immediately joined forces with Ansuna to kill the pharaoh, and then Ansuna was forced to kill by the pharaoh's guards. In order to save his lover, Immortan took great risks and stole Ansuna's body from the tomb, and entered the tomb of the pharaohs and the place where the treasures were accumulated, Hamna Tower, the capital of the dead. Hewell, the holy book that can control death, the black book of the dead, was taken out, and then Ansuna's internal organs were placed in 5 holy bottles, and then the mysterious spell in the black book of the dead was used to remove Ansuna's soul from the ground. The mansion summoned back, and seeing that the ceremony was about to be successfully completed, at this time, the pharaoh's guards broke in and interrupted the ceremony, and Ansuna's soul was forced to return to the underworld. Immortan and his monks were severely punished by the guards. The monks were made into mummies alive, and Immortan was betrayed in the history of Egypt because he killed the pharaoh and disturbed the peace of the dead. The most terrifying punishment, insect bite, cut off his tongue, wrapped his whole body into a mummy shape, and put him alive in an iron coffin, and poured human-eating beetles, Egyptian scarabs, and let these beetles slowly die, devouring Immortan, so that he could still feel that his body was being eaten slowly when he died. This was a desperate fear like falling into hell. Because this kind of punishment is too vicious, and it is said that as long as the person who has received this punishment returns from the underworld again, he will have infinite mana and become a monster that destroys Egypt. This is basically the story in Legend of Gods and Ghosts. It happened thousands of years ago. Until 3 years ago, in 1923, a group of soldiers found the legendary city by accident. Hamnada, the capital of the dead, because the treasures of the pharaohs of the past are hidden there, so the group tried to open the tomb there, but when they opened the tomb, they were attacked by the descendants of the pharaoh's guards. From the movie look, it seems that only 2 people escaped from that attack. One is naturally the hero of the movie, O'Connor, and the other is the villain in the movie, Benny, who was finally swallowed by countless scarabs. This is the general background of the legend of ghosts and ghosts. And the next plot is that the heroine Eve went to excavate the capital of the dead with O'Connor for archaeological purposes. On the way, because she refused to listen to dissuasion and read the wrong spell, she awakened the undead priest of the 1,000-year-old monster, and then the undead priest began a bloody revenge. The 10 plagues of Egypt have been confirmed one by one. In the end, the protagonist relied on the protagonist's luck to kill Imerton and send him back to hell. Chapter 26. After Eve left, O'Connor returned to the corner and squatted again. Judging by his skilled movements, it was obvious that he had been in this prison for a while. It's not a problem for everyone to stay here, let's go out and find the protagonist in this world. After observing around, Lao Huang felt that there should be no protagonist in the cell, so he spoke. After all, O'Connor's current appearance doesn't look like the protagonist's at all. Of course, other reincarnated people can't object, after all, the smell in this cell is not so pleasant. Seeing that everyone has no objection, Lao Huang walked directly to the edge of the cell. Seeing Wang's movements, the prisoners who were squatting in the corner also looked over curiously. After all, no one told Huang to go over there, why was it still getting sunburned over there? Lao Huang ignored these gazes. He walked to the edge of the cell and grabbed a wooden fence with one hand and pulled it to both sides, and then the originally hard wooden cell fence was torn off by it. Then Lao Huang walked out swaggeringly. The movement here also alarmed the guards nearby. After all, the movement of Lao Huang tearing the wooden fence was not small. Then they saw Lao Huang walking out swaggeringly. The guards would not show mercy to the prisoners and raised their guns and fired directly after seeing Lao Huang. But what shocked them was that the bullet hit Lao Huang's body but had no effect at all, and at most made a few holes in his clothes. Annoying! Lao Huang muttered and rushed towards the guards. These jailers are just ordinary people, and their strongest means and firearms can't do anything to Lao Huang. After Lao Huang got close to him, he was directly crushed to death by Lao Huang like a chicken. Seeing this scene, whether it was the prisoners or the new reincarnation, they couldn't help being horrified. Even Wang Xiaoming was very surprised when he saw the strength displayed by Huang. This power is much stronger than the Johnson Wang Xiaoming met in the novice world. If his enemy in the novice world is Lao Huang, then he really can only abandon the 3 Andrews and run away. Although Lao Huang's strength is also 1 star, the gap between him and Johnson is very large. It can be said that Lao Huang can beat Johnson by 10. Of course, Wang Xiaoming was just surprised. With Wang Xiaoming's current strength, if he really had a conflict with Lao Huang, he would be able to kill him. After all, Wang Xiaoming is a long-distance mage, and he can fly. Even a melee Wang Xiaoming flying a kite like Lao Huang can kill him. After killing a few jailers, Lao Huang didn't stop and left here with a few jumps. The other senior reincarnations also used their own means to leave. Although the remaining new reincarnations did not have this ability, they all followed the jailers and left the cell. Wang Xiaoming didn't use his thoughts to control the departure, but followed O'Connor and left here following the flow of people. Because the jailer had already been killed by Lao Huang, everyone left basically without encountering any obstacles. After all, the prison warden, that fat man, dared not run out to intercept them. For him, these prisoners have no other function other than being able to blackmail their relatives and friends, and many of them even have no relatives or friends at all, just like O'Connor. Follow O'Connor out of the Cairo prison, and then find a place to change into a set of clothes. Brother, you are really lucky. You just encountered such a thing when you first came in. O'Connor didn't feel any disgust towards Wang Xiaoming. After all, everyone escaped from prison together. Indeed, if it weren't for that person, we wouldn't be able to escape. My name is Wang Xiaoming from Dongfang Huaxia. Wang Xiaoming said. Oh, Eastern Huaxia, that is a mysterious and ancient country. Nice to meet you. My name is O'Connor. O'Connor was shocked when he heard that Wang Xiaoming was from Huaxia. It is only the 1880s, and few people from ancient Daxia came to foreign countries. And the mysterious and ancient Daxia has been circulating in the Western world, so O'Connor was so shocked when he heard that Wang Xiaoming was from Daxia. Aren't you in prison, sir? Why did you appear outside? Just as Wang Xiaoming and O'Connor were discussing Huaxia civilization, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. Turning around, it was Eve and her brother Jonathan who had left not long ago. Eve and the others must have escaped from prison, we need to be careful. Jonathan said nervously after seeing the two. O'Connor's eyes lit up when he saw Eve, and he immediately turned around and said, "It's nice to see you again, beautiful lady. I'm also very happy, sir, can we talk about the Hamna Tower?" O'Connor didn't answer her question and Eve didn't care, but asked about Hamna Tower. Hearing Eve's inquiry, O'Connor's face became serious. "Miss, why did you ask this? It's a scary place." Apparently, O'Connor's previous experience made him very jealous of Hamnada, and he was unwilling to say anything even in front of this girl who made his heart flutter. But in the end, O'Connor agreed to Eve's stalker. And Wang Xiaoming, as O'Connor's companion, will go with them, which is exactly Wang Xiaoming's purpose. In fact, Wang Xiaoming wouldn't have followed O'Connor and the others if he didn't know the location of Hamna Tower. After all, he is no longer an ordinary person in the last novice world. His mind control has reached more than 3 tons, and his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. With 3 skills, Wang Xiaoming can be said to be the strongest in this world now. Too much. Of course it's only for now, after Imerton is resurrected, he won't be. After all, as a high priest and after thousands of years of blackening, Imerton's strength is definitely far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Not to mention the other 10 plagues that he used to cover the entire Cairo are beyond Wang Xiaoming's imagination now. And in the original plot, if Eve hadn't used the Sun Golden Scripture, the protagonist and his party wouldn't be able to kill Imerton at all. Chapter 27. After deciding to go to Hamna Tower, O'Connor stayed with the money given by Eve to buy equipment. Eve Jonathan packed her things and was ready to go, and Wang Xiaoming followed O'Connor. Following O'Connor through the streets and alleys of Cairo, Wang Xiaoming had to admire O'Connor's familiarity with Cairo. He can always buy all kinds of weird things and guns in different places. Of course, the firearms of this era are really not high-end, most of them are single-shot rifles, and the revolver is better and can fire 8 rounds in one go. But the revolver has a very obvious disadvantage, and that is the range. Its bullets can cause damage within 60 meters, and its accuracy rate basically exceeds 10 meters, so don't count on it. That's why the Western cowboys in the United States stand so close, otherwise they won't be able to fight at all. Of course, those with good marksmanship may be able to fight farther, but it is also very limited. In the afternoon, O'Connor had already purchased a large bag of things, and then Eve Jonathan would join them, and the 4 of them set off on a cruise ship together. Cairo, Port of Giza. There are dilapidated shops everywhere, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians in carriages, and all kinds of voices fill it, making this place seem extraordinarily noisy. "You spent so much money to buy these things?" Jonathan asked when he saw the cloth bag on O'Connor's shoulder. "Don't worry, your money is still there. We still have to buy camels. These are just for life-saving guys." O'Connor replied to Jonathan's words. The corner of Wang Xiaoming's mouth twitched. The so-called life-saving things that O'Connor bought were really complete. From the most basic pistols and rifles to grenades, explosives, and dagger ropes, it can be said that with this package of things, you can basically live for a year and a half without any problems. "Okay bro, Don't quarrel, let's get on the boat. Eve, who was next to her, said. Hearing Eve's words, Jonathan also boarded the boat, but while walking, he said that if O'Connor lied to him, he would definitely make him look good. A group of people walked up the ladder of the ship. But after boarding the boat, Wang Xiaoming saw an incredible thing. Lao Huang, 2 veterans and 15 novices were on the boat with a group of Americans. Lao Huang was taken aback when he saw Wang Xiaoming, but recovered quickly. On the contrary, O'Connor was a little surprised when he saw Lao Huang. You must know that he saw Lao Huang break the fence of sword intent with his own eyes and was able to resist bullets physically. O'Connor was stunned, and Eve and Jonathan were a little curious. What happened to O'Connor? Eve asked. Hearing Eve's words, O'Connor came back to his senses. He shook his head and said casually, "It's okay, I just met a few acquaintances." Eve didn't have any doubts about O'Connor's words. After all, it was impossible for her to imagine that there was an existence in this world that could physically resist bullets. After O'Connor and Jonathan left, Wang Xiaoming walked straight over. "Old Huang, who are you?" Wang Xiaoming asked. "We gathered together when we went out, and then we found someone talking about the treasure, so we joined together, and you too." Lao Huang didn't hide it either. It was obvious that they met Benny who escaped from Hamna Tower like O'Connor. "I also met a group of people who were going to Hamna Tower, so I joined them." Wang Xiaoming did not say that O'Connor was the prisoner they saw before. After all, Lao Huang and the others didn't know that O'Connor and the others were the protagonists until now. It seems that there are quite a few people who know about the so-called capital of the dead. Lao Huang said with a smile when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. After Wang Xiaoming left, he asked Benny to confirm that O'Connor really knew the location of Hamna Tower to dispel his suspicions. After all, he said to go to Hamna Tower. Wang Xiaoming also said, which of course made him suspicious. Of course, even if Wang Xiaoming was really following them, he wouldn't say much, at most be wary of Wang Xiaoming. It is impossible for him to fall out with a transcendent who has obviously reached 1 star because of this, which is why he is willing to bring other reincarnations with him. Of course, the more important thing is that there is enough cannon fodder. Any senior reincarnation can be a real good person. Really good people can't get along in a place like Samsara dimension, and being able to have a bottom line is already pretty good. After confirming that Wang Xiaoming didn't follow them on purpose, Lao Huang also put down his guard. After all, he was willing to take other reincarnations to act together and didn't care about one more Wang Xiaoming. Soon the ship started, and they were not worried about Lao Huang and the others going to Hamna Tower. Wang Xiaoming, after all, they didn't know the plot and even the protagonist hadn't been found yet. He clearly remembered that the Pharaoh's guards would come to sneak attack at night. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't care about these people with old-fashioned guns, and with his current strength, he could kill them alone. Not to mention that there are a group of reincarnations on board, not to mention those newcomers and those with poor attributes. Just Lao Huang and his 3 seniors can hang and beat these men in black. What happened afterwards was just as Wang Xiaoming expected. These men in black had no power to fight back at the hands of Lao Huang and the others, and they were quickly dealt with. And they didn't hide this scene, so not only O'Connor, Eve and Jonathan also saw this scene. This shocked them greatly. After all, the scene of being able to jump 5 or 6 meters high to resist bullets and blow people up with bare hands is still too exciting. Chapter 28. The ship wasn't on fire, so of course we didn't have to jump into the river. After sleeping on the ship, they arrived at their destination early the next morning, an oasis on the edge of the desert. This is also the only place where you can buy supplies before going to Hamna Tower. We need to buy 4 batches of camels, and then we need to buy enough food and water. There is still a long way to go to Hamna Tower. O'Connor said to Wang Xiaoming and the 3. Wang Xiaoming didn't pay much attention to this. As early as in Cairo, he relied on his own space bag and stuffed a lot of food and water into it. Of course, it seems that there is still work to be done. Follow O'Connor and the others to the oasis to buy food and water for camels. After the purchase, O'Connor stayed with Wang Xiaoming and the three of them set off. Lao Huang and his group who disembarked with them also bought food and water for camels in the oasis, but because there were more of them, they hadn't bought it when Wang Xiaoming and the others set off. After all, there were originally more than 10 Americans, and now with the addition of more than 10 reincarnations like Lao Huang, their team has reached more than 30 people. It is still very difficult to buy so much camel water. In fact, there are only a dozen camels in the entire oasis. Wang Xiaoming and the others bought 4 and left 7 camels. There is no way they can only buy some horses to recharge. Although horses are not as good as camels in the desert, they are at least better than walking. After they bought everything, Wang Xiaoming and the others had already left for more than an hour. The desert scenery can be described as the same. Wang Xiaoming lost interest after watching it for a while, so he started his own mind control exercise. For him, the ability of mind control can be said to be his core. After all, this ability can be continuously strengthened through training, and it can also increase the training effect with the increase of his mental attributes. Although the increase of 4.2 kg per hour is not strong for the current total of more than 3,000, Wang Xiaoming's total of more than 3,000 has been continuously strengthened through such slow exercise. So after entering this world, Wang Xiaoming exercised hard whenever he had free time. Although he couldn't exercise 15 hours a day in the mission world like he did in the main world, his mind control power increased by 50 kilograms even yesterday. Time passed slowly in the constant rush, except for Wang Xiaoming who would not feel bored because he could practice mind control every day. The other three, including O'Connor, looked listless. After all, walking for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights, resting on camels when tired and sleepy, how can this not make people physically and mentally exhausted? Even though Wang Xiaoming had strengthened his physique, he became very tired during the 3 days of non-stop driving. On the contrary, the 3 of O'Connor and the others felt better because they had been living in a desert like Egypt. But because Wang Xiaoming's physical fitness is better, the result is that the 4 of them are very tired but still able to persevere. On yet another morning, at the most comfortable time of the day, dozens of men on horseback stepped out on the distant sand dunes. Benny, who escaped from Hamna Tower with O'Connor, was at the front, and behind him were Lao Huang, the reincarnated people and Americans. After O'Connor went up to have a friendly interaction with Benny, the Hamna Tower suddenly appeared in the desert ahead, and then the 2 teams sprinted towards Hamna Tower together. After 3 days and 3 nights of trekking, we finally arrived at the destination. Of course, everyone was very excited. Even the many reincarnations are very excited. They have not forgotten the name of this world. The ruins in the yellow sand, isn't the Hamna Tower in front of them? Of course, the purpose of the new reincarnators and the veterans must be very different. What the new reincarnation want to get is the gold that the American population says, while the veterans want to change the plot of this world. No matter how bad it is, they have to kill a few strong men in this world. There is no point reward for killing ordinary people. If you want to get points, you must either kill the army or kill the strong. Of course, changing the trajectory of the world law, that is, changing the plot can also earn points, but it is basically difficult for reincarnated people who do not know the original plot to change the world plot. But no matter what the purpose is, they have finally arrived here. The legendary Hamna Tower is also the relic in the yellow sand given by the reincarnation space. After entering Hamna Tower, O'Connor still chose to camp with Lao Huang and the others. After all, in this wilderness, the few of them are certainly not as safe as the dozens of other people. After completing the garrison, the Americans took the lead in finding the passage to the underground and entering it. "Let's go too, don't let those Americans get ahead," Eve urged immediately after seeing the Americans enter. Now that he had arrived at Hamna Tower, O'Connor certainly didn't refuse. After all, everyone came. Of course, Wang Xiaoming knew that following Eve they would not be able to find anything, but he also knew that even if the Americans found the Black Book of the Dead, they would not be able to open it, because the key was with Eve. The purpose of Wang Xiaoming's visit to Hamna Tower this time is the Black Book of the Dead. According to the original plot, it records ancient Egyptian spells. Although Wang Xiaoming doesn't know if he can learn it, at least there is hope, right? This is the statue of the god of death. There is a gap in the ground where the god of death's legs go deep into the ground. It is said that the golden scripture of the sun is hidden inside. Eve said, holding an umbrella and looking at the huge sculpture in front of her. Of course, that's all it said, and then they found an entrance to the underground not far away. Chapter 29. Wang Xiaoming didn't follow Eve and the others to go underground. After all, he also knew that Eve and the others didn't gain anything from going underground this time. He stopped at the statue of the god of death that Eve had mentioned before and began to search. The organ was not difficult to find. Wang Xiaoming quickly found the organ, and then directly moved the outer stone slab away with mind control. However, a stone slab weighing more than 100 kilograms is completely child's play for Wang Xiaoming, who has a mind control power of more than 3 tons. After the stone slab was removed, Wang Xiaoming saw the box below. Picking up the box, Wang Xiaoming opened it and saw the golden book inside. The Sun Golden Sutra, this is also a good harvest. Wang Xiaoming took out the Sun Golden Sutra. And after getting it in the hand, there is actually information about the Sun Golden Sutra in the space of reincarnation. The Golden Sutra of the Sun, a special magic book, it is sealed and needs unlocking. Seeing the attributes of the Sun Golden Sutra, Wang Xiaoming estimated that the Black Sutra of the Dead is similar. After all, both books are locked. Since Wang Xiaoming couldn't use it for the time being, of course he didn't continue to hold it. He put it in the space bag and put the stone slab back in the box. Next, he needs to wait for those Americans to come back, and then steal the Black Book of the Dead at night. After all, Eve, an ordinary person, can do it, and Wang Xiaoming's mind control ability is of course no problem. As for the key, Wang Xiaoming can easily steal it from Eve's place by waiting until night. Soon it was night, and the Americans found the Black Book of the Dead as in the original plot, but O'Connor and the 3 of them found nothing. Of course, because the warden didn't follow, no one was killed by O'Connor and the others, but 1 person died from the American side. And Eve stared straight at the Black Book of the Dead in the hands of the doctor among the Americans. It was obvious that she was already interested in the Black Book of the Dead. It was dusk when they came out, and soon it was dark. At night, the Pharaoh's guards in black attacked them again. Unlike the dozen or so people on the boat before, there were more than 100 people attacking them this time. But obviously these people underestimated the strength of the reincarnators. Lao Huang and the other 2 reincarnators killed more than half of the men in black, and the rest were quickly driven away under the attack of everyone's guns. Wang Xiaoming also took the revolver and killed 2 men in black, but each of these men in black only gave 1 point. Wang Xiaoming didn't make any shots except for killing 2 men who rushed to him. After all, to Wang Xiaoming, killing all the men in black would only cost more than 100 points, so he didn't care too much. After all, he still needs to maintain a good relationship with O'Connor and the others, and now is not the time to reveal his strength. After the man in black left, Wang Xiaoming took advantage of the darkness to steal the Black Book of the Dead very smoothly. Its improvement is the same as that of the Sun Golden Sutra, both of which show that it is sealed and cannot be used. If Wang Xiaoming stole it from Eve again and opened the seal of the Black Book of the Dead, its introduction would change. The Black Book of the Dead, a magical book, limited use, you do not have permission to use this item. The Sun Jinjing also has this reminder, obviously the use of this thing also requires permission. But it's normal to think about it. After all, this thing is the most precious thing in ancient Egypt anyway. After all, only priests can touch the Black Book of the Dead, and the Golden Book of the Sun can only be read by pharaohs. It is reasonable for this thing to have permission. In the original book, only Imerden and Eve can use these two books. One of them is the high priest and the other is the daughter of the pharaoh, so of course they can have this authority. Of course Eve does not have the right to grant authority to others, but Imerden, as the high priest, is different. It seems that I still have to revive Imerden. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, looking at the improvement given by the reincarnation space. Of course, the resurrection of Imerden is definitely not something that Wang Xiaoming can accomplish. Among the people present, only Eve can do it. After stuffing the Black Book of the Dead into Eve's tent, Wang Xiaoming waited for Eve to enter. And after Eve entered the tent and saw the Black Book of the Dead, she first looked around to see if anyone had noticed it. After making sure that no one had seen it, she started reading the Black Book of the Dead heartlessly. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming also said that she was really nervous, and she never thought about why the Black Book of the Dead, which was originally in the hands of Americans, appeared in her tent. But Eve was already immersed in it. He looked at the contents of the Black Book of the Dead, and couldn't help but murmur. The sun, the moon, come together. Resurrect, revive, revive. After Eve finished reading this paragraph, there was a sudden roar from the ground, interrupting Eve, who was about to continue reading. Not long after that, a strange sound came from a distance. After a few seconds, everyone could see clearly what the sound was. It was the sound of countless locusts vibrating their wings. Whether it is the natives of this world or the reincarnated people, watching this scene makes their hearts tingle. Seeing the overwhelming locusts, even Lao Huang and his seniors dare not confront them head-on. O'Connor even picked up Eve and ran away. The Black Book of the Undead fell on the spot. Of course it wasn't dropped by Eve herself, but Wang Xiaoming took it out of Eve's hands with his mind control while it was attracted by the locusts. Now she was frightened by the locusts and didn't notice for a while. After O'Connor left with Eve in his arms, Wang Xiaoming walked over to pick up the Black Book of the Dead and followed O'Connor and the others into the ground to avoid the locusts. Although Wang Xiaoming's mind control can easily resist these locusts, but now is not the time to be exposed. Besides, Wang Xiaoming has also used mind control to kill these locusts but has no points. Since there is no benefit, why did Wang Xiaoming make such a move, and easily expose his whole cards? You must know that although this world forbids them to do something to newcomers, there is no restriction for players who are not newcomers. Who knows if other people will do black hands to themselves? This is why Lao Huang was so nervous when he heard that Wang Xiaoming had the same destination as them. Not only Wang Xiaoming and O'Connor, but also the reincarnated people and the Americans also went underground. Chapter 30. After entering the underground tomb, everyone did not walk together, but walked together with people they knew well. Wang Xiaoming also followed O'Connor and the others. Wang Xiaoming remembered that O'Connor and the others met Immortan after entering the underground tomb. Moreover, it was Immortan who had just been resurrected. Wang Xiaoming needed the permission of the Black Soul Sutra and the Sun Golden Sutra. Of course, Immortan was the best choice. And in terms of changing the plot, resurrecting Immortan and letting him make waves in this world is simply the best choice, and it is best to let him kill the two protagonists, O'Connell and Eve. By then, the points Wang Xiaoming can gain will be absolute. It can far exceed the world of superpower out of control. After gaining 3,000 points in the superpower out of control world, Wang Xiaoming became very interested in changing the plot of the world and earning points. After following O'Connor and the others for more than 10 minutes, they came across a tattered mummy. For a mummy that can move, O'Connor fully demonstrates the nature of explorers of this era, and hits it with one shot. The poor high priest had just been revived without much mana, but was shot by O'Connor and was riddled with holes. O'Connor didn't pay attention to the slow-moving mummy after it was shot into the air. Instead, Wang Xiaoming, who followed behind, looked at the mummy excitedly. Then Wang Xiaoming found an opportunity to leave the team and return to the previous place. Then I saw Immortan, who was shot away by O'Connor, devouring an American. After swallowing an American, Imerton's condition recovered a bit, and his tattered body was also completed. He froze when he saw Wang Xiaoming, and Wang Xiaoming threw him a healing spell. Although Imerton's current appearance is terrifying, it is not an undead creature but a genuine resurrection, so Wang Xiaoming's healing technique can also influence him. After all, the main reason why he devours other people is to restore vitality and mana. Although Wang Xiaoming's healing technique can't restore mana, he can recover more than half of it by recovering 121 at a time, 21 points added to the spiritual attribute, the body immediately becomes complete. Looking at the tattered Imerton in front of him, Wang Xiaoming saluted him and said, "Hello, respected High Priest of Egypt, I am Wang Xiaoming, a mage from the East, nice to meet you." Wang Xiaoming gave him treatment before, which made Imerton's sense of Wang Xiaoming much better. After all, he really needs Wang Xiaoming's treatment now. "Master of the East, what is your purpose?" Although his senses towards Wang Xiaoming improved a lot, Imerton was still wary of Wang Xiaoming. After all, now is his weakest time. Although he cannot be killed, he will be sealed. It would be really bad if Wang Xiaoming sealed him. It's like this. I got the Egyptian magic book, but I don't have permission to use it. I hope the High Priest can give me permission. Wang Xiaoming took out the Black Book of the Dead. The Black Book of the Dead. Imerton immediately became excited after seeing the Black Book of the Dead. You must know that the Black Book of the Undead belonged to the High Priest. He was going to recover some to find it, but who would have thought that he would find it in Wang Xiaoming's hands? But Imerton didn't do anything to Wang Xiaoming. After all, Wang Xiaoming's previous technique made him a little afraid. That's right, this is the Black Book of the Dead in Egypt, but I don't have permission to use it. I want to make a deal with the High Priest. Wang Xiaoming is not afraid of the current Imerton. After all, Imerton's strength is a little more strange than ordinary people. If Imerton is unwilling, Wang Xiaoming is even going to threaten him with Ansuna. After all, our big lover Imerton cares most about Ansuna. Master of the East, what is your purpose? But Imerton did not reject Wang Xiaoming. After all, Wang Xiaoming's strength is not clear to him now, so it is best to be safe. Wang Xiaoming smiled slightly. My purpose is very simple, that is to ask the High Priest to teach me the magic in the Black Book of the Dead. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's request, Imerton nodded after being silent for a while, yes. At the same time, the properties of the Black Book of the Dead in Wang Xiaoming's hands also changed. The Black Book of the Dead, a special magic book, which records a lot of magic in ancient Egyptian language. Using the magic recorded above can be strengthened, and can be fused with the Sun Golden Book to form the Bible of the Dead. Wang Xiaoming was even more excited to see the attributes on the Black Book of the Dead, but he still needed Imerton to teach the magic on the Black Book of the Dead. After all, this thing not only required knowledge of ancient Egyptian but also learning by himself. But what you say is useless, you must sign a contract with me. Of course Wang Xiaoming did not believe in Imerton's integrity. Who knows if this thing will do anything to him after he recovers, so Wang Xiaoming asked him to sign a contract. You must know that Imogen, as the priest of Anubis, the god of death, must sign the contract under the witness of Anubis. With the witness of Anubis, Wang Xiaoming doesn't have to worry about Imogen going back on his word. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, Anubis would not agree. As the priest of Anubis, Imerton's power comes from Anubis. Once he angers Anubis, Imerton will definitely end badly. Just like in the original book, when Imerton challenged the Scorpion King, Anubis can deprive him of his mana at will, and it can be seen that the source of his power comes from Anubis. Chapter 31. Hearing Wang Xiaoming said that a contract needs to be signed, Imerton couldn't help being silent for a while, and finally seeing Wang Xiaoming looking at him unkindly, he had to agree. Then the two parties signed a contract in front of the statue of Anubis. Wang Xiaoming helped Imerton revive Ansuna, and Imerton needed to teach Wang Xiaoming the content of the Black Book of the Dead, and neither Wang Xiaoming nor Imerton could harm each other. Then Wang Xiaoming felt a layer on his body, as if something fell on him, and Wang Xiaoming found the clue when he opened the property panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 21. Mental power, 210/210, using skills requires mental power consumption. Vitality, 150/150, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. Points, 8. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, blink, heal, call of thunder. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control, 3,547 kilograms. The current world is, ruins in the yellow sand. Main task, survive for more than 30 days, reward, 100 points, after 30 days, add 10 points for each additional day of survival. Special task, help Imerton revive Ansuna, reward, Imerton teaches the Black Book of the Dead, punishment, Anubis wrath. Note that Anubis is a certain god, even if the reincarnated person returns to the main world it will still be found and punished by it. I'll go, this Anubis can still give me missions, but that's good, at least I don't have to worry about Imerton's tricks. Wang Xiaoming was surprised to see the extra special missions on the property panel. He thought that there were only main missions in this reincarnation space, but he didn't expect that the god of death in the legendary world of ghosts and ghosts would be able to issue special missions. However, it can also be seen from here that Anubis is so powerful, even if Wang Xiaoming leaves this world, the other party can punish him. I don't know how many stars this Anubis is. With the testimony of Anubis, Imerton also felt a lot more relieved about Wang Xiaoming. If I want to resurrect Ansuna, I must have a noble enough sacrifice. I saw a woman who was the reincarnation of an Egyptian princess before. If you catch her and resurrect Ansuna, there is hope. Imerton explained why he wanted to arrest her. Eve's purpose was revealed. Of course it's okay, but you can't teach me a few magic spells before the high priest. Although Wang Xiaoming has no objection, he still plans to get the benefits first. Imerton hesitated at Wang Xiaoming's words. After all, according to the agreement, Wang Xiaoming had to help him revive Ansuna before he could teach Wang Xiaoming the magic from the Black Book of the Dead. Seeing that Imerton was still a little hesitant, Wang Xiaoming continued, High Priest, I know 2 spells, one is the healing spell I used before and the other is escape. If you don't teach me the magic from the Black Book of the Dead, I won't. There is no way to help you. We have already signed the contract in front of Anubis, the god of death. Are you still worried that I will violate it? Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, Imerton looked at Wang Xiaoming a little depressed. If he knew that Wang Xiaoming knew these 2 spells, he would have done it to Wang Xiaoming. A mana mage devouring it is good for his recovery, and can even quickly restore him to his peak. But it's a pity that he has already signed a contract with Wang Xiaoming, and Wang Xiaoming dared not violate him, and Imerton certainly did not dare. Imerton said helplessly, Okay, I can teach you 3 spells, but after the teaching, you must find me a sacrifice to resurrect Ansuna. Wang Xiaoming nodded quickly and said, Of course, as soon as you teach the magic, I will hunt them down immediately. Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, Imerton told Wang Xiaoming about the magic in the Black Book of the Dead. With Imerton's narration, the words that Wang Xiaoming could not understand turned into something he could understand, and was quickly learned and remembered by him. 10 minutes later, Imerton stopped to explain. Wang Xiaoming not only learned the 3 magics, but also learned ancient Egyptian, which means that Wang Xiaoming can understand the Black Book of the Dead even without Imerton's teaching. Content. They are Mummy Guard Call, Quicksand Trap, and Fireball. The 3 are not very advanced but are indeed very practical spells. Mummy Guard Summoning, use magic, spiritual power, to summon a mummy captain and 4 ordinary mummies to come out to fight for you. It lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 10 spiritual powers, and has a cooling time of 5 minutes. Quicksand Trap, turn a 10-meter radius around the designated location into a piece of quicksand that engulfs the enemy for 10 minutes, consumes 10 points of mental power, and cools down for 10 minutes. Fireball, consume mental power to create a fireball. The more mental power you consume, the more powerful the fireball will be. It consumes 1 to 100 mental power and has a cooling time of 3 minutes. These 3 skills can be said to be good. Of course they are good for Wang Xiaoming, but they are only average for Imerden. Even so, Wang Xiaoming's strength has also been improved. Of course, because his own strength is good, it will not increase his strength greatly. But these spells also made Wang Xiaoming go further and further on the road of magic machine guns. After all, these 3 spells include summoning, control, and attack, which can be said to complement Wang Xiaoming's previous spells very well. And with the blessing of infinite firepower, the power of these 3 spells in Wang Xiaoming's hands can far exceed Imerden's imagination. Chapter 32. After learning the 3 spells, Wang Xiaoming no longer shirked, and went to complete the requirements needed to revive Ansuna. Of course, Wang Xiaoming has no intention of arresting Eve. Although Eve is definitely eligible according to Imerden, Eve is the heroine after all. Who knows if there will be any accidents if she is used as a sacrifice. His target was the Princess of Yin country. When they left Cairo, they heard that the Princess of Yin country was going to Cairo for inspection. As the overlord of this era, the Princess of the country of Yin certainly meets the requirements for resurrecting Ansuna's sacrifice. As for the strict protection around Princess Yin, Wang Xiaoming didn't take it seriously at all. As a 1-star superhuman who was immune to gun damage, the army of this era was completely rubbish to him. Walking out of the underground tomb, Wang Xiaoming saw O'Connor and the others packing up their things and preparing to leave. Of course, at least a few senior members of the Reincarnation were not preparing to leave. Apparently they also heard the message from the doctor in the American team that a demon from hell was going to be resurrected, so they thought that Imerden was not the protagonist but also an important supporting role or a villain. They didn't know how strong Imerden was, so they excitedly prepared to wrestle with Imerden. And now, Imerden's mana still hasn't been recovered after being recovered by Wang Xiaoming's healing technique, but his strength is no longer something ordinary 1-star superhumans can deal with. Before, he was physically disabled and unable to cast spells, so he was shot by O'Connor. If he was in good health, O'Connor would not be able to hurt Imerden even with a machine gun. Now Lao Huang and his seniors are going to deal with Imerden, obviously looking for death. Of course, this is not their fault. After all, Samsara Space said that this world is a 1-star world, so in the eyes of Lao Huang and the others, only 1-star characters are the strongest in this world. With the strength of their 3 1-star transcendents, even the strongest 1-star transcendents can deal with them. But they certainly couldn't think of the specialness of this world, and Imerden didn't exist when they entered this world. So when they entered this world was indeed a 1-star world, with at most some extraordinary people but not strong. But when Imerden is resurrected, the level of this world depends on Imerden's strength. His 1-star world is a 1-star world, and his 2-star world is a 2-star world. If he reaches 9 stars, then this world it is the 9-star world. So Lao Huang and the others wanted to solve Imerden, but they were looking for death. Of course, Wang Xiaoming did not remind them of their thoughts. After all, for Wang Xiaoming, these senior people are obstacles to him. Following O'Connor and the others to leave Hamna Tower, Wang Xiaoming has not shown his strength until now. As for the few reincarnators whose strength has not reached 1 star, they all chose to go to the underground tomb with Lao Huang and the others to kill Imerden, while the remaining new reincarnations did not go. Even if they thought of Lao Huang, they were unwilling to take them. After all, those reincarnations who had not reached 1 star still carried guns anyway. Although guns could not cause damage to 1-star superhumans, they could only restrain them. And these new reincarnations are not only not strong enough, they don't even have guns. As for the guns and ammunition in this world, they are not enough. After all, even heavy machine guns have just been invented in this world, and there are no light machine guns. Holding those single-shot rifles is useless. Only the automatic rifles and sniper rifles brought by the reincarnations in the main world are powerful enough. These are not only more powerful, but also have a fast enough rate of fire. Although it is said that a one-star transcendent can resist bullets, once it is fired, the one-star transcendent will still have to finish the game. Just like Wang Xiaoming's veteran Johnson in the Super Runaway, he died quickly under the firepower of a heavy machine gun. Even if he was replaced with an automatic rifle, he would be able to last longer. This is because Johnson is from the body enhancement system, and if it is replaced by a person from the magic system, he will last even less time. Just like when Wang Xiaoming and Andrew were being hunted down, their mental power was rapidly consumed under the impact of a large number of bullets, and they soon couldn't hold on. Of course, this is just a one-star superhuman. If it reaches 2 stars, it will last longer. Moreover, superhumans are not at odds with fighting back. As long as you can't instantly kill the opponent, they can definitely fight back. A group of more than 10 people rode horses and camels, and soon left Hamna Tower. Although the previous locusts were fierce, they did not cause any harm to these horses and camels. After all, the mouths of locusts could not bite the fur of camels and horses. In the underground tomb, apart from the many reincarnated people who went to kill Immortan, there are also many people below. After all, the two teams this time have more than 40 people, and there are more than 30 people who died. Wang Xiaoming and the others more than a dozen people left on the sidelines, and of course the rest are all here. Some of them were separated from others, some lost their way, and some even continued down to find the treasure. Of course, Immortan will not refuse these sacrifices delivered to his door. After his body recovers, Immortan will no longer have to devour them to restore his body, so after catching them, he will sacrifice these people to Anubis, and Anubis will grant him mana. The effect of this sacrifice was more than twice that of his own devouring, so by the time Lao Huang and the others found Immortan, he had already sacrificed 10 people. At this time, Immortan has not fully recovered, but he has basically recovered to 80% of the level. Chapter 33. Wang Xiaoming didn't know what happened to Lao Huang and the others, but after following O'Connor and the others for a while, Wang Xiaoming became a little impatient. So he took the opportunity to slow down the speed of his camel, and after O'Connor and the others were out of his sight, he directly used his mind control to fly up. Already, the mind control of more than 3 tons of power has directly made Wang Xiaoming's flying speed close to the speed of sound, and his current speed can reach 1000 km per hour. The straight line distance from Hamna Tower to Cairo is only more than 500 km, and it takes half an hour for Wang Xiaoming to fly over Cairo. Then it quickly landed in the center of Cairo. There is no radar in this era, so even if Wang Xiaoming fell from the sky, few people found it, and Wang Xiaoming left quickly after landing, and basically no one noticed. It is very easy to inquire about the whereabouts of Princess Yin, and Wang Xiaoming knew that she was in the governor's palace in Cairo after only some inquiries. Putting a hood on himself casually, Wang Xiaoming went straight to the governor's mansion. The governor's palace is in the center of Cairo, only more than 300 meters away from the place where Wang Xiaoming landed. Wang Xiaoming soon came to the governor's palace. But it doesn't seem to work to just break in, after all, I don't know that is Princess Yin. Wang Xiaoming looked at the guards outside the governor's mansion, feeling a bit embarrassed. Forget it, go up and ask first, at least make sure that Princess Yunyo is in the governor's mansion. Wang Xiaoming finally decided to use the most stupid method, asking one by one. Seeing Wang Xiaoming approaching, the guard standing in front of the governor's mansion immediately said loudly, "Who are you? Stop quickly, this is the governor's mansion." The guards pointed their rifles at Wang Xiaoming while talking loudly. "Everyone, don't be nervous. I just heard that the princess of our great Yin Empire has come to Cairo and wants to pay a visit. Wang Xiaoming said calmly. The two guards didn't know what to say when they heard Wang Xiaoming's words, "You came to visit with a hood." While warning again, "Stop and take off the hood, or I will shoot." The reason why these guards did not shoot now is of course not because they are kind, but because the princess is a guest inside and they are afraid of disturbing the princess by shooting. "Hey, why are you disobedient?" Wang Xiaoming used his mind control to control the two of them, and then they put the gun down and returned to the original place. But from the terrified eyes of the two, it can be seen that they did not do it voluntarily. He used mind control to break the hearts and necks of the two, and then leaned the two forward and supported them with guns. It looked like they were resting against the wall when they were tired. Wang Xiaoming easily entered the governor's mansion without the guards bothering him. Of course, when he entered, Wang Xiaoming still rolled up his hood and wore it as a hat. He finally remembered that wearing a hood is not the standard for a good person no matter what time it is. Because the guards at the gate did not disturb the others, Wang Xiaoming was not interrogated when he entered. The next step is to look for Princess Yunyo, and ask someone first. Wang Xiaoming soon saw a girl dressed as a maid, so he walked over quickly. "Where is the princess now?" Wang Xiaoming said while throwing a silver coin to the other party. Although Wang Xiaoming didn't wear the dress of the Great Yin Empire, but he wasn't dressed as a servant in the governor's mansion either. The maid thought Wang Xiaoming was a guest, so she pointed in the direction behind. Of course, the silver coin thrown by Wang Xiaoming also played a big role. After all, even a maid in the governor's mansion can't earn a few silver coins a month, and the reward Wang Xiaoming gave was equivalent to his weekly salary. "The princess is playing with Miss Governor in the back. If you want to find the princess, I can show you the way." Of course, the maid is very happy to serve such a generous guest like Wang Xiaoming. Led by the maid, Wang Xiaoming soon came to the backyard of the governor's mansion, and the various landscapes inside were dazzling. In it, two young girls in aristocratic dresses are actually talking, and they seem to be talking happily. The one in the white dress in front is Princess Leah, and the one in the red dress is the governor's lady. "Would you like me to report it for you, sir?" The maid pointed to the two girls inside. "Thank you, but no need, you'd better not say that I've been here." Wang Xiaoming rushed over there after speaking. With the help of mind control, Wang Xiaoming's speed was basically very fast, and he covered a distance of more than 50 meters to the two of them in just 1 second. "Who are you? Who asked you to come?" Facing Wang Xiaoming, who suddenly appeared, the Miss Governor in a red dress reprimanded her without understanding the situation. I'm just an ordinary person. This time I'm here to invite the princess to go, but seeing that the lady is so excited, let's go together." After speaking, without waiting for the other party's answer, he directly controlled the two of them with his mind, and then took the two of them directly into the sky. The maid who saw all this happening from a distance was stunned for a moment. She was about to scream, but she held back when Wang Xiaoming said. After all, she knew very well that if the governor knew that she had brought Wang Xiaoming in, she would be dead. So after Wang Xiaoming took Miss Governor and Princess Yunyo, she quickly recovered her expression and left as if nothing had happened. Because the only witness, the maid, did not make a sound, 5 hours had passed since the governor's mansion discovered that the princess and Miss Governor were missing. Chapter 34. When Wang Xiaoming went to the governor's mansion, Lao Huang and the reincarnations finally found Imerton, who was wandering in the underground tomb. But now Imerton has completely turned into an ordinary person, and he also replaced the tattered cloth strips on his body with American clothes, so Lao Huang and the others did not recognize Imerton at all. "Hey, buddy, have you seen any moving mummies in the mausoleum?" a reincarnator asked. After seeing these reincarnations, Imerton did not act immediately. After all, these guys were holding guns in their hands. The most important thing was that the aura of Lao Huang and the others was obviously not ordinary people. Imerton wanted to know the situation from them. Why are you looking for a mummy? Emerton asked instead of answering. Hearing Emerton's question, the reincarnated person said without thinking, "Of course I killed him. It is said that this mummy is still some kind of powerful person. Today we will do justice for the heavens." Hearing the reincarnation's words, Emerton couldn't help flashing a trace of anger in his eyes. These things, which he regarded as mere ants, dared to kill him so brazenly. For Emerton, these reincarnators, even Lao Huang and the three who have reached 1 star, are all ants, and Emerton has no intention of continuing to pretend to be an ant who offends him. He directly attacked Lao Huang, who was the most powerful, and a black light directly hit Lao Huang. And together with Emerton, more than a dozen mummies suddenly appeared around, and each of these mummies moved as quickly as ordinary people. And because it was the sneak attack on the reincarnated people who were completely unprepared, 3 of the 6 reincarnated people died in an instant. Only Lao Huang and the other 2 reincarnators whose strength reached 1 star were left. Even bullets could not hurt them when their strength reached 1 star. Of course, this mummy was even more helpless. But Lao Huang, who was attacked by Emerton, felt very bad. Although he did not die after being attacked by Emerton, the place where he was hit became pitch black. Those who didn't know thought he was digging coal. "This guy is the mummy, let's all work together to kill him quickly." Although he was seriously injured by Emerton, Lao Huang immediately took out a longan-sized elixir with a look of heartache on his face, and then swallowed it firmly with his eyes. This elixir is indeed very inducing. His dark skin, which had been hit by Emerton before, slowly recovered. Obviously, this elixir is definitely the best for healing. After taking the elixir, Lao Wang's fighting power was fully recovered, and he quickly approached Emerton. I was a little surprised to see Lao Huang recovering Emerton quickly. Although his current strength is only restored to silver, 2 stars, the strength of Lao Huang and his party is no more than bronze. Very amazing. Facing Lao Wang's approach, Emerton didn't panic at all, and saw him disappear in place in a handful of yellow sand. Instead, there are mummies that keep appearing all around, and among these mummies, there are even occasional mummies whose strength reaches 1 star. As the priest of Anubis, Emerton is of course best at death magic, and all kinds of undead summoning magic are used with great proficiency in Emerton's hands. And he himself is proficient in various displacement spells, which makes it impossible for the 3 of Lao Huang and the others to behead them. Of course, the 1-star mummies that Emerton can summon are also very weak, and these 1-star mummies are just more resistant to the 3 reincarnators with endless methods. However, under the siege of countless mummies, Lao Huang and the others had no way to kill Emerton. After all, Emerton himself was stronger than them, and he was still a magician of the summoning system. It was impossible for them to beat Emerton. Of course, thanks to the fact that Emerton is only a magician of the summoning department, if they were replaced by other departments, they would have died long ago. It seems that this mummy is really powerful, let's withdraw. Lao Huang said out of breath after killing a 1-star mummy in front of him with a powerful blow. The other 2 immediately nodded and agreed. After all, Lao Huang, who was the strongest among them and who walked like a human shield, couldn't stand it anymore, and of course they couldn't stand it even more. Even though Lao Huang alone withstood 60% of the pressure, the remaining pressure still left the 2 of them scarred. In fact, if it weren't for the many means of reincarnation, although they are all physically enhanced but carry a lot of healing items, they might have died long ago. I'll charge this way later, remember to keep up. After finishing speaking, Lao Huang walked directly in the direction they came from, and the 2 seniors hurriedly followed. Seeing that the 3 of Lao Huang were leaving Emerton, of course he was unwilling. After all, these 3 were qualified sacrifices in Emerton's eyes. If all 3 of them were sacrificed, Emerton might be able to recover their full strength. You must know that Emerton was already a gold level, 3-star, magician before his death. Although he did not break through to legend, 4-star, after 2,000 years of accumulation, he is far beyond ordinary gold level transcendence. He can be called a magician. False legend. Of course, this is just recovery. Although offering sacrifices to Anubis normally can improve his strength, it is absolutely impossible to be so big. Otherwise, the priests of ancient Egypt still practice something. Everyone sacrifices all day long. Even so, this is a very good choice. In fact, according to the original plot, Imerton ran to Cairo before he could reach the bronze level. The reason why he was able to cause the 10 disasters was not entirely caused by Imerton himself as Wang Xiaoming imagined, but because of the resentment he had accumulated in the underworld for 2000 years to have this effect. Chapter 35. Finally, when Wang Xiaoming came to Hamna Tower, he saw Lao Huang running out of the underground tomb covered in bruises. He didn't stop after he came out, but continued to run away after taking a bottle of medicine. It seems that Lao Huang and the others have met Imerton, but Imerton is not strong enough. They didn't even kill the one-star Lao Huang. The old Huang Wang Xiaoming, who was watching the embarrassing escape, did not make a move. He only signed a contract with Imerton to rescue Ansuna and not to harm each other, but he did not sign a contract to help Imerton deal with the enemy. After watching Lao Huang leave, Wang Xiaoming descended from the sky, and Imerton, who had sacrificed all the reincarnated people, also came out of the underground tomb. These reincarnated people are already the last living people in the underground tomb. Of course, with the sacrifices of these reincarnated people, Imerton's strength has returned to the gold level impressively. Even if a mage of this level is a summoning mage, his spell casting ability is quite terrifying. He also found Wang Xiaoming. After all, Wang Xiaoming landed not far from the catacombs. How can you fly? I didn't teach you the spell of flying. Imerton looked at Wang Xiaoming in surprise and asked. Wang Xiaoming's expression didn't change and he said flatly, "This is the spell I use to escape." What spell is more suitable for escape than flying? Imerton was also very speechless when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words, but he looked at the two people in Wang Xiaoming's hands and said with an ugly expression. Didn't I ask you to catch the reincarnation of the Egyptian princess? Why did you catch other people? They are not noble enough to be sacrifices for resurrecting Ansuna. Dear High Priest, I really didn't find the Egyptian princess, but these two people definitely meet the requirements. One of them is the princess of the Great Yin Empire, the most powerful country in the world, and the other is the lady of the Egyptian governor. Wang Xiaoming did not said in a hurry. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Imerton looked at the two in Wang Xiaoming's hands seriously, and even tested them with magic. In the end, he confirmed that the two could indeed be sacrificed, even better than Eve. After all, although Eve is the reincarnation of a princess, she is only a reincarnation. Her identity in this life is just an ordinary librarian. Therefore, compared to Princess Yin, a world-dominant princess, Eve's value is much lower, basically at the same level as the Miss Governor of Egypt. Although Imerton did not apologize after the inspection, he still said with satisfaction, "It's true that they are very suitable for the nature of sacrifices. Using them to resurrect can not only perfectly resurrect Ansuna, but also prolong Ansuna's life." Wang Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief when Imerton said that the two could do it. If you really go to catch Eve as a sacrifice, then you really don't know what problems will happen. After all, as the heroine, Eve definitely has the passiveness of turning danger into luck, otherwise it would not appear in the original plot that she will be killed. When he died, the scene was suddenly interrupted by O'Connor and the others rushing over. Follow Imerton to take away Princess Yin and Miss Governor of Egypt and walk towards the catacombs. With Imerton leading the way, the group arrived at the bottom of the mausoleum very smoothly. This is the best place to resurrect Ansuna. To put it simply, there is a bonus to using resurrection magic here, which can increase the success rate. Imerton asked his mummy to carry the princess of the country of Yin and the lady governor of Egypt to the stone platform, put the two on the stone platform and trap them with magic. Wang Xiaoming, protect me, don't let people interrupt me. Imerton said to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "Don't worry, High Priest, as long as I'm here, it's impossible for anyone to interrupt your spell casting." After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he released a mummy guard call, and 5 mummies were summoned directly to guard the only entrance here. He himself also took out an automatic rifle he picked up on the road to guard. After all, whether Imerton can bring Ansuna back to life is related to whether Wang Xiaoming can learn the magic from the Black Book of the Dead, and he is not willing to let it fail. Of course, even if Wang Xiaoming fails, he just cannot let Imerton teach magic, and will not be punished by Anubis. Only when he and Imerton fight each other will Anubis punish him. It was also because of this that Wang Xiaoming signed the contract, otherwise he would not be able to leave this world until Ansuna was resurrected. After Wang Xiaoming agreed, Imerton began to cast spells. For Imerton, whose strength has reached the gold level, and now has enough sacrifices, it is not too easy to resurrect a person. You only need to open the gate of the underworld, pray to Anubis, and then sacrifice the sacrifices to complete the resurrection ceremony. Even the current Imerton can complete the ceremony without even needing the Black Book of the Dead. After all, it is really easy for him to resurrect a person. After all, the resurrection of Ansuna by his spell was not actually done by Imerton himself, but by offering sacrifices to Anubis, and then Anubis resurrected Ansuna. After all, no matter how strong Imerton is, he is only a gold-level transcendent. He is still incapable of life and death. It is only because the priest of Anubis can communicate with Anubis to sacrifice that he can revive him. Just like he himself has been resurrected, but because his resurrection is maintained by a special form, once someone uses the spell of the Sun Golden Sutra to disperse him, no matter how strong he is, he can only return to the underworld. Of course, as a believer of Anubis, his soul is guarded by Anubis. Even if he kills him, it will only return his soul to the underworld. As long as someone summons him, he can be resurrected again. Chapter 36. Of course, Wang Xiaoming had no intention of attacking Imerton. After all, he signed a contract with Imerton not to hurt each other. Following Imerton's incantation, the gate of the underworld was opened. The thick black mist in the black pond around the altar was constantly rolling, and the mist formed countless figures. Obviously, the passage to the underworld has been opened by Imerton. These figures in the black mist are the souls of the underworld, but they are all bound and can only struggle in the black mist. Offer the soul of the noble to the great Anubis in exchange for the new life of the dead. When he read this sentence, the black mist billowed even more violently, and the whole space seemed a little bit colder. As Imerton's spell was slowly finished, a transparent woman rose from the black mist and merged with Ansuna's mummy placed on the altar by Imerton. Next, Imerton needs to carry out the last step, which is to sacrifice the soul of the noble person to Anubis, the god of death. In the original plot, Imerton was interrupted in this wave, but this time the sacrifice was replaced by someone else. Of course, O'Connor would not be able to come out and interrupt again. This is because the Princess of the Empire and the Lady of the Egyptian Governor have no protagonists. Halo. The golden dagger in Imerton's hand penetrated the heart of the Princess of the country very smoothly, and then the Princess of the country slowly turned into a pile of ashes, but Imerton did not stop. He continued to stab the heart of the Lady Governor of Egypt with a sword. The 2 living people turned into a pile of ashes under Imerton's golden dagger, while 2 transparent figures floated out of it and drifted towards the black fog. As the 2 transparent souls were swallowed by the black mist, Ansuna's body that had turned into a mummified body once again became rosy and full of vitality. After completing the sacrifice, Imerton threw away the golden short sword and hugged the revived Ansuna, shouting, "Ansuna!" And Ansuna, who had just been resurrected, also looked at Imerton affectionately, and murmured, "Immortan." And with Ansuna's resurrection, the special task on Wang Xiaoming's attribute panel also shows that it has been completed, and the rewards are waiting for Imerton to distribute them. Of course, Imerton, who is busy with his love affair with Ansuna, has no time to pay attention to Wang Xiaoming, and Imerton didn't come out until 3 hours later. Master Wang Xiaoming, thank you for your help this time, let's complete the contract now. Of course, Imerton didn't want to come here. 20 years ago, he hadn't executed the contract and was warned by Anubis, the god of death. After all, he is the priest of Anubis, the god of death. If he violated the contract witnessed by Anubis, then Anubis would be really ashamed. Hearing Imerton's words, Wang Xiaoming quickly took out the Black Book of the Dead. Your current strength is only at the bronze level. There are 9 bronze level magics in the Black Book of the Dead. In addition to the 3 you learned before, there are also corpse recovery, locust summoning, scarab summoning, skeleton summoning, zombie summoning, and darkness magic. Force these 6 spells. Hearing what Imerton said, Wang Xiaoming immediately felt bad. He learned these bronze level spells while he was busy with his own work, and they didn't sound very good. High Priest, although I haven't reached the level yet, I can still learn first. Wang Xiaoming said hastily. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Imerton said impatiently, how can you learn this magic by leapfrogging? You are only at the bronze level now. If you learn silver level spells, you will not only fail to learn them, but you will also suffer backlash. If it is serious, you will be in danger life. If it weren't for the contract, I wouldn't care if you learn it or not. If you want to learn silver spells, then come to me after you reach the silver level. Wang Xiaoming had no choice but to hear what Imerton said. After all, Imerton did not lie. After all, there was an agreement with Anubis. If Imerton lied, Anubis would think that Imerton had broken his oath. So Wang Xiaoming could only honestly follow Imerton to learn the bronze level magic in the 6 Black Books of the Dead. At this time, Wang Xiaoming also understood why Imerton became a summoning mage. Most of the spells that the Egyptian priest could learn were summoning. Corpse recovery, resurrect a corpse to fight for you. The stronger the corpse is, the more mana, spiritual power, it consumes. The strength after resurrection will be stronger. Duration, unlimited, consumption, change according to the strength of the corpse, cooldown time, 1 minute, maximum number of summons, 21, determined by spirit attribute. Locust call, summon a group, 100, of locusts, which can be used to attack enemies or eat plants, duration, 1 hour, consumption, 3 points of mana, cooling time, 1 minute. Scarab summoning, summon a group, 100, of scarabs to fight for you, duration, 1 hour, consumption, 3 mana, cooling time, 1 minute. Skeleton summoning, summon a skeleton to fight for you. Duration, unlimited. Consumption, summoning requires 5 points of magic power, maintaining 1 point of magic power per hour. Cooling time, 1 minute. Maximum number of summons, 21, determined by spiritual attributes. Zombie summoning, summon a zombie to fight for you. Duration, unlimited. Consumption, summoning requires 5 points of magic power, maintaining 1 point of magic power per hour. Cooling time, 1 minute. Maximum number of summons, 21, determined by spirit attributes. Power of darkness, summons a dark attribute power to launch, causing 100 points of damage to the enemy, recovering 100 points of health to undead and dark attribute creatures. Consumption, 10 points of magic power, cooldown for 3 minutes. The upper limit of summoning refers to the upper limit of all summoned objects, not just the upper limit of the summoning of each skill. The summoning of the mummy guard, the summoning of locusts and the summoning of scarabs do not occupy the quota. Chapter 37. 5 of the 6 spells are related to summoning, and the only one is also used to assist summoned creatures. This made Wang Xiaoming's idea of using the spells on the Black Book of the Dead to turn into a magic machine gun to be reimbursed, and Wang Xiaoming had a hunch that even the silver level spells on the Black Book of the Dead, that is, 2-star spells, were likely to be mostly summoning system. After completing the contract, Imerton also ignored Wang Xiaoming and continued to make out with Ansuna. Of course, Wang Xiaoming did not intend to stay in the underground tomb, he left Hamna Tower directly to find his abandoned horse. He finally understood that what he gained this time was being able to transform from a spell fortress into a summoning madman. A total of 21 summons, plus locust scarabs and mummies, can completely summon an army by one person. The only thing that makes Wang Xiaoming regret is that there are no long-range attack units among these summons. So Wang Xiaoming himself will continue to act as a spell fort after summoning these. After obtaining these magics, Wang Xiaoming did not leave but found Imogen again. What else is there? I've made it very clear that you can't learn silver level spells now. Emerton was still very annoyed by Wang Xiaoming's interruption. Wang Xiaoming didn't care about Emerton's annoyance at all. After all, they had a contract restricting Emerton from taking action against Wang Xiaoming. It's such a high priest, I want to know the whereabouts of the death bracelet. Wang Xiaoming said. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Imogen looked at Wang Xiaoming in surprise. How dare you hit his attention with the death bracelet, boy, let me advise you that the Scorpion King is not so easy to deal with, and this year is not the year of the Scorpion. Of course I don't want to attack the Reaper's Legion, but I am very interested in the Reaper's bracelet and hope the High Priest can tell me where it is. Wang Xiaoming continued to ask. Since you want to seek death, go ahead. The death bracelet is in the Akkad Temple, and the specific location is. Emerton said coldly when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. Although he was very grateful to Wang Xiaoming for helping him revive Ansuna, since Wang Xiaoming wanted to kill himself, of course he couldn't object. After getting the location of the death bracelet, Wang Xiaoming directly left Hamna Tower's underground tomb and flew directly to the location given by Emerton. Although the temple is full of various mechanisms, they basically have no effect under the control of Wang Xiaoming's summoned Cairo and powerful thoughts. These things are useful for ordinary people and even ordinary one-star superhumans, but they are basically useless for Wang Xiaoming, a more powerful one-star superhuman with more means. It was very smooth to get the death bracelet in his hand. Of course, Wang Xiaoming would not be able to open the death bracelet next. He still knows how much he owns. Although he uses all kinds of spells sneakily, his hand-to-hand combat ability is really poor. There is no difference between melee fighting with the Scorpion King and death. The main reason why he went to get the death bracelet was because he wanted to see the attributes of the death bracelet. Bracelet of Death, the artifact given by Anubis, the god of death, can consume mana, spiritual power to summon the army of death. When the mana is insufficient, you can use your lifespan to summon the army of death. It is not the year of the Scorpion, even if you have the permission to use the bracelet of death, you cannot use it. Seeing the introduction of the Grim Reaper bracelet, Wang Xiaoming completely lost his mind, and then he put the Grim Reaper bracelet into the interspatial bag and went to find O'Connor and the others. Soon Wang Xiaoming found the camel he had abandoned in the desert, and then rode the camel to speed up with his thoughts, and quickly caught up with O'Connor and the others. Oh, Xiaoming, you're fine. I was worried when I found out that you were missing. O'Connor said when he saw Wang Xiaoming chasing up on a camel. Of course it's fine, I just fell asleep before. Wang Xiaoming made an excuse casually. O'Connor didn't doubt it either. After all, he had been on the road for several days before, and it was normal for Wang Xiaoming to fall asleep from physical and mental exhaustion when he had an accident on the first night in Hamnada. Everyone believed in this statement. In fact, if it wasn't for Wang Xiaoming's sudden appearance and the team watchman reminding everyone, they wouldn't even find out that Wang Xiaoming was back. This journey is not just Wang Xiaoming, other people are often left behind, some have come back and some have not. About 3 hours after Wang Xiaoming returned to the team, a figure on a horse appeared behind them. This figure was Lao Huang, who had officially escaped from the underground tomb. After seeing Wang Xiaoming and their team, he speeded up and rushed over. Of course, the person in charge of the team's sentry also found Lao Huang, and let him join the team after confirming his identity. After all, both the reincarnated people and O'Connor were aware of Lao Wang's strength. Of course, everyone welcomes a powerful person like him to join him. And Wang Xiaoming saw that Lao Wang's previous wounds had all healed, and now he couldn't see the bruises all over his body when he walked out of the underground mausoleum except for his somewhat embarrassed body. Lao Huang quickly came to Wang Xiaoming's side after entering the team. "Brother, the mummy in the catacombs is amazing. If the natives are right, the 10 plagues will come to Cairo in a few days. What are your plans?" As the only 2 one-star transcendents, Lao Huang still attaches great importance to Wang Xiaoming's opinion. Now there is a strong man like Imerton in this world, which makes Lao Huang full of insecurity. So he plans to act with Wang Xiaoming next, so that the 2 of them will take care of each other, at least the chance of survival will be higher. According to the legend of the 10 plagues in Egypt, it is impossible for us to be opponents of each other. I think it is best for us to run away. After all, our main task is to survive, and the rest will be saved. Of course, Wang Xiaoming did not intend to stay in Cairo, although with his strength, the so-called 10 disasters would definitely not be able to deal with him. But this thing is disgusting: locusts, frogs, blood, etc., even thinking about it is disgusting. Of course Wang Xiaoming is not interested in seeing her, and besides, he just kidnapped the princess of the Great Yin Empire and doesn't want to stay in Cairo any longer. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang immediately smiled and said, "I think so too, why don't the brothers come together?" Wang Xiaoming directly agreed to Lao Wang's invitation. How could such a good meat shield Wang Xiaoming refuse? Of course there is no problem. We can go to Tuao. It is said that the land is sparsely populated and it is a new continent that has just been discovered. There is no civilization on it and there should be no powerful characters. Wang Xiaoming said his destination. Lao Huang didn't refuse either, and then Lao Huang went to tell the newcomers about the next course of action. And Wang Xiaoming found the 3 of O'Connor and the others next to him. After O'Connor returns to Cairo, I plan to go to Tuao with that Mr. Huang. Are you interested in joining us? Wang Xiaoming invited O'Connor and the others. Tuao, that's the place where the Great Yin Empire used to exile criminals. Xiaoming, why do you want to go there? O'Connor asked curiously after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words. The mummy has been resurrected. Not only that, he also killed several of Mr. Wang's companions, 2 of whom are not even weaker than Mr. Huang. According to the prophecy, the 10 plagues of Egypt will occur in Cairo next. Of course, we must prepare to escape, and I also found these in the catacombs. Said Wang Xiaoming took out a handful of gold. These were taken by Wang Xiaoming in the underground mausoleum. After all, Imerton didn't value these, so Wang Xiaoming filled his space bag with half of the gold. Seeing Wang Xiaoming take out the gold, Jonathan's eyes straightened. Wang Xiaoming was not stingy and gave O'Connor and the 3 of them a handful, each of which was about a kilogram. Regarding Wang Xiaoming's behavior, not only the money-loving Jonathan O'Connor and Eve have obviously changed towards Wang Xiaoming. Although they are together in name, Wang Xiaoming deserves to give them the reward points, but in fact, there are a few who are willing to give up the gold points they got to share with others. This time, O'Connor couldn't say that he had killed Imerton with a single shot. After all, he couldn't even beat Lao Huang to death, so how could he beat or even kill Imerton, who was comparable to the rest of their team? And with Wang Xiaoming's move to share the gold before, Jonathan next to him said directly, yes, we have to leave this ghost place quickly. Although Tuao is not very good, it is a colony of our Great Yin Empire. I heard that the land over there is very cheap. We can buy a large piece of land in the past and become the owner of the manor. Although Eve wanted to say that holding the sun golden scripture could kill Imerton, she gave up because both Jonathan and O'Connor agreed to go to Tuao. Chapter 38. Then the group returned to Cairo in just one day with the help of Wang Xiaoming's mind control. Then everyone immediately bought a ship to Tuao, and with the gold O'Connor given by Wang Xiaoming, he quickly bought 17 tickets to 2AO. Although the remaining Americans also heard what Huang said, they didn't care about preparing to rest for a few days before going to explore other places. There are many places to explore in Egypt today. As long as you find a mummy, there are countless gold and antiques. How could they give up the chance to get rich because of what Lao Huang said? In the end, it was Wang Xiaoming, the 14 and the Samsara, and O'Connor who boarded the ship and left Cairo. As the largest port in Cairo, the port of Giza certainly has a boat ticket to 2AO. And O'Connor, as a local tycoon in Cairo, easily got 17 boat tickets to 2AO when he was rich. Standing on the deck of the ship, looking at the group of people in Cairo who are getting farther and farther away, they also have mixed emotions. Of course, it was limited to the three of O'Connor and the others. For the reincarnators, this was just changing from a strange place to another strange place. Brother, we have left the dangerous area this time. What are your plans next? Wang Xiaoming stood on the deck watching the scenery and Lao Huang came over and said. Didn't you say it before? For this mission, we still focus on saving our lives. Next, we will go to 2AO, and judging by the distance in this world, we may not be able to stay until we arrive in 2AO. Wang Xiaoming said. Lao Huang shook his head and said, I'm not asking about this world, but I want to ask you what you think about the future missions. This mission has made me see the danger of the reincarnation space clearly. Such an ordinary looking there is such a great danger in the world of one star, it is not easy to be a lone ranger. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming understood what he meant. Obviously, he was frightened by this mission and wanted to form a team with Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming certainly welcomes a meat shield like Lao Huang to come to him to form a team. After all, he can be said to be his shortcoming in hand-to-hand combat as a spell. It's true that it's not easy to be a lone ranger. Old Huang, how about we form a team to do missions together in the future? Wang Xiaoming followed suit and invited Lao Huang to form a team. After all, from this mission, it can be seen that Lao Wang's character is still good. After all, whether he entered the game at the beginning and brought newcomers with him, or left later with newcomers, it can be seen that his character is not bad. Moreover, he only helped the newcomers when he was comfortable, so Wang Xiaoming directly invited Lao Huang to form a team for Lao Wang's intention to form a team. Of course I can. My name is Huang Tian and I am a purely physically strengthened physical fighter. You have seen the specific fighting style before. Lao Huang directly agreed to Wang Xiaoming's invitation. My name is Wang Xiaoming, and I'm taking mental enhancement. I know a few magic spells and healing spells. Of course, Wang Xiaoming couldn't tell all of his cards. Lao Huang was even happier when he heard Wang Xiaoming's introduction. The reason why he had the intention to form a team with Wang Xiaoming before was because Wang Xiaoming acted like a one-star superhuman in the direction of spiritual strengthening when he entered. Now I am even more happy to hear Wang Xiaoming's words. As a human shield, he certainly hopes that his team members will compliment him, especially after hearing that Wang Xiaoming has healing spells. Lao Huang is even more excited. We must know that normally, a single reincarnator seldom learns healing skills. After all, each reincarnator has an upper limit on the number of skills he can learn in the reincarnation space store. It is indeed very valuable to be willing to take out a skill bar to learn healing skills. In fact, Wang Xiaoming didn't know that reincarnators had limited learning skills, but when he heard Lao Huang talk about it, he was immediately satisfied with what he had gained this time. Not to mention the large number of summoning spells, the fireball and quicksand trap alone are enough to satisfy Wang Xiaoming. After all, these two spells are taught by Emerton and do not occupy the 10 skill bars of the reincarnation space store. Limit. In other words, Wang Xiaoming has 9 more skills than those players who bought all their skills in the reincarnation space and did not learn other skills. And as his strength improves in the future, Wang Xiaoming will be able to learn more skills. According to what Lao Huang said, as long as you spend points, you can re-enter the mission world you have been to. The price is the same as the survival time of the main mission, 10 points a day. This is also the best way for many reincarnated people who need time to practice to become stronger. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming immediately realized that he had missed the opportunity to become stronger quickly. That's not right. My current strength is enough, and using points to enhance attributes is the right way to become stronger. Others are just icing on the cake. Although Wang Xiaoming's mind control is very strong, his core ability has never been this. Unlimited firepower talent is Wang Xiaoming's core ability, so of course the fastest way for him to become stronger is to enter each mission world, complete missions, change the world course and earn points. After all, even though Wang Xiaoming's mind control has reached more than 3 tons, he is still only a 1-star transcendent, and he doesn't know how long it will take to be promoted to 2 stars. As for strengthening attributes, as long as the mental attribute reaches 30, he can be promoted to 2-star strength, and at that time, Wang Xiaoming's mind control training results will increase. And as the power of mind control becomes stronger and stronger, the effect of Wang Xiaoming's exercise is gradually getting worse. Obviously, this talent obtained in the world of superpower out of control cannot be increased endlessly. In fact, it's normal to think about it. It's really strange that the talents obtained in that world can increase endlessly if the superpower is out of control. Chapter 39. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't have the idea of floating on the sea for more than 20 days, so he used his mind to control the speed of the ship soon after it sailed out of the sea. This can not only increase the speed of the ship but also exercise Wang Xiaoming's mind control ability. Of course, the power of more than 3 tons is nothing to a ship of thousands of tons, but Wang Xiaoming didn't lift the ship just to accelerate it. Ships in this era usually have a speed of 12 to 15 knots, which is about 22 to 27 km per hour, but under the control of Wang Xiaoming's mind, the speed of this ship can easily reach 60 km per hour, and the speed is even constant increase, and finally the speed of the steamer even reached more than 100 km per hour. The speed of more than 100 km per hour is simply unimaginable for this ship. When it was riding the wind and waves on the sea, many things on its deck were directly blown away by the strong wind. This speed is completely unimaginable for people of this era, but Wang Xiaoming has already controlled the captain to control the other crew members and can only continue to drive the ship to avoid hitting the rocks and deviating from the course. From Cairo to Tuao, the distance is more than 10,000 kilometers, but it only takes more than 100 hours under the speed of the ship, which has reached 120 kilometers per hour. 5 days later, the ship, which had been traveling fast for 5 days, finally slowed down when it was about to arrive in Tuao. The reason why it takes 5 days is entirely because Wang Xiaoming needs to rest for a few hours every day, otherwise he will be able to reach Tuao in 4 days. After the ship arrived in Tuao, O'Connor and the 3 of them got off the ship quickly. After all, the speed of the ship was not fast enough for all to see. After arriving in Tuao, everyone couldn't help but relax. O'Connor and the others bought a large piece of land with the money from selling gold, and Wang Xiaoming and the others, reincarnated people, temporarily lived in the manor purchased by O'Connor. Although they have experienced many things, in fact, it is only about 10 days since the reincarnators entered this world, and Wang Xiaoming and the others need to stay at least 20 days before they can return to the reincarnation space. Of course, because they were far away from Egypt, they didn't encounter any superhumans. Obviously, there were still very few superhumans in this world. Even before Immortan's resurrection, the upper limit of this world's level was only 1 star. Wang Xiaoming took out the Sun Golden Scripture from his interspatial bag only after he came to Tuao. He was worried that Immortan would find it, so he never took it out. The Sun Golden Sutra in his hand this time is no longer what it used to be. After all, he has obtained Immortan's authorization and now has the authority to use the Sun Golden Sutra. The Sun Golden Sutra, a magic book, recorded in the ancient Egyptian pharaohs' poems praising the gods and the real names of the Egyptian gods. The real names of the gods have terrifying power. Once you read them, they will attract the attention of the gods. You can merge with the Black Book of the Dead to form the Bible of the Dead. And the spell to disperse Immortan is just chanting the real name of Anubis, the god of death, plus the expulsion spell to send Immortan back to the underworld, and even ordinary people can easily do this without any consumption. This thing can be fused with the Black Book of the Dead, but how can it be fused together to sew them together? Wang Xiaoming tried for a while but found that there was no sign of merging. However, when Wang Xiaoming took out the key, the Black Soul Sutra and the Sun Golden Sutra both emitted light, and then Wang Xiaoming put them together and they were completely integrated. After the Black Book of the Dead and the Golden Book of the Sun were fully fused, a new book appeared in place. The Undead Bible, the treasure of ancient Egypt, which contains a lot of magic and the real names of the gods. It has been bound. The fused Undead Bible can be integrated into Wang Xiaoming's body like a space bag, which makes Wang Xiaoming very happy that when he casts spells in the future, he doesn't need to hold the book in one hand and cast spells in the other. Wang Xiaoming was very disappointed that there was no new magic in the Undead Bible after fusion. Of course, Wang Xiaoming could still provide bonuses by using the magic recorded in the Undead Bible. This is why Wang Xiaoming is happy. The bonus of the Undead Bible is not fixed, but doubles Wang Xiaoming's own spiritual attribute bonus, which means that Wang Xiaoming can now provide 21%. The blessing will become 42 under the influence of the Undead Bible. After merging the Bible of the Undead and the Golden Sun Sutra, the original bright breath of the Golden Sun Sutra completely disappeared. Of course, there are also records on the Sun Golden Sutra behind the Bible of the Dead, and even Wang Xiaoming was able to hide its content. After the fusion of the Black Soul Sutra and the Sun Gold Sutra, Wang Xiaoming's authority has become the highest, which means that even Immortan cannot take back Wang Xiaoming's authority. The harvest of this mission is still very good, and I have made such a big change to the plot. I believe that the points obtained should be quite a lot. Wang Xiaoming is still very satisfied with the harvest of this mission. Of course, some people will say that there is still a death bracelet that is useless. Wang Xiaoming said that he is not capable of hand-to-hand combat, so he would not dare to single out the Scorpion King. Even if he brings the old Huang Yumerton and others, Wang Xiaoming may not be sure that he can defeat the Scorpion King. After all, entering it will remove all superpowers. Who knows if it will affect the reincarnation? When Anubis issued a special task to himself, Wang Xiaoming gave up the idea of obtaining the death bracelet. After all, that thing can only summon cannon fodder. The strength of those Reaper Legion is really average. In the original book, they are even comparable to those men in black from the Pharaoh's Guard. Wang Xiaoming is just a reincarnator, so much cannon fodder is useless. Of course, the most important thing is that the introduction of the death bracelet needs to be activated in the year of the Scorpion. Chapter 40. Wang Xiaoming, who had nothing to do, concentrated on exercising in the manner O'Connor bought. Although the effect of his exercise became worse and worse as the power of mind control became stronger, at least there was still progress. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming can also exercise his magic release. When he was fighting with Lao Huang, Wang Xiaoming discovered that this magic cannot lock the enemy. To accurately hit the enemy requires frequent practice, so Wang Xiaoming now has one more thing to do in addition to practicing mind control, which is to practice magic. Of course, Wang Xiaoming's attack magic is only 2, even if heals are added, there are only 3. The other summoning magic does not need any manipulation to summon and lock the enemy's attack. When manipulating, it's all about releasing magic. Time passed slowly during Wang Xiaoming's continuous training, and his mind control ability and the accuracy of magic were greatly improved. Although the power of mind control is getting stronger and stronger, he can still increase his strength by 3 kilograms per hour of exercise, and his magic accuracy can basically hit targets that are not moving too fast. Looking at the clean and white room in front of him, Wang Xiaoming opened the task settlement panel. this time there is no free treatment. Of course Wang Xiaoming can't just spend points to play for nothing. Then about Wang Xiaoming, since the experience in the mummy world was played in front of his eyes, a settlement panel finally appeared. The current world has been upgraded to a 3-star world due to special reasons, so the points obtained for this mission will be doubled. Mission World, Relic World in Yellow Sand Survival for 30 days. To complete the main mission will reward you with 100x2 points. Killing 13 indigenous people in the Ruins World in the Yellow Sand rewards 13x2 points. Changing the trajectory of the Relic World in the Yellow Sand rewards 6000x2 points. A total of 12,226 points were obtained for this mission. The reward this time is so high, and the World Star upgrade has the benefit of x2 points. Seeing this gain, even Wang Xiaoming, who already feels that he has gained a lot in the mission world, is very happy. Ding! Your Relic World in the Yellow Sand has more than 90% participation in the change of its development track. You can bind the current world, and this world will be dominated by your timeline in the future. With more than 10,000 points, Wang Xiaoming is completely able to strengthen his spiritual attributes to more than 40, and he is also bound to the world. Not more than 90%. Just when Wang Xiaoming was happy, a reminder suddenly appeared in the reincarnation space that someone applied to visit Wang Xiaoming. Of course, this person is Lao Huang. They had agreed in the mummy world before. Wang Xiaoming chose to accept, and the next moment a door appeared on the white wall, and Lao Huang walked out of the door. This mission is really thrilling, and Imerton has reached a 3-star level. Lao Huang sighed after entering. Wang Xiaoming also nodded and said, "Indeed, but doubling the points rewarded by the task is also very cost-effective. Indeed, I have gained more than 1,500 points in this mission, and after doubling, I have more than 3,000 points, which is enough for me to increase my strength to 30 points. Lao Huang said, "I have more than you this time, and I can almost raise it to more than 30 points, but Lao Huang, do you want to exchange a few more buffs and halo spells?" Of course, Wang Xiaoming can't say that he has gained more than 10,000 points, that would definitely expose him. So Wang Xiaoming raised a question. As a summoning mage, Wang Xiaoming felt that he should get a halo-type spell, so the benefits are still very good. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang was a little entangled. Of course, he wanted Wang Xiaoming, a team member, to learn aura-like spells, but this kind of spells that are purely for assisting other people are actually not very popular in the reincarnation space. It's better not to. After all, learning such spells in the limited spell column will not improve your own strength at all, and halo spells are very expensive and not worthwhile. Finally, Huang still persuaded. "It's okay, I've used 3 spell bars now, and it's no big deal to use another one, and I know a lot of summoning spells, so it can't be said that it's not helpful to me." The reason why Wang Xiaoming said that was to test the old man. Wang's character, on the other hand, is to speak out his means. After all, they are going to be teammates in the future, so Wang Xiaoming can't keep hiding like this. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang didn't object. By the way, if you increase your attributes to more than 30 points, your strength will reach 2 stars, and then the world you enter will be at least a 2-star world. Lao Huang suddenly remembered something and said to Wang Xiaoming. As an old fritter who has been in the 1-star world 8 times in the mission world, his attributes have improved in all aspects, but Wang Xiaoming looks like a person who has not entered the reincarnation space for a long time. He is still worried that Wang Xiaoming's strength cannot keep up. "Open your mouth to remind." "That's it, but it doesn't matter. I have achieved a good result this time, even if I enter the 2-star world." Hearing Lao Wang's reminder, Wang Xiaoming checked his own strength and confirmed that there is no problem for him to play in the 2-star world. "Actually, we don't need to enter the 2-star world so quickly. I have only completed 8 missions now, and I need 2 more to forcibly ascend to the 2-star mission world. We can develop again." Lao Huang reminded. After being reminded by Lao Huang, Wang Xiaoming was a little entangled. After all, even in the one-star world, Wang Xiaoming's harvest was already very good, and there was really no need to enter the two-star world now. Is it beneficial to enter the two-star world in advance? Wang Xiaoming couldn't decide to pay attention, so he asked Lao Huang. After all, as he has been in the one-star world for 8 missions, Wang Xiaoming still has relatively little knowledge in this area. Of course there are benefits. First of all, the people in the two-star world are stronger, and you can get a few or even 10 points for killing ordinary natives, which is much better than only 1 point in the one-star world. There is also the fact that the points obtained for every 1-star increase in the world level will increase by 50%. The reason why the ruins in the yellow sand we experienced before can get twice the points is because that world has become a 3-star world. With Lao Wang's explanation, Wang Xiaoming also made a decision, then let's upgrade to 2 stars. Chapter 41. After deciding to go to the 2-star world, Wang Xiaoming began to strengthen. The first thing to strengthen is of course the spiritual attribute, but the highest attribute cannot exceed twice the other attributes, so Wang Xiaoming needs to increase the other attributes to 20 points. Then add spiritual attributes. The attributes of 2 stars are between 30 to 50, so Wang Xiaoming can strengthen his spiritual attributes to 49 points, which requires 12,800 points, which is of course impossible, but spend half of the points to strengthen half there is still no problem. Just strengthening Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attribute has cost him nearly half of the points he gained this time. It seems that upgrading attributes really costs a lot of points, and I don't know how other reincarnations improve their attributes. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. Of course there are other ways. In fact, most advanced reincarnators use exercises or treasures to improve their attributes, and they only use points when they finally break through. However, it is more cost-effective for us to use points now, etc. After reaching 2 stars, you can try to practice the exercises. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's exclamation, Lao Huang replied from the side. That is to say, I only want to increase the attribute to 30 points, and then I can practice skills to improve the attribute later. Wang Xiaoming secretly thanked himself for not rushing to add the attribute directly. Of course, but when choosing exercises, you should pay attention to the best ones that have follow UPS. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to change after your current exercises have been practiced to the limit. Lao Huang reminded. Wang Xiaoming nodded, and then raised the mental attribute to 30, and of course the strength, agility, and physical attributes Wang Xiaoming also raised to 15. Next, he needed to exchange the exercises, and of course, he also exchanged the bloodline by the way. As a legal reincarnation person, Wang Xiaoming's bloodline is of course the magician bloodline. This is a bloodline branch with a high upper limit. From the lowest magician bloodline to the highest law god bloodline, there are all in the reincarnation space. Of course, even the lowest level magician blood and magic apprentice blood need 1000 points. Of course, this is not a direct exchange for Wang Xiaoming. Bloodline of magic apprentice, it can evolve into a magician bloodline, which comes with arcane missiles, and the recovery speed of mental power is increased. The lineage of the magic apprentice is very simple, but it comes with a spell, which makes Wang Xiaoming's attack spells reach 3. Arcane Missile, a basic attack spell mastered by a magician, which can cause 30 points of damage to the enemy, consumes 1 point of mana, and has a cooling time of 30 seconds. Although the power of this magic missile is not strong, it can basically be used as a magician's common skill with a small consumption and short cooling time. And Wang Xiaoming, who has unlimited firepower, can release a magic missile in 3 seconds, and it only consumes a little mana to release 100. Wang Xiaoming is very satisfied with this bloodline, but it takes 3000 points to upgrade to the magician bloodline. Wang Xiaoming had already spent 6000 points to strengthen attributes before, and then spent another 1000 points to exchange for magic apprentices, leaving 5,000 points. Although he could afford to exchange for the blood of a magician, it must be known that Wang Xiaoming still needs to exchange for cultivation techniques and halo skills, both of which are not cheap, and he can't just trade one blood for another. After all, although the blood of the magic apprentice is good, it is just icing on the cake for Wang Xiaoming, and the halo skill can fully enhance Wang Xiaoming's strength, which must be more important than him. As for the exercises, this is an important way for Wang Xiaoming to improve his attributes in the future. Of course, the sooner he redeems them, the better. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming, who is of the magician blood, will not exchange for the time being, and choose the exercises first. Wang Xiaoming's main attribute is spirit, so the selected exercises are of course mainly aimed at increasing the spirit attribute, and of course it is best to increase other attributes along the way. The choice of exercises does not need Wang Xiaoming to choose slowly, he directly lets the reincarnation space automatically match the most suitable exercises for him. Soon a whole page of exercise options appeared in front of Wang Xiaoming's eyes, and each of the above exercises was more than 90% compatible with Wang Xiaoming. The one at the top even reached 99.999%, followed by a series of 9s. The exercise that most suits Wang Xiaoming is called Xing Chen meditation, and it is a powerful exercise that can be cultivated to 9 stars. Of course, Wang Xiaoming definitely cannot redeem the full book now. What he can deal with is the content of its 1-star and 2-star content, of which 1 star has 1,000 points and the second star has 2,000 points. Star meditation method, a powerful meditation technique. After practice, it can make the spirit more stable and able to move and cast spells. Every hour of meditation can increase the mental attribute by 0.01 and other strength, agility, and physical attributes by half. Seeing the introduction of this exercise, Wang Xiaoming immediately felt that he had made money. This exercise can not only improve the spirit, but also improve other attributes by the way. So Wang Xiaoming directly read out the practice method to redeem his 1 star and 2 stars. After exchanging it, Wang Xiaoming discovered that this exercise has a special connection with his innate mind control. Later, when he practiced star meditation, he could not only increase his spiritual attributes but also increase the power of mind control, 1 kg per hour. Although it is not as good as Wang Xiaoming exercising by himself, as the effect of exercising gets worse and worse, the 1 kg added by Xing Chen meditation is very valuable. After redeeming the exercises, Wang Xiaoming has 2,200 points left, which he will use to exchange for a halo skill. Now what these summons of mine lack is attack, and Lao Huang also lacks attack as a tank shield, so the aura skill should choose attack type. After confirming the direction, Wang Xiaoming quickly chose the skills. Powerful Halo increases the attack power of allies within a radius of 1,000 meters, affected by spiritual attributes, by 10%, consumes 100 points of magic power, consumes 10 points of magic power per minute, cooldown time, none, exchange price, 2,000 points. Wang Xiaoming is very satisfied with this strong attack aura. Not only the coverage area is large enough but also the attack percentage is increased. As for the consumption, Wang Xiaoming, who has the talent of infinite firepower, is not a problem at all. He can even keep the halo on all the time without affecting it. Wang Xiaoming completed the exchange, and Johnson next to him also completed the exchange. He mainly continued to improve his endurance, and of course increased his defense and magic resistance. He suffered a lot from being hit by Emerton before, and finally paid attention to magic defense. Chapter 42. Then let's sign a team contract. Lao Huang said. Wang Xiaoming nodded, and then signed a team contract with Lao Huang with 100 points in the witness of the reincarnation space. After signing the team contract, the two parties will enter the same mission world next time, and the team members can save 50% of the damage, and killing the team members will reduce all attributes by half and the task difficulty will increase by 3 level of punishment. Of course, if there are punishments, there will be rewards. For example, Team members can see each other's positions in the reincarnation world, and the team will have a public hall with 4 doors. They are the rooms of Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang, and there is also a practice room. The room and the martial arts field allow them to practice in a wide enough place in the reincarnation space. It can be said that the benefits obtained in exchange for only 200 points are indeed not small. From this, it can be seen that the reincarnation space is supportive of the reincarnation team. And it is automatically marked as a friendly unit. For example, Wang Xiaoming's halo needs to be marked as a friendly unit by Wang Xiaoming to have an effect, but Lao Huang of the same team does not need to be marked to automatically become a friendly unit. After signing the team contract, Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang left the reincarnation space and returned to the main world. The harvest this time is huge for Wang Xiaoming. First of all, he has learned many spells and raised his strength to 2 stars. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 30. Mental power, 300/300, using skills requires mental power consumption. Vitality, 200/200, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. Points, 134. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, Blink, Heal, Thunder Call, Mummy Guard Call, Quicksand Trap, Fireball, Revive Corpse, Locust Call, Scarab Call, Skeleton Call, Zombie Call, Dark Force, Arcane Missile, Striking Aura. Later the magic on the Bible of the Dead will all be merged into the Bible of the Dead. Talent, Unlimited Firepower, Mind Control, 4,135 kilograms. Wang Xiaoming's biggest achievement in this mission is the Undead Bible, which contains a large number of spells that greatly enhance Wang Xiaoming's strength. By the way, my strength has reached 2 stars now. I can go to Emerton to learn the silver magic on the Bible of the Dead, but I can go to the mummy world to find Emerton before the start of the next mission. Wang Xiaoming saw the Bible of the Dead. Suddenly this thing came up. But there is no need to worry. After all, although silver magic can increase combat power, there is no danger for Wang Xiaoming to return to the main world now. He can wait until the next mission starts, and he still has 134 points left, which is enough to survive in the mummy world, survive for 6 days. So Wang Xiaoming directly chose to quit the reincarnation space. What he cares most about now is to practice the exchange method, which he spent 3,000 points to exchange. Of course, after returning this time, Wang Xiaoming is the same as before. He has no idea of doing anything in the main world, and he is still practicing honestly to improve his strength. Of course, in order to understand the situation in the main world, Wang Xiaoming now has one more thing to do, which is to read the daily newspapers and news. Although the technology in the main world is not very advanced, things like TVs, mobile phones and cars have already appeared, but they are still relatively primitive, but this does not hinder the use of these things. Checking the news of the main world while practicing, Wang Xiaoming saw traces of reincarnated people's activities. After all, after gaining power, several reincarnated people can restrain their ambitions. Even Xiaoqiudu, where he lives, has reported several local rebellions. From these news, Wang Xiaoming also became more aware of the lawlessness of the reincarnated people and the strength of the Xia kingdom. There are so many reincarnated people making troubles, but the Xia kingdom is still doing well, and even caused little impact except for some news. This further strengthened Wang Xiaoming's idea of practicing hard and not doing things. After all, the main world is not the world of reincarnation that he is familiar with, and he doesn't know the plot of this world, so insignificant development is the kingly way. Don't look at Wang Xiaoming's rapid improvement in strength, but among the reincarnators in the reincarnation space, there are not a few high-level reincarnators, but I know that Wang Xiaoming has never heard of reincarnation. He, a reincarnation who has just reached 2 stars, has no confidence to go out and wander. Of course, for convenience, he still bought some weapons and equipment in the main world. After all, buying these in the reincarnation space requires points, and in the main world, Wang Xiaoming only needs to exchange his gold into money to buy them. In the mummy world, Wang Xiaoming is filled with half a space bag of gold, which is more than 3 tons. With so much gold, Wang Xiaoming can exchange a lot of money for a little. Then with the money Wang Xiaoming bought a lot of equipment, from automatic rifles to rocket launchers, from anti-tank equipment to TNT, anyway, as long as Wang Xiaoming has lethality, he bought some. After purchasing the weapons, Wang Xiaoming's life became extremely simple again. Every day he just got up, ate, practiced, ate and slept. After he returned to the main world, he began to practice the exchanged star meditation method. Although his spiritual attribute has reached 30 and he is already a 2-star transcendent, he still needs to practice from the first star cultivation method to practice the star meditation method. Of course, his mental strength is already strong enough, so he only needs to practice 1-star skills to adapt his spirit. More than 10 hours of practice every day can increase Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attributes by a few tenths of his spiritual attributes and a few tenths of other attributes, and more than 10 kilograms of mind control power. Although it doesn't look like much, after 30 days Wang Xiaoming's mental attributes have increased by 4 points, and other strength, agility, and physical attributes have increased by 2 points, which is equivalent to bringing more than 2,000 points to Wang Xiaoming. It seems that this exercise is the main way to improve your strength in the future, and you should save your points to buy skills in the future. After a month of practice, Wang Xiaoming understood why Lao Huang said that exercises are the main way to improve his strength. Of course, this is also after the 2nd star. The effect before the 2nd star is not so good. After a month of practice, it may not be possible to earn 1,000 points and even the cost of the exercise. Compared with directly strengthening the attributes, it is of course more cost-effective. It is more cost-effective to practice exercises only after reaching the 2-star enhanced attribute price becomes expensive. And this is only possible if Wang Xiaoming practiced for more than 10 hours a day. There are not many normal reincarnation people who practice as hard as Wang Xiaoming. Practicing 3 to 5 hours a day is already considered hard work, so Lao Huang thinks that it is more cost-effective to exchange exercises after reaching 2 stars. Chapter 43. 3 hours before the 30th day, Wang Xiaoming chose to enter the reincarnation space, and then chose to enter the mummy world in the world he had experienced. Although a month has passed in the main world, the mummy world is still the time when Wang Xiaoming and the others left. This is the power of the main god. But he didn't go to O'Connor and the others, but flew directly towards Egypt. He wants to find Emerton to learn the silver spells on the Bible of the Undead. After all, he will soon go to a new mission world. Although he has the advantage of familiarity with the plot, it may not be really safe. Of course, he must strengthen his strength as much as possible. Now Wang Xiaoming's mind control power exceeds 4 tons, and his flying speed has reached more than 1,300 km per hour, which has exceeded the speed of sound. Although it is more than 10,000 km from Tuao to Egypt, it is only a short distance for Wang Xiaoming. But it will take more than 10 hours. After arriving in Cairo, Egypt, Wang Xiaoming saw humans and livestock dying everywhere in Cairo, the Nile River next to it turned blood red, and locusts were flying in the sky, all of which indicated that Emerton was using the 10 plagues on Cairo. This time because Wang Xiaoming changed the plot, no one will eliminate Emerton, so the 10 plagues of Egypt will continue. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming laughed. Of course, he was not laughing because of the scene in front of him, but the 10 plagues are still going on, which means that Emerton is still in Cairo, and Wang Xiaoming's search is much more convenient. In fact, there was no need to look for it. Wang Xiaoming saw Imogen directly in the sky. "Dear High Priest, let's meet again." Wang Xiaoming flew over and said. Imerton was a little surprised when he saw Wang Xiaoming. He thought Wang Xiaoming was going to challenge the Scorpion King when Wang Xiaoming asked him for the location of the death bracelet. Master of the East, what do you want me for? Wang Xiaoming took out the undead Bible with a smile and said, it's such a high priest. I have already reached the silver level and now I want to learn silver level spells from you. Wang Xiaoming didn't bother to chat with Imerton and directly stated his purpose. You have already reached the silver level, how could it be possible that you were at the bronze level more than 20 days ago? How did you get promoted so quickly? Imerton was shocked when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. You must know that Wang Xiaoming was mentally stable but only at the ordinary bronze level more than 20 days ago, but after more than 20 days, he was directly promoted to silver, which made Imerton some can't believe it. I had a little fortuitous encounter before, that's why I was able to reach silver. Wang Xiaoming made up an excuse casually. Of course, in Imerton's eyes, Wang Xiaoming should have been bestowed by that god. People who can receive the gift of the gods can basically be said to be covered by the gods, just like Imerton, who would dare to kill him except Anubis, the god of death. Of course, there is no such thing in this world now. Who can kill him? Now that Wang Xiaoming received the gift from a certain god, Imerton's attitude immediately became much better. Okay, let's find a place and I will teach you the silver magic in the Black Book of the Dead. The two found an empty room in Cairo, and then Imerton began to teach Wang Xiaoming the silver magic on the silver undead Black Book. The silver magic in the Black Book of the Dead is much more difficult than the bronze magic. Even with Professor Imerton Wang Xiaoming, it took 3 hours to learn the above 5 spells. These 5 spells are Elite Mummy Guard, Skeleton Legion Summon, Zombie Legion Summon, Mummy Mage Summon, and Yellow Sand. Elite Mummy Guard, summon 10 elite mummies to fight for you. Each mummy has 15 points of strength and agility, and the captain has 20 points to reach 1 star, duration, 1 hour, consumption, 100 points of mana, cooling time 1 hour. Skeleton Legion Summoning, summon 100 skeletons with all attributes of 13 to fight for you, duration, 1 hour, mana consumption, 100, cooling time, 1 hour. Zombie Legion Summoning, summon 100 zombies with strength, constitution, 15, agility, and 10 to fight for you. Duration, 1 hour, mana consumption, 100, cooling time, 1 hour. Mummy Mage Summon, summon 3 mummy mages who can cast Mummy Guard Summon, Fireball, and Dark Power to fight for you. Duration, 1 hour, mana consumption, 200, cooldown time 1 hour. Yellow Sand Technique, turn yourself into yellow sand, immune to physical damage below 10,000 points, immune to magic damage below silver level, and can jump anywhere within 100 meters every 10 seconds, consumption, 300 points of magic power, cooldown time, 1 hour. These summoning skills do not occupy the upper limit of summoning. These 5 spells are exactly as Wang Xiaoming expected, most of them are summoning spells, and the only one that is not a summoning spell is a life-saving one. It's no wonder that Imerton, as the high priest, would be killed by the pharaoh. With his ability, it can be said that he basically has to kneel whenever he is attacked. After all, as a mage, there are basically no offensive spells. As long as there is no summon protection to be attacked, there is basically no way to fight back. Of course, Wang Xiaoming, who studied with Imerton, is actually similar, but he can learn skills in the reincarnation space, so he doesn't have this concern. Besides, his mind control has now reached 4 tons, and even his instinct defense has reached 400 kilograms. This defense basically has no risk of being killed in seconds except for weapons of mass destruction and gold-level attacks. However, after this mission is over, I still have to buy a 2-star skill, otherwise my direct damage will be a little lower. Looking at the 5 extra spells on his attribute panel, Wang Xiaoming thought silently. Chapter 44. After learning the magic, Wang Xiaoming didn't leave immediately. After all, he still had a little points. Wang Xiaoming planned to stay in this world for a few more days to practice his newly learned magic. 5 days passed quickly. During these 5 days, Wang Xiaoming came out to practice magic and the rest of the time was cultivation. Therefore, the 5 days also increased Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attributes a little. Of course, there are the achievements of the previous 30 days of cultivation. After all, the attribute panel does not display the results after the decimal point, so Wang Xiaoming can only roughly estimate his current cultivation progress. Of course, every point of progress is still displayed. The addition of 5 days made it 6 days, which completely depleted Wang Xiaoming's remaining more than 100 points. Without points, Wang Xiaoming will leave this world. After all, it is different from doing tasks. When doing tasks, even if the time has passed, you can still stay and still have points. If you spend points to enter, once you have no points, you will be reincarnated. Space kicked out. Returning to the reincarnation space without any change in time is also the benefit of going to the reincarnation world. Even if you stay in the reincarnation world for a long time, it is only a moment in the main world. Not long after that, Lao Huang also came to the reincarnation space. Unlike when he left before, the old Huang who came to the reincarnation space not only became taller and stronger, but also had a sturdy aura emerging from his body. Obviously, this month, Lao Huang has not been lazy, and after a month of training, his strength has also improved a lot. Then the two looked at the screen in the team hall, which was showing the countdown to entering the world of reincarnation. Soon it was time to enter the mission world. Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang appeared in a room full of classical atmosphere the next moment. Open the properties panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 22. Dexterity, 22. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 35. Mental power, 350/350, using skills requires mental power consumption. Vitality, 220/220, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. Points, 134. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, Blink, Heal, Call of Thunder, Undead Bible Magic, Arcane Missile, Powerful Aura. Talent, Unlimited Firepower, Mind Control, 4,648 kilograms. The current world is, the story of the city-state. Main quest, survive for more than 30 days, reward, 200 points after 30 days, each additional day of survival increases by 20 points. Its mission panel is basically the same as the previous 1-star world, the only difference is that the reward points have changed from 100 to 200, and the daily rewards after more than 30 days have changed from 10 to 20. What is the story of the city-state? Can't this samsara space be properly named? Seeing the name of the mission world, Wang Xiaoming was completely desperate for the way of naming the samsara space. In the future, he should find out the first world by himself. After reviewing the mission, Wang Xiaoming looked at the reincarnations they had together this time. There were 7 of them in total. Except for Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang, and a woman, the other reincarnations all looked at the others warily. Obviously, there will be no new reincarnations in the 2-star world. Even the reincarnated people who got through 10 missions are basically veterans. They all know that the most dangerous people in the reincarnated world are their companions. Only a woman in a cloak was not on guard, she looked at the surrounding situation calmly. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming could almost analyze the strength of these people in front of him. Those reincarnated people were obviously mixed up, not to mention that the strength reached 2 stars or even 1 star. After all, reincarnators whose true strength reaches 2 stars can basically be regarded as top masters in this 2-star world. Although they may overturn, they will never be too vigilant. As for these old fritters, Lao Huang has no idea of talking to them. After all, as an old fritter, he knows that these people are very difficult to deal with, especially these reincarnated people who are not very strong. In addition to prohibiting the killing of newcomers, the reincarnation space does not restrict reincarnation people to fight each other, so reincarnation people who can survive 10 reincarnation worlds are either strong enough or cautious enough. After all, the main task of samsara space is to survive for 30 days. As long as you don't go to death, there is basically no danger, and of course there is no gain, but it is safe, basically there is no danger. In this way, reincarnators who have mixed 10 one-star missions can also earn 1,000 points. Although it is not much, at least they can add attributes to more than 10 points or exchange a few skills, which also gives them a certain strength. So after seeing these people, Wang Xiaoming knew that the 3 of them might be the only ones to explore this mission world. So Wang Xiaoming said to the woman, "My name is Wang Xiaoming. I am a mage who is good at summoning spells and can heal mages. I hope we can cooperate happily in this mission." The expression on the woman's face didn't change when she heard Wang Xiaoming's words. She just said coldly, "Qin Yanran is good at close combat and is good at killing with one blow." Obviously this Qin Yanran is a reincarnated person following the assassin route. Lao Huang also introduced, Huang Tian he also fights in close quarters, but the main thing to strengthen is that his physique and strength are good at frontal combat. Although the 3 of them only gave a brief introduction, they basically knew each other to a certain extent. As for the others, they didn't care about Wang Xiaoming at all. After all, strength is the most important thing in the reincarnation space. Of course, Wang Xiaoming doesn't care if there are too many people. After all, as long as he knows what kind of world this is, he can directly change the plot by relying on his familiarity with the plot, and earn a lot of points in that way. The 5 minutes of protection in the reincarnation space passed quickly, and the sound of people talking came from outside. Then Lao Huang directly pushed the door and walked out. Wang Xiaoming followed closely behind. He walked out of the room and entered an ancient Greek building. Not far away, a group of men in armor and red cloaks held a spear in one hand and a large shield in the other. Came from afar. Of course, their goal was not Wang Xiaoming and the others, but the city gate at the end of the street. The bearded man at the head said loudly as he walked, "The Persian army has approached Greece, but the elders do not agree to send troops. I, the king of Leonidas and Sparta, will not let the Persians enter the land of Greece. Although the elders are unwilling to send troops, I will still go to Thermopylae to stop the Persians." Behind him was a group of Spartan soldiers in the same attire as him. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming certainly understood what kind of world this was. 300 warriors from Sparta, there seems to be no benefit in this world, and it's not right to go to Thermopylae and fight the Persians with these people from Sparta, and you can get a lot of points. Wang Xiaoming is still a little disappointed after knowing that this world is the 300 warriors of Sparta. The harvest of the previous 2 worlds makes him a little disappointed in this world that cannot benefit from the world. But he quickly recovered, and Wang Xiaoming immediately became interested when he remembered the Persian army of millions. Then Wang Xiaoming began to recall the story of the 300 warriors of Sparta. The 300 warriors of Sparta. In 480 BC, King Xerxes I of Persia led an army of 1 million to attack Greece on a large scale, and approached the pass of Thermopylae all the way south. King Leonidas of Sparta led the Greek coalition forces to guard the dangerous Thermopylae pass, but because the traitors led the Greeks to attack from behind, the Greek defenders were quickly defeated. Leonidas ordered the Greeks to the main force of the allied forces retreated quickly, and he personally led 300 Spartan warriors to the rear, and launched a bloody and desperate struggle with tens of thousands of Persian troops attacking from behind. In the end, all the 300 warriors died in battle, but at the same time, the Persian army paid a painful price of 20,000 casualties in the Battle of Breaking Thermopylae. Chapter 45. Of course, the world in front of me must be different from the one in history. After all, the 300 warriors of Sparta in history are absolutely impossible to achieve this strength. I don't know that after I blessed the 300 warriors of Sparta how will they fight. Looking at the 300 soldiers following Leonidas, Wang Xiaoming thought silently in his heart. For this world, Wang Xiaoming didn't know which version of the 300 warriors of Sparta they were. After all, these people in the normal version were just elite soldiers, but all of them in front of him were one-star superhumans. Sigh, these 300 soldiers are all one-star existences, and the captains headed by them are even two-star. Just these 300 soldiers can be compared to an army of 100,000. Still very sensitive, after sensing the strength of these Spartan warriors, he couldn't help but take a breath. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming was not surprised. After all, these 300 people were able to resist the Persian army of 1 million for a few days, and even killed tens of thousands of them. Of course, as a two-star world, this world is of course impossible to be like in ordinary history, so it is not surprising that the 300 warriors are all one-star and the captains are all two-star Leonidas, and even reached the two-star limit. My king, we are willing to go with you to resist the Persian invasion. Wang Xiaoming stood up and said. Leonidas looked at Wang Xiaoming's appearance and felt his breath. Although he couldn't perceive Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attribute as high as 35, Wang Xiaoming, whose strength, agility and physique reached 22, also had a one-star level. He nodded and said, "Soldiers, put on their shirts and come with us." And Lao Huang and the woman with a cold face behind Wang Xiaoming both said that they wanted to join the battle, and Leonida agreed. After all, Lao Huang and that woman are genuine two-star fighters. Leonidas, of course there will be no objection. He didn't even object to that woman with a cold face. A woman whose strength reached 2 stars couldn't be treated as an ordinary woman. The three of them put on the armor and cloak they sent and followed in the team. Although Wang Xiaoming didn't want to wear these armors at first, but after getting them to check the attributes, Wang Xiaoming happily accepted them. Spartan Praetorian Guard Armor, it can protect all parts of the body and defend against all damage below 1 star. This armor is the exclusive equipment of the Spartan Praetorian Guard. It can only be obtained by the King of Sparta, even if it is forcibly taken can't be used either. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Spartan Janissary Large Shield, a powerful piece of defensive equipment that can defend against all damage below 2 stars. This shield is the exclusive equipment of the Spartan Janissary and can only be obtained if it is bestowed by the King of Sparta. It cannot be used even if it is forcibly seized. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Spear of the Spartan Guards, a powerful weapon with multiple attributes such as sharpness, toughness, armor, and magic. This weapon is the exclusive equipment of the Spartan Guards. It can only be obtained by the King of Sparta, even if it cannot be used even if it is forcibly seized. Durability, 10,000/10,000. The attributes of the three pieces of equipment are simply luxurious. Although Wang Xiaoming is a magician, this does not prevent him from wearing this armor and taking a shield and a spear. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also looked happy. After all, they are melee professionals. With this equipment, their combat effectiveness has been improved by more than 1 level. Even Qin Yanran, who took the agility route, was the same. After all, reincarnators did not actually have a fixed occupation and route. Even though Qin Yanran took the assassin route, it did not mean that her strength and physical attributes were inferior. In fact, these two attributes of her are not only not bad, they are even higher than that of Lao Huang. Of course, Lao Huang is using tanks and meat shields. In addition to attributes, she also has the blessing of skills and equipment. Yan Ran is not as good as Lao Huang. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming and the others were benefiting, those reincarnated people who were timid before also ran away. As a result, Leonidas didn't want anyone except one whose strength reached 1 star and was accepted by Leonidas. After all, how could Leonidas accept it if he was not even a star strong? This time, he just went to Thermopylae to defend against the Persian army on behalf of himself. If anyone wants to be able to organize at least thousands or even tens of thousands of people, That's not representing himself. Although he is the king of Sparta, he still needs to obey the orders of the elders. However, after leaving Sparta, soldiers from other Greek city-states came to support. King of Sparta, we will resist the Persian attack together with you, the coalition leader said. Of course, Leonidas did not reject these coalition forces. After all, these people were not Spartan soldiers, and even the elders had no right to interfere with their actions. With the addition of these thousands of people, Leonidas has even more confidence in being able to resist the Persians. Although these soldiers are not as good as the Spartan guards under him, they are all well-trained fighters. Several soldier leaders of the coalition army have reached 2-star strength, and the rest of the captains also have many 1-star levels. With them joining Sparta, these armies will have enough cannon fodder to at least block the damage for them so that they will not keep fighting. Of course, they didn't know that there was Wang Xiaoming, a powerful summoner in the team. In fact, if Wang Xiaoming knew that he would come to the world of the 300 warriors of Sparta this time, he would definitely not choose the powerful halo, but would choose the ability to increase the speed of life recovery. And the evil aura of movement speed too. Of course, even without these options, Wang Xiaoming's strong attack aura is very good. After all, 10% of the attack power is enough to raise the soldiers present to a higher level. During the march, Wang Xiaoming marked all these people as friendly troops, so that they can enjoy the effect after the halo is activated. The movement speed of the army is very fast. After all, even the soldiers of other Greek city-states are basically elites. Although they have not reached the level of 1-star, they are basically much stronger than ordinary people. Chapter 46. On the way, the hunchbacked old Spartan wanted to join, but Leonidas refused. Looking at the hunchbacked old Spartan, Wang Xiaoming had murderous intent in his eyes, that is to say, this old guy led the Persians on a path to make the Spartan army suffer from the enemy and was finally defeated. Of course, the strength of the old Spartan hunchback who asked to participate in the battle is still good, reaching the level of 1-star, but he is a hunchback and he is also very old, and it is normal for Leonidas not to accept him. For this old Spartan, Wang Xiaoming must not let it go. This time he decided to join the Spartan camp and use the Persian army to score points. Of course, he must not be disturbed. Wang Xiaoming didn't use any other means, but used his mind to control a dagger to smash into the hunchback's neck when he turned to leave, and then slashed hard, a head fell off. The inexplicable loss of the hunchbacked head to Leonidas just thought that the other party committed suicide. In fact, there are quite a few Spartans like this. No one doubted Wang Xiaoming who was walking in the Spartan team. After eliminating the hidden dangers, Wang Xiaoming felt relieved, and followed the team to the hot spring pass. Wenquan Pass is said to be a checkpoint, but it is actually a narrow road surrounded by mountains and rivers. At the exit on the other side, there is a path more than 300 meters long and less than 100 meters wide. On both sides, there are steep cliffs hundreds of meters high, and on the other side are cliffs tens of meters high. Below the cliff is the surging sea. If it weren't for the lack of fortifications here, Wang Xiaoming estimated that it would take 1,000 people to resist the Persian army of 1 million. If you want to enter Greece from land, Thermopylae is a must-pass, so the 300 warriors of Sparta can stop the million-strong Persian army here. And this time there is no traitor to lead the way. Wang Xiaoming is confident to turn this Wen Quangwen into a real meat grinder. And if Wang Xiaoming really lets these people stop the Persian army, the points he will get will definitely far exceed the gains from the previous 2 worlds. After all, whether it is the superpower out of control or the mummy Wang Xiaoming, although it has a big impact on it, it actually has little impact on the whole world. Even if Imerton launched the 10 plagues of Egypt, it is impossible to cause such a big impact, and the 10 plagues of Egypt were still launched in the original book, but because of the influence of Wang Xiaoming, the current Imerton caused damage just a lot. But if the Battle of Thermopylae is rewritten, it will definitely affect the development of the entire world. After all, in the original plot, it was the death of Leonidas that aroused the Spartans' common hatred, and then united with the Greek city-states to repel the Persian army. But if Wang Xiaoming and the others stopped the Persians at Hot Spring Pass, then nothing would happen later. This Leonidas might have survived, and the impact would definitely far exceed the previous 2 worlds. Standing in this narrow passage, Leonidas began to let the Greek coalition forces build fortifications. Although it didn't happen before, Leonidas will of course build fortifications now that he has time. The Spartans just like fighting, not dying. And Wang Xiaoming came to Leonidas at this time. He was going to confess to Leonidas that he was a magician. After all, it would be too late for Wang Xiaoming to say anything during the battle. Wang Xiaoming was really wronged. "Soldier, you have something to ask me," Leonidas said when she saw Wang Xiaoming approaching. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "King, I'm actually a mage who is good at summoning auxiliary spells." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Leonidas frowned. He looked at Wang Xiaoming with disbelief and said, "Soldier, your task now is to rest well and wait for the Persians to come and fight them instead of talking to me." Joke. After all, Wang Xiaoming's physique was so good, how could he be a mage? In Leonidas' impression, mages were all fair and thin, and most importantly, their physical fitness was similar to that of normal people. Wang Xiaoming is obviously a fighter whose strength has reached the level of 1 star, how could he be a mage? So Leonidas just took Wang Xiaoming's words as a joke. But the next moment he believed it, because as Wang Xiaoming stretched out his hand, a white light fell from the sky and shone on Leonidas' body, and then he felt that his exhaustion from the previous journey had completely disappeared. Then Wang Xiaoming performed thunder summoning an arcane missile, which completely convinced Leonidas that Wang Xiaoming was a magician. Then he sent old Huang Qinyanran and 3 Spartan soldiers to protect Wang Xiaoming. After all, Wang Xiaoming is a mage who can heal spells, of course he must protect him. Next, Wang Xiaoming began to summon skeletons and zombies that could exist forever. Although the strength of these undead creatures was similar to that of ordinary soldiers of the Greek coalition army, they were still very qualified as cannon fodder. As for those summoning spells with a duration, Wang Xiaoming did not release them. After all, the Persians hadn't come yet, and it didn't make much sense to summon them now. Maybe the Persians wouldn't arrive even after the duration expired. Now Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attribute is 35, so the total number of zombies and skeletons he can summon is 35. The small number are all sent by Wang Xiaoming to the front as cannon fodder, so that when the Persians come, they need to be resolved first. Undead. As long as they killed a Persian, Wang Xiaoming would make money. Even if they didn't kill any of them, it wouldn't be a problem for Wang Xiaoming. After all, the cost of summoning these undead was really nothing to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, who has reached 35 points of spirit, already has 350 points of mental power, and it only took Wang Xiaoming 3.5 mental power of 2 minutes to recover these 35 skeleton zombies. Of course, using these spells originally required 350 mental power, but Wang Xiaoming has unlimited firepower. Not only the cooling time is shortened, but also the consumption is reduced by 99%. Chapter 47. Soon, under the busy work of a group of Greek coalition forces, a wall more than 1 meter high was built at the mouth of the gorge of more than 100 meters. Although this is not comparable to the city wall or even the wall of an ordinary courtyard, it can be regarded as a fortification anyway. The enemy needs to cross the wall to attack, and it will slow down the enemy's speed. The reason why it did not continue to increase its height, the main Persians came. During the few hours of building the wall, the 300 warriors of Sparta rested in place, and basically all of them had recovered to their best condition. Now that the Persians are coming, these Spartan warriors are all armed with weapons and ready to fight at any time. Wang Xiaoming also looked into the distance. In the distance, countless Persian armies were approaching. Of course, the first thing they came into contact with was the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. However, because the vanguard of the Persians were all ordinary soldiers, even though there were a large number of them. More than a dozen of them died before killing all 35 of Wang Xiaoming's undead. After seeing these Persian troops, Wang Xiaoming began to summon them non-stop, from the mummy guards to the elite mummies, as well as the skeleton army, zombie army, mummy mage. Wang Xiaoming summoned them one by one. Of course, the normal skeleton and zombie Wang Xiaoming, who had been summoned after being killed, did not give up the summoning either. Although these undead troops were nothing compared to the Persian army, they were able to wipe out the Persian spirit. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoming finally activated his powerful halo, and immediately everyone within 1,000 meters of Wang Xiaoming felt that his strength had grown, especially Leonidas, who was already very strong. It's feeling like your body is full of power. Facing the Persian vanguard, who was already less than 100 meters away, Leonidas also ordered his Spartan warriors to start throwing spears. These are 300 extraordinary people whose strength has reached 1 star and are throwing spears at the same time, and the power of each of these spears is no worse than that of an automatic rifle. After Wang Xiaoming summoned all he could summon, he also took out his automatic rifle and began to shoot. Although it has magic, the automatic rifle is more powerful in terms of killing speed. It's a pity that there are no guns with unlimited bullets in the reincarnation space. Otherwise, I will take off if I exchange one. Wang Xiaoming said a little dissatisfied after firing a bullet from the magazine. The old Huang Qin Yanran next to him also took out their automatic rifles and fired. Obviously everyone was carrying firearms on their bodies. After all, when the strength reaches 2 stars, everyone can basically have one piece of space equipment. At this time, everyone will carry some guns and ammunition inside. Just like Wang Xiaoming this time, he bought 3 automatic rifles of different styles, with 200,000 rounds of bullets, more than 10 grenades, and more than 20 caddies of explosives. Not going anywhere. After all, they all have 2 stars in strength, so it is very easy to get firearms. Now the Persian army of the other side just took it out and used it. After all, these modern equipments are still easy to use against these soldiers whose strength has not reached 1 star. Although there were only 3 of Wang Xiaoming and the others, their damage was greater than that of thousands of archers from the Greek allied forces. There is no way that there are more than 10 shots per second, and the bullets can often directly penetrate 2 or 3 people. This power is of course much stronger than the bow and arrow that can be blocked with a shield. Even those Spartan warriors, although their spear throwing can penetrate the enemy's shield, but they can only throw it once, and the damage caused is still not as good as Wang Xiaoming and the others. With the crossfire of Wang Xiaoming and the 3 men, the vanguard army of tens of thousands of Persians was beaten back steadily. Of course, this is mainly due to the terrain. After all, this place is only more than 100 meters wide. Even if tens of thousands of Persian troops are able to rush to the front, there are only 100 or 200 people. How can such people break through? A firepower network formed by automatic rifles. Of course, it is really cool to play like this, but the consumption of ammunition is indeed very large. However, Wang Xiaoming consumed nearly 10,000 rounds of ammunition in just over 10 minutes, that is to say, his bullets could last for more than 3 hours at this speed, and Lao Huang and Qin Yanran who were next to him no longer strafed. Obviously the number of bullets carried is even less than that of Wang Xiaoming. But soon the vanguard of these Persians withdrew. Obviously, after losing a lot of people, these Persians were unwilling to continue attacking. At dusk, the Persian king Xerxes sent envoys to persuade them to surrender, but obviously failed. For the Spartans, glory is more important than death. Leonidas' attitude obviously angered Xerxes, and even now at dusk he still sent troops to attack. Tens of thousands of Persian troops wearing leather armor and holding shields marched towards Hot Spring Pass in a neat formation. The undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming were quickly killed by these soldiers on the front line. Even the elite mummy captain who had reached 1 star was still turned into a handful of yellow sand under the siege of a large number of Persians. The only ones who survived were the mummy mages. After all, these mummy mages were behind as long-range units. Of course, there were Spartan soldiers in front of them. Those Persian soldiers couldn't kill them. The Persian army, slowed down by the undead creatures summoned by Wang Xiaoming, soon ran into the Spartan soldiers. These Spartan warriors were arranged in a tight phalanx under the command of Leonidas. Their huge shields completely covered their bodies, and when viewed from the front, they looked like an iron wall full of spears. On the other side, on the high platform specially built by Wang Xiaoming, the three of Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang, Qin Yanran were holding automatic rifles and firing continuously. Although they couldn't shoot like before because of insufficient bullets, the burst shooting effect was actually better. After all, the three of them were all 2-star superhumans, and all of them had very good marksmanship. Basically, 2 or so people can be killed every second, and 3 people add up to 6 people per second. Chapter 48. Although this kind of damage is still a drop in the bucket for an army with a number of tens of thousands, Wang Xiaoming and the others are attacking the soldiers who rushed to the front. This slowed down the advancing speed of the Persian army even more, and when they actually collided with the Spartan army commanded by Leonidas, their speed was already at the level of a trot. And the impact of this speed, not to mention the Spartan warriors with 1 star per capita, even the shields of ordinary soldiers, they can't break through. Moreover, the Spartan warriors would not just watch them collide. When these Persians approached, the Spartan warriors stabbed out their spears one after another, and hundreds of Persians died in an instant. Then the Spartan warriors behind took their place, and at this time the Persians behind also rushed up, and then another spear thrust and hundreds of Persians were killed. The entire array of Spartans has 3 layers. After killing the enemy in front of each layer retreats to prevent sneak attacks by the enemies behind because of the shot, and the Spartans in the second row will go up and attack the enemies behind again. Every round of Spartan soldiers can kill hundreds of Persian troops, and because Spartan soldiers are all 1-star superhumans and cooperate with each other, killing these Persians is as easy as killing chickens. Looking at it from a distance, it can be seen that the Persians keep rushing up, and then they are constantly harvested by the Spartans. As for the Greek coalition forces next to them, they were more responsible for defending the places that the Spartan troops on both sides could not defend, while Wang Xiaoming and the other 3 reincarnated men took automatic rifles to shoot at the Persians. Of course, Wang Xiaoming will not be able to release his summoning skills among the Persians after the skills are cooled down. Although the mummified zombie skeletons summoned by Wang Xiaoming basically didn't last long in the large Persian army, they could effectively slow down the attack speed of the Persians. Moreover, although these fearless undead summons can be wiped out by the Persians soon, they can also cause a lot of damage to the Persian army. The 4 silver summoning spells can summon more than 200 undead at a time, and the mummy mages summoned by Wang Xiaoming are placed behind. These mummy mages can also summon ordinary mummies. Although these mummies really have no combat power, it can also make these Persians a lot of effort, right? Moreover, Wang Xiaoming's infinite firepower can reduce the cooldown by 90%. The silver summoning magic, which originally required an hour's cooldown, can now be summoned by Wang Xiaoming in only 6 minutes. Moreover, these dense Persian troops happened to allow Wang Xiaoming to use the quicksand technique, and hundreds of Persian troops were directly swallowed by quicksand at once. This is Wang Xiaoming's first call, but it is very easy to use. Originally, the place where the Persians could attack was not that big, but now Wang Xiaoming released a quicksand technique with a diameter of 10 meters in the middle, which made the place where the Persians could attack even smaller. Moreover, the quicksand created by magic can swallow the Persians who step into it in a second, and it is basically impossible to fill it with corpses. But the Persian army at the back didn't know that there was quicksand in front. Even if the soldiers in front saw the quicksand under the push of the people behind, they could only be pushed into it forcibly. Wang Xiaoming killed more Persian soldiers within a minute of releasing the quicksand trap than he had spent a lot of ammunition before. After all, Firing 10,000 bullets before would only kill 1 or 2,000 people at most, but no matter where this quicksand trap is placed, more than 30 Persian soldiers will step into it every second, and it will kill nearly 2,000 people in 1 minute. Of course, this is mainly due to the dangerous terrain here at Hot Spring Pass, and if you want to attack, you can only use this narrow passage. On the opposite side are powerful and well-trained Spartan fighters. If they don't form a dense formation, it is impossible to break through the Spartan defense line. Of course, even in a dense formation, they would at most consume the physical strength of the Spartans. Xerxes never expected these soldiers to defeat the Spartans. After all, the Persian army that can rush to the forefront is basically impossible to be the direct line of Xerxes, and basically they are the servants of the places conquered by Persia. The combat effectiveness of these people can be imagined. That is to say, the Spartan army has a small number of people. If there are 10,000 to 20,000 troops directly, they can penetrate Xerxes' army of 1 million. The Persian army and the Spartan army can be said to have gone to two extremes, one is based on absolute quantity, and the other is based on absolute quality. Although both sides are strong, they also have obvious weaknesses, just like the Spartan army is easy to be fought by others, but the Persian army is difficult to attack when it encounters strong resistance. Just like now, although Xerxes really wanted to break through Thermopylae Pass immediately, he had to stop under the resistance of the 300 warriors of Sparta. Then he can only consume the Spartan warriors with a large number of servants. It is best to defeat them. Even if they cannot be defeated, they can still consume the Spartans' physical strength. Anyway, it's good whether you can fight or not, so even though the Persian army in front keeps dying, the people behind are still pouring in. It's a pity that my quicksand trap is only 10 meters long, or I could kill these Persians by myself. Wang Xiaoming said with some regret as he looked at the Persian soldiers engulfed by the quicksand trap. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang couldn't help but said, "You are so cheap and good-looking. You have killed thousands of people with just such a spell. If it is bigger, the Persians probably won't want to continue to attack Gone." Chapter 49. These tens of thousands of troops continued to attack for almost an hour, but in the end they were all lost in front of Hot Spring Pass. Even the corpses piled up by these Persians were about to bury the Spartan battle formation. Although the loss of these tens of thousands of troops is nothing to Xerxes, who has millions of troops, it still makes Xerxes very angry to see that the formation on the opposite side is still maintained. But now Wang Xiaoming took advantage of this opportunity to keep summoning. The undead creatures summoned by Wang Xiaoming in the previous battle were basically all dead except for the mummy mage who could attack from a distance. Now Wang Xiaoming will of course make up for it. After all, although these undead cannot completely stop the attack of the Persians, their effect is not small. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming also found that there is no upper limit for these summons with a duration. To be precise, the cooling time determines the upper limit of their summoning. And Wang Xiaoming, who has the talent of infinite firepower, can reduce the cooling time by 90%, so that the original 1-hour cooling time becomes only 6 minutes. Although the Persians still want to continue to attack, it is already dark, and most people in this era have night blindness. The Persian army was no exception. On the contrary, the Spartan soldiers did not suffer from night blindness because their strength had reached 1 star. If Xerxes continued to attack at night, not only would he not be able to cause any harm to the Spartans, but it would also be easy for his own army to mutiny. You must know that the army in this era is not so well disciplined, and it is impossible to command at night. So after the sky gradually darkened, although Xerxes still wanted to continue attacking, he had to stop. When the Persians stopped, the Spartans rested on the spot, and the Greek coalition forces who were making soy sauce came out and pushed the bodies of the Persians into the sea next to them. If so many corpses are not dealt with, not only will it be more difficult to defend tomorrow, but it will also easily form a plague after a long time. And next to it is the sea. It is not only convenient but also no problem to throw these corpses directly into the sea. Although the Persian army in front stopped attacking, Wang Xiaoming did not stop calling. Normal summons can only last 35, but silver summoning spells can summon as many as possible within the duration. Wang Xiaoming is using all the 35 summoning caps for resurrection, and the target of his resurrection is of course the generals in the Persian army. Although the strength of these generals may not be able to reach 1 star, they are at least stronger than ordinary people, and Wang Xiaoming can also judge their strength based on the spiritual power spent to revive them. The resurrection below 1 star is basically below 10 points of mental power, and once the resurrection of a 1-star corpse basically requires more than 30 points of spiritual power. Of course the consumption mentioned here is the original consumption. Wang Xiaoming's consumption needs to be deducted infinitely 99% of the firepower reduction. The corpses of these generals Wang Xiaoming asked the Greek coalition forces to find them when they threw them away, and then Wang Xiaoming resurrected them. Although you can't get 35 1-star undead, there are still more than 10. Coupled with the constantly summoned skeleton army and zombie army, the number of undead under Wang Xiaoming had reached nearly 1,000 in an hour, and about 20 of them reached 1-star strength. Xiaoming, why are you summoning so many undead? Now these Persians are not attacking anymore. Old Huang next to him asked curiously. Huang also knew that the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming had a time limit, so he was very curious about Wang Xiaoming's current actions. Qin Yanran beside her also listened with her ears up. Obviously she was also a little curious. I have a bold idea. After these Persians fall asleep, we will go to attack these Persians at night. They attacked us before, and now it's our turn. Anyway, these undead are summoned. It doesn't hurt to die. Wang Xiaoming didn't hide and directly stated his purpose. Night attack, count me in. I didn't feel comfortable shooting with a gun before. Let me and your undead go to attack the Persian camp at night. Lao Huang immediately said when he heard Wang Xiaoming's plan. After the previous strengthening, he wanted to fight a good fight. Before, because he needed to protect Wang Xiaoming, he mainly used automatic rifles to kill fast, so he didn't rush forward for the sake of points. How could he not participate in the night attack, which sounds very exciting? Qin Yanran who was beside her also said, I want to participate too. Obviously, neither of them had really fought before, and it was really uncomfortable for melee reincarnations like him. Now with Wang Xiaoming's undead creatures as cover, it is just right to carry out a night attack on the Persian army. After the discussion, Wang Xiaoming still needs to talk to Leonidas. After all, if the Persians camped because of Wang Xiaoming's sneak attack, then Leonidas could lead people to follow behind to massacre these Persians, and maybe even collapse the Persian army. Don't think that an army of millions will not collapse. In fact, the pressure on soldiers in ancient times was very high. Once there was any trouble, it was easy to scream, and then the more they killed each other, the easier it was to do so. Tens of thousands of Persian troops were lost in front of Thermopylae before. It is impossible to say that these Persian troops are not worried at all. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming's night attack is very likely to cause camp noise. Of course, night raids are also very dangerous. After all, there are enemies around and they are easily surrounded. Even well-trained Spartan soldiers cannot resist tens of thousands of enemies attacking from all directions. So this night attack Wang Xiaoming did not bring the Spartan soldiers or the Greek allied forces, and of course he might not be willing to take them with him if he wanted to. And Wang Xiaoming's main force is still the undead he summoned. Although Leonidas agreed to Wang Xiaoming's night attack plan, he would not participate. So in the end, Wang Xiaoming's undead summons were the main ones, and Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also joined in as pioneers. Chapter 50. The nearest station of the Persian army was only 3 kilometers away from Thermopylae, and the farthest one was at least dozens of kilometers away. After all, 1 million troops is not a small number, and it is normal to want to be stationed all over tens of kilometers. Although this is a world with extraordinary power, most ordinary soldiers are still ordinary people, and they also need to eat, sleep, and rest normally. So this gave Wang Xiaoming and the others a chance to sneak attack. Although the Persians had an army of 1 million, they actually didn't have many enemies that Wang Xiaoming and the others had to face because the camping distance was too far away. With more than 1,000 undead, Wang Xiaoming and the three arrived not far from the camp where the Persians were stationed. These Persians are really lax. They don't even patrol at night. Just a few clear posts are the best night attack targets. Looking at the defense of the Persians in front of him, Lao Huang couldn't help but said. Both Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran agree with Lao Wang's statement. After all, night attacks can basically be successful with this level of defense of the Persians. Of course, the main reason why the Persians were so relaxed was because there were too few enemies on the opposite side, and they couldn't pose a threat to them at all. Since there is no threat, why go to defense? After all, although Persia has generals who understand the art of war, they do not have real art of war. They mainly rely on experience to fight. They had never been attacked at night before, so of course they had no defense in this regard. Being able to arrange sentries was already very good. Old Huang, Miss Qin, you guys will go up and kill these bright whistle later, remember not to make any noise to alert the enemy. Wang Xiaoming said to Lao Huang and Qin Yanran beside him. Both Lao Huang and Huang nodded in agreement. After all, for melee reincarnations like them, it was completely out of pocket. The two quietly touched. Even if Lao Huang didn't take the agility route, his agility attribute was very high. After all, a reincarnation who can reach the 2-star level cannot have too obvious shortcomings. Especially for a tank-type reincarnation like Lao Huang, it is even more impossible to reduce the enhancement of agility. After all, he traveled alone before forming a team with Wang Xiaoming. It would be a tragedy if his agility was too poor to be kite. Moreover, these sentinels are basically ordinary people with average strength. How could they have any room to resist under the sneak attack of two 2-star transcendents, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran? The 5 sentries were killed by Huang and Huang in less than 3 seconds. After killing the sentries, Wang Xiaoming began to manipulate the summoned undead into the barracks. Without the sentries, all of Wang Xiaoming's undead entered the barracks without being found. Move freely, be careful not to be surrounded. Wang Xiaoming said to Lao Huang and Qin Yanran. After speaking, he began to order the summoned undead to attack the Persian army who was resting in the tent. Undead battles do not make sounds, so even though many people have been killed, the Persian army has not been discovered. However, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran took action against those officers. After all, officers are more valuable than ordinary soldiers. Besides, the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming are relatively poor in intelligence, and they may not be able to kill powerful generals. Die each other. However, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran are different. They have 2-star strength, and they can basically kill each other with a single attack when they are asleep. Even if there are 2-star powerhouses facing their sneak attack, it can only die in vain. However, there are always accidents. When Wang Xiaoming and the others were slaughtering for 5 minutes, some soldiers finally found Wang Xiaoming. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Seeing the undead constantly entering and leaving the tent outside and the blood flowing out of the tent, the soldier shouted directly. In the silent night, such a loud sound spread far away in an instant, and soon some soldiers who were less sleepy got up to check the situation. It seems that we still need to fight head-on. Wang Xiaoming said with a thunder call directly on the head of the soldier who was still shouting loudly. This soldier was just an ordinary person. Of course he couldn't handle the lightning with damage as high as 135, so he died immediately. Although the soldier was dead, the other soldiers who were awakened by his voice also found something was wrong. Kill. Since there is no need to hide Lao Huang, there is no need to continue to be cautious. He swung the spear distributed by Leonidas vigorously, and basically none of the soldiers around him could last for 3 seconds. And because many high-level generals have been killed by Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, although many soldiers have woken up now, there is still no resistance when facing Wang Xiaoming's undead because no one organizes them. At this time, the batch of undead summoned at the beginning dissipated, and it was obvious that the duration had expired. But Wang Xiaoming didn't care, just summon another batch. In addition to these undead, Wang Xiaoming is also constantly summoning scarab locusts. Although these things do a lot of damage, they look scary and can disturb other people's sight. Of course, for those enemies who dare to come out to resist, Wang Xiaoming doesn't mind giving him a few spells. Soon, because there was no one to command, the soldiers in this camp began to be confused. After all, in the face of the undead who are constantly killing, these soldiers who have just woken up are not much better than ordinary people. After all, there are Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang, Qin Yanran, and 3 2-star superhumans who continue to kill the rebels, so that there is no resistance in the entire barracks. There were about 80,000 soldiers in the military camp closest to Wenquan Pass, but facing Wang Xiaoming and his 3 2-star superhumans and more than 1,000 undead, the 80,000 troops were like a piece of loose sand, completely unable to resist. Of course, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming and the others to kill all these 80,000 people, so the strategy Wang Xiaoming adopted was to drive these people towards the Persian camp behind. Let these collapsed Persian soldiers go to the camp behind them, and then continue, it will be able to collapse the million Persian army. Chapter 51. Of course, this is in the most ideal situation. In fact, when Wang Xiaoming made the first collapse, the barracks behind also heard the sound. Although it is not necessarily clear what is going on, it will definitely increase the defense. Therefore, it is still very difficult to rely on these collapsed Persian armies to take them all in one pot. After all, the Persians must be able to form an army of 1 million and there must be elites among them. However, the first few barracks are obviously not elite. After all, these troops are basically used to attack Hot Spring Pass tomorrow, and there is no elite in the servant army that is completely cannon fodder. So driven by Wang Xiaoming and the others, the more than 80,000 soldiers swarmed towards the barracks behind. And the general in the barracks behind was just woken up and didn't know what was going on. The 80,000 defeated troops in front had poured into the barracks. Then he couldn't do anything. After all, his military camp only had 60,000 troops, so how could he manage the sudden influx of 80,000 troops? Like a chain reaction, these broken soldiers kept pouring into other barracks, and then these barracks all screamed one by one. Even Wang Xiaoming and the others had just entered the second barracks, and the broken soldiers who ran to the front had already swept more than 10 kilometers. On the other side of Hot Spring Pass, Leonidas heard the huge commotion in the Persian camp, and he guessed that Wang Xiaoming and the others should have succeeded. It's a pity that we have too few people. If there are 10,000, not even 5,000 Spartan soldiers, I will definitely take the opportunity to attack these Persians. Leonidas muttered to himself looking at the dark night sky. It's not that he doesn't want to attack, but he has no choice. He only has 300 Spartan soldiers. If he sends troops and is surrounded by Persians, he will really lose them at Thermopylae Pass. As for the soldiers of the Greek coalition army, Leonidas never regarded them as soldiers. The fighting power of these Greek coalition forces was clearly reflected in the previous battles. None of the Spartan soldiers who were the main force against the Persians before were killed, and few were even injured, but these were only the Greek coalition forces responsible for corner defense. But there were more than 300 casualties. Not to mention comparing them with the Spartan guards, the ordinary soldiers of Sparta are far stronger than these Greek allied forces, and they are only a little stronger than those servants. It was expected by Wang Xiaoming that Leonidas did not send troops. After all, how could he be willing to participate in this night attack with only 300 people? You must know that the Persians have an army of millions. Even if some of them have collapsed, their main force has not been affected at all. If they leave such an excellent defensive location like Thermopylae Pass, these Persians will consume or kill their 300 people. This doesn't matter to Wang Xiaoming, after all, he uses the summoned undead, even if they all die, he won't feel any distress. Even Lao Huang and Qin Yanran no longer charged forward. After all, there was a Persian army fleeing everywhere to kill the organized army head-on. Of course, things will not go as smoothly as Wang Xiaoming imagined. After the rout broke through the 5 barracks, the barracks behind finally reacted. Groups of heavily armed soldiers lined up in a neat formation under the command of the officer. Although these Persians were very hip when attacking, it was mainly because the opponent was the Spartan guards. Their own combat effectiveness was still in this era very good. Wang Xiaoming and the others drove more than 100,000 routes and managed not to overwhelm Fangzheng, which was composed of more than 30,000 troops. Seeing those rout soldiers bypassing the army formation under the general's shout, and then recovering behind, Wang Xiaoming knew that the result of tonight's battle was just like this. Although these Persians couldn't attack at night, there was no problem in defending with bonfires around the camp. It seems that these Persians are more difficult to deal with than imagined. Wang Xiaoming said, looking at the broken soldiers who had slowly calmed down. Of course, it would be a problem if we defeated all the Persian troops along the way. No matter how they have millions of troops, no matter how elite they are, said Lao Huang, who had stopped fighting. However, Wang Xiaoming did not give up. He continued to order his undead to attack. These have a duration. Instead of letting their time expire, it is better to let them kill more Persians. As for the one-star undead that Wang Xiaoming resurrected with corpses, Wang Xiaoming certainly didn't let them die. After all, these one-star undead are very rare. In this battle, 2 two-star generals and 16 one-star generals were killed, and Wang Xiaoming also resurrected them as undead. In this way, Wang Xiaoming has 2 undead with 2-star strength and 33 undead with 1-star strength. The fighting power of these undead is not weaker than that of Lao Huang and Qin Yanran. It's a pity that these undead can't be taken out, otherwise I will be able to take a group of thugs who are not afraid of death with me in the future. Looking at the undead who were resurrected by him and put on their armor again, Wang Xiaoming still felt a little regretful. It's not that you can't take it out, but Wang Xiaoming doesn't have a container that can hold so many undead. These undead are actually counted as corpses and can be taken away in the reincarnation space as long as you can carry them. However, Wang Xiaoming's interspatial bag is only 1 cubic meter, so it doesn't matter if it contains some ammunition supplies, but there is no way to deal with these undead warriors. I have a large enough space ring here, with more than 30 cubic meters. If you need it, I can lend it to you temporarily. Qin Yanran said suddenly at this time. Hearing Qin Yanran's words, Wang Xiaoming didn't immediately accept, but looked at him suspiciously. You must know that they are in the mission world now. Once the space ring she lent to Wang Xiaoming is lost, if Wang Xiaoming doesn't want to return it, and they may not be able to do missions together in the future even if they want to find Wang Xiaoming. Chapter 52. That's why Wang Xiaoming looked at him suspiciously. After all, Qin Yanran is obviously not a rookie and must know the rules in the space of reincarnation. You two entered the mission world as a team, I have no other requirements, I just want to join your team after this mission. Qin Yanran stated her purpose. Join our team, Ms. Qin, with your 2-star strength, can't you find a suitable team? Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't agree immediately, after all, they haven't been in contact for long and who knows each other's character. Qin Yanran shook her head and said, in the reincarnation space, most people are lone rangers. Even if there is a team, they are all average. It is too difficult to find a team with 2-star superhumans, let alone both of you are 2-star transcendents. And our abilities are also very complementary. The most important thing is that you don't intrigue with each other like other teams. After hearing Qin Yanran's words, Wang Xiaoming still didn't agree. After all, the reason why he accepted Lao Wang's invitation to form a team was that Lao Wang's abilities really complemented his abilities, and more importantly, Lao Wang's character was good. And in Qin Yanran, Wang Xiaoming didn't know the basics. Although it seemed that there was no problem from this period of time, of course the most important thing was that although Wang Xiaoming was the captain of this team, he didn't want to act arbitrarily. So he looked at Lao Huang and asked, "What do you think, Lao Huang?" Hearing Wang Xiaoming's inquiry, Lao Huang said, "Miss Qin is really good, and she is also reliable. Xiaoming should agree. After all, having an extra 2-star combat power is good for the whole team." Since Lao Huang also agreed, Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "Well, you can apply to join the team when you return to the reincarnation space." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Qin Yanran reached out and took out a ring without hesitation. Although Wang Xiaoming felt weird, he also took the ring, and then activated it with mental power, and then a storage space like a space bag appeared in Wang Xiaoming's mind, but the storage space that appeared this time was much smaller than the space bag. The bag is bigger. A space of 30 cubic meters is almost a cube with a diameter of more than 3 meters, which is enough to accommodate more than 30 undead. After all, these undead are not human, and they can be piled up in the space ring like a pile of goods. At this time, the Persians had almost killed the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming saw that 4 silver summoning spells were released here again, and then more than 200 undead appeared in front of them, and then these undead charged towards the barracks again. Of course, these undead are also the last wave. The Persian army has been prepared tonight, and it is basically impossible to replicate the previous battle. So the 3 of them, together with the 35 resuscitated undead, returned to Thermopylae Pass. Leonidas also heaved a sigh of relief seeing Wang Xiaoming and the 3 of them come back in full beard, and walked over. "Bless the gods, you have come back safely, Wang Xiaoming. Some of our soldiers are injured, can you give them some treatment?" "Of course, the king must take me there." Of course, he didn't have any objection to treating the soldiers Wang Xiaoming. In fact, if Leonidas said this before, he would treat them first and then go to attack the Persian army at night. Although the strength of these Spartan guards reached 1 star and they were all wearing Spartan guards armor, some people were still injured. After all, although this armor is said to be able to defend against all attacks below 2 stars, in fact, it will still have defense holes and be injured if it is attacked by the enemy for a long time. Fortunately, none of their injuries were serious. The most seriously injured of the 5 soldiers was only stabbed in the stomach. This is already a very serious injury for ordinary people, but for the Spartan guards whose strength has reached 1 star, it is really just a minor injury and only needs 2 or 3 days of rest to recover. Of course, we will continue to fight tomorrow. Although we can persist with the physique of a 1-star extraordinary person, it will also slow down the recovery of injuries. However, under the cover of Wang Xiaoming's healing technique, the soldier's stabbed abdomen healed quickly, and even his energy quickly recovered. The cooling time of Wang Xiaoming's healing technique was 3 minutes, but with the blessing of infinite firepower, it became 18 seconds. It only took more than a minute for the 5 soldiers to be cured. After all, they all suffered some minor injuries, and their physical fitness is very strong. Under Wang Xiaoming's healing technique, each of them can recover quickly. After treating the wounded soldier, Wang Xiaoming also returned to his tent to rest. Although it doesn't matter if you don't sleep for a few days if your strength reaches 2 stars, it's best to rest to get your state back to its best. Not only Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang, and Qin Yanran also need sleep, even because they are physically strengthened, sleep becomes more important. These tents and living supplies were carried by the Greek coalition forces. According to Leonidas' original idea, he took these Spartan troops to rest in the open air, so they only carried the same equipment except for some dry food and water. On the contrary, the Greek coalition forces not only carried tents, but also brought abundant food supplies, and they even carried some fresh meat by freezing it. The Persian army on the opposite side was basically the same. When Wang Xiaoming and the others broke through the Persian barracks, they saw that these Persians were carrying a large amount of food, ranging from rice flour to various vegetables and meat. Chapter 53 The next day, just after dawn, the Persian attack began. Wang Xiaoming and the others had only just woken up, and Wang Xiaoming was a little speechless in the face of the Persian army rushing over. But he also knew that the opponent saw that it was impossible to change the attack time because of him, so Wang Xiaoming had to get up immediately and come to the high platform where he stayed yesterday. The 3-meter high platform could clearly see the situation ahead. When Wang Xiaoming went up, he could see the Persian army charging in a neat formation in the distance. Wang Xiaoming immediately activated the strong attack halo, and then began to summon. Of course, the skeleton army and the zombie army were summoned first. The number of these two kinds of undead is at least 100, which can resist the Persian army to the greatest extent. Then there are the elite mummy guards and mummy mages. One of these two is a mummy with a 1-star combat power, and the other has a long-range attack spell. After the 4 silver spells were released, Wang Xiaoming began to release the bronze magic. From the mummy guard to the locust scarab, Wang Xiaoming was summoned, and the 35 undead Wang Xiaoming who were resurrected last night were also sent to fight. Although Wang Xiaoming and Wang Xiaoming managed to gather these undead together, it is time to use them in battle. Of course, these undead Wang Xiaoming did not put them and the ordinary undead at the forefront to resist the Persian army, but put them in the Greek coalition army to fight with the Greek coalition army. After all, the battle performance of these Greek coalition forces yesterday evening also made Wang Xiaoming quite speechless. If Wang Xiaoming did not send people to support these Greek coalition forces today, they would be defeated. Old Huang, you go to the beach to help the Greek coalition forces over there. Miss Qin, go inside and help there. The combat effectiveness of these Greek coalition forces is really worrying. Although the undead were sent to support, Wang Xiaoming still let Lao Huang and Qin Yanran went to help. It's not that there are no strong men among these Greek coalition forces. In fact, the person headed by the Greek coalition army has reached 2-star strength, and there are 5 or 6 people with 1-star strength. However, these people didn't fight at all, they just commanded the army to fight from behind. That's why they suffered so many casualties when they were confronted by the Persian army last night. But today they need to persist for a whole day. Wang Xiaoming doesn't think that these Greek coalition forces can persist, so letting old Huang Qin Yanran and the others go to support will just increase the resistance time of these Greek coalition forces. The battle started again, blocked by the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. The speed of the Persian army's charge was slowed down, and then slaughtered again by the Spartan guards just like yesterday. And because of the old Huang Qin Yanran and the undead sent by Wang Xiaoming on both sides, the pressure on the Greek coalition forces is much lower than yesterday. As for the quicksand trap, Wang Xiaoming hasn't released it yet. In fact, it doesn't make much sense to release the quicksand trap now. After all, the Persians haven't really crowded together yet. If Wang Xiaoming releases the quicksand trap now, although some Persian troops can fall into it, but with the lessons from yesterday, Wang Xiaoming believes that it is impossible for these Persians to be unprepared. So after completing all the summons, he began to continuously release the fireball, thunder, and summon arcane missiles. The cooling time of these 3 skills is only a few seconds, and they can basically be used in turn without stopping. As the Persian army continued to break down, they slowly crowded together. It's now. Wang Xiaoming immediately understood that the time had come when he saw the Persians crowded together. He released the quicksand trap more than 10 meters in front of the Spartan guards, and then all the Persian troops with a radius of 10 meters fell into it. You must know that the gorge itself is only about 100 meters wide. After Wang Xiaoming's quicksand trap directly covered 20 meters, there was only 80 meters left for the Persians to attack. Of course, the Persian army behind did not know that there was a quicksand trap released by Wang Xiaoming in front, so one Persian army after another fell into it. This quicksand trap maintained by magic does not have to worry about being filled at all, which is very convenient. Facing Wang Xiaoming who was constantly casting spells, the Persians also hated their teeth, especially Xerxes, who was sitting on the high platform watching the battle, was extremely angry. Come and ask the archers to shoot at Thermopylae. Xerxes got angrier and ordered. Your Majesty, our army is still fighting these Greek barbarians, should we let them withdraw first? A general next to him said. Are you questioning my order? Xerxes ignored it, but looked at the general viciously. Hearing Xerxes' words, the general quickly knelt down and said, I dare not, I will go down immediately and order the archers. The other party had already misunderstood Xerxes, so he didn't struggle anymore. After all, this general was the commander of his main army. Although Xerxes was cruel, he would not kill the commander of his main army. Soon Wang Xiaoming and the others were fighting the Persian army, and a large rain of arrows came from the sky. Wang Xiaoming was the first to spot it, so he shouted loudly, the Persians shot arrows, everyone pay attention to avoid them. As he said that, he also placed 2 giant shields on the heads of the Greek coalition forces with mind control to resist the arrows flying towards this side. As for the arrows shot at the Spartan imperial guards, Wang Xiaoming didn't care at all. After all, these Spartan imperial guards were all wearing heavy armor and holding shields, how could they be injured by these arrows? Chapter 54. The Spartan guards had shields and armor, and the Greek coalition had shields cast by Wang Xiaoming's mind control and their own shields, but the Persian army was completely defenseless because their backs were facing the rain of arrows. So when a round of arrows rained down, the Spartan guards and the Greek coalition forces did not die, but the Persian Jindan who was fighting with them was shot to death by tens of thousands. Of course, there were more than 10,000 Persian troops at the front. Of course, it was impossible for the troops behind to see the overwhelming arrow rain. The entire rain of arrows lasted more than 10 minutes. If Wang Xiaoming hadn't used his mind to control the Greek coalition forces to defend, it is estimated that these Greek coalition forces with only small leather shields would have suffered heavy losses. As for Wang Xiaoming himself, he used a shield to protect himself firmly like the Spartan guards. These arrows shot by ordinary soldiers could not do anything to the shields of the Spartan guards. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran carried their shields through the wave of arrows. On the contrary, the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming were basically killed and injured, except for the 2 undead who had reached 2 stars and survived. After all, the body of the 2 stars is still very strong. In fact, the body of the 1 star is basically not afraid of arrows, but this wave of arrow rain is too dense and too much. Even though the bodies of these undead are hard, they are continuously after 10 minutes of shooting arrows, I still couldn't bear it. Of course, it's nothing if these 1-star undead are lost, just look for them again later. On the contrary, the 2 2-star survivors, Wang Xiaoming, were overjoyed, and took the 2 undead back. Wang Xiaoming continued to release the power of darkness on them to restore their vitality. After the rain of arrows from the Persians stopped, Wang Xiaoming began to summon again. With Wang Xiaoming's blessing, Wang Xiaoming's spiritual power has never been lacking, even if he continuously casts spells, Wang Xiaoming's spiritual power has not dropped 300. Xerxes, a group of Spartans who were able to continue their activities after seeing the arrow rain, became even more angry. After all, according to the report, the arrow rain he ordered not only did not kill a few enemies, but killed more than 10,000 of his own people. Although it didn't matter to Xerxes that these servants were dead, this order made him feel ashamed and had a feeling of being slapped in the face. So Xerxes said again, let the group of mages come on, don't they say that they are powerful, just let them show it off. After hearing Xerxes' order, the general didn't say much this time and went directly to convey the order. When Wang Xiaoming summoned the 3rd wave of undead, a group of people wearing robes came towards us. The number of these people wearing robes was not many, just over 300, but they looked much more impressive than the tens of thousands before. More imposing. These people stopped when they were more than 100 meters away from the undead, and then Wang Xiaoming saw these people take out short sticks and point at the undead, and then balls of flames appeared out of thin air and smashed towards the undead. Magician, this is the Persian magician army, I've done so many fireballs. Wang Xiaoming didn't understand until now that these were the magician army who were like acrobatics in the original plot. Unlike the funny throwing of burning fireballs in the original plot, these magicians who appeared in front of Wang Xiaoming now can really shoot fireballs. Although the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming were blessed by his spiritual attributes and were far superior to ordinary people, they basically had no resistance under the fireball technique, and they were killed one by the fireball technique. That is to say, those elite mummy captains who have reached 1 star cannot die after being hit by a fireball, but if they are hit 3 times at the same time, these elite mummy captains will still die. Facing the mage army of these Persians, Wang Xiaoming certainly couldn't let them attack. After these mages launched the fireball technique, Wang Xiaoming immediately started to fight back. The first is to order the undead to charge. Although hundreds of undead were smashed to death, there are still a lot of undead left. The second is that Wang Xiaoming personally counterattacked with spells. He is a 2-star transcendent. Although he doesn't have 2-star damage spells, it doesn't mean that Wang Xiaoming's spell damage is weak. One by one, the fireball thunder arcane missiles kept hitting these mages, and after the summoning skills cooled down, they began to call again and again. And after the rain of arrows stopped, the Greek coalition forces also began to counterattack with bows and arrows. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also took out their automatic rifles and fired at these mages. For a while, the aggressive mage army came out and threw a round of fireball to kill more than 100 undead before being wiped out. There is no way that these mages are not reincarnations. Although each of them has good strength, their physical bodies are really fragile, and many of them are not even as good as ordinary people. In the face of Wang Xiaoming's counterattack, these mages can be said to have no defensibility at all. The arrows of the Greek allied forces were nothing. After all, the Persian mage legion estimated the range of the arrows and deliberately stood outside the range. But Wang Xiaoming's spell, Lao Huang, Qin Yanran, and the automatic rifle bullets of the two, these mages couldn't resist, but the 300 mage army was wiped out in a minute, and the damage caused was not as good as the previous cannon fodder army. This scene made Xerxes even more furious, and he cursed, "Bastards, these trashes swore how powerful they are before, but they turned out to be like this." Wang Xiaoming didn't know about Xerxes' anger, but he was very interested in seeing a man in the mages legion Eve who was captured by Lao Huang. This is the only mage who can withstand the bullets of Lao Huang and the others, but they were directly captured alive when Lao Huang and Qin Yanran went out on horseback. The reason why he was captured alive was entirely Wang Xiaoming's idea. He was quite interested in the mages in this world, and the most important thing was to see if he could find him to learn their magic. Chapter 55. Are you a magician? Wang Xiaoming said. The Persian wearing a mage's robe in front of Wang Xiaoming quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord, I don't know what your order is. Teach me the magic you know." Wang Xiaoming said directly without talking nonsense to the other party. Of course, the Persian mage didn't dare to refuse, so Wang Xiaoming learned 3 more spells from the Persian mage, namely Fire Wall, Wind Blade, and Moisture. Fire Wall summons a 15-meter long, 3-meter wide, 5-meter high wall of fire that can cause 100 points of damage per second to enemies entering the area of the fire wall. Duration, 10 minutes, cooling time, 5 minutes, consumption, 30 points magic. Wind Blade technique, launches a sharp blade made of wind, which can cause 100 points of penetrating damage to the enemy, cools down for 1 minute, and consumes 10 points of mana. Moisture Rising technique, release a light rain that can restore vitality. Within the range of this light rain, 10 points of vitality can be restored per second. Range, 1 to 1000 square meters can be changed arbitrarily. Cooldown time, none. Consumption, 1 to 30 points of magic power per second. As Wang Xiaoming expected, these 3 skills are all 1-star magic, but they are still very useful to Wang Xiaoming. The first is the Fire Wall art, which allows Wang Xiaoming to reduce the places where the Persians can attack again, and the Wind Blade art, although the lethality is mediocre, at least adds another 1 to Wang Xiaoming's attack spells. As for the final moistening technique, it is a big killer that can reverse this battle. After all, as long as these Spartan Imperial Guards have enough healing, they can completely resist the attack of these Persians. As long as the more than 300 Imperial Guards do not suffer too many casualties, then the Thermopylae Pass can be defended. It just so happened that the Mage Legion had just been wiped out, and a new round of offensive by the Persians had not yet begun. It only took a few minutes for Wang Xiaoming to find this magician to learn magic, so there is still time now. Wang Xiaoming approached Leonidas and said, "Your Majesty, I learned a group recovery magic from the Persian magician. Now, before the Persians attack, let me restore the warrior's condition." Leonidas was very happy to hear Wang Xiaoming's words and said, "Yes, that's really great." Then he shouted at the Spartan guards, "Everyone, form a dense formation." As soon as Leonidas' words fell, the Spartan guards who were still wearing shields quickly gathered in the middle, but within 3 to 4 seconds, they all stood together closely, and 300 people lined up in 30 rows. The total of 10 people is only about 100 square meters in size. Wang Xiaoming didn't waste any time and directly chanted the incantation of moisture-rising technique, and then green raindrops fell over these soldiers. These raindrops penetrated into the bodies of the Spartan guards along the gaps in their armor, and then these Spartan guards who had fought hard for more than an hour felt comfortable all over their bodies. Those who were injured quickly recovered from their injuries, and those who were not injured also felt that their energy had become more energetic. The two healing spells that Wang Xiaoming knows, whether it is the healing spell or the moistening spell, both increase their vitality by themselves, so they can be used to supplement even if they are not injured. This moistening technique is also the only 2-star spell that Wang Xiaoming learned from a Persian magician. Of course, this also makes Wang Xiaoming feel lucky. Fortunately, this guy does not know any offensive 2-star spells. Defenders deal damage. Wang Xiaoming's moisture-rising technique lasted for 30 seconds in total, and these 30 seconds directly restored the tired Spartan guards to their best condition. "Your Majesty, there shouldn't be so much rest time after the Persians attack again. I will release the moisture-rising technique for 10 minutes after every hour of the battle, and you will let the soldiers take turns to recover," Wang Xiaoming said. "Does it matter how many times you can perform this moisture-rising technique?" Although Leonidas was very satisfied with Wang Xiaoming's moisture-rising technique, she still asked with some concern. In fact, such range-type spells are generally a representative of high consumption, so I am still very worried about whether Wang Xiaoming's magic power can last. Leonidas. "It's okay, Your Majesty, I can still do it for 10 minutes in an hour." Although Wang Xiaoming now needs 10 points of magic power per second to release the moistening technique of this scale, it takes 600 points in 1 minute. But Wang Xiaoming has the talent of unlimited firepower. The consumption that originally required 600 mana directly turned into 6 points, and it only consumed 60 points in 10 minutes. Wang Xiaoming's original mental power could recover a little every minute, but after exchanging the blood of the magic apprentice, the recovery ability has been improved, and now he can recover 3 points in almost 2 minutes. In other words, it only takes 40 minutes for Wang Xiaoming to recover after releasing the moisture-rising technique for 10 minutes. Coupled with the release of other magic in the middle, it can fully recover to the best state in an hour. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming's own magic power has as much as 350 points. Even if he can't recover, he can persist for a long time. Of course, Leonidas Wang Xiaoming didn't let him go up to fight with fatigue, and he became as refreshed as the Spartan guards after a round of healing. Soon after, the Persians again attacked. Xerxes also knew that bows and arrows had no effect on them, so he continued to send infantry to consume the physical strength of the Spartan guards. Although Xerxes had never faced an elite unit like the Spartan guards before, he had besieged and killed 2-star superhumans before. Since it can't be broken quickly, it will be exhausted. He doesn't believe that the Persian army of 1 million can't consume the army of less than 10,000 in front of him. Chapter 56. The battle continued, and as before, a large number of Persian infantry charged towards this side with their shields raised. Wang Xiaoming also waited for him to contact the Spartan guards before releasing the quicksand trap, and this time Wang Xiaoming also added a firewall technique. The 15-meter long, 3-meter wide, 5-meter high firewall directly let the Persian army take a detour. And this wall of fire is not like the quicksand trap that needs to be used all the time to maintain it and can't be summoned more. After the wall of fire is completely released like the fireball, it can be released again after the cooling time is up. The cooling time of Wang Xiaoming's wall of fire technique only needs 30 seconds to release another one under the infinite firepower reduction, and the 10-minute duration of the wall of fire technique also allows Wang Xiaoming to deploy multiple on the path of these Persians' charge. Of course, because there is no continuous injection of magic power, if the wall of fire is passed by too much, it will still be weakened or even dissipated in advance. However, most of these Persian troops are ordinary people, and it is basically impossible to withstand 100 points of fire damage. At least 100 people are needed to consume all the magic power in the wall of fire technique. This is not a quicksand trap. The 5-meter high wall of fire can be seen by the Persian army from afar, so how could they rush into it foolishly? So this time the Persians attacked even more slowly, because they needed to avoid the firewall on the road, and they had to kill the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming at some point, or the quicksand trap that suddenly appeared. Not only was the army that attacked the Persians much slower this time, but the fighting power that blocked them this time also dropped a lot. After all, this is an ancient army, and it is already a sign of Xerxes' deterrent power that he can continue to fight. And every hour, Wang Xiaoming would also release the moisture-rising technique to the Spartan guards to supplement their status, which directly shattered Xerxes' idea of consuming the Spartan guards. Of course, Xerxes didn't know that Wang Xiaoming was the super support on the opposite side. Although he could also see the firewalls Wang Xiaoming released, he didn't care. After all, his magician corps would also put this thing, and it turned out that they didn't go up to deliver food. When one legion is wiped out, the legions immediately behind will follow suit. Although Xerxes' army of 1 million has lost more than 100,000 from yesterday to now, he still believes that he can win. After all, among the 100,000 people lost, more than 80,000 were caused by Wang Xiaoming's night attack last night. However, Xerxes' confidence gradually decreased as the battle continued, and Xerxes became even more furious at night. For a whole day, more than 100,000 troops were lost, but the formation of the Spartan guards on the opposite side did not change much, which made him suspicious for a while. On the Wenquangwan side, after a whole day of fighting, even Wang Xiaoming, who has the talent of unlimited firepower, feels physically and mentally exhausted. After all, Wang Xiaoming has consumed more than 1,000 points of mental power one after another throughout the day, which is still very exhausting for Wang Xiaoming, whose total mental power is only 350. After all, unlimited firepower only reduces consumption and does not require consumption. It is very tiring for any magician to repeatedly consume all magic power 3 times. This is only possible when Wang Xiaoming has unlimited firepower. If it is changed to a normal situation, Wang Xiaoming estimates that if they join the Spartan camp, even if there are no traitors, they will have to perish in the end. After all, it takes a lot of time to kill millions of people in front of you one by one, let alone fighting each other. Just like old Huang Qinyanran, the two of them were exhausted and even injured when they returned to the high platform where Wang Xiaoming was. Wang Xiaoming quickly gave Lao Huang a healing spell, and then asked, "Are you all right?" Although Lao Wang's injuries were healed and his body recovered after a round of healing, the exhaustion on his face did not decrease much. Obviously, today's battle made him a little stressed. The meat shields like Lao Huang were like this, and Qin Yanran, who came back later, was even more miserable. Not only was the Spartan guard's armor on his body exhausted, it was also covered with scratches and even a few places were damaged. It was obvious that Qin Yanran was not only physically and mentally exhausted, but also had severe injuries on her body. However, Wang Xiaoming, who just released the healing skill on Huang, is still cooling down, so Wang Xiaoming said, "Miss Qin, wait a moment, I just released the healing skill on Huang, and it's still cooling down." Qin Yanran didn't respond when she heard it, she just nodded and sat down on the ground. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the cooling time of Wang Xiaoming's healing technique expired, and then he released another healing technique at Qin Yanran. But like Lao Huang, although their physical fatigue and injuries have healed, they are still very mentally exhausted. Then Wang Xiaoming released 2 healing spells on each of them before being called away by Leonidas. "Wang Xiaoming, can you treat the soldiers of the Greek coalition army? I saw that their soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and many of them even wanted to run away." Leonidas took Wang Xiaoming to the camp of the Greek coalition army. Here Wang Xiaoming saw soldiers whose bodies were all dyed red, and these soldiers basically had injuries on their bodies. Moreover, the exhaustion on their faces was more severe than that of Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, and many of them even showed fearful expressions. Obviously, after today's day of fighting, these soldiers of the Greek coalition army can't bear it anymore. Did they have the average strength of the Spartan guards who reached 1 star, and they were also assisted by Wang Xiaoming's moisture rising technique. Not only did they lose more than 1,000 in a day's fighting, but each of them fought for more than 10 hours. The lack of immediate collapse is already due to the strength of the generals of the Greek coalition forces. After all, these generals of the Greek coalition forces with a strength of 1 or 2 stars did not participate in the battle, and they could easily suppress the resistance of the Greek coalition forces. Although there was no collapse, the morale of the Greek coalition forces inevitably fell to the bottom. Leonidas had already made an agreement with the generals of the Greek coalition forces, and when he brought Wang Xiaoming over, the Greek coalition forces had already assembled. Even those soldiers who were seriously injured were helped to gather. After talking about the effect of his moistening technique, the generals of the Greek coalition army were overjoyed, and then Wang Xiaoming released the moistening technique with all his strength, and a green light rain fell out of thin air on a 1,000 square meter open space. The first to enter it were the soldiers who were injured and compared. Many of these soldiers were already in danger of life, and they were also the first batch of people to receive treatment. Chapter 57. With 1,000 square meters, more than 2,000 people can be saved by squeezing together. After Wang Xiaoming released the moisture rising technique, the soldiers of the Greek coalition quickly entered the range to receive treatment. 10 points of vitality per second is a great tonic for these ordinary soldiers. Basically, it takes about 10 seconds to restore all of their bodies to their best. Even those soldiers who were dying were the same. After all, the vitality of ordinary people was only about 100 points, and receiving treatment for 10 seconds was equivalent to directly supplementing the entire vitality of a healthy person. 10 seconds later, these recovered soldiers left the range of the Zirun technique under the command of the general, and then replaced a group of soldiers. The number of these Greek coalition forces is now more than 6,000, and there are only 3 batches in total, plus the time to enter and leave is only 1 minute. But Wang Xiaoming consumed 18 points of mana in just 1 minute. If he didn't have the talent of infinite firepower, he would need to consume 1,800 points of mana. That's why the magicians of the Persian Legion were unwilling to use this spell to heal soldiers. After all, the consumption is too high. Even if Wang Xiaoming has the talent of infinite firepower, which can reduce the consumption by 99%, it takes 18 points of mental power to use it at full capacity for 1 minute. His total of 350 points of mental power can last even 20 minutes. Can't live. Wang Xiaoming, thank you very much this time. Without your treatment, we might not have been defeated by these Persians today. Leonidas said sincerely after leaving the camp of the Greek coalition army. This is what should be done. After all, these Persians are going to invade our homeland. Wang Xiaoming said with a righteous face. Wang Xiaoming is already very proficient at brushing the protagonist's favorability. Most of the protagonists are righteous. As long as you keep yourself righteous, the other party can basically have a good impression of you. Even if the protagonists are not righteous, as long as you are not against him, they will not deliberately target you. After all, you must know that Wang Xiaoming and the others will have less protection from the reincarnation space over time, and if these people don't have a good impression of themselves, they will have a bad impression. Although with the strength of Wang Xiaoming and old Huang Qinyanran, they can survive smoothly even if they are hated by people in this world, but it is unlikely to change the plot. At their level of strength, they don't like the reward of surviving for 30 days at all, so changing the plot is the best way to earn points. Of course, fighting the Persian army this time must have brought a lot of gains. After all, not to mention the other soldiers, just one of these soldiers is worth a few points. Up to now, even Qin Yanran, who has killed the fewest enemies, has more than 1,000, and the most Wang Xiaoming is over 10,000. Compared with changing the plot, killing the Persian army will definitely earn more points, and the plot of the 300 warriors of Sparta revolves around attacking Thermopylae Pass. Wang Xiaoming and the others only need to help Sparta defend Thermopylae Pass, that is the right plot, the biggest change. Of course, Wang Xiaoming won't mind if he gets a good impression. In fact, the stronger the strength, the less the influence of the world will be. After all, the world hates them because they are invaders to the world, but to the aborigines of this world, they are all human beings, and the world affects the aborigines subconsciously, disgusting them or modifying each other's consciousness. Ordinary people, of course, will directly believe in their own consciousness without any resistance, but after the strength reaches 1 star, it is not so easy to be influenced, and the strength reaches 2 stars, basically they will not be affected. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the reincarnation to complete the main task in the high-star missions. Although it is not easy, it will not make the reincarnation completely dead. After all, the reincarnation space is for the reincarnation to explore these worlds, not for the reincarnation to die. In fact, after Wang Xiaoming's strength reaches 2 stars, they can control their aura a little bit. Although they can't completely cover it up, they can also reduce the world's aversion to them. Maybe when they are strong enough, they don't even need to let the reincarnation space hide their aura for them. Of course, all this is still too far away for Wang Xiaoming, who is only 2 stars in strength. Now Wang Xiaoming wants to do one thing, and that is to go back to the tent to rest. Unleashing the magic of the whole day made Wang Xiaoming physically and mentally exhausted now. The best way to relieve fatigue is to sleep, so after finishing the treatment for these Greek coalition forces, Wang Xiaoming said directly, "Your Majesty, I will go back to rest, and I will continue to fight the Persians tomorrow." Leonidas didn't answer, as if he was deep in thought, and didn't come back to his senses until Wang Xiaoming called Leonidas several times. "Wang Xiaoming, your contribution this time is very great. I have a scroll here, I believe you will be satisfied." After speaking, a scroll made of parchment material suddenly appeared in his hand. Wang Xiaoming was a little curious to see Leonidas' solemn appearance, so he took it, and the reincarnation space immediately displayed its attributes. The scroll of Leonidas, it records the learning method of the aura spell of the power of the god of war. After using it, the scroll will be directly damaged. Only the king of Sparta is qualified to keep this scroll and decide its ownership. Halo skill. Wang Xiaoming became excited instantly after seeing the properties of the scroll. You must know that the Halo skills are very rare, even in the store in the reincarnation space, there are only 6. Of course, these Halo skills are also very powerful and can be upgraded. In addition, in the 2 worlds that Wang Xiaoming has experienced, he has never seen the appearance of Halo skills. Obviously, Halo skills are a very rare special ability. Even Wang Xiaoming doesn't know if these can be called magic. Now Leonidas actually gave himself a scroll that can learn the Halo skill, which can be said to be a very good reward. You must know that the magic skills learned in the reincarnation world do not occupy the skill bar, which means that Wang Xiaoming does not need to occupy his only skill bar to learn this halo skill. Wang Xiaoming is still very concerned about his skill bar. After all, he only has 10 skill bars in total, and he has already used 4 of them. Of course, he must choose the remaining ones carefully. After all, the skills in the skill bar are completely different from the spells that Wang Xiaoming learned by himself. Although they look similar, Wang Xiaoming can use the skills instantly without chanting. The learned magic is not good. Even now, it takes Wang Xiaoming 1 second to release the bronze spell, and the silver magic takes 3 to 5 seconds. It seems that there is not much difference, but in many cases instant magic can save one's life. That is to say, the talent of mind control that Wang Xiaoming obtained in the super out of control can be activated in no time. So after seeing the content on the scroll clearly, Wang Xiaoming opened the scroll directly, and then the scroll turned into a beam of light and penetrated into Wang Xiaoming's head. Chapter 58. Power of God of War. After turning on the aura, it can increase the attack power of all friendly units within a radius of 10,000 meters, affected by strength, by 1000%, and can convert 10% of the attack damage into life value to restore itself, increase movement speed by 100%, reduce all damage received by 50%, cooling time, none, consumption, 300 mana per second. Afterwards, the skill of God of War appeared on Wang Xiaoming's attribute panel, and he also saw the detailed introduction of this halo skill. After seeing the introduction of the halo, even Wang Xiaoming, who has experienced strong winds and waves, couldn't help but gasp. This halo is simply invincible. It increases damage by 1000% and also increases blood sucking by 10%. Movement speed reduction. It can be said that someone with this aura can not only defend against the attack of the Persians, but can even fight back directly, and wipe out the Persians in one go. It's just that the consumption of this skill is too terrifying. Even if I have a 99% consumption reduction of infinite firepower, I can last for more than 110 seconds at most, and I can't last for 2 minutes. Wang Xiaoming was also frightened by the consumption of this skill. You must know that he was able to reduce the consumption by 99% and only persisted for more than 100 seconds. If it was a different person, his mental power would be empty in an instant. It seems that this skill should not be usable at my level, but I have the talent of infinite firepower, and I can activate it at a critical moment. Seeing the consumption, Wang Xiaoming understood that this skill can only be used as a bottom-of-the-box trick. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming has been in a daze after learning the scroll, Wang Xiaoming is actually looking at the attribute panel. Leonidas asked, "How about it, can you use this?" Obviously Leonidas also knew that this thing was very demanding to use, so she asked nervously. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "It can be barely used, but it can't exceed 100 seconds at most." This is already exaggerated. After all, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming not to reserve some mental energy for emergency backup. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Leonidas was overjoyed. He was already mentally prepared that Wang Xiaoming would not be able to use the spells recorded on this scroll. And he estimated in his heart that even if Wang Xiaoming could use it, he would last for a few seconds at most, but who would have thought that Wang Xiaoming could last for 100 seconds, which was directly dozens of times higher than his highest expectation. Could Leonida be unhappy? Looking at the excited Leonidas, Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered that this wife seemed to have really gone to sleep for lobbying, so Wang Xiaoming looked at the top of Leonidas' head and couldn't help but feel a little green. Although Wang Xiaoming's eyes became very strange, Leonidas didn't care. He was very happy that Wang Xiaoming was able to use the power of the God of War. After all, as a king, he certainly knew how powerful the power of the God of War was. Now Wang Xiaoming can continue to release for more than 100 seconds, which is enough to make them explode at a critical moment. Others don't know about the tenfold increase in damage, but Leonidas can definitely reach the 3-star level with tenfold increase in damage, and the other Spartan guards may also be able to reach 2 stars. 302-star warriors charge. Even if the Persians have an army of 1 million, it is impossible to withstand it. However, Wang Xiaoming can only last for more than 100 seconds. If he can last for more than 10 minutes, he can completely defeat these Persians and even kill Xerxes. After being happy, Leonidas directly sent Wang Xiaoming back to the tent, and then arranged for a 2-star Spartan Guards captain and 10 Spartan Guards to protect Wang Xiaoming. Although Wang Xiaoming was important as a support before, he was not necessary. At most the casualties would be more severe, but now Wang Xiaoming has become their hope of victory. As long as Wang Xiaoming is not dead, they can activate the power of God of War once a day for 100 seconds. In this 100 seconds, they can kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of enemies. This Persian army of 1 million is only a few days you can kill them all. Even with Wang Xiaoming's strong support ability before, Leonidas did not have the confidence to win this victory. After all, the Persians have an army of millions, and they can only kill about 100,000 in a whole day, and it is because Wang Xiaoming released the quicksand trap and the wall of fire that the Persians did not charge so fast and intensively. And there is also Wang Xiaoming's moistening technique to assist. Basically every Spartan guard has been injured this day. If it is not for Wang Xiaoming's moistening technique to treat the Spartan guard today, there will definitely be attrition of. Even after such a day, their armor and shields were severely damaged, and the ice blades began to roll or even break. Now more than half of the Spartan guards are using weapons carried by the Persians. In a few days, even with Wang Xiaoming's support, they probably collapsed. Such a high-intensity battle is a great challenge for anyone. This is also why the Spartan guards are all warriors selected from 100 out of 1,000. If they were replaced by other troops, even if their combat effectiveness is not bad, they might have a nervous breakdown by now. Although the Spartan guards were very elite, Leonidas also knew that it would not work if this continued, so he gave the scroll of God of War power to Wang Xiaoming. He just hoped that Wang Xiaoming could release this skill, even if it was only for a few seconds. Raise the morale of the Spartan Praetorians. And Wang Xiaoming also gave him a surprise. He was able to continuously release the power of God of War for more than 100 seconds, which was enough for them to cause heavy casualties to the Greek coalition forces. And the most important thing is morale. As long as Wang Xiaoming unleashes the power of God of War once a day, the morale of the 300 guards in Sparta will definitely be like a rainbow, and the more they fight, the higher they will be. In Sparta, the God of War is their highest belief, and the power of the God of War is equivalent to fighting under the gaze of the God of War. For the Spartans who value glory more than their lives, it is heaven to be able to fight under the gaze of the God of War, the most glorious thing down there. Even Leonidas estimated that once Wang Xiaoming unleashes the power of the God of War, even those Greek coalition forces with their hips stretched will be able to show amazing combat effectiveness. So now Wang Xiaoming is quite final to his entire team. If Leonidas hadn't needed to command the Imperial Guard himself, he might have come to protect Wang Xiaoming himself. Coming to Wang Xiaoming's tent, Leonidas said to the 10 Spartan guards who were protecting Wang Xiaoming with a serious face, "Wang Xiaoming is the most important person in our team. Even if you sacrifice your life, you must keep him safe, understand?" "Understood." 10 Spartan Praetorians replied loudly. Then 10 people stood around Wang Xiaoming's tent. No matter which direction you looked from, there would be more than 3 Spartan guards, and there was a 2-star captain in the center commanding them. It can be said that Wang Xiaoming's place is the safest place in the entire Spartan camp. Chapter 59. Leonidas arranged for someone to protect him. Wang Xiaoming certainly welcomed it, although there were already 2 2-star undead guards in front of his tent. But who would dislike that the power to protect oneself is not enough? The arrival of these people also provoked Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, who were next to Wang Xiaoming. Then they saw these Spartan guards General Wang Xiaoming guarding the group. Lao Huang looked at Wang Xiaoming with a puzzled face and said, "Xiaoming, what's going on here? Didn't the king ask you to treat the Greek coalition forces?" I'll give you this treatment whenever you come back. It seems that your auxiliary ability is really good. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, of course my role is important. You don't have to go to both sides to help those Greek coalition forces tomorrow. I'll let you see it tomorrow morning. That's right, Wang Xiaoming and Leonidas have already discussed. Wang Xiaoming uses the power of God of War every morning and night. Anyway, after using it, Wang Xiaoming didn't need to use other spells except for a quicksand trap. After recovering in the afternoon, his mental power would have recovered, and then he would do it again. This will definitely make the Persians feel the enthusiasm of Sparta. What makes it so mysterious? Lao Huang and Qin Yanran walked over and asked. Regarding the old Huang Qin Yanran's approach, the Spartan guards guarding around did not say much. After all, they were only protecting Wang Xiaoming and not imprisoning Wang Xiaoming. Of course, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, as companions fighting together, don't need to be on guard. In fact, as a 2-star mage, Wang Xiaoming's physical fitness has also reached 1 star, so he doesn't need any protection at all. After all, they are now in the Spartan barracks, and the surrounding tents are full of powerful Spartan guards. Even if the Persians send 2-star masters to assassinate Wang Xiaoming, they may not be able to succeed. Wang Xiaoming lowered his voice and said, His Majesty King Leonidas gave me a spell scroll before, and I learned a powerful spell from the scroll. Powerful spells, what spells are important? Lao Huang asked in confusion. A halo spell that can increase attack power by 10 times, do you think it's important? Wang Xiaoming said. Sh. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran couldn't help taking a breath. There are such powerful spells? Then why didn't the Spartans let their mages learn them? Qin Yanran immediately found something wrong. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, Of course it is because there is no mage as powerful as me in Sparta. After seeing my strength today, King Leonidas admired me very much, so he presented this scroll to mine. Wait tomorrow morning, you remember to stand in front of the point, after I activate the halo, you go to kill, but remember the time, my halo can only last for 100 seconds, after 100 seconds my spirit the strength is not enough. Wang Xiaoming told Lao Huang Qin Yanran about the matters needing attention. After all, one of them is his team member and the other is the preparation team. They can gain benefits and increase their strength. For Wang Xiaoming, it is much safer and better for him. Ensure. Then we can really fight tomorrow. Lao Huang became even more excited after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words. For him, attack has always been less than defense, so although he was tired all day long, he didn't suffer any injuries. Now he can increase the damage by 10 times, directly making his shortcomings no longer exist, and then he can rush into the Persian army and kill all directions. And although Qin Yanran is in the agility department, increasing her damage by 10 times can also make it easier for her to kill people. Originally, one sword killed one person, but now the increase is 10 times, that is, one sword kills 10 people, and it is even less labor-intensive than before. Wang Xiaoming has not yet said that the power of God of War can absorb blood to restore health and increase defensive movement speed. Of course, these are indeed much worse than increasing damage by 10 times. After getting the good news from Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran went back to rest. After all, they were very tired after a day of fighting today. There is still such a battle to fight every day, so of course they need to recharge their batteries. But Wang Xiaoming didn't go to rest. His more than 30 undead were dead, and now there were only 2 2-star ghosts left, and he still needed to replenish them again. He still chose powerful generals. After half an hour of testing, Wang Xiaoming finally gathered 33 1-star undead, but today there were no 2-star Persian generals, which made Wang Xiaoming the idea of undead who want to get more 2 stars is reimbursed. When Wang Xiaoming revived the corpse, 10 Spartan guards had been protecting Wang Xiaoming all the time. Even though Wang Xiaoming resurrected the corpse, none of these Spartan guards felt any discomfort or even changed their eyes. The only difference between them and the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming is that they have body temperature and heartbeat. From these details, Wang Xiaoming can be regarded as seeing the strength of the Spartan army. Although these people are the most powerful guards in the Spartan army, they can also see many characteristics of the Spartan army. You must know that in the original plot, because the death of Leonidas aroused the anger of the Spartan people, and then these Spartan troops defeated the Persian army that crossed Thermopylae. Although it is mentioned in the original book that other Greek city-states also sent troops one after another, the combat effectiveness of these Greek city-state soldiers can be seen from the Greek coalition forces next to them. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming estimated that it was probably the Spartan army that defeated the Persian army. Returning to his tent with more than 30 undead, Wang Xiaoming also needs to rest. After all, casting spells all day still puts a lot of pressure on his spirit, and the best way to relieve this pressure is to sleep. Outside Wang Xiaoming's tent were more than 30 undead he resurrected, and outside were 10 Spartan guards. Under the double protection, Wang Xiaoming fell asleep with great peace of mind. Except for the night watchmen who were still awake in the entire camp, there were only the 10 Spartan guards outside Wang Xiaoming's tent. Of course, it's not that they didn't sleep, but they slept alternately. In a group of 3, 2 sleep and 1 stands guard, and change every 3 hours. Of course, the 2-star Spartan Imperial Guard who was the captain did not stand guard, he was the only one who could sleep all the time. After all, he is the most powerful among them. What he needs to do is to maintain the best combat effectiveness at all times instead of consuming energy to stand guard here. As for the 3 people standing guard, even though it was an extremely safe environment in the Spartan barracks, they still focused on watching the 4 directions without any slack. Chapter 60. Xiaoming, get up. Before dawn the next day, Lao Huang came to Wang Xiaoming's tent and called him. And he was very persistent. Wang Xiaoming covered his head with the quilt and Lao Huang didn't give up, even walked in and lifted Wang Xiaoming's quilt. Old Huang, why are you so worried that it's not dawn yet? Wang Xiaoming said reluctantly after being woken up by Lao Huang. It's almost here, we don't have to prepare first. Lao Huang said energetically instead. Outside was Qin Yanran who had put on her armor. Although she didn't come over to call Wang Xiaoming, it was obvious that she was as excited as Lao Huang. Isn't it just to open a halo? There is no need to be so excited. Seeing the situation, Wang Xiaoming couldn't continue to sleep, so he had to walk out of the tent yawning. This directly increases the attack power by 10 times, which is equivalent to allowing us to experience the power of Samsung in advance. Isn't this attractive enough? Lao Huang asked directly when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. Hearing Lao Wang's answer, Wang Xiaoming has no way to refute. After all, as a mage and a mage who mainly uses summoning magic, Wang Xiaoming has never experienced how a purely beaten meat shield like Lao Huang would want to kill the enemy. Heart of. Before forming a team with Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang developed fairly evenly, at most he tended to be defensive. After all, a solo reincarnation must have no weaknesses to survive in this cruel world of reincarnation. And after forming a team with Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang has developed towards a pure tank. Although his attack power has also reached the 2-star level, compared to his already comparable to the peak 2-star defense, his attack is far inferior. Now that he has a chance to increase his attack power by 10 times, how can Lao Huang not be excited? Don't worry, my aura can last for 100 seconds. I need to wait for the Persian army to rush over before opening it to maximize the harvest. After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he went to the nearby campfire to get breakfast. By the campfire, the Spartan guards had already gotten up, the black bread they carried had already been heated up, and a pot of broth was actually boiling in the pot on the campfire. Wang Xiaoming went up to get a piece of black bread and made a bowl of broth, then squatted aside and ate happily. The black bread carried by these Spartan guards is not the kind of black bread that ordinary civilians eat in this era, which is entrained with sand and sawdust, and can even be used as a weapon when it is cold. These brown breads are made from whole wheat flour and even smeared with honey and butter. Although Wang Xiaoming doesn't like things like bread, but it's not distasteful either. Anyway, it's definitely not a problem to satisfy his hunger, and eating bread and drinking broth in the morning actually has a special flavor. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran next to them also sat down to eat breakfast. They got up early today so they didn't have to rush to get up until the Persians attacked like yesterday. Wang Xiaoming and the three of them didn't even eat yesterday morning. At noon, they just ate a few mouthfuls of dry food, but they ate well at night because the Persians stopped attacking. Although Lao Huang disturbed someone to sleep late this morning, Wang Xiaoming is actually quite satisfied to have such a hot mouthful. Not long after breakfast, the sky slowly brightened. The Persian army not far away also began to move. First, the soldiers from the barracks closest to them began to gather, and then lined up and began to walk towards the hot spring pass. The other legions behind also slowly walked forward. Obviously, as long as one legion is too damaged, it will be replaced. And this heavily damaged legion will be sent by Xerxes to the back to replenish its strength, and then it can be used as cannon fodder again after simple training. After all, the Persian Empire under Xerxes is now a super empire spanning the 3 continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa. In addition, the army of this era is indeed very cheap, so Xerxes has no psychological pressure at all to use up the servant army to consume the defenders of Hot Spring Pass. The main reason why he was angry before was that he felt insulted. After all, Leonidas rejected him from sending envoys to Sparta to Thermopylae to persuade him to surrender. Humiliate each other win Oneida. But who would have thought that his own men had already lost nearly 200,000 soldiers, and there seemed to be no loss at Thermopylae, which made Xerxes, who was invincible in the Persian Empire, feel like he was beaten in the face. And yesterday's attack made Xerxes a little bit embarrassed. After all, although yesterday's attack all day did not kill the Greek coalition forces, the Spartan guards still did not suffer damage. The most important thing is that their Persian troops were the loss was close to 100,000 yesterday. So when he got up early this morning, Xerxes ordered the troops in front to step up their attack, and by the way, let the troops behind start to gather in front, so that they could go to the front line faster. Wang Xiaoming didn't let his own undead rush to the front today. In fact, not only the undead Wang Xiaoming who was revived with corpses was not sent, but the time-limited undead Wang Xiaoming summoned by his silver and bronze spells also didn't mean to send out. It takes Wang Xiaoming 300 mental power to spend 100 seconds, and the remaining 50 mental power is used by Wang Xiaoming for emergencies. After all, this time he is actively attacking the opponent. Xiaoming's 50 points of spiritual power can save lives. Just like yesterday, the servants who were still wearing leather armor and holding shields, long swords and scimitars walked over in a line. But today Wang Xiaoming did not have the idea of releasing quicksand trap and wall of fire. After all, the people on his side will rush out and release these 2 spells. I don't know if releasing these 2 spells can kill the Persian army, but it will definitely let Wang Xiaoming and their side the loss was disastrous. So Wang Xiaoming simply stopped releasing these 2 spells, and he was just silently using silver spells to summon undead. Now these undead are only a little stronger than ordinary people, but after Wang Xiaoming activates the power of God of War, they can completely become a 1-star existence. So of course the more the better, since he got up, he has been calling continuously, and it has been almost half an hour now, and he has also summoned thousands of undead, all of which are standing in front of Wang Xiaoming. When the Persian army began to contact the Spartan guards, Wang Xiaoming immediately activated the power of the God of War. At this moment, the overall momentum of the defenders at Thermopylae Pass changed dramatically, even the Greek allied forces became extremely powerful. Chapter 61. After all, even the Greek coalition army is a trained regular army, and their physical fitness is still better than that of ordinary people. Now under the halo of God of War's blessing, these Greek coalition forces who were originally ordinary soldiers all reached the 1-star level in an instant, and the strength of those 1-star generals also skyrocketed to 2-star, and the strength of the 2-star generals increased to 3 stars. At this moment, this world, which was originally limited to 2 stars, was promoted to a 3-star world. Although these people have increased to 3-star strength because of Wang Xiaoming's God of War aura, but this is still 3-star. As long as there are 3-star supernatural beings in the world will be promoted to 3-star. The increase in these Greek coalition forces is already so scary, and the Spartan guards on the other side, which is full of 1-star superhumans, has changed even more. Those ordinary imperial guards all reached 2-star strength, and the 5 captains all reached 3-star strength. The most astonishing thing is Leonidas. His strength itself is the 2-star peak, and now he has directly become the 3-star peak after being increased, and even entered the false 4-star, legendary, strength because of the increase. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, who were beside Wang Xiaoming, were also upgraded to 3 stars. In addition, Wang Xiaoming's 2-star undead and the captain who protected Wang Xiaoming also reached the 3-star level. The other soldiers and Wang Xiaoming's 33 1-star undead also reached 2-star strength. Basically, those who are blessed by the halo can increase their 1-star strength. This includes the ordinary undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. These ordinary undead, who are only a little stronger than ordinary people, have achieved 1-star strength under Wang Xiaoming's aura of God of War power. Don't think that 1-star superhumans are weak in this world just because the Spartan guards can dispatch 300 1-star superhumans at a time. In fact, even Xerxes, who has a vast army of millions, has only a little over 100 1-star superhumans, even less than Wang Xiaoming and the others. Otherwise, Xerxes would not let the servant army consume Wang Xiaoming and the others, but directly formed an army that had been built by 1-star extraordinary people to directly confront him. So after all the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming become 1-star, it is equivalent to more than 1,000 1-star superhumans. Moreover, unlike the Greek coalition forces over there, the undead under Wang Xiaoming's command were all brave and fearless. After Wang Xiaoming turned on the halo, the Spartan guards, who had always been defensive, stood up uncharacteristically. Kill! Leonidas roared angrily, holding a spear in one hand and a large shield in the other. Then Leonidas rushed out first, followed by the other 4 captains whose strength reached 3 stars. At 2 stars, Leonidas could easily kill these Persian servants. After reaching 3 stars, Leonidas can even shake the air with every attack. One attack can kill at least 5 enemies, and many more. Sometimes it can even kill 20 or 30 Persian servants. On Wang Xiaoming's side, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also turned their heads and quickly killed a bloody path from the Persian servant army. Those who have reached 3 stars can easily kill several people or even more than a dozen people with each blow, and Wang Xiaoming's undead team is closely behind them. 2 undead who also reached 3 stars followed them to expand the entire passage, followed by 33 2-star undead. Although they could not easily kill 10 people with each hit like those who had already reached 3 stars, it is not something these servants can deal with. Behind it is a large army of undead. More than 1,000 1-star undead are enough to solve all the 3-star strength of Lao Huang and the others that have not been killed. The same is true for the Spartan guards, with Leonidas and the 4 captains as the vanguard, followed by more than 300 Spartan guards whose strength has reached 2 stars, and the Persian servants along the way. Kill them all. Compared with the results of Wang Xiaoming's undead and the Spartan guards, the Greek coalition forces on both sides are much weaker. Although they have also been strengthened, these generals of the Greek coalition army have no intention of rushing out even if their strength has been strengthened. It's just that the Greek coalition soldiers who have been increased to 1 star are slowly advancing. Compared with the Undead Legion and the Spartan Guards with the 3-star Sharp Knife team, these Greek coalition forces can clearly see the word mob. However, since most of the pressure from the beginning to the present has been resisted by the Spartan Guards, and the rest has been weakened by Wang Xiaoming with the firewall and quicksand. Even so, the Greek coalition lost nearly 1,000 in one day yesterday. People. Just like what Leonidas said, if there are more than 6,000 Spartans here, he will definitely not just defend a narrow Thermopylae pass, but directly lead the 6,000 Spartans to directly attack the opponent's army formation. And now, even with the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's aura of god of war power, these Greek coalition forces are only stronger than before. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that most of the Persian servants were killed by the Spartan guards and the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming, it's all over. Maybe these Persians who have received the power of the god of war have collapsed now. Before the Persian army attacked, it was slaves from other Greek city-states who led the attack. In fact, before attacking Thermopylae, Xerxes had already begun to attack Greece, of course not from land, but from the sea. The result was of course a failure. The Persian navy was directly defeated by the united Greek ministries. If it weren't for the failure of the Persians to attack at sea before, there would be no such thing as Xerxes attacking from land with an army of 1 million. After all, this hot spring pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and Xerxes also knows it. But the situation on the battlefield today was somewhat beyond his expectations. The defenders of Hot Spring Pass did not continue to retreat today, but launched a counterattack against the Persian army. Order the army to press on with all their strength. Even if you can't kill them, you should try to surround them as much as possible. As long as you surround them, no matter how strong they are, it's useless. Seeing Leonidas and the others charging, Xerxes was happy instead, and immediately ordered his troops to entangle Leonidas and the others. But Leonidas, who has reached the peak of 3 stars, is so easy to stop, not to mention that there are equally powerful guards around him. The resistance of these Persians had no effect at all, and even the Persian elephant cavalry could not stop them at all from the vanguard team. On the other side, there are old Huang Qinyanran and 2 undead whose strength has reached 3 stars. Although the 4 of them are the vanguard, although the speed is not as fast as Leonidas and the Spartan guards, but because of the larger number of people, they can beat Leo. The Persians that Nita and the others did not clean up were all resolved. Chapter 62. And the Greek coalition forces at the end can only kill some Persian servants who were missed by Sparta and the undead army. However, the Greek coalition forces that have been strengthened can still defeat these enemies. After all, the strength of the Greek coalition forces has reached 1 star, and they still have no problem dealing with the Persian servants who are similarly trained to them. It was only 10 seconds since Wang Xiaoming activated the god of war power. In just 10 seconds, the Spartan guards and the undead legion had already wiped out more than 50,000 Persian servants. And their killing speed has not slowed down at all, even because they rushed out of the narrow passage. The efficiency of their full-scale killing has become even higher. In the next 80 seconds, the Spartan guards and undead legion attacked like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beheading all the nearly 200,000 Persian troops within 5 kilometers in front of Hot Spring Pass. In the end, time was running out, so they reluctantly retreated to Hot Spring Pass. After they returned to Hot Spring Pass, Wang Xiaoming immediately turned off the power of the god of war. In the previous 100 seconds, Wang Xiaoming consumed 300 points of mental power. Even though he reserved 50 points, it was the first time he had entered the reincarnation space to consume so much in one breath. Although Wang Xiaoming, who had just exhausted his mental power, would not faint, his face was still pale. It seems that this mental power can't be exhausted, or else it's really doomed. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but feel lucky that he had left 50 points of mental power in advance, otherwise Wang Xiaoming would have fainted directly. And without Wang Xiaoming's support, Leonida and the others would have lost the defense directly after the Persians' onslaught. Wang Xiaoming withdrew the power of God of War, and the huge power of everyone present also disappeared. However, before their primary level, they basically killed each other in seconds, so even if they killed a deer, there was still not a single dead or injured Spartan guard in the opponent's army. It's just that after Wang Xiaoming revoked the aura, there was a significant decrease in it, which made them worry about gains and losses. But among these people, Leonidas gained the most. He was already a 2-star peak fighter before, but with the blessing of the god of war this time, he felt the power of 3 stars in advance. He now has a feeling that as long as he goes down and concentrates on practicing for a period of time, then he will be able to break through the bottleneck of Samsung. But now there is no time for him to concentrate on training. After all, they still need to face the Persian army of 1 million, and the opponent will not wait for you to break through before attacking. Although Leonidas and the others have already retreated, the army behind the Persians will not be able to close the gap they killed for a while. After all, the loss of 200,000 troops at once is equivalent to a direct reduction of 1/5 of the million-strong army. In addition to the results of the previous 2 days, the Persian army has been reduced by 400,000. Although the remaining 600,000 is more elite than the previous 400,000, Xerxes is reluctant to use his trump card. The ace army in his hand is of course strong, but as his confidence to suppress this million army, even if all other troops are wiped out, his elite army cannot be compromised. In fact, Xerxes was terrified when he saw Leonidas and the others before, as if cutting melons and vegetables. If they hadn't retreated quickly, Xerxes would have been ready to run away. Not only was this really terrifying, 200,000 troops were killed in just over a minute, which was simply beyond his imagination. Not only was Xerxes frightened, but other Persian generals were also frightened by Leonidas and their charge. Especially those Persian servants in the front are now unwilling to attack at all. The way Leonidas and others blocked and killed gods and Buddhas before was really terrible. These Spartans must have retreated because they were too exhausted to let the army in front continue to attack. Xerxes gave an order to the general next to him. But the general who delivered the order soon ran back, knelt on the ground and said, "Your Majesty, the legion in front is unwilling to continue the attack. They all say that the Spartans are the incarnation of the devil." After hearing what the general said, Xerxes was furious. "BD, give me an order. If you don't want to attack the Spartans, I will kill them. I will not only kill them but also their families. Let go." Under the strong order of Xerxes, the Persian servant army in front launched another attack. But compared to the previous attack method that was not afraid of death, these servants are much worse now. Looking at the sparse Persian army, Wang Xiaoming didn't know whether to be happy or sad. These Persians were not as brave as before, and their charging speed was not fast, and they did not form a tight formation, which put less defensive pressure on the Spartan guards. But it also made the quicksand trap arranged by Wang Xiaoming useless. After all, the formation is not dense and these Persian servants are not easy to be squeezed into the quicksand trap. Of course, it cannot be said that it is completely useless, at least it can reduce the attacking areas of these Persian servants, and it is much easier to deal with these Persian attacks now with the firewall technique. Even the Greek allied forces could handle it, and the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming could even fight back and forth with these Persian servants. These Persians seemed to be scared out of their wits. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but said looking at these Persians. Although they are all a group of people, these Persians were overwhelmed by Leonidas and their tough appearance before. Although they have to continue to attack under the pressure of learning, these soldiers actually have no fighting spirit. Without the fighting spirit, the apparent fighting power is of course much worse. Actually, the Persians didn't collapse right away, which was beyond my expectation. I thought this attack would make the Persians collapse directly, said Lao Huang next to him. After they came back, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran didn't continue to go forward to kill the enemy. The powerful experience of the previous 100 seconds gave them a lot of rewards, so they looked down on these Persians now. This is normal. After all, their army of millions stretches for more than 10 kilometers. Only a part of them can see you head on. After the soldiers who saw them with their own eyes are almost dead, the remaining Persian army will be full of fighting power. Yes. Wang Xiaoming said. After all, they killed too cleanly before, and the result was that there were not many Persians who could actually see them fighting, and the Persian army behind them didn't even know about it. After the soldiers who saw all this died, the remaining Persian army was able to recover. Chapter 63. Xerxes had this idea. The reason why he forced these soldiers to attack was to silence them. So even if these people are unwilling to go up, he will force them to go up and attack. Of course, the most important thing is that Xerxes did not believe that the Spartans could still launch such an attack. As long as the Spartans did not continue to show such strength, it would only be a loss of 200,000 troops. Although this is close to 1/6 of the Persian army with a total strength of only 1.3 million, it is worthwhile as long as it can win this battle. The Persian servants in front were afraid to go up, and Xerxes could see it clearly. Let people go up to supervise the battle, these untouchables are still timid in fighting. Xerxes gave an order, and a team of supervisors came to the front line, so the servant army, which was still advancing slowly, began to charge again. But now, the Spartan guards who have been shrouded in the halo of the power of the god of war have become high-spirited. Even the Greek allied forces are full of desire to fight. Coupled with Wang Xiaoming's magic support, these Persian servants will come up. It's almost like being sent to death. After all, when they were still high-spirited, they couldn't defeat the defenders of Hot Spring Pass. How could they possibly defeat them now that they basically had no fighting spirit? The situation didn't get better until noon. Of course, it didn't mean that these soldiers would not be afraid after such a short while. 20 Persian servants who had seen Leonidas fighting with them were almost dead. Now the new soldiers coming up are all from the barracks behind. Although these soldiers are the same servants, they are full of fighting spirit, just like yesterday's Persian army began to charge wildly. The battle lasted until the afternoon, and the total number of Persians killed today has reached 350,000 because Wang Xiaoming activated the power of God of War. In addition to yesterday and the day before yesterday, the Persians lost 550,000 troops in just 3 days, and there were only more than 700,000 troops left with 1 million troops. Although the Persian army has a huge territory and a large population that can recover quickly, it cannot be recovered in a few days. Now even Xerxes has some thoughts of not wanting to continue fighting. After all, according to this situation, he still needs to hit at least more than 500,000 people. That would be meaningless even if he beat Thermopylae down. After all, he couldn't take more than 200,000 troops to attack the whole of Greece, which would be almost courting death. Stopping the loss in time is the best choice, but Xerxes felt that he could not step down if he gave the order to retreat. After all, he had conquered an unknown number of countries before, and now he was repelled by an army of less than 10,000 with an army of 1 million. But Xerxes was entangled, but Wang Xiaoming was not. An hour ago, Wang Xiaoming stopped casting magic and concentrated on summoning the undead. More than 200 undead can be summoned every 6 minutes, and Wang Xiaoming summoned more than 2,000 undead in 1 hour, and the Spartan guards also took turns using the moisture rising technique to recover and rest during this hour. Even the Greek coalition forces were notified this time, and they became eager to try. After Wang Xiaoming's 10th batch of undead was summoned, Wang Xiaoming turned on the power of God of War again. The scene in the morning reappeared. The 320-star Spartan guards and more than 2,000 one-star undead attacked the Persian army again. With the experience of the morning, no matter the Spartan guards, the old Huang Qinyan, or the Greek coalition forces are fully prepared this time. The generals of the Greek coalition army also joined the battle this time. After all, those who came to participate in this battle basically had a strong idea of defending their homes and the country. Besides, they also had enough courage now that they were blessed by the power of the god of war. So the killing began even faster than in the morning, and the Persian army fell as quickly as wheat was harvested. This scene was also seen by Xerxes, who looked at the Spartans who were killing wildly in front of him in horror. Quickly order the front legion to withdraw, these Spartans are demons. Xerxes couldn't help shouting hysterically anymore. Although there are extraordinary people in this world, even a 2-star extraordinary person is an enemy of 100 people, and even a well-trained army of 100 people can kill a 2-star extraordinary person. Even an army composed entirely of extraordinary people like the Spartan guards can defeat at most 100 times its own army, which requires itself to be elite enough. So when Xerxes learned that Leonidas was blocking them at Thermopylae, he was not in a hurry. After all, no matter how elite they are, there are only a few thousand people, and even consumption can consume them to death. In the original plot, Xerxes defeated Leonidas and the others at the cost of 20,000 troops, although the main reason was that Leonidas and the others were attacked by the traitors leading the way. But even if there were no traitors, Leonidas and the others could only persist for a day or two longer, and then kill tens of thousands of Persian troops. But now it is completely different. These Spartans and those undead have become extremely powerful one by one, and each of them can have power far beyond ordinary people. Especially those who rushed to the front, it was terrifying. Every time they shot, they could kill more than 10 Persian troops, and they could make more than 10 or even dozens of shots per second. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that these people cannot be killed. The Persian army is not without counterattack. Even the weakest undead with 1-star strength can recover quickly after attacking them. Don't kill them. Of course, the Persians didn't know that this was the blood-sucking effect of the power halo of the god of war. Although it only had a 10% blood-sucking effect, they had to know that their own attack power had been increased by 10 times, and they could also reduce the blood-sucking effect by 50%. Attack. With this blessing, even the most ordinary undead can become a super powerful character. Moreover, the most powerful of these Persians are those generals, and these people are the priority targets of attack by old Huang Qinyanran and the others. Although Samsung is only 1 star stronger than 2 stars, in fact, the gap between them is much larger than that between 2 stars and 1 star. Normally, 5 1-star transcendents can match 1 2-star transcendent, but even 10 2-star transcendents are not as good as 1 3-star transcendent. So even the 2-star peak Leonidas can only reach the 3-star peak after receiving a 10-fold damage increase. And the reason why many 1-star peak people in the Spartan guards have increased their damage to the 3-star level, the gap among the 3 stars is also very alarming. Chapter 64. Kill. As the strongest, Leonidas is also the strongest after getting the boost. He took the lead and quickly opened up a path in the Persian army. Behind him are the captains of the 4 Spartan imperial guards. The strength of these captains has been increased to the 3-star level. Although they are a little weaker than Leonidas, they followed closely and killed more Persians. Expand the victories. Behind them are 11 fighters who are only at the peak of 1 star but directly reach 3 stars after receiving the boost. These people are weaker than the 4 captains, but they have also reached the level of 3 stars. Killing these Persian soldiers who are just ordinary soldiers people are not good and slow. The 16 of them formed a huge arrow, tearing the Persian team into a huge crack. The more than 200 Spartan guards following them continued to expand this crack. Of course, with the experience in the morning, they no longer require to kill everyone, but just kill most of the enemies. They need to move forward as much as possible within 90 seconds. If these Spartan guards were an arrow that tore the Persians apart, the 2,000 undead legions brought by Lao Huang and the others would be out-and-out butchers. Although there is also old Huang Qinyanran and 2 undead whose strength has been increased to 3 stars rushing to the front, these undead are not as trained as the Spartan guards after all, and Lao Huang and the others can't control these undead. So the strategy they adopt is to advance in an all-round way, no matter what cooperation, everyone will kill each other, anyway, just charge forward as hard as possible. Behind them are only more than 5,000 Greek coalition forces left. After a day of fighting, the Greek coalition forces lost another 1,000 soldiers. But after being boosted by the power of the god of war again, the morale of the Greek coalition army, which had been low because of the whole day's fighting, became full of morale, and everyone rushed forward. Of course, these Greek coalition forces are much worse than the tacit cooperation of the Spartans, but under the leadership of the generals, the remaining Persians killed by the first two teams were completely eliminated. Now only the 10 Spartan guards that Wang Xiaoming and Leonidas sent to guard Wang Xiaoming's safety remained in the battle line. Although the strength of the 10 imperial guards has also been greatly increased by the blessing of the halo, they still remember Leonidas' order to protect Wang Xiaoming. After all, they also knew that the reason why these people in front of them were able to explode with such fighting power was because of this handsome young man standing on the high platform. Although it is a pity that they did not go to the battlefield, they will not regret it. As a member of the Spartan Guard, their obedience to orders is extremely high, not to mention that the Wang Xiaoming they protect is still such an important existence. Wang Xiaoming doesn't have the heart to care about the thoughts of these guards now. He is constantly counting the time to prevent fainting due to excessive use of mental power. It seems that I still need to practice magic power. Although this mental power can be used as magic power, it can't be fully utilized. Wang Xiaoming decided to find a way to cultivate magic power when he returned to the reincarnation space. Although the many skills Wang Xiaoming learned before were also expensive, but Xiaoming, who has unlimited firepower reduction, basically has no effect. But now with the God of War power that consumes 3 points of mana per second, Wang Xiaoming must use every ounce of power. And now that he has the aura of God of War, Wang Xiaoming actually doesn't need to continue learning other aura skills, or in other words, he doesn't need to learn other combat skills. With the power of the God of War, Wang Xiaoming can even push the entire world horizontally with the summoned undead. Of course, the premise is that Wang Xiaoming can keep turning on the power of God of War. So I still need to develop towards the summoning system. The power of the God of War obtained this time basically set the direction of Wang Xiaoming's development. When Wang Xiaoming was thinking wildly, Leonidas had already rushed to the Persian barracks with the Spartan guards, and it was faster than in the morning. After all, it was the first time they had no experience in the morning, so they still wasted a lot of time. Now that he has the experience of the morning, especially this time Leonidas is mainly charging, so now he has rushed to the Persian frontline headquarters in less than 10 seconds. Even here you can see the huge mobile platform of Xerxes. Leonidas pointed at the high platform and shouted loudly, "Kill over there, fortunately Xerxes, and we will win." Kill. After having a target, they quickly changed direction and rushed towards Xerxes' high platform. In front of the 16 three-star warriors, the Persian army was easily torn apart like a joke, but they quickly rushed towards the high platform where Xerxes was. Seeing this scene, Xerxes' face quickly turned pale, and he shouted, "Hurry up and send someone to intercept these Spartans." While talking, he ran down from behind the high platform. He didn't have any hope that his men could stop the Spartans. After all, if his army can stop it, then these Spartans will not let the frontline headquarters be handed over. You must know that there are 3 generals with 2-star strength in the frontline headquarters, and they are easily broken by them. He doesn't think how long the army he sent to intercept Leonidas and the others can resist. He even asked the servants around him to bring him a piece of clothing when he went down. After all, the things he was wearing before were too ostentatious and would be quickly spotted by the Spartans even if he was not on the high platform. Of course Leonidas didn't know about Xerxes running away. He was charging towards the high platform now, and he would kill any obstacles along the way with a single spear. And the army, Xiaoming's team that Xerxes sent to intercept basically didn't play any role, and there was no difference between the so-called elite troops and ordinary troops facing more than a dozen 3-star fighters. After all, Xerxes didn't have a guard formed by 300 extraordinary people, so Leonidas and the others reached the high platform in less than 20 seconds. But now the high platform was empty, and Xerxes had left the high platform 20 seconds ago. However, 20 seconds didn't allow Xerxes to run very far. He was only more than 100 meters away from the high platform. And Xerxes, who was surrounded by a large group of guards, was also very conspicuous among the crowd, and Leonidas found his trace just by looking casually. Not far from the Xerxes tower, there are a large number of guards, so as long as you are not a fool, you can know who it is. Was Leonidas a fool? Of course not. So he saw the disguise made by Xerxes at a glance. Chapter 65. He didn't chase after him either, but just took off the spear he was carrying behind him. Then clenched it with one hand, and threw it with all its strength in the direction of Xerxes. The spear instantly turned into a stream of light, quickly gliding across the sky. On the other side, Xerxes was running away quickly with the help of the guards. He felt that he had covered up and escaped more than 100 meters and should be out of danger. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind, followed by heart-piercing pain. Then he saw the end of a spear go out of his chest, and then penetrate the person in front of him and pin them both to the ground. His Majesty! His Majesty! His Majesty is dead! Xerxes was directly nailed to the ground with a spear from Leonidas, which stunned the surrounding guards, and then the news about Xerxes' killing quickly spread among the Persian army. Seeing the Persian army that suddenly became scattered, Leonidas knew that he had killed Xerxes. He knocked down the flag that Xerxes had set up on the high platform with one punch, and then shouted loudly, "Xerxes dies!" Then the more than 200 Spartan guards around him also shouted in unison, "Xerxes is dead!" The Persian army who heard the sound couldn't help but look at the high platform where Xerxes was originally, and then they found that the flag that was fluttering in the wind on the high platform was gone. And there is a Spartan wearing armor and a cloak on it. Even if the generals suppressed one after another, the Persian army could not help but start to collapse. After all, this army was actually formed by more than a dozen countries conquered by Persia. It was originally ruled by Xerxes until it was nothing. But now once Xerxes dies, the disintegration is just around the corner. Not long afterwards, Xerxes had not been sent to deal with it, and the generals of various legions also began to believe that Xerxes had been killed. At this time, Leonidas had already started killing again, and this time he was even more unscrupulous toward those legions that still maintained their integrity. Although Xerxes is dead, these armies are still there. If they were let go, maybe after a while the new king of the Persian Empire would bring them to kill again. So just in case, Leonidas still felt that he had to kill as many of these Persian troops as possible. Leonidas and the others are now in the center of the Persian army, basically, all of them are the elite Persian troops, and they are now blessed by the halo of the power of the god of war. Otherwise, even if they really have the current strength in front of them, there are also heavy losses for so many elite troops. But this aura of God of War's power can not only reduce 50% of the damage, but also absorb 10% of blood, which makes these Spartan soldiers not die no matter how hard they fight. After all, there hasn't been anyone in the Persian army that can kill 2-star transcendents in seconds, not to mention Leo. The 16 of them who have lost the strength of the main star, are constantly beheading those powerful generals. Where did the 200 Spartan guards bloom in the center, while Lao Huang and the others continued to charge inward with many undead outside? Unlike Leonidas and the others who charged in one direction wholeheartedly, although Lao Huang and the others were not slow as wild wolves, they mainly aimed to kill the enemy. Whether it is old Huang Qinyanran or Wang Xiaoming's undead, they want to kill these Persian troops as much as possible. After all, each of these Persian troops is worth points. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to kill more, then when will you go? Under the blessing of the power of the god of war, Lao Huang and the others can basically kill more than 100 Persian troops per second. The undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming can even kill several per second. At this speed, the undead under Wang Xiaoming alone can kill more than 100,000 Persian troops. In fact, among the 200,000 Persian troops killed in the morning, 100,000 were killed by the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. It can be said that if there is no accident in this reincarnation mission, Wang Xiaoming will become the biggest winner. Not to mention other things, just killing so many Persian troops would provide Wang Xiaoming with countless points, even if each point is worth hundreds of thousands of points. Before that, Wang Xiaoming got the most points with just over 10,000 points. In contrast, Wang Xiaoming's gains this time are nothing short of sudden wealth. Of course, the premise is that they can return to the reincarnation space alive, although everything has been going well for them until now. But this is based on Wang Xiaoming's aura of God of War power. Now it has been turned on for 50 seconds, and half of the time has passed. Wait another 50 seconds and Wang Xiaoming will have no choice but to turn off the power of the God of War, and then will be the real test. Who knows if these Persians on the opposite side will hide their trump card and use it immediately after Wang Xiaoming's God of War power ends. Of course, this is because Wang Xiaoming didn't know the news that Xerxes had died. If he knew, he wouldn't have this worry. After all, no matter how much the Persians had, their best outcome was to retreat when Xerxes was beheaded. And the worst result is to be directly defeated and collapsed, and the remaining army will directly become a rout. If it really becomes like that, then you won't have so many worries if you win directly. Wang Xiaoming didn't know that Lao Huang and the others didn't know either. The only ones who could know that Xerxes was killed were Leonidas, the Spartan guards, and the elite Persian troops near Xerxes's high platform. Now the Spartan guards are frantically killing these elite Persian troops, and of course the news that Xerxes has died has not been spread. At most, these Persians would think that Xerxes had fled when they saw that the flag of Xerxes on the high platform was gone. After all, Xerxes, who was protected by the army, was so easily beheaded, which no one else thought of anyway. In fact, the main reason why Leonidas rushed over with people was to unload the flag on the high platform, but who knew that he could kill Xerxes directly? As time passed, the casualties of the Persians became larger and larger, and more Persian troops collapsed. Under Leonidas and the others whose strength reaches 3 stars, the so-called elite army has no resistance whatsoever. Xerxes and the others who have reached 3 stars can also kill more than 100 of them every second. There are 16 such existences in the Spartan guards, basically capable of killing more than 1,000 elite troops of Persians every second. And they can continue to kill for 40 seconds, which is 60,000 to 70,000. Even if the Persians killed by the other 2-star Spartan guards directly exceeded 100,000. The total number of these elites is more than 200,000. Half of them died at once, which is enough to seriously hurt the vitality of these Persians. Not to mention that the army that followed them to kill the Persians had already collapsed. Chapter 66. Different from the morning, although they also killed many enemies in the morning, because they used such a large force for the first time and there was no preparation, they just wiped out the front legion of the Persians. So although their influence was there, it was not great. After Xerxes sent those witnesses to death, the other Persian troops didn't know about it at all. This time it was completely different. Leonidas had already made this plan after returning home in the morning. Of course, there was no plan to kill Xerxes at the beginning. The reason why Xerxes was killed was that he was too eye-catching, so killing him was of course the best choice. Leonidas' initial plan was to spread their influence as much as possible, so that Xerxes could not hide their strength at all, and then these Persians would become less effective because of fear. Then come again tomorrow morning, these Persians will naturally collapse. Who would have thought that his luck would be so good? This Xerxes would be killed by him as if sent directly to his door, and of course Leonidas would not give up if there was a better choice. After beheading Xerxes, he led the Spartan guards to kill more than 100,000 elite Persians, and when the time reached 90 seconds, Leonidas led the Spartan guards towards go back in the direction of Hot Spring Pass. At this time, basically all the Persian armies began to become confused, and it was almost evening when Leonidas and the others charged, and now it might be getting dark. Most of the Persian army has night blindness, so even though Leonidas and the others have withdrawn to Thermopylae, the Persian army did not end the battle, but the battle became more intense. When Lao Huang and the others returned to Wenquangwan, only 2 2-star undead followed, and the other Wang Xiaoming did not take back, allowing them to kill for a while. The Persian army has completely collapsed today. This was the first sentence Lao Huang said after returning. Indeed, I can see that the Persian army is scattered from such a distance. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said. But Lao Huang shook his head and said, "It's not this, but Xerxes, king of the Persians, is dead." "Xerxes is dead, how did he die?" Wang Xiaoming was still surprised when he heard the news. Beheaded by the king of Sparta, he led the guards to the heart of the Persians and killed Xerxes directly, and even killed the emperor's Persian army. After such a toss, it is impossible for these Persians to continue to attack even if they do not collapse. Lao Huang told the news he got. It seems that this battle is coming to an end. I'll activate the power of God of War tomorrow morning and let's finally collect a wave of points. Wang Xiaoming said after pausing at Lao Wang's words. N. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran had no objection to Wang Xiaoming's words. In fact, if these Persians were not too impatient, they would have wanted to fight here for a month. Not long after Lao Huang and the others left, Leonidas, who smelled blood, came over. "Your Majesty heard that you have already beheaded Xerxes, and our operation is considered a success," Wang Xiaoming said when he saw Leonidas approaching. "The reason why we were able to achieve such a big gain this time is thanks to Mr. Wang Xiaoming. If it weren't for you being able to release this spell to bless us, I would never have achieved such a great result," Leonidas also said with a smile. After solving the Persian million army attack, Leonidas became much happier. Before, Xiaoming never saw Leonidas' face. "This is what I should do." Wang Xiaoming's identity in this world is a Spartan, so it's not surprising to say that. Leonidas didn't say much thank you. Instead of talking nonsense, it would be better to give some real benefits. "Xiaoming, I'm going to launch a big attack on these Persians tomorrow morning, and I need your help then." Leonidas also stated her purpose. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "Of course there is no problem, I will fully cooperate with your Majesty when the time comes." Leonidas was very satisfied with Wang Xiaoming's answer. He said with a smile, "We Sparta will never forget your contribution this time. If you gather in Sparta, you will definitely get the reward you want." After agreeing with Wang Xiaoming to act tomorrow morning, Leonidas left after saying that returning to Sparta would reward Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming is still very interested in the reward that Leonidas said. After all, where did he get the God of War Halo scroll before, which shows that he definitely has something good in his hands. This time Leonidas was even more grateful to Wang Xiaoming, and the reward he gave was of course even better. Wang Xiaoming couldn't wait to ask Leonidas for his reward. After all, as the king of a country, Wang Xiaoming would not believe that Leonidas had nothing good in his hands. And this world has the attention of the gods. For example, the elders of Sparta are actually the priests of the god of war. The Persians also bribed these elders to prevent the regular Spartan army from attacking. Otherwise, Sparta's 100,000 regular troops are dispatched, even if the Persians have 1,000,000 troops, but relying on the Spartan army at Thermopylae, they can easily defend and even counterattack. 0. After all, Sparta's army is basically elite. If you find an opportunity, you may not be able to defeat the Persian army with the help of the northern Spartan army. Even if these people were under the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's aura of god of war power, they could even directly defeat the million-strong Persian army head-on. Of course, there are not so many things. What Leonidas can use now is the 299 imperial guards under him. Today's huge victory also killed many two-star generals among the Persians. For these two-star generals, Wang Xiaoming asked old Huang Leonida and the others to help collect the corpses. When they came back, they also brought back the corpses of 5 Persian two-star generals. Now Wang Xiaoming needs to resurrect these 5 corpses as undead. In this way, the number of two-star undead under Wang Xiaoming can be increased to 7. When the power of God of War is activated tomorrow, there will be 7 main star undead to help Wang Xiaoming kill. The Persians are gone. After gaining the power of the God of War, Wang Xiaoming made up his mind to take the path of a summoner, so Wang Xiaoming is very fancy about these undead who can always carry and reach 2 stars. Each additional undead Wang Xiaoming's strength can be upgraded to a higher level. Now, if there are 5 more, the overall strength of Wang Xiaoming's summons can be more than doubled. After resuscitating the 5 2-star undead, and then replenishing the remaining 28 1-star undead, Wang Xiaoming also went to sleep. Chapter 67. One night passed, and after yesterday's chaos and fighting, the remaining troops of the Persians were no more than 300,000. Even the more than 300,000 troops are scattered, and there is no comparison with the 1 million troops that passed through Greece before. Waking up early in the morning, Wang Xiaoming had just finished his breakfast when Leonidas came to look for him. Wang Xiaoming understood that this was an attack on these Persians early in the morning. Mr. Wang Xiaoming, we are ready to act, but you don't want to use the power of the god of war right away, wait until we start fighting these Persians. Leonidas said his request. Wang Xiaoming nodded and replied, okay, wait until we meet a large Persian army before opening it. After all, I can't last long with the power of god of war. Soon after Wang Xiaoming agreed, Leonidas went to the Greek coalition forces to discuss the June 13 attack. In fact, the Greek coalition forces are not willing to go out to attack. After all, according to their thinking, since it is impossible for these Persians to attack, let's just go back to each house and find each mother. But after hearing Leonidas say that when the war started, he would still get the same increase as yesterday, many generals of the Greek coalition immediately agreed. After all, with such a terrifying increase, even a third-rate army like the Greek coalition has enough courage to fight more with less. Of course, the most important thing is that they saw the undead summoned by the Spartan guards and Wang Xiaoming yesterday. Faced with such a crushing battle, even these Greek coalition forces are willing to participate. After all, they defeated the Persian army of 1 million with less than 100,000 troops. Such a result is a great honor anyway. Although other Greek city-states did not value glory over life as much as the Spartans did, at least they didn't mind getting such glory when life was not at stake. After mobilizing everyone, Leonidas let the defenders out of the line the first time there was no Persian attack. Wang Xiaoming also kept summoning undead soldiers when he was in bed together. In the past 20 minutes or so, he also summoned more than 800 undead soldiers. Although there were not as many as 2,000 at the peak, it was still enough. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were also preparing the weapons they had seized from the Persian generals. Wang Xiaoming did not stay on the high platform this time, but set off together. After all, this time was to hunt down these Persians. Wang Xiaoming's aura of god of war has a range of only 10 kilometers. Not to mention that he can only last for 100 seconds. After the 10 times the damage bonus and double the speed, even the weakest Greek coalition army can easily run 100 meters in 3 seconds, and those like Leonidas and the others can reach 3 stars. It takes less than 10 seconds for a strong person to run out of a 10-kilometer range. And this time the Persian army has basically collapsed, and it is not dangerous for Wang Xiaoming, who belongs to the encirclement and suppression of the enemy, to follow them out. Besides, the 10 Spartan guards around him are not vegetarians. Under the protection of these 10 people, and Wang Xiaoming himself is a 2-star mage, the current situation of the Persians is impossible to do anything to Wang Xiaoming. Threatening. After communicating, Leonidas first set off with his Spartan guards. Wang Xiaoming led the old Huang Qin Yanran, 10 guards and more than 800 undead soldiers followed closely behind, and then more than 5,000 people from the Greek coalition army were at the end. Following behind the Spartan guards, the first thing Wang Xiaoming looked at was the former Persian camp that had been breached twice yesterday. There are wreckage and corpses everywhere here, but there is not a single Persian army. Obviously, the Persian army here was basically killed yesterday. After passing through the former army camp, the military camp behind the Persians appeared in front of everyone. Most of these military camps have traces of battles. Some were left by Leonidas when they attacked yesterday, and of course more were left by the Persians themselves. After all, most of the Persian elite was wiped out yesterday, and the remaining Persian servants were ready to flee after not being suppressed, and then clashed with the Persian elite. Of course, there are more grievances and grievances accumulated on weekdays, and then everyone takes advantage of the lack of order to fight among themselves. The result was that Leonidas and the others could only kill about 200,000 people in their attack, but by this morning the Persian army was only left with more than 300,000 people. A total of 200,000 troops died in the internal fighting last night, and the complete army camps that can still appear in front of Wang Xiaoming and the others are basically the winners of the internal fighting last night. After fighting in the middle of the night, these Persians were also very sleepy until now it was dawn and no one got up. It is estimated that they did not expect that Leonidas would take the initiative to attack today. After all, the Persians took the initiative to attack even yesterday. Although they did not take advantage of it, they did not think of Leonidas at all and their minds will bring people out. So when Wang Xiaoming and the others arrived at a military camp, there wasn't even a gatekeeper. If it weren't for the fact that there were still soldiers inside, the Persians might not be able to find out when Wang Xiaoming and the others charged in. Undead, the Spartans are coming. Seeing the soldiers in the crowd at the gate of the barracks, they immediately screamed. Kill! Now that he had been discovered, Leonidas didn't have to hide anymore, and moved the huge gate of the barracks away with one hand, and rushed up with a roar. The Spartan Praetorians behind him also followed closely behind with weapons. The Persians who heard the noise stepped out of the tent one after another, and then saw a group of heavily armed Spartans rushing over. The soldiers who saw this scene were also desperate. The strength that Leonidas and the others showed yesterday can be said to be seen by all the Persians. They beheaded their king in the midst of thousands of armies, and they even retreated unscathed. Facing such a group of powerful opponents, these Persians had no idea of confronting them at all, and turned around and ran away immediately after seeing them. Seeing this scene, Leonidas did not let them go, but chased after them and killed all the fleeing soldiers. The 4.4 guards of the Spartan band in the back also followed suit. The Spartans have always despised such escaped people. After all, they dare not even be regarded as soldiers if they die in battle. Of course, if these Persians attack them like them, it is not easy to let them go. After all, the highest honor for a warrior is to kill him on the battlefield. Of course, the Persian soldiers who have been killed will not know all this, and the Spartan guards will not tell them that they are busy chasing and killing these Persians now, so they have time to worry about it. Killing deserters can be said to be the easiest in the battle. These troops who want to escape will not resist at all. An ordinary soldier can easily kill more than 10 deserters, not to mention these Spartans who are already strong. The Janissaries are gone. Chapter 68. Wang Xiaoming was not in a hurry to activate the aura of God of War power, and there was no need to activate the halo of God of War power when dealing with these deserters. After all, it is only 100 seconds, and of course Wang Xiaoming will use it to the critical moment. As the battle broke out in the barracks, more and more soldiers were woken up, and then they ran for their lives when they heard the Spartans coming. Finally, when the general wanted to organize the army, he found that he couldn't do it. Now most of the soldiers in the barracks have collapsed. The only ones he can order are his own guards. This Persian general is not stupid. How could he be willing to send out his personal guards? He didn't want to come and make trouble, but trouble found him. Wang Xiaoming saw this general at a glance, then pointed at him and said, "There is a Persian general over there, Miss Huang Qin, let's go and deal with him." Although Wang Xiaoming doesn't know the strength of this Persian general, but judging by his clothes, he is at least the chief general of this barracks. Such generals are basically 2-star corpses under Wang Xiaoming's subordinates. There are still many 2-star places. Of course Xiaoming didn't want to let it go. As soon as Wang Xiaoming's words fell, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran rushed towards the general, and Wang Xiaoming also sent 7 undead under his command to help Lao Huang and them. The chief general hadn't led his people far when he was stopped by old Huang Qin Yanran, followed by 7 2-star undead. There was no nonsense on both sides. After Lao Huang and the others blocked the way, the Persian leader took the lead. As the leader of one party, the Persians' strength is still good. Even in the face of the old Huang Qinyanran, both of them can barely hold back, and they have not yet fallen into a disadvantage. And the general's subordinates were entangled by 7 2-star undead sent by Wang Xiaoming, and then quickly strangled them. After all, most of his subordinates are just relatively strong ordinary people, and there are only 4 who can reach 1 star, but they basically have no resistance when facing 7 2-star undead, and they are quickly killed. When Wang Xiaoming attacked the general, the Spartan guards also encountered a tough problem. This barracks survived yesterday's rush, and the army in it will certainly not be the servant army that was used to consume before. Although it is not a direct line of Xerxes, its strength is also very good, and it is not inferior to the army of Xerxes' direct line. After the initial chaos, the soldiers of the barracks slowly used to rally to fight back. Especially after getting the news, several barracks nearby also quickly came to reinforce, and the Spartan guards were suppressed for a while. As for the more than 5,000 people of the Greek coalition army, they have been following from a distance and attacking the fleeing soldiers at most. They will not fight each other at all for these Persian troops that have formed a large-scale resistance. It's time. Wang Xiaoming said softly when he saw the Persian troops approaching from the surrounding barracks. Then the halo of the power of the god of war was activated, and the powerful army that killed these Persians yesterday reappeared. The battalion commander who was fighting with Lao Huang and the others before was kicked away by Lao Huang, and Qin Yanran appeared in front of him before he landed, piercing his chest with a sword. In fact, if it wasn't for Wang Xiaoming's order to keep as many corpses as possible, Qin Yanran would prefer to chop off the enemy's head. But since Wang Xiaoming ordered to keep the whole body, Qin Yanran will reluctantly pierce the enemy's heart. After Qin Yanran killed the general, Wang Xiaoming directly used corpse recovery on him, and then the corpse that had already fallen on the ground stood up again, and its strength was even stronger than before. As an undead creature controlled by Wang Xiaoming, he can automatically enjoy Wang Xiaoming's halo effect once he is resurrected. On the other side, the Spartan Imperial Guards had struggled to deal with the surrounding troops, but after Wang Xiaoming activated the halo, they instantly became much stronger. Especially for Leonidas and the others who have reached the strength of 3 stars, it was very laborious to kill the enemy's 1-star superhumans in an instant, but now they can kill the weaker 2 stars in an instant. When the Spartan guards strengthened by the power of the god of war killed these so-called elites of the Persians, it was effortless and even an ordinary soldier could instantly kill them at will. As for the generals in the Persian army, this will naturally be resolved by the strong in the Imperial Guard. Also, the Greek coalition forces outside who have been unwilling to fight head-on also rushed up fiercely, as if they were not the ones who were soon OP by the side. Basically, everyone who received the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's halo could improve a level. The Persian army that rushed up seemed to come up to seek death. Of course, everyone will not be merciful to these enemies. After getting the halo boost, they quickly launched a fierce attack on these enemies. The Persian army was quickly slaughtered. In the barracks, almost 50,000 Persian troops were wiped out within 10 seconds. No way, who made them stand densely, and Wang Xiaoming had 5 more 3-star undead, so the killing speed was of course a lot faster. 20 seconds later, the people who had already killed the barracks rushed out of the barracks, and then quickly rushed towards the barracks with people nearby. These thousands of people rushed out of the barracks, feeling like a demon out of a cage. Facing the terrifying and irresistible enemy Persian army again, they wished they could grow a few more legs. But how could they outrun the people who were doubled by the blessing of the halo, and soon these soldiers who were not in the barracks were hacked to death, and Wang Xiaoming also revived 2 generals who had reached 29-13 stars by the way. Now Wang Xiaoming has 10 2-star undead in his hands, and now these undead are all comparable to 3-star strength under the aura of the power of God of War. Although their intelligence is very low, they are still a huge wave. Combat power. The military camps swept past one by one, and the 5 military camps that survived yesterday's firefight were all breached, and the people inside were naturally massacred. When Wang Xiaoming's mental power was exhausted to only 50, they didn't see any Persians who could move. "We have defeated the Persians." Soon came cheers. Then everyone cheered, even the Spartan guards. This time they came here with the determination to die. No one thought that they could win, but now they won the victory by wiping out the Persians. Even the Greek coalition forces who were just planning to come and resist casually shouted, no matter how rubbish they were fighting, they did participate in this battle and fought to the last moment. From this point of view, they are also qualified to say that they are the creators of this miracle. Even the Spartans have no right to refute. After all, these Greek coalition forces have never flinched from beginning to end, and they have paid more than 2,000 casualties. Chapter 69. Although the halo of God of War power disappeared, everyone was still full of energy. After all, 10% blood-sucking can convert damage into vitality, and this vitality can basically relieve all fatigue of the physical body. Not only did everyone not feel tired after the battle, they even felt refreshed. Next, everyone cleans up the battlefield, and be careful that there may be dead Persians in it. If you find them, remember to kill them. Leonidas began to arrange the next work after cheering for a while. After all, there are nearly 1 million corpses that died from yesterday to now. Although they will go back soon and don't need to dispose of the corpses, these spoils still need to be searched. There are many rich people among these people, and the amount of various gold and silver is definitely not small. Especially Xerxes, as the king of the kingdom, his wealth is absolutely amazing. And most of his wealth is on the high platform he has been riding on. This high platform is not only a huge high platform that can move, but also Xerxes' mobile palace. There are countless kinds of rare treasures inside. Xerxes basically put most of his treasures in it, but now it is cheaper for everyone. At this time, Wang Xiaoming led a group of people to search for those who might have 2-star strength among the many corpses. He found that he seemed to understand the correct method of using the ability of corpse recovery. After more than 3 hours of searching for resurrection, Wang Xiaoming found the corpses of 5 2-star superhumans. Here, the main child has 15 Saturn undead, and after turning on the power of God of War, there are 15 3-star undead. With this configuration, Wang Xiaoming is even sure to go back. Let Imerton give the car. Of course, there is no benefit for Wang Xiaoming to go to Imerton now. Of course, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to go to Imerton. Wang Xiaoming is still counting on Imerton to teach I am magical. If I gave Emerton to the car, where can I find my magic teacher? You must know that there are 3 3-star gold magic spells on the Undead Bible, and 1 4-star legendary spell. If Wang Xiaoming alone can say that it takes a year or so to learn a skill, but Emerton only takes a few hours at most, from this we can see how high the price-performance ratio of Emerton is. And since Wang Xiaoming is ready to take the summoning route, he is of course also very interested in the golden magic and the legendary Mo4 recorded in the Bible of the Undead. After packing up the loot, the group returned to their own camp at Hot Spring Pass. After lunch, they started to break out of camp and prepare to go home. Although the battle was fierce, it only lasted for 3 or 4 days, so there were still a lot of living supplies that needed to be taken away. And Wang Xiaoming's 15 undead were also included in the space ring he borrowed from Qin Yanran before, and the 30 cubic space ring can completely hold these undead. Although the space ring can't contain living things, Wang Xiaoming's undead is not a living thing either, so there is no problem at all in putting the undead in the space ring. After all, the undead basically have no consumption, and can survive even in the space ring. Rather than saying that they are alive, it is better to say that they are a special kind of biological weapon. It can be said that Wang Xiaoming gained a lot from this battle, even greater than the previous gains from the mummy world. Not to mention other things, just these 15 2-star undead are enough to greatly increase Wang Xiaoming's strength. Not to mention the 3 spells learned, plus the halo of God of War, not to mention the points that can be obtained by killing so many Persian troops, it can be said that it is a rewarding experience. Wang Xiaoming and the three of them returned to Sparta with Leonidas. Here they are welcomed by all Spartans. When they were victorious, Leonidas sent someone back to report, so as soon as they came back, they got the cheers of the entire Spartan people, and the queen of Leonidas also brought his son to meet him in person. Looking at the queen in Leonidas' arms, Wang Xiaoming inevitably heard the uncut version of the 300 warriors of Sparta that he had seen once again, in which Leonidas' queen was a veritable heroine. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't show anything on the surface, and followed the team to the palace to attend the celebration banquet. Although the elders of Sparta opposed this battle because they accepted bribes, Leonidas defeated the Persian army of 1 million, which made its prestige in the entire Spartan kingdom unparalleled. Even if these high-ranking elders need to bow their heads to salute after seeing Leonidas, as a country that believes in the god of war, the 10 brave warriors are the most popular. After the banquet, Leonidas called Wang Xiaoming to his study alone. "Banquet can be fun," Leonidas said with a smile on his face. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "This banquet is very unforgettable. Your Majesty asked me to come, do you know why?" Although Wang Xiaoming almost guessed the purpose of Leonidas calling him here, but it is difficult to say. "I said before that I will give you a bigger reward when you return to Sparta." After speaking, Leonidas took a 2-meter-long staff-like weapon from the weapon rack next to it. Stick, then picked up a book about 30 centimeters from the table and handed it over. "This is?" Wang Xiaoming asked after taking the staff and book from Leonidas. "This staff is a weapon once owned by our high priest of Sparta. It can increase the ability to cast spells, and this book contains a lot of war magic. The reason why we were able to defeat the Persians this time is your contribution. These generals will be your reward," Leonidas said to Wang Xiaoming with a solemn face. It was only at this time that Wang Xiaoming, who had received the staff of the book, saw their attribute resistance. Zhao Zhao's War Magic Book. It records 4 war magics, each of which is a powerful magic that can affect a huge war. If you own this book, you can quickly learn the magics recorded above. After learning, the book will be damaged. War Staff. The staff once used by the High Priest of Sparta has a strong ability to enhance spells. Although the introduction of these 2 items is not complicated, it can be seen from the above introduction that their value is still very valuable. If it weren't for the inconvenience of checking Wang Xiaoming in detail here, he would even want to check its attributes directly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. Fighting the Persians this time is the duty and obligation of every one of us Spartans." Since Leonidas gave such a good reward, Wang Xiaoming certainly didn't mind saying something nice to him. Sure enough, after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Leonidas was even happier, and he kept the book Xiaoming talking a lot of nonsense before letting Wang Xiaoming leave. Chapter 70. After Wang Xiaoming came out, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran came over immediately, and they were also very curious about Wang Xiaoming's reward. Wang Xiaoming didn't hide it either. In fact, except for the talent of infinite firepower, Wang Xiaoming didn't want to reveal it. Wang Xiaoming didn't hide his thoughts from the 2 players. After all, everyone will fight together in the future. If you keep everything secret, you might as well fly alone. This time, the rewards given by Our Majesty the King are quite generous. Wang Xiaoming took out his staff and magic book as he spoke. Old Huang and Qin Yanran were also shocked when they saw these 2 attributes. "It seems that Xiaoming, you are really going to become a great mage in the future," Lao Huang said after reading the properties of the 2 things. "Of course, I even changed my bloodline to that of a magician's apprentice. Of course, I'm going to go dark on the road of being a magician," Wang Xiaoming said. The reason why Wang Xiaoming said this was entirely because of the spells recorded on the magician. Power of Rage, increase attack power by 50%, attack speed by 50%, duration, 1 hour, range, can release 110 to a maximum of 1000 friendly units, affected by spirit attributes, cooldown time, none, consumption, 3 mana per second. King Kong Body, reduce all damage received by 50%, increase defense power by 50%, increase recovery speed by 10 times within 1 minute after receiving damage, range, friendly units within a radius of 10 km, cooldown time, none, consumption, 3 mana per second. Weakness, reduce all non-friendly units attack power by 10%, defense power by 10%, movement speed by 10%, attack speed by 10%, range, 10 km in radius, cooling time, none, consumes power per second. Bloodthirsty power, increase movement speed by 30%, convert 10% of the damage into vitality to restore itself, range, 10 km in radius, cooling time, none, consumption, 3 points of magic power per second. Except for the power of weakness, the other 3 of these 4 skills are basically a part or weakened version of the power of the God of War. Wang Xiaoming suspects that the power of the God of War is the result of combining these skills. However, it doesn't cost as much to activate these 4 auras as the power of the God of War. It's just a bit more troublesome to activate them one by one. Wang Xiaoming looked at the introduction of these skills and analyzed their advantages and disadvantages compared with the power of the God of War. The biggest advantage of the power of the God of War is that the increased damage is high, and a damage bonus of 1000% can directly increase one's strength by 1 level. And the violent power that increases the attack power here is only 50%, although it is not a lot, it is still far behind the power of the God of War. In addition, other abilities are more like bonuses, and it doesn't matter if they are better or not. Of course, the consumption of these 4 magics is much smaller than the power of the God of War. If they are all turned on, they will only consume 12 points of magic power per second. With Wang Xiaoming's current spirit and unlimited firepower, it can last at least half an hour or even longer. Although the explosion is not as good as the power of the God of War, it can be used as a common fighting method. With these auras, now I only need to supplement my summoning magic with long-range damage, so that I can have a portable army. Wang Xiaoming said. Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also agree with Wang Xiaoming's statement. After all, these 4 skills are indeed very powerful. Of course, the most important thing is the low consumption and the long time Wang Xiaoming can activate. It's not as strong as the power of the God of War, but it can only last for 100 seconds. Xiaoming, these halos can be used as your normal means in the future, and the power of the God of War can become a trump card. Lao Huang sighed. Indeed, but my spiritual power is still not enough. Now that I have free time, I should work hard to make my spiritual power stronger so that I can last longer. Wang Xiaoming said. Although, Adsib has experienced a big battle before, but the time is only the past 4 days. In other words, they still need to survive in this world for more than 20 days. So much time, Xiaoming, of course they will not waste it. Practicing hard every day to increase attributes, Wang Xiaoming can basically achieve more than 15 hours of practice per day, and his spiritual attributes will increase a little every 6 or 7 days. 1 point of spirit is equal to 10 points of spiritual power, which is equivalent to being able to use the power of the God of War for 3 seconds more. Calculated, Wang Xiaoming's strength is indeed constantly increasing. After seeing Wang Xiaoming working so hard, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also started practicing diligently. For a while, the strength of the 3 of them increased steadily, until the 9th day after they returned to Sparta. Leonidas sent someone to invite them to discuss important matters. The 3 came to the study and saw Leonidas. Now Leonidas put on a noble robe, looking like an elegant nobleman. With this image, no one would think that he is a majestic general, and he is always at the forefront in battle. Wang Xiaoming didn't show any difference. After all, Wang Xiaoming had seen Leonida dressed like this before. Besides, it is actually normal for someone as the king of Sparta to have aristocratic temperament. After all, even Sparta inherits the title according to blood, which means that Leonidas' family was originally the royal family of Sparta. The 3 of Wang Xiaoming stepped forward and saluted with one hand on their chests. good morning, Your Majesty the King. Leonidas also said good morning in return, then looked at Wang Xiaoming with a serious face and said, Mr. Wang Xiaoming, I came to you today to ask if you have learned to use those war magics. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, yes, I have mastered all 4 war magics. Great! Leonidas couldn't help applauding upon hearing Wang Xiaoming's answer. Your Majesty, is there anything that can help you? Wang Xiaoming asked with some doubts. After all, the Persians have been wiped out now, and it stands to reason that Leonidas should have nothing to do with them. It's like this. When the Persians invaded before, Argos was unwilling to resist the Persians because of his ambiguity. The elders decided that Sparta will start a war against Argos. I hope you can participate. Leonidas said on purpose. Wang Xiaoming was not surprised when he heard Leonidas' words. In fact, as a fighting nation, the Spartans basically fight every year, so it is not surprising to fight against Argos now. And now that Leonidas was able to defeat the Persians without any casualties, but most of the Spartans did not participate in the battle, which made them warlike, so they simply found an excuse to attack Argos. Go to war. Chapter 71. Hearing what Leonidas said, Wang Xiaoming immediately nodded in agreement. Participating in the war, which can not only gain points by killing the enemy, but also change the plot, Wang Xiaoming is of course willing to participate. In fact, after Wang Xiaoming led Leonidas to win the Battle of Thermopylae, the plot of the entire world of the 300 warriors of Sparta changed greatly. First of all, Leonidas and his 299 imperial guards came back alive. As the world's strongest, Leonidas found a way to break through 3 stars with the blessing of several god of war powers. After these few days of training, Leonidas has successfully broken through to 3-star strength. If a 2-star transcendent can be regarded as an enemy of 100, then a 3-star extraordinary can be regarded as an enemy of 1,000. A 3-star extraordinary can kill 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers even in a frontal battle. Of course, in a real large-scale battlefield, although the 3-star superhumans are strong, they can't cause much impact on the entire battle. After all, the 3-star superhumans are also human, and their physical strength has limits. Killing 1,000 people is basically exhausted. It's all over. For a battle involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops, a main star transcendent is really nothing. Of course, if Leonidas wants to participate in the war, he cannot be the only one, not to mention the other 299 guards under him, which is already a very powerful force. After the Battle of Hot Spring Pass, 11 members of these imperial guards broke through to 2 stars. The current Imperial Guards have 16 2-star superhumans and 283 1-star superhumans. Oneida, the 3-star extraordinary. This force is equivalent to tens of thousands of troops, but Leonidas was not satisfied. In fact, people who have experienced the power of God of War cannot be satisfied like this. He wants Wang Xiaoming to join in. In this way, even if he only brought the Imperial Guards, it would be enough to break through Argos. Leonidas didn't let go of the big stone in his heart until he saw Wang Xiaoming nodding, and said, Wang Xiaoming, I can now confer you an honorary Knight of Sparta. If you can capture Argos this time, you can choose a territory as your fief, and promoted to Baron. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward, Wang Xiaoming said. If the reward for Leonidas is a person of this world, it can be said to be very generous, but for Wang Xiaoming and the reincarnations, it is really not good. After all, even if they can rule the world, it's nothing if they don't have points recorded. For reincarnators like them, points are the most important, and other things that cannot be taken away and converted into strength are useless. Argos is not too far from Sparta, the straight line distance is only more than 60 kilometers. Even if the road has some twists and turns, it is only about 100 kilometers. Therefore, there is no need to prepare too much logistics for attacking Argos, just bring the weapons and siege equipment. After talking with Wang Xiaoming, Leonidas issued a war mobilization order, and adult men in Sparta enthusiastically signed up. 150,000 troops were mobilized in one day, all because of Leonidas' relatively high standards. These 150,000 troops can basically reach the elite level. In addition, their fighting enthusiasm is stronger than that of the Persian elite. Of course, the Spartans still have a standing army of 10,000, and now the standing army of 10,000 will become the officers of all levels in the 150,000 army that has been assembled. It also has such a system. Although Sparta has only 10,000 standing soldiers, it can become the most powerful city-state in Greece. Wang Xiaoming and the others also began to prepare for the battle after talking with Leonidas. For example, buy more spare weapons and equipment. After participating in the battle, you will know that no matter how good your own weapons and equipment are, they will be damaged. You need to bring a few more spare sets. Just like when they fought at Hot Spring Pass on the third floor, although all three of them had received the complete set of equipment from the Spartan guards, but now the set on Wang Xiaoming is still complete. Yuan Huang and Qin Yanran, the equipment on his body has long been turned into scrap iron. The reason why the equipment on Wang Xiaoming's body can be well preserved is not because of the high quality of his body, but because he has never fought the Persians before. As an assistant and summoner, from the beginning to the end of the Battle of Hot Spring Pass, has Wang Xiaoming ever fought the enemy head-on, and even most Persians have never seen Wang Xiaoming. That's why the equipment on his body is so complete, and the armor on the old Huang Qinyanran who participated in the battle from the beginning to the end could not have such good luck. Basically, a lot of damage marks are left on the first day, and it is scrapped on the second day. If Wang Xiaoming hadn't used the halo of God of War power on the third day, maybe they would have run away with the Greek coalition forces like in the original plot. So Wang Xiaoming didn't need to buy any weapons and equipment. After all, his most important equipment was the Bible of the Undead. This thing had already been taken into his body, so he didn't need to worry about it. Then there is the war staff that I got before, but this staff can only increase the power of magic, and it doesn't actually have any effect on the halo. It can only be used when Wang Xiaoming releases the fireball technique. 0. So although this wand can increase the power of magic, it actually doesn't have much effect on Wang Xiaoming. The only function is to allow the Master Xiaoming to cast spells after summoning the undead, so it won't be so boring. Of course, Wang Xiaoming does not need to prepare at all. Food, water, and various daily necessities need to be prepared. Before the Battle of Wenquangwan, he had suffered from not preparing logistics. This time, Wang Xiaoming had to bring all kinds of daily necessities no matter what. 3 hours later, Lao Huang, who was wearing armor again, and Qin Yanran, who was wearing leather armor, came back together, and then the three of them headed to the barracks together. At this time, there were already more than 100,000 people in the Spartan barracks, and they quickly formed a team under the command of the original standing soldiers. Obviously this is not the first time they have said this, everything seems very natural and skilled. You must know that the vast majority of Spartan men are qualified fighters, and they don't even know how to grow food themselves. Adult Spartan men are basically either training or fighting. So Sparta has a small population, but it is indeed the most powerful city-state in the whole of Greece. Of course, the massive use of slaves also brought Sparta to its demise. Of course, that will happen in the future, because Leonidas led people to defeat the million-strong Persian army in Sparta, so the whole Sparta has brought its most glorious moment. For such a great moment, nothing can express the mood of the Spartans better than a battle. Chapter 72. Wang Xiaoming and the others came relatively late, basically the soldiers had assembled. Of course, as an assistant, Wang Xiaoming himself was included in the team alone, and Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were also included in Wang Xiaoming's team, and even Leonidas sent a 2-star extraordinary captain and 10 Spartan guards. Again the army came to protect Wang Xiaoming. After waiting for half an hour, Leonidas came to the barracks with more than 200 heavily armed janissaries. Seeing Leonidas coming, the noisy barracks immediately fell silent. Walking to the high platform, Leonidas said, "Soldiers, not long ago we defeated the invading Persians, which is a great victory. However, there are some city-states who contact the Persians secretly before the Persians hit us in Greece. What should we do about such people? Kill them, traitors. Traitors deserve to die to 007. Long life Sparta." Leonidas' words directly caused many Spartan warriors below to roar. "Yes, we should kill them. We can't be merciful to such traitors. I declare that Argos betrayed Greece. Let's go to attack Argos and let these traitors die," Leone said loudly. Then Leonidas announced his departure when everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Then the army set off directly towards Argos with 3 days of dry food. Although Sparta is more than 60 kilometers away from Argos, and the actual distance is about 100 kilometers, Leonidas wants everyone to arrive at the city of Argos before night. Of course, under normal circumstances, Onita would definitely not issue this order, but there is Wang Xiaoming in the team. Wang Xiaoming first marked all the more than 100,000 troops as friendly troops, so that they could receive the effect of Xiaoming's halo. Although the power of God of War cannot be activated to bless everyone's attributes, the power of bloodthirsty can still be activated. 10% of blood sucking is useless now, but 30% of the movement speed can make this troop. The speed is directly increased by a large knot. It was only around 6 o'clock in the afternoon that the entire 160,000 Spartan troops had all arrived at the city of Argos. This is Argos. I feel that this city is really simple. Looking at the city wall of Argos, which is only 10 meters high, Lao Huang said a little indifferently. It's not bad. Anyway, there is still a 10-meter high city wall. Besides, there are still some strong people in this city. Be careful when you attack tomorrow. I can't get too close. If you get injured, please step back and let me treatment. Wang Xiaoming told Old Huang and Qin Yanran. Don't worry, not to mention other defenses, there are not many in this city who can break my defense. Lao Huang said confidently. With so many Spartan troops coming to the city, Argos' army certainly discovered it. Then Leonidas handed the declaration of war to the other party, and then began to arrange camping. After all, everyone is still very tired after a day's journey. Not everyone wants them to attack the enemy after the army has traveled a long distance like Xerxes. And Wang Xiaoming released all 35 of his undead from the space ring after arriving at the city of Argos. Although Wang Xiaoming's spirit attribute has increased to 36 in the past 10 days, his undead are all revived in Hot Spring Pass, and there is still a place Wang Xiaoming is unwilling to let ordinary people fill it. With the double protection of the undead and the Spartan guards, Wang Xiaoming and Old Huang Qin Yanran discussed how to act tomorrow. This siege battle is no better than fighting on the plains. Old Huang, remember not to go too deep alone. Wang Xiaoming looked at Lao Huang and said. Although Lao Wang's defense is indeed very strong, and tomorrow Wang Xiaoming will activate all auras except the power of God of War, but he still needs to be reminded. Don't worry, it's just such a small town, and it will be captured tomorrow. Old Huang didn't care much. After all, he has experienced the effects of these halos of Wang Xiaoming. With the blessing of the 5 halos that can be activated for a long time, although they cannot be directly promoted to a level like the power of the God of War, they can also increase their considerable strength. In particular, the power of weakness can also reduce the enemy's strength. This addition and subtraction directly makes the strength gap between the two sides even bigger. The next day, after breakfast, Leonidas invited Wang Xiaoming over. Good morning, Your Majesty the King. Wang Xiaoming said with a salute. Good morning, Sir Wang Xiaoming, said Leonidas. Sir Wang Xiaoming, I called you here today mainly to ask if you can use all the 4 spells you have learned. Liu Kimi asked. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, all of them can be used together, but if I use these 4 spells, Your Majesty, I don't have much spiritual power to use the power of God of War. 17. Leonidas was not surprised to hear Wang Xiaoming's words. After all, Wang Xiaoming could only last for 100 seconds using the power of the God of War before. Now it is normal that he cannot use the power of the God of War after using these 4 spells. It's okay, Sir. Wang Xiaoming only needs to use these 4 spells for this battle, Leonidas said. The reason why Wang Xiaoming was not allowed to use the power of the God of War is that the duration of using the power of the God of War is too short on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is because such a powerful force is completely unnecessary to deal with Argos. Okay, if I use these 4 spells at the same time, I can last for 40 minutes. Your Majesty the King, pay attention to the time. Wang Xiaoming said the time he can last. That's enough, but don't activate these spells together later. Activate the power of weakness and the body of King Kong first before rushing to the enemy's city wall, and then activate the power of bloodthirsty and the power of rage after our soldiers climb the wall. Leonidas told Wang Xiaoming about the timing of turning on the halo. Wang Xiaoming also listened carefully, and of course Wang Xiaoming was not completely idle at this time. The undead summoning cannot be stopped, and Wang Xiaoming has already summoned hundreds of undead in just over 10 minutes. With Leonidas' order, the siege officially began. In fact, it is still very difficult to siege a city in this era. Even though there are all kinds of powerful transcendents, there are also defenders. So although there were many wars in this era, and Sparta often won 4.5 wars, few people were able to break through the cities of other city-states. The cost of not being able to attack a city is too great, so much that even a fighting race like Sparta, which is all soldiers, has never broken through a city in another city-state. The reason why Leonidas chose to attack Argos this time is because the city is only a few tens of kilometers away from Sparta, and it is because of Wang Xiaoming. After all, there was really no way to let Wang Xiaoming activate the power of God of War. Although it was only 100 seconds, this 100 seconds was enough for them to break through Argos. Of course, there is no other way. Leonidas has no idea of letting Wang Xiaoming activate the power of God of War. After all, the power is too great, and Leonidas is also worried that once it spreads, it will be very bad for Sparta, and he doesn't want Sparta's army to rely on Wang Xiaoming from now on. Chapter 73. Army Attack. Leonidas roared, and then he led more than 200 Spartan guards and took the lead to charge with the siege ladder. Then the Spartan army followed closely behind with siege ladders, and huge siege machines were slowly advancing behind them. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran rushed to the front, wearing heavy armor and holding large shields. Wang Xiaoming was in the camp behind, and when Leonidas said to charge, he activated the 2 auras of power of weakness and body of diamond. The soldiers on the city wall shot with bows and arrows when they saw the Spartans attacking, but they suddenly found that their strength was much smaller, and the speed of shooting arrows became slow and indistinct. It was already impossible to suppress the Spartan army, and now it has nothing to do with the Spartan army. Then it was Leonidas who put a siege ladder on the city wall, and then climbed up with the big shield. Seeing this scene, the defenders on the city wall took stones, logs, and kerosene and poured it down, but for Leonidas, these could not cause harm at all. After all, 03 himself is a 3-star transcendent who can be immune to these things, and Wang Xiaoming's King Kong body can reduce damage by 50% and increase defense by 50%, so don't be afraid of these things. Not to mention Leonidas, even the ordinary Spartan guards will basically not be injured in the face of these. After all, everyone is a 1-star superhuman who has a strong resistance to these. Moreover, the armor and shields on their bodies can resist most of the damage, coupled with the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's diamond body halo, this makes even a 1-star superhuman not afraid of these injuries. Leonidas climbed up the city wall first, and then took a spear and killed all the more than 10 defenders around the stairs. With this gap, the Spartan Imperial Guards can come up continuously, and how can the defenders on the city wall who are just ordinary people be the Spartan Imperial Guards who are all 1-star extraordinary at worst? Opponent. The old Huang and Qin Yanran did not follow Leonidas. After all, they also knew that although it was easier to follow Leonidas, the points they could get were even less. So the two of them chose another place to climb the city wall. Of course, there were a large number of Spartan soldiers besides them. Among these Spartan soldiers, there were no fewer than 1-star fighters. With the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's aura, it would take some time for even 2-star superhumans to defeat them. Not to mention that as they ascended the city wall, Wang Xiaoming activated the power of bloodthirsty and brutality. Attack power: attack speed increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 30%, plus 10% blood sucking, and the previous 50% defense and offsetting 50% damage. This is although it is not enough for people to directly upgrade to one level, it can basically reach the top level of this level. In addition, the Spartan soldiers themselves were stronger than the Argos soldiers, and there were more than a dozen places on the city wall where Spartan soldiers boarded. But soon Argos sent elites to block these people. After all, Argos had more soldiers on the city wall. That's why Leonidas was not blocked because of his own 3-star strength, but killed all the enemies on the surrounding wall of more than 100 meters. Besides, only old Huang Qinyanran and some 2-star strength were left. The Spartan warriors are barely able to support themselves relying on their strong strength. It seems that Argos' defense ability is really strong. No wonder it is so close to Sparta and has not been annexed by Sparta. Wang Xiaoming said, looking at the siege situation ahead. Then he felt that such exhaustion was not the same thing, so he activated the power of the God of War. The moment Wang Xiaoming activated the power of God of War, Leonidas and others who had experienced it immediately reacted. Then it is to quickly expand the results of the battle. After all, they all know that Wang Xiaoming can't last too long with the power of the God of War, especially now that the main Xiaoming is also using the other 4 spells. Although the other Spartan soldiers didn't know why their strength had increased so much, they all launched an attack again. Under the terrifying increase of Wang Xiaoming's God of War power, some of these elite Spartan warriors became superhumans whose strength reached the 1-star level. Moreover, the 4 auras that Wang Xiaoming had activated before were not turned off when the power of God of War was turned on, which meant that not only their attack power could be increased by more than 10 times, but their defense power and movement speed were also enhanced. The biggest increase is the extra 10% blood sucking, so that 20% of the damage from these soldiers' attacks can be converted into vitality. 20% of the damage of a 1-star superhuman can basically replenish the vitality of an ordinary person. With such an increase in strength, the Spartan soldiers also started a new round of attack. The 1-star transcendents who were originally the pioneers reached the 2-star strength under the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's aura. They rushed to the city wall again in an easier way than before. Behind them were those whose strength had been boosted to the level of 1-star transcendence. Spartans. These Spartan fighters have been trained all the year round, and even if their strength increases sharply, they can still barely control them. With the addition of blood sucking and damage reduction, they are even stronger than normal 1-star superhumans in battle. Of course, these 400 points have changed little, and the biggest changes are of course those 2-star supernatural beings. With the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's aura, their strength has greatly increased to the 3-star level. 2 stars can only protect themselves in front of these defenders, and it is basically impossible to attack. But Samsung is different. Just like Leonidas, relying on the strength of Samsung, it can quickly kill the defenders and expand the results. But now more than 10 Spartan 2-star fighters have been blessed to the 3-star level by the Halo, and they have instantly changed from a defensive posture to an offensive posture. And because all the Spartan fighters have been strengthened, the soldiers behind them who originally needed their protection have now greatly increased their strength and become their powerful arms. As Wang Xiaoming activated the power of God of War, the whole situation quickly developed in a favorable direction for Sparta. Even if the strong men in the city of Argos take action, it will not help. After all, the strength of every ordinary Spartan soldier has reached the level of 1-star. Able to hold on for a while. They can't kill the Spartan soldiers in seconds, so they can't change the situation. After all, there are more and more Spartan soldiers on the city wall, and every Spartan soldier doesn't have a lot of companions. Chapter 74. Under the situation of full crushing, the Spartan army quickly occupied the city wall, and now it is only the 10th second when Wang Xiaoming activates the power of God of War. Although Wang Xiaoming's spiritual power was not at its peak due to the activation of the other 4 auras, Wang Xiaoming was still able to support it within 1 minute of activation of the God of War power. As more and more Spartan warriors rushed to the walls of Argos have basically fallen into the hands of the Spartans. And as the Spartans rushed into the city, the thick gate of Argos slowly opened. The Spartan soldiers did not need to continue climbing the ladder to enter Argos, and the Spartan soldiers with the city gate continued to enter the city. With the fall of the city wall, Argos' defense was basically defeated, although Argos still had nearly 100,000 troops under the city wall. But now Wang Xiaoming's God of War power is still activated, and the Spartan army with the power of God of War is completely unilaterally massacring these mere ordinary soldiers. And the strong men of Argos were basically killed when they were on the city wall. After all, the 2-star supernatural beings in the Spartan army all reached 3-star strength under the blessing of Wang Xiaoming's halo, killing these 2-star strength enemies still not difficult. Especially with the cooperation of many fighters whose strength is comparable to 2 stars and 1 star, it is even easier. Of course, the most dazzling one is Leonidas. His strength has broken through to the 3-star realm, and now, under the blessing of the power of the God of War, his strength has expanded to an extremely powerful state. But even so, he still didn't raise his strength to 4 stars, because 4-star transcendents are called legends, and that's not something that can be achieved simply by being strong enough. It is said that Leonidas' strength has been raised to a pseudo-legend half a level higher than that of 3 stars, which is the general term for those extraordinary people whose strength is far beyond 3 stars but has not reached 4 stars. Leonidas of this strength swept away a large area of enemies when he killed them, but within a few seconds, he wiped out the enemies in front of him, and then led the Spartan guards straight towards Argos. The palace is gone. Before Wang Xiaoming turned off the aura of God of War, the Spartan army had already controlled the city wall and wiped out most of the resistance forces, and now they are clearing out the remaining enemies. With the time of 60 seconds, Wang Xiaoming also turned off the aura of God of War power, and then walked towards the city of Argos. Most of the 100,000 troops of Sparta rushed into the city of Argos in 1 minute. Of course, this speed was only possible due to the blessing of the halo. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would take about half an hour for more than 100,000 troops to enter the city. Although Wang Xiaoming turned off the God of War halo, other halos were still on, and even after entering the city, Wang Xiaoming also turned on his strong attack halo. Although the strength has plummeted, most of the enemies in the city of Argos have now been resolved, so there is no impact. After Wang Xiaoming entered the city, he walked directly towards the city lord's mansion, which is the palace of Argos, believing that Leonidas should be there now. After all, Leonidas just said before not to activate the power of the God of War at will, and then Wang Xiaoming activated the power of the God of War just after the battle started, which still needs to be explained. But the reason why Wang Xiaoming did this was completely intentional. After all, his purpose was never to make contributions in this world. His purpose was very simple, and that was to change this principle. There was no chance before, but now Leonidas has put the opportunity in front of Wang Xiaoming. How could Wang Xiaoming give up? After all, Wang Xiaoming's ability has been exposed before, and if it is exposed now, Li Fugui will let many countries in Greece understand that Sparta has a special way to increase its strength. According to the news of the Greek coalition forces, it is easy to analyze that there is a time limit, so many Greek city-states who are afraid of this force will definitely go to war against the Spartans. At that time, Wang Xiaoming will be able to follow the Spartans to beat other Greek city-states, and it is best to help Sparta unify Greece. In that case, the changes to this world can definitely be called huge, and the points obtained in that way are definitely a very huge number. Of course, the premise is that Wang Xiaoming has not fallen out with the Spartans, so now Wang Xiaoming needs to find Leonidas to explain clearly. In this way, Wang Xiaoming can rely on these Spartans to change the situation of the whole world. After all, Sparta never ruled Greece until later, so as long as Wang Xiaoming lets Sparta unify Greece, it will definitely change the development of the whole world. Wang Xiaoming and the others were not too fast, and more than 10 minutes had passed by the time they arrived at Argos Palace. There are obvious signs of fighting in front of the palace, but there is no sound of fighting inside, and it is obvious that the fighting here is over. There were 2 Spartan guards standing in front of the palace, and they didn't stop them after seeing Wang Xiaoming. As comrades in arms who fought together, they all knew that the reason why this battle was won so easily was due to Wang Xiaoming's contribution. Besides, Leonidas had given an order before Wang Xiaoming could enter without notification. Walking into the palace of Argos is more luxurious than the palace of Sparta. But now this luxurious palace is full of bloody smell, and there are bloodstains left over from the battle everywhere, but the corpse is gone, obviously it has been moved away. Wang Xiaoming walked over directly after asking where Leonidas was. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry for using the power of God of War," Wang Xiaoming said softly. Leonidas shook his head and said, "It's not your fault, I didn't expect that the Argos army would have such a strong resistance. In fact, if you hadn't activated the power of the God of War, we would have suffered heavy casualties by now." This is exactly the excuse Wang Xiaoming made. After all, the main reason why Wang Xiaoming activated the God of War before was because a large number of Argos soldiers blocked the gap where the Spartan soldiers rushed up the city wall. If Wang Xiaoming hadn't turned on the halo of God of War, the Spartan army would definitely suffer a lot of losses. After all, the first wave belonged to the opponent. At greater cost. You must know that there are about 120,000 defenders in Argos. Although they are not as good as the Spartan army as a whole, they are originally the defenders who have a geographical advantage, so they can basically be regarded as evenly matched. If the first wave does not occupy the city wall, then waiting for Wang Dezhao, the Spartan army will be a cruel siege battle. At that time, Wang Xiaoming still needs to activate the power of the God of War to be able to attack Argos. So instead of turning on the halo of God of War power after heavy casualties, it is better to turn it on from the beginning, so that Argos can be attacked quickly and casualties can be reduced. So facing Wang Xiaoming, who came to apologize, Leonidas felt a little embarrassed. After his strength broke through to 3 stars, he became a little swollen, thinking that these enemies were completely worthless. But he didn't expect that the power he can display alone is really limited in real battles. Even though Wang Xiaoming had almost activated all the auras before, he could only guarantee that he was within 100 meters of where he was. Will not be occupied by the armies of Argos. No matter how far away, there is no way, and although the Spartan guards are elite, Argos also dispatched elite troops to deal with them, so after going up the city wall, he fell into a situation where he could not quickly open the situation. Chapter 75. After destroying the army in the city of Argos, the rest is simple. It is nothing more than appeasing the common people, stabilizing law and order and strengthening control, and preventing other city-states from interfering. Unlike Sparta's militarism, the reason why Argos can have so many soldiers is entirely because it is a commercial city itself. The size of its city is as large as 3 Spartans, and the population of the entire city-state plus its surroundings exceeds 1 million. As long as the population of Argos can be digested, then Sparta can really rise. Of course, before that, there is still a need to reward meritorious deeds. After all, it is impossible to capture a city today without rewards. After stabilizing the situation in Argos, Leonidas convened a meeting with the middle and high levels of the army. As the biggest hero of this battle, Wang Xiaoming will definitely participate. Soon, more than 30 people came to the main hall of the original Argos palace. The blood in the main hall had been wiped clean, but Wang Xiaoming could still smell the bloody smell when he walked into it. But it's normal to think about it. As the center of the palace, the king of Argos will definitely make his final resistance here. After everyone arrived, Leonidas said, with everyone's concerted efforts, we have successfully breached Argos this time, and now we will reward you for your merits. Wang Xiaoming, as the biggest contributor to this 363 battle, I will grant you the title of Viscount, and entrust 3 small towns and 8 villages next to Argos as your fiefdoms. Hearing Leonidas' words, Wang Xiaoming stood up to accept the canonization. But the other people present were unwilling. The captain of the imperial guards who had fought with Wang Xiaoming knew why, but the others did not. So just after Leonidas finished speaking, a general with grey hair and beard stood up and said, Your Majesty, what achievements does Wang Xiaoming have to become the biggest contributor to this battle? Didn't see him. Hearing someone questioning Leonidas, although he was a little upset, he still explained, This is what I want to say, why did you think that the previous battle suddenly increased a lot of combat power? That is the magic of Viscount Wang Xiaoming, Adka, without Viscount Wang Xiaoming's magic, how could you capture Argos? Hearing Leonidas' words, everyone present except for the captains of the guards was shocked, they were already guessing what method Leonidas used to increase their strength. You must know that this is to increase the strength of more than 100,000 troops at once, and it has improved so much. Before that, no one could believe that someone could do this. However, the previous battle had a soft experience, so after hearing Leonidas' explanation, everyone's eyes on Wang Xiaoming changed. The general who questioned Wang Xiaoming's qualifications before apologized directly, I'm very sorry Viscount Wang Xiaoming, I didn't know it was your credit, please forgive my ignorance. It's okay, after all, I haven't mentioned this matter before. I didn't have any bad feelings towards this General Wang Xiaoming, after all, it was normal for the other party to question him. Seeing that there was no objection to Wang Xiaoming's canonization, Leonidas began to continue the canonization. The objects he canonized were basically everyone present, ranging from viscounts to barons, and even Lao Huang and Qin Yanran both received the title of baron. And his own guardsmen have also been canonized. It can be said that Leonidas' men who have been canonized this time can occupy half. However, there is no objection to the canonization of other people. After all, these captains of the imperial guards are extraordinary people who have reached the 2nd star just like them, and all of them have contributed a lot to the charge. In addition to them, Leonidas also made a list of more than 100 people who will be canonized as knights. These people are basically 1-star transcendents, and the number of places is also forbidden by Leonidas. Half of the 1-star transcendents in the guards and soldiers. Everyone present was very satisfied with this result. After all, the reason why they were willing to participate in this war was because the Spartans were warlike. Of course, the more important thing is the rich spoils. The most valuable of the spoils of war is of course the land, and Leonidas' canonization this time is actually a spoils-sharing meeting. On the surface, it can be said that Leonidas gained the most this time. After all, more than half of the nobles who were canonized this time came from his imperial guard. But in fact, this is not the case. No matter who he canonize, it is to divide the Spartan kingdom assets to other people. The places that were confiscated before occupy almost 2/3 of the land of the city-state of Argos, and the rest of Argos is only this city and 1/3 of the territory. Of course, it is good overall, at least increasing the number of cities in Sparta to 2, and Argos is still a commercial city with developed commerce that can solve the problem of Sparta's underdeveloped economy. Moreover, the canonization of nobles is also conducive to the rapid stability of the place. After all, these places will become their own territory after being canonized, and they will resist with all their strength when facing foreign enemies. In this way, Sparta can quickly digest this newly acquired territory. I didn't expect that we could become nobles in the mission world. Lao Huang said with some emotion after walking out of the meeting room. Qin Yanran, who was beside her, still said with a cold face, but it's useless for us to hold this territory. After all, we are just passers-by in this world, and we have to leave after the mission is over. No way, the highest reward in this world is canonization, and we can't refuse it. Besides, we can't get other rewards even if we don't want these rewards. Wang Xiaoming said. After listening to Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang felt even more uncomfortable. He felt a little bit reluctant when he thought of the canonized territory he had obtained. After all, it is basically impossible to achieve such a large territory in the main world. Although the Great Xia Empire they were in still retained their titles, they definitely had no fiefdoms, and even princes could not have fiefdoms. The Great Xia is also similar to the Huaxia where Wang Xiaoming lived in his previous life. They have a special attachment to the land, and becoming a lord is the lifelong dream of many people in the Great Xia Empire. Therefore, many Daxia people are willing to leave their homeland and go to overseas colonies. Although they cannot become lords anywhere, it is also a good choice to buy a large piece of land and become a manor owner. But how can the owner of the manor be comparable to the lord? That's why Lao Huang cares so much about the fiefs of this world. Chapter 76. Sparta's capture of Argos shocked the whole of Greece. This was the first city-state in Greece to be captured frontally. Then spread about Sparta's ability to temporarily improve its strength. After all, the more than 5,000 Greek coalition forces came from various city-states, and the news itself had already spread, but no one was willing to believe it before. But now that they broke through Argos and broke through so quickly, then this rumor is very convincing. But all this has nothing to do with Wang Xiaoming and the others. After capturing Argos, Leonidas cannot continue to attack other city-states. On the one hand, there is no excuse, on the other hand, Argos needs to be completely digested. It will take at least 1 or 2 years for Sparta to attack other city-states, and Wang Xiaoming and the others are only 10 days away from leaving, and they have time to wait for 12 years. So after discussing meritorious deeds and rewarding, the three of them stayed in the city to practice hard and waited for the time to end. The time of cultivation always passes quickly, more than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. After the three agreed to return to the reincarnation space to meet, they would directly complete the main task of returning to return. The next moment Wang Xiaoming returned to the reincarnation space. After showing his performance in the 300 warriors of Sparta, it was finally time for the settlement. Because Leonidas reached the 3-star realm in the end, this world will be evaluated as a 3-star world, and the points gained can also be doubled. Mission World, the story of the city-state, 200x2 points will be rewarded for completing the main task for 30 days. The story of killing a city-state rewards 243,600 natives of the world with 243,600 x2 points. Change the running track of the story world of the city-state reward 80000x2 points. A total of 647,600 points were obtained for this task. Seeing the number of points he got in the end, Wang Xiaoming was very happy. He knew that he could get a lot of points this time, but he didn't expect to get so many points. More than 640,000 points, this is dozens of times the points that Wang Xiaoming got before. With these points, Wang Xiaoming can completely fill up his skill bar, strengthen his bloodline to an extremely high level, and even directly add attributes to 3 stars. Just when Wang Xiaoming was happy, Samsara space suddenly reminded that someone was knocking on the door. Obviously it was Lao Huang, and only team members could knock on the opponent's door. Wang Xiaoming packed up his mood and walked out of his room. In the hall, Qin Yanran had already entered the room. Lao Huang is really at the door of Wang Xiaoming, and when he sees Wang Xiaoming coming out and smiles, he can sit down on the sofa in the hall. Miss Qin, I will pull you into the team first. After Wang Xiaoming came out, he first asked Qin Yanran to join the team. Qin Yanran accepted it directly without hesitation. After entering the team, Qin Yanran really breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang are very satisfied with her. As a qualified meat shield, Lao Huang not only defends against strong damage, but also can be said to be a good teammate. As a super assistant, Wang Xiaoming not only has the ability to summon undead cannon fodder but also has powerful healing spells. The most important thing is that his powerful aura can completely increase their strength by several levels. If Lao Huang is a good player, then Wang Xiaoming is the best player. So after returning to the reincarnation space, Qin Yanran was worried that Wang Xiaoming and the others would not allow him to join the team. Qin Yanran did not let go of her hanging heart until now after successfully joining. After inviting Qin Yanran to join the team, Lao Huang said, "Our mission this time is really a bumper harvest. Xiaoming, how should we develop next? Should we directly spend points to strengthen or go to the mission world to spend time practicing?" Wang Xiaoming thought for a while and said, "It's better to spend time practicing, it's not worthwhile to use points to strengthen." Although this time Wang Xiaoming has gained more than 600,000 points, and Lao Huang and Qin Yanran have also gained more than 100,000 points, but it is really not worthwhile to directly spend points to strengthen. After 30 attribute points it takes 400 points to increase a bit, and it takes 8,000 points to reach the 50.3 star level. Although this is not too much for Wang Xiaoming and the others, it is not such a waste of points. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming also found that the strength he cultivated is more satisfying to use than the strength directly enhanced by spending points. Of course, it doesn't mean that there is a problem with the strengthening of the reincarnation space, but that strengthening in the reincarnation space is equivalent to directly increasing the strength of a large section. Naturally, there is no slight increase in power to control the surge of power to one's liking. Moreover, after breaking through 3 stars, 1,000 points are needed for each enhancement, and for 4 stars, 100 attributes are needed. These 2 points need more than 50,000 points to be enhanced, and other attributes also need to be enhanced, which only needs 10 points. Thousands of points. This is just attributes and bloodline enhancement. The skill exchange and upgrade does not require points, so even though the main Xiaoming has more than 100,000 points, it is not enough. And the one with increased strength needs to go to a stronger world. Although a stronger world will definitely gain more, it is also more dangerous. Just like the 300 warriors of Sparta this time, if Wang Xiaoming hadn't obtained the halo of the power of the god of war, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat the Persian army, let alone gain so much. Wang Xiaoming's god of war halo is indeed very powerful now, but it may not be so in a more advanced world. After all, this halo is called the power of god of war. If you really go to a world with gods, the blessings of those gods will be worse than Wang Xiaoming's halo. Therefore, although Wang Xiaoming will definitely be promoted to 3 stars this time, he needs to work hard to cultivate in the future, just to reach the limit of his own strength, even to the level of a pseudo-legendary. In that way, even in the 3-star mission world, one can get along like a fish in water, especially after accumulating enough points to be promoted to 4-star. Let's spend points to enhance our strength to 3 stars, and then go to practice. Wang Xiaoming said. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran felt that it was good. Although it was a waste to use points to strengthen, they couldn't bear the fact that they had too many points. Even Qin Yanran, who had the smallest harvest, got more than 110,000 points, and Lao Huang got 160,000 points. Spending a few thousand to get his main attribute to 50 is nothing at all. And once the main attribute exceeds 50 and breaks through the bottleneck, the subsequent cultivation can be carried out step by step. Wang Xiaoming's mental attribute has reached 37 now, and he only needs to add 13 attribute points if he wants to strengthen it to 50. For one attribute, 400 points and 13 attribute points are 5,200. For Wang Xiaoming, it is really just too little. After strengthening the main attribute, Wang Xiaoming began to strengthen the bloodline. In this battle, Wang Xiaoming also understood the pain of lack of spiritual power, and he also had to convert spiritual power into magic power. Therefore, strengthening the bloodline is a very important thing. When the bloodline is strengthened to a magician, the spiritual power can be converted into magic power, and it can also increase the recovery speed, from the original 2-minute recovery point of magic power to 2 points per minute. It doesn't look like much, but it has actually increased his strength. After all, the problem of Wang Xiaoming wanting to use the magic power of God of War needs to be solved. Chapter 77. It only took 3,000 points to deal with the magician bloodline, which is nothing to Wang Xiaoming who has 600,000 points. So of course Wang Xiaoming has to continue to upgrade his bloodline. Magician is followed by Great Magician, which requires 10,000 points. The blood of the Great Magician can not only make the mana recovery speed change from 2 points per minute to 5 points per minute, but also double the magic power converted by each point of spiritual power, that is to say, the original 500 points of Wang Xiaoming's 50 points of spiritual attribute spiritual power can only be converted into 500 points of magic power, but now his magic power becomes 1000 after being converted into the blood of the Great Magician. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming was even more surprised. After all, what he lacks now is magic power. With this 1000 magic power, Wang Xiaoming can last for more than 300 seconds and 5 minutes when he activates the power of God of War. This can increase the combat time. How could Wang Xiaoming not be excited about September 37? This bloodline is really a good thing, let's see what the next level is like. Wang Xiaoming clicked to continue to upgrade, and then the upgraded bloodline Magister of the Great Magician appeared. The conversion price of the Magister bloodline is 100,000 points, which is 10 times that of the Great Magician. And its effect is that magic power recovers 10 points per minute, and the conversion of mental power into magic power increases by 5 times. Of course, in addition to these effects, every level of blood can get a magic spell. The magician wears a magic shield, a shield that can last. As long as the damage does not exceed 300, the magic shield will not be broken. This magic can be said to be the most needed defensive spell for magicians. It can be said that magicians have favorite. Magic shield, use magic power to form a 360-degree non-dead angle shield. The shield can withstand a maximum of 300 points of attack. Consumption, summon the shield with 100 points of magic power and maintain the shield with 1 point of magic power. Attacks will increase consumption every minute, duration, infinite, cooldown, 10 minutes. The magic that comes with the Great Magician is teleportation, summoning water elements. Summon water element, a water element with 2-star strength can be summoned. The water element is a long-range attack and the attack comes with a freezing effect, same as the water element summoned by the Great Magician in Warcraft. Consumption, 300 points of magic power, duration, unlimited, max summons, 4. The magic that comes with the Magister blood is to summon the Lava Giant. Summon Lava Giant, summon a piece of lava to fall from the sky and cause 500 points of mixed damage to the target within a radius of 100 meters. After the lava lands, it will become a Lava Giant with 3-star strength. Consumption, 500 points of mana, duration, unlimited, maximum summoning, 1 individual. The magic that comes with this bloodline is really good. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but said after exchanging the bloodline. This is the reincarnation space that is automatically allocated according to your development direction. Otherwise, the blood will bring skills randomly. Lao Huang next to him said when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words. Only now did Wang Xiaoming understand why the skills he obtained by exchanging bloodlines were so in line with his wishes. After all, he has already made up his mind to take the summoning system route. Originally, he was going to spend points to buy skills, but who would have thought that his blood would bring 2 of them? As for the magic shield as a defensive skill, Wang Xiaoming is also very satisfied. After all, his biggest weakness up to now is actually himself. As long as he is killed, no matter how strong he can be, it will not help. The defense brought by his previous mind control has become useless as his strength becomes stronger, and he basically has no other defense methods. Once someone gets close, it is really easy to be instantly killed. This situation becomes more and more obvious as the strength increases. After all, when the level is low, Wang Xiaoming can barely defend by relying on his own good attributes and mind control. But when it reached 2 stars, it didn't have much effect, so in the world of the 300 warriors of Sparta, Wang Xiaoming stayed in the barracks all the time, under the heavy protection of the Spartan guards, without taking any risky actions. Now that the strength reaches Samsung, the world to go to is more dangerous. Wang Xiaoming originally planned to exchange defensive skills. These bloodlines come with them. Of course, Wang Xiaoming is more satisfied. Wang Xiaoming did not continue to exchange bloodlines after being transferred to the Magister. At the next level of the Magister, the Dharma God, this requires 1,000,000 points. Wang Xiaoming does not have that many points. If there are, Wang Xiaoming is really ready to exchange. After all, this magician blood is very powerful to him. Now Wang Xiaoming not only has 3 more good skills, but also has 2,500 magic power, and the speed of magic power recovery has also been greatly improved. It can be said that, now let Wang Xiaoming return to the 300 warriors of Sparta, he alone can defeat the Persian army 0. After all, 2,500 magic power can activate Wang Xiaoming's God of War aura for more than 800 seconds and 10 minutes, and he can also summon a 3-star, 4 2-star plus many 2-star undead. He collected and summoned cannon fodder undead. Even facing the Persian army of 1 million, it can be easily wiped out. After all, this is 10 minutes, which is a full 8 times longer than among the Spartan master warriors. Of course, although Wang Xiaoming obtained the authority to enter the world of the 300 warriors of Sparta, he did not bind it. After all, a reincarnation can only be bound to one world, and he is bound to the mummy world, and he still needs to go in to learn gold magic from Emerton, and he plans to complete the subsequent training in the mummy world. After all, Wang Xiaoming has a death bracelet in his hand, and in the mummy world, the next year is the year of the scorpion. How could Wang Xiaoming give up on the powerful death army? You must know that the strength of these death army is not weak, otherwise there is no way to help the Scorpion King conquer other countries, and then Wang Xiaoming adds halos to them and they will be invincible up. Therefore, mummy world Wang Xiaoming will definitely not give up, and he can also work hard during these times to improve his strength to the peak of Samsung, so that the next assignment will be more sure. Of course, Wang Xiaoming will not keep the points. After the bloodline is exchanged, Wang Xiaoming will start to exchange for 4.3 skills. Wang Xiaoming's first choice is of course Halo-type skills. After all, unlike other skills that can only rely on his own strength, Halo-type skills can increase the combat effectiveness of everyone on his side. There are only 4 Halo skills in the reincarnation space, namely, the powerful aura increases attack power, the focus aura increases defense, the evil aura provides additional shields, and the blood-sucking aura increases life absorption. Each aura only needs 1,000 points at the beginning, and can be upgraded. Of course, Wang Xiaoming didn't hesitate to cash in all 3 halos except for the strong attack halo he already had. Wang Xiaoming used 4 skill bars before, and now he has cashed in 3 of his skill bars, and 7 of his skill bars have been taken up. The remaining 3 Wang Xiaoming still need to keep for later when needed. Chapter 78. Power Attack Aura, increase attack power by 10%, Armor Aura, provide 100 extra shields, Concentration Aura, increase your defense by 10%, Vampiric Aura, increase life steal by 10%. The effects of the 4 halos are very simple, but they are also very useful. It can be said that these 4 halos can basically be fully strengthened. Although their current bonuses are not as good as those halo effects that Wang Xiaoming got in the Spartan world, but these can be upgraded. It takes 10,000 points to upgrade these to the 2nd level, and then their effect has been improved tenfold, and the coverage has also increased from 1 km to 10 km. The 3rd level requires 100,000 points, but it can increase the improvement effect by 100 times, and the coverage reaches 100 km. Of course, Each upgrade will also increase the consumption of these auras by a large amount. After upgrading to the second level, it will consume 10 points of magic power per second. The main level is 100 points of magic power per second. So after upgrading to level 3, the effect of these auras is not inferior to the power of the God of War or even stronger, but the consumption has also become huge. To turn on all 4 auras, Wang Xiaoming needs 03 to consume 400 points of mana per second. Although it becomes 4 points per second with the blessing of infinite firepower talent, Wang Xiaoming can last for 6 minutes with 2500 mana. But if you just turn on one alone, you can last for 24 minutes. It seems that although the auras of this reincarnation space have a single attribute, they are very powerful, and the most important thing is that these auras can continue to be upgraded. Of course, even if Wang Xiaoming can continue to upgrade, he will have no points. It takes 1 million points to upgrade to the next level. Wang Xiaoming spent more than 400 million points to upgrade the 4 skills to the third level. More than 100,000 points, Wang Xiaoming only has 100,000 points left. Of course, if Lao Huang and Qin Yanran knew what Wang Xiaoming was thinking, they would definitely scold him to death. After all, they only got a total of more than 100,000 points this time. After some strengthening, Wang Xiaoming was the first to speak. Then let's go to the mission world and start training. Good. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran readily agreed, and they have also completed strengthening to reach 3 stars, and they need to spend time to practice next. Wang Xiaoming chose the mummy world and entered. Mu and Qin Yanran also followed. Although this mummy world is only bound by Wang Xiaoming, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran as a small team can also enter. Otherwise, the 2 of them have no bound world. Even if they have points, they can't use them. This is the helplessness of many reincarnations. After all, if you want to bind the world, you must have more than 90% influence on the world plot, which basically makes it impossible for most reincarnations to achieve. And the reincarnated people who can reach it can basically become the people that the reincarnated teams really want to invite. After all, only by owning their own exclusive world can the role of the points be maximized. Just like Wang Xiaoming and the others who entered the mummy world, they only need to spend 10 points to be able to practice for 1 day. Even if they only practice for 3 hours in 10 days, the main attribute will increase by 0.03. Now Wang Xiaoming and the others need 1000 points for every additional point of the main attribute. The 0.03 attribute is equivalent to 30 points. This is still only practicing for 3 hours a day, and it only counts as the main attribute. In fact, the harvest of binding the world cultivation can be at least 10 times more than that of direct strengthening, and this is only as the strength becomes stronger to bind the world sleeve cultivation. The more cost-effective. The place where Wang Xiaoming entered the mummy world was Cairo, Egypt. It was only a few days before he learned silver magic with Imerton, and these few days were still the few days Wang Xiaoming stayed in this world. Now Imerton is still releasing the 10 plagues of Egypt in Cairo, and he needs to start using the 10 plagues for a month to truly complete the curse. Only by dissipating all these grievances can he be truly resurrected. So Wang Xiaoming quickly found Imerton after entering. "Why are you looking for me again?" Imogen looked puzzled after seeing Wang Xiaoming. After all, he had just met Wang Xiaoming a few days ago when he was going to choose him, and now that Wang Xiaoming came to him, he was a little confused. "With such a high priest, my strength has reached silver, so I want to learn from you the golden magic in the Black Book of the Dead," Wang Xiaoming said with a smile. "How is it possible? You just broke through to silver a few days ago. How come you have reached gold now?" Emerton said in disbelief. "You must know what kind of genius Emerton, the high priest of Egypt, has never seen before, and he himself is considered a genius, but at the age of 30, he has reached the gold level. Reached the realm of legend. But no matter what kind of genius, it is impossible to upgrade from silver to gold in a few days." Seeing that Emerton didn't believe it, Wang Xiaoming let go of his arrogance, and then Imerton fell silent. Of course he knew the aura of gold rank, but it was because he knew that he couldn't believe that Wang Xiaoming was able to be promoted from a silver superhuman to gold in just a few days. You must know that even as a genius, he spent 5 years of practicing day and night in the world to break through from silver to gold, which is even worse than becoming the most talented priest in Egypt. But now Wang Xiaoming tells him that it only takes 5 days to break through gold. By the way, the last time you broke through to silver was 600 as a gift, don't you do it this time too? Emerton suddenly heard the scene of Wang Xiaoming's last breakthrough and asked. Wang Xiaoming nodded. In fact, his use of points to strengthen is similar to those gifted by the gods. They all rely on external forces to break through. It seems that they have a poor grasp of power and need time to polish to show their full strength. After knowing where Wang Xiaoming's strength came from, Imerton was envious but not as surprised as before. After all, it is completely easy for the mighty power of the gods to do this. Then Imerton taught Wang Xiaoming the 3 golden spells in the Black Book of the Dead. These 3 golden spells are all spells of the summoning system, and they are called Skeleton Sea, Zombie Forest, and Mummy Guards respectively. Sea of Skeletons, summon 10,000 skeletons with strength, agility, and physique of 15 to fight for you, consumption, 1,000 points of mana, duration, 1 day, cooling time, 1 day. Zombie Forest, summon 10,000 zombies with strength, agility, and physique of 15 to fight for you, consumption, 1,000 mana, duration, 1 day, cooling time, 1 day. Mummy Guards, summon a team of mummy guards to fight for you. In the guards, there are 300 1-star mummies, 10 2-star mummies, and 30 1-star mummy mages. Consumption, 1000 magic points duration, 1 day cooling time, 1 day. Chapter 79. These 3 spells can be described as genuine undead summoning techniques. As long as they are learned, they will be a moving undead natural disaster. And it can also solve the situation that Wang Xiaoming's summoning of undead is insufficient, but it's a pity that Wang Xiaoming can't continue to go to the Spartan world now, otherwise he can beat their whole world by himself. All the spells in the Black Book of the Dead have been taught to you. If you can reach the legendary level of the last legendary magic, you will naturally be able to be taught by the Black Book of the Dead. Emerton told Wang Xiaoming for 5 hours before he learned it. After Wang Xiaoming checked the attributes, he spoke. Thank you High Priest for teaching me. Wang Xiaoming thanked Emerton again. After all, most of the spells he was learning now came from him. This is part of the contract. You help me resurrect Ansuna, and I will teach you the magic from the Black Book of the Dead. This is what I should do. Emerton said casually. Then Wang Xiaoming asked Emerton a lot about Anubis, the god of death, and of course the most important situation of the scorpion. On the one hand, he came to the mummy world to learn gold magic and practice to increase his strength, and another purpose was to obtain the authority of the death bracelet. Although Wang Xiaoming is no longer a bad team after the 3 gold magic spells in the school's undead black book, but this time the gold magic that can summon up to 200,000 per day is certainly not as good as the death bracelet that can be summoned infinitely. And now that he has already got it, how could Wang Xiaoming give up? And according to the plot, even after the appearance of the Scorpion King, Wang Xiaoming's current physical fitness can completely beat the opponent, and it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to go alone. He will definitely call Lao Huang and Qin Yan Ran. Wang Xiaoming might overturn if he went up to hand combat, but if Lao He and Qin Yan Ran made a move, it was basically certain that they would not win. Not to mention other things, their attributes alone can crush the Scorpion King. After all, no matter how strong the Scorpion King is, he is just a human being who has been transformed by magic. He doesn't know magic and has no superpowers. Why should he fight Wang Xiaoming and the others? And Anubis, the god of death in this world, didn't know whether it was because the other party was not in this world or because of other reasons. All the things he left behind acted according to the rules. In other words, as long as you act according to the rules, you don't have to worry about Anubis intervening. After learning the golden magic, Wang Xiaoming went to Tuao to find Lao Huang and the others, and then began to practice. After all, his current attribute is only 50, and he is still a long way from the 99 at the peak of Samsung, so there is a lot of room for growth. As reincarnators, their biggest advantage is that they have no bottlenecks. They only need to practice step by step to the limit and then spend points to increase attribute points to break through the limit. Every hour of practice can increase the main attribute by 0.01 and the secondary attribute by 0.005. Wang Xiaoming can practice for more than 15 hours without any problems, and he can increase the spiritual attribute by 0.15 every day. As time passed day by day, Wang Xiaoming's attributes continued to increase, basically every 7 days or so passed. A week, a month, a year. After a year of hard training, Wang Xiaoming's spiritual attributes have successfully reached 99 points, and after reaching the limit, there is basically no way to break through training. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming didn't want to break through to 4 stars so quickly, as that would not be of any benefit to future missions. Both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran also cultivated their main attributes to the limit. Let's go. Wang Xiaoming looked at the fully armed old Huang Qinyan and said. The two nodded and did not speak, and the place where they are now is Cairo. Wang Xiaoming picked up the death bracelet and put it on his wrist. Then a beam of light shot out from it, and then a section of image was projected in mid-air, which was just about the life of Emperor Scorpion. From the time when he was defeated and sold his soul to obtain the death bracelet, until he commanded the death army to capture Thebes and die. After the video ended, a loud voice sounded, "Those who wear the death bracelet, you have 7 days to defeat the previous owner of the death bracelet to obtain the approval of the death bracelet, otherwise I will harvest your soul after 7 days." The voice was grand and majestic, which made Wang Xiaoming sound the constraints of Anubis when he signed the contract with Imerton. Open the Properties panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Strength, 77. Agility, 77. Physique, 77. Spirit, 99. 9900/9900. 49500/49500. Vitality, 770/770, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. A134000. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills, blink, healing, thunder summoning, undead Bible magic, god of war, bloodlust, weakness, King Kong body, arcane missile, spell shield, water element summon, lava giant summon, power attack aura, unholy aura, focus aura, armor aura. Talent, unlimited firepower, mind control. Special task, you must defeat its previous owner for wearing the Death God bracelet, reward full authority of the Death God bracelet, and punish the anger of Death God Anubis. After reading the quest introduction, Wang Xiaoming was silent, and it really was Anubis' fault. But how strong is Anubis? Why does he feel that he has to give him face even in the space of reincarnation? Wang Xiaoming suddenly thought of a question. You must know that whether he signed a contract with Imerton before or this time, the task of appearing in the bracelet of death. The main reason why the task appeared is that it has something to do with Anubis. Obviously, Anubis can affect, good, the reincarnation space, otherwise the reincarnation space is not good, so the task was released. Is it necessary to be polite even in the space of reincarnation after becoming a god? A thought suddenly appeared in Wang Xiaoming's mind. Then he became interested in these gods, and of course he became interested in becoming a god. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. Wang Xiaoming now needs to go to the temple to challenge the Scorpion King and win the battle. I don't know if this god of death will seal my mind control. In the original plot, Imerton was sealed with all his abilities when he entered the temple, and Wang Xiaoming didn't know if he would be sealed with all his abilities. Of course, Wang Xiaoming wasn't worried about the duel with the Scorpion King. After all, Imerton and O'Connor were just ordinary people who could beat the Scorpion King. Wang Xiaoming didn't believe that with his strong physical fitness and old Huang, Qin Yanran, and the other two's assistants couldn't beat them. Chapter 80. Guided by the god of death bracelet, they came to the temple easily, and then opened the door to enter it with the god of death bracelet. As for opening the door with the death bracelet, an arm would be swallowed. Wang Xiaoming said that he didn't feel it at all because of his thick flesh. Healing techniques are all restored. Walking along the road, soon Wang Xiaoming and old Huang Qinyanran came to a spacious hall. At the entrance of the hall were two statues of Anubis holding bronze spears. Looking back, it happened to be a passage with burning flames on both sides, and there was a door at the end of the road. Wang Xiaoming remembered that after entering that door, it was the real arena. In the original plot, Emerton lost his mana after entering it. The three of Wang Xiaoming also slowly approached them. Of course, just in case Wang Xiaoming took out an automatic rifle and more than 10 magazines. After all, if you really turn yourself into an ordinary person, these things can save lives. Stepping through the door, Wang Xiaoming felt that the power in his body was disappearing rapidly, and his magic power, which had become stronger due to more than a year of practice, could not be used or released at all. I feel like my power has been sealed. Qin Yanran, who was beside me, said at this time. Lao Huang also nodded and said, all the abilities have been sealed, but fortunately, the physical fitness is still there. Although the strength is affected, at least 60% of the combat power can be maintained. It seems that this is the sealing ability. It seems that I don't have much combat power this time. The next battle will depend on you. Wang Xiaoming also found that basically all of his abilities were sealed, including mind control. Only physical fitness can still play a role. Of course, even so, Wang Xiaoming's 3 attributes of more than 70 are comparable to the average 3-star superhuman. It's just that Wang Xiaoming is not a close combat player after all. Although his attributes are powerful, he can't even display half of the combat effectiveness of this attribute. Because he guessed that his ability would be sealed if he entered it, Wang Xiaoming didn't bring any summons. Now the three of Wang Xiaoming were wearing a full set of Spartan guards armor, walking in with a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. As the great heroes of Sparta, Wang Xiaoming and the three of them had obtained a lot of Imperial Guard armor from Leonidas, and now they had to wear it if it was possible to fight hand to hand. As the three entered, a huge stone slab landed and blocked their way of retreat. Obviously, once they entered, they could not go back on their word. Of course, the three of them did not regret it, and they continued to move forward and soon came to another hall. The entire hall is circular, and there is a huge stone platform in the middle. On the stone platform, there is a weapon rack with various weapons on it, and on the other side is a huge golden gong. There are copper pots around the stone platform, and the flames burning in the copper pots illuminate the whole hall. Outside the stone platform is a deep ditch burning with flames. The flames were accompanied by countless mournful wailing, as if there were countless dead souls weeping bitterly. Wang Xiaoming walked up to the stone platform without hesitation, picked up a hammer and began to strike the gong. With the sound of the gong, the dusty door on the other side was opened. Under the watchful eyes of the three of Wang Xiaoming, a huge half-human, half-scorpion monster came out from behind the door. The limbs of this monster have become the body of a huge scorpion, covered with a layer of shiny black shell, from which it can be seen that it has an extremely powerful defense. The upper body of the torso is a strong human being, exactly the demon scorpion Emperor Wang Xiaoming and the others had seen before. It's troublesome, this monster has 3-star strength, and it doesn't seem to be suppressed yet. Lao Huang said solemnly. Samsung. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but wonder if he remembered the plot wrongly when he heard Lao Wang's words. He clearly remembered that even the monoless Emerton and the ordinary O'Connor could fight the Scorpion King for a few rounds. If there were really 3 stars, he would still fight, Ad J. wool, unless Emerton recovered only with full strength and enough time to summon the army of undead can they have a chance to fight. It's okay, this guy just seems to have just reached 3 stars, and his actions show that he can't completely control the surge in power. Qin Yanran, who was next to him, said. As a fighter of the agility department, Qin Yanran actually didn't have high requirements for skills, and she even killed the enemy purely by fighting skills in many cases. She wasn't nervous about an evenly matched opponent, and besides, Lao Huang was playing with her. Different from old Huang Qin Yanran, although Wang Xiaoming is also 3-star in terms of attributes, his hand-to-hand combat ability is almost non-existent, so he basically cannot participate in the next battle. The Scorpion King did not launch an attack after entering, but glared at Wang Xiaoming and the others with his copper bell-sized eyes. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people coming to die. You are lucky to meet my perfect state. I hope to remember your recklessness when you go to the underworld. After speaking, the Scorpion King raised his arms that had turned into pincers and rushed towards Wang Xiaoming and the others. Good time. Lao Huang roared loudly, and then also held up his shield and ran towards the Scorpion King. For Lao Wang's tit-for-tat confrontation, Scorpion King's eyes could not help but exude a trace of disdain. He is very confident in his own strength. After all, he is now a behemoth with a height of 3 meters and a weight of more than 1 ton, while Lao Huang is just an ordinary person who looks stronger. But after the impact, the Scorpion King no longer thought so. He didn't expect that Lao Huang, who looked like an ordinary person in front of him, had such a powerful force in his body. Although the 3 of Wang Xiaoming and Wang Xiaoming had their abilities sealed when they entered here, Lao Huang himself is a reincarnation with double bonuses in strength and physique. Scorpion King, who has just entered Samsung, can match. And just when the Scorpion King collided with Lao Huang and was knocked back and was shocked, a dagger quietly appeared on his neck, and then slipped through his throat. The emerald green blood dripped on the stone platform and made a creaking sound, and the stone platform was corroded by the blood of the Scorpion King, with holes the size of thumbs. Obviously, the blood of the Scorpion King is extremely corrosive. Crack! The Scorpion King, whose throat was cut and even half of his head was cut, fell into a dilemma. But even if half of the neck was cut open, the Scorpion King didn't really die. Although he has only just broken through to the unstable strength of Samsung, he has a very strong ability, that is, rapid recovery. After Qin Yanran slashed his neck and jumped away, the Scorpion King protected his neck, and then Wang Xiaoming and the 3 saw that the slashed neck of the Scorpion King quickly recovered. Down. This Scorpion King is more difficult to deal with than imagined. Chapter 81. Although the recovery ability of the Scorpion King was astonishing, Wang Xiaoming and the others were not intimidated. After Qin Yanran retreated, Lao Huang attacked again, and at the same time Qin Yanran also attacked from the other side. Facing 2 beings of the same level, the Scorpion King has nothing but parry power but no ability to fight back. There is no way that he can't defeat any of Lao Huang and the others in a one-on-one fight. Now he is completely relying on himself. Strength lies in recovery ability and hard resistance. This guy's bones are too hard, we can't stop fighting. After more than 10 minutes of beating, although the Scorpion King was not killed, the Scorpion King didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Throw him into the fire pit. I see that he has been avoiding himself from falling into the fire pit in previous battles. This fire pit should be able to damage him. Wang Xiaoming said from a distance. As a person without close combat ability, of course Xiaoming wouldn't go up and make trouble. But from a distance, there are still some discoveries. Wang Xiaoming's melee combat ability is not strong, but he has no combat effectiveness, so he quickly discovered the weakness of the Scorpion King. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran's eyes lit up immediately, while the Scorpion King became anxious. The flames around this stone platform are called dark fire, which can harm the soul. Although his soul is protected by Anubis, it does not include the underworld fire, because the underworld fire is used by Anubis to punish those who do evil in the world. He Scorpion King was just an ordinary person in front of him. Although he has such powerful power now, he is just Anubis's pet, so how can he be immune to the damage of arms? Of course, because his soul is protected by Anubis, these ghost fires will not burn him to death, but that is more terrifying than death, and life is worse than death. So when he heard Wang Xiaoming's words, he turned around and ran towards the gate behind him, although this meant that he surrendered. But this is better than life and death. Besides, he has been in the underworld all year round. It is not a big deal that the authority of the death bracelet is gone, but it is just that he will not be able to come to the world through this method in the future. Although the Scorpion King's combat power is not very good, but the speed of escape is very fast. Under the full attack of Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, the Scorpion King still fled to the gate and left. Lao Huang was about to continue chasing, but Wang Xiaoming stopped him. Don't chase after Lao Huang. That door is the passage to the underworld. Once you enter it, you can't leave it. Maybe even the reincarnation space can't be helped. Wang Xiaoming said. And as the Scorpion King left, Wang Xiaoming and the three of them also felt the reappearance of the previously sealed ability. At this time, Wang Xiaoming also saw the new attribute on the death bracelet. Bracelet of Death, consume mana to summon Death Guard. There are two types of guards to summon. One is to temporarily summon a little mana to summon one that lasts for 1 day, and the other is to summon one with 100 mana permanently. The upper limit has no cooldown. The summoned Reaper Legion can be stored in the Reaper Bracelet, and the permanently summoned Reaper Legion can be promoted in constant battles. After seeing the attributes of the Death Bracelet, Wang Xiaoming also had to feel that this thing is really strong, not to mention other things, just because it can be carried with you can be called a magic weapon. And there is no upper limit, which means that Wang Xiaoming can accumulate a large amount of permanent death army in normal times and release them directly when waiting for the battle. How is it? Old Huang next to him asked. Of course Wang Xiaoming told Lao Huang about the death bracelet, after all he had nothing to hide. It's okay, there will be a large number of more summons in the future. Wang Xiaoming didn't explain the specific properties of the death bracelet, and of course there's no need to explain it in general. Although the trip looked dangerous, in fact they moved very smoothly. All this is because of the two players, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, although they are actually similar to the Scorpion King in terms of attributes, but in terms of combat experience, they are much richer than the Scorpion King. Although the Scorpion King looks domineering, his body is completely different from his original human body, so although his attributes are strong, he cannot exert his full strength. On the contrary, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, as reincarnations who have been in the reincarnation space for a long time, don't have too much actual combat experience, let alone their similar strength. Even if the Scorpion King is stronger, they may not necessarily be their opponents. Of course, the most important thing is that the Scorpion King is afraid of the underworld fire around the stone platform, otherwise the Scorpion King is still very difficult to deal with its strong recovery ability. After challenging the Scorpion King, the three of Wang Xiaoming also chose to leave the mummy world, and now their attributes have basically reached the 3-star limit. After a year of training, it doesn't make much sense to stay in this world. After choosing to quit, the three of them will leave the mummy world in the next moment, and everything in the mummy world is also forbidden. Wang Xiaoming and the three of them also returned to the team hall. Xiaoming, we have reached the 3-star limit now, should we break through the 4-star limit now? Lao Huang hesitated. After all, they have reached the 3-star limit now, and logically speaking, they should break through to 4 stars, but if Ro breaks the star, the next 10 missions will become more difficult. We don't need it for the time being. Our last mission was 2-star. If we go directly to 4-star, it may be easy to cause problems. Let's go to Samsung World to see the situation. Wang Xiaoming said. I'm afraid we won't be able to go to Samsung World. Qin Yanran said at this moment. 0. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang asked strangely after hearing Qin Yanran's words. Qin Yanran didn't make any excuses, but turned on the light curtain in the hall, and a few lines of text appeared in the light curtain. Reincarnators, please note that the samsara space has been inexplicably affected by an error in the rating system, and the next mission will be randomly assigned to the world. Please pay attention to safety. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming and Lao Huang couldn't help but widen their eyes, but Wang Xiaoming thought of Anubis, the god of death in the mummy world, and suddenly felt normal again. After all, Anubis is not the strongest god in Egyptian mythology, and he can influence the space of reincarnation to issue special tasks. Who knows what kind of horror exists in other worlds, and it is not surprising that it can affect the space of reincarnation. It seems that we need to be more careful in the future tasks. After all, if you don't know the star rating of the world, it means you don't know the danger level of the world. Lao Huang said solemnly. Both Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran nodded, and then rejoiced that their strength is not bad now. If such a problem occurs when they just entered the reincarnation space, it will be really troublesome. Even Wang Xiaoming, who is familiar with the plot, did not dare to take it lightly at this time. After all, if you don't know the mission star rating, you don't know how strong the strong people in this world are. There is something terrifying. Just like the aliens that appeared in some funny TV series because of their funny appearance, it is impossible to say that there are really aliens on the earth and they are extremely powerful. Chapter 82. Of course, these are not urgent for Wang Xiaoming and the others. After all, they still have 30 days before the next mission. Miss Qin, Xiaoming, let's get together when we get back to the main world. Lao Huang said suddenly. Wang Xiaoming looked over suspiciously and asked, what's the matter? The change in the reincarnation space this time seems to be a big problem. Let me tell you the truth. I am actually an official of Daxia. After we return to reality, we can go to the high-level reincarnation in the court. Inquire about the situation. Lao Huang said calmly. Although Lao Wang's tone was flat, neither Wang Xiaoming nor Qin Yanran could believe it. The honest-looking old Huang in front of him turned out to be a member of the Great Xia court, and it seemed that his position was not low. All right, after all, the Great Xia court, as one of the most powerful forces in the July 43 world, must have grasped a lot of secrets, and we will be able to understand what is going on by then. Wang Xiaoming said after pondering for a while. And Qin Yanran also agreed. After all, although the Great Xia Empire has always been domineering in the main world, it is still good for the people, and looking at Lao Huang, extraordinary people also have a good position in the court. Just as long as you agree, I'm in the 18th team of the Special Service Team of the National Security Bureau of the Great Xia Kingdom. When you return to the main world, you can come and find me directly. Lao Huang revealed his identity. Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran also agreed, and then the three of them left the reincarnation space. After returning to the main world, Wang Xiaoming left the rental house without any hesitation, and took a carriage to the north of the city. The Daxia Royal Academy itself is located in the capital of Daxia, and Wang Xiaoming only needs to take a carriage for half an hour to go to the place Lao Huang said. Wang Xiaoming reported Lao Wang's name at the gate of the National Security Bureau, and was soon led to an office. What surprised Wang Xiaoming was that Qin Yanran had already arrived. Seeing Wang Xiaoming coming to the door, Lao Huang also smiled and said, I didn't expect that you are all from the capital, so let me introduce the situation to you. Lao Huang paused to organize his words and then continued to speak. Great Xia National Security Bureau, you all know that this is a department that appeared since the founding of the Great Xia Kingdom, but our special service team was formed only 3 years ago, and it was only formed after the Great Xia Empire discovered the reincarnation space not long after it appeared. The Secret Service team has a total of 20 teams, and I was promoted to team leader only after I was promoted to 2 stars. Of course, among these team leaders, there are not only 2-star transcendents, but also a few 3-star transcendents. Of course, the strongest special service team is not our team leaders, but those priests whose strength reaches 4 stars or above. After hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but said, then how strong are these offerings? A special service team has 8 enshrined, of which there are 6 4 stars and 2 5 stars. These 4 stars and 5 stars are the words of reincarnation in our main world. These strong people are called pseudo-legends and legends. The old man said to Secret Service the information of the team's masters was not kept secret. After all, compared to keeping secrets, releasing masters is more deterrent. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran have already agreed to join the special service team, and as members of the reincarnation space, their relationship is actually closer than that of the special service team. After all, there is a reincarnation space between them as a guarantee, and they can give each other their backs. These special service team members, Lao Huang, dare not. Then what the hell do you know, old Huang? Wang Xiaoming continued to ask. Lao Huang smiled and continued, this is how you can participate in long-term missions after your strength reaches 3 stars. Although the time of such long-term mission worlds is different from that of the main world, they will not stay in that world for long. The main world has no any changes. Many masters in the Imperial Court or in the entire reincarnation space are planning to go to a special world recently. The reason why the reincarnation space has changed this time is because of this incident. It is said that that world has special protection and is difficult to enter. It has just opened a hole in its protection before, and it will take 30 days to enter. I think our next mission world will most likely be the turn of that world. Really, it seems that we need to prepare some life-saving things. It is best to be promoted to 4 stars before entering. Wang Xiaoming said after digesting the information given by Lao Huang. Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang quickly said, Xiaoming, don't use the reincarnation space to promote 4 star and above, that will cause big trouble. 0. Big trouble? Wang Xiaoming asked in confusion. Yes, the 2 legendary powerhouses of our special service team were not promoted in the reincarnation space, and 4 of the remaining 6 4-star superhumans were promoted in the reincarnation space, according to the 2 5-star legendary seniors as I said. In fact, these 4 stars are not the necessary realm to be promoted to legend. But if it's actually nothing, but it can't be achieved under the intervention of external forces, then the chance to be promoted to legend will be lost forever, and it will only become a slave to the reincarnation space. After hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help feeling a little thankful that he hadn't been promoted to 4 stars for safety reasons. Then I realized the benefits of having a backer behind me. If Wang Xiaoming and the others were all ordinary reincarnations, they probably wouldn't know the situation until they died. And basically every 3-star transcendent who joins the court will get such a reminder. After all, for the court, the more masters in hand, the better. This is basically common sense that every 10 forces with legendary powerhouses will know. After learning about the situation, Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran completed the procedures to join the special service team accompanied by Lao Huang. As for the arrangement of the 2 of them, of course they joined Lao Wang's team. After all, they belong to the same team in the reincarnation space, and it is impossible to return to the main world and go to other teams. In fact, many people in the special service team are in this situation. 4.3 Many 3-star superhumans will not form their own teams, but will be in a team with reincarnated people who have a good relationship with them. This is also why there are 2-star captains in the 20 special service teams. It's not that there aren't so many 3-star superhumans as captains, but that many 3-star superhumans are in one team. Just like Wang Xiaoming and Qin Yanran, if they are willing, they can definitely become captains, but that doesn't make much sense after all. For them, things in the main world are not very important, only the reincarnation space needs special attention. Although they joined the special service team, they didn't have any tasks. They could handle all kinds of extraordinary events normally, and basically those 2-star and 1-star extraordinary people could handle them. Only 3-star extraordinary people could be dispatched if there was no other way. Even in the main world, 3-star transcendents can be considered masters, but they are not top-notch. Chapter 83. Although he joined the special service team, Wang Xiaoming's life routine has not changed. Even during these 30 days, the number of times Wang Xiaoming went to the special service team was very few. After all, although his main attribute has been cultivated to the limit of 99 points, other attributes can still be increased, and the limit of cultivation 1 can still be prompted. Instead of going to the special service team to spend time, it is better to stay at home and practice hard. I will go to the special service team in 3 to 5 days to inquire about the situation. Moreover, the imperial court did not strictly manage the special service team formed by the extraordinary people in the whole body. It is not so much an official organization of the Great Xia as it is a loose guild in the form of mercenaries. Members of the special service team issued by the imperial court complete the tasks and then get rewards. Of course, although joining the special service team does not necessarily have to do the task, it is absolutely not allowed to make trouble, otherwise the masters of the special service team will definitely make you look good. It is also because it is a loose alliance and is willing to cooperate with the imperial court, so it can get the title of the official transcendent of Daxia. In fact, the real descendant of Daxia in 03 is only the first group of the special service team, which is also the strongest group in the special service team. These are the ones who can really fully obey the orders of the Daxia court. Of course, Wang Xiaoming heard about these things from Lao Huang. After all, he is the leader of the 18th team and has to go every day, so he is very well informed about these news. 30 days passed quickly, and the 3 of Wang Xiaoming and the others came to the reincarnation space again. 30 days did not greatly increase their strength, but it did give them an understanding of this mission. Wang Xiaoming is also preparing to exchange some things in a targeted manner. Old Huang, we expect to stay for a long time for this mission, so we need to prepare enough supplies. Wang Xiaoming said. Lao Huang nodded and opened the store in the reincarnation space. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered that Qin Yanran's interspatial ring was still in his hand, but now it was full of undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming's corpse recovery, so it was not easy to give it to her. Miss Qin, I almost forgot that the interspatial ring was not returned to you. I pretended to be an undead for the one you gave me before. This is the main hand point. You should redeem one yourself. Wang Xiaoming directly transferred 3,000 points to Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran was taken aback for a moment before she heard about it. There is no way that they have experienced too many things back from the Spartan world, and this interspatial ring is not very precious to her now. If Wang Xiaoming said that, she would have forgotten it. But now that Wang Xiaoming has transferred it to her, she will not refuse it. After all, if she does not accept it, it will be bad for both parties. After Wang Xiaoming transferred 3,000 points to Qin Yanran, he began to choose things to increase his strength. The first is magic. Wang Xiaoming said that his magic is enough and basically he doesn't need it. Then there are various materials, but Wang Xiaoming found that these materials are basically very expensive as long as they are about fighting, and it is these things that Wang Xiaoming wants to buy. These things are really too expensive. Hey, this is a magic technology information book. I seem to be able to use this thing. When Wang Xiaoming was looking at the reincarnation consignment, a book appeared in front of him. Click on the query, and the reincarnation space also has a specific introduction. Magic Technology Book. It is a basic book for a country with extremely developed magic, which records the basic oral knowledge of various magic technologies. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming is very interested in this item, and the price of 1,500 points is not worth mentioning to Wang Xiaoming now, so he bought it directly. And after Wang Xiaoming got it, this attribute changed. Magic Technology Book. It is a basic book in a country where magic is extremely developed, and it needs a magician to truly interpret it. Whether you meet the interpretation requirements or not, the current book will disappear after interpretation. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming also understands why his reincarnated person can't use this thing himself. It turns out that he needs a magician to do it. Magicians can be said to be extremely rare in the reincarnation space, not only because magicians have obvious shortcomings, but also because it takes a long time for magicians to form combat power. After all, unlike Wang Xiaoming, other mages have infinite firepower talent. Not only does the use of magic consume very little, but the cooling time is also very short. If a normal magician uses magic, it can only be used once in a few minutes, and dozens of points of mental power at a time make it impossible for a magician to cast a few spells without mental power. So this book, which looks very good, has been hanging at the consignment office and no one has bought it. This is cheap for Wang Xiaoming and Wang Xiaoming. Of course, this is just some basic reading and it is not too powerful, which is also the main reason. In addition, Wang Xiaoming also spent 10,000 points to buy a 100 cubic space ring. After all, the space ring he got from Qin Yanran was already used to hold undead, and Wang Xiaoming didn't want that space ring to hold other things. Something. I still have to buy a defensive skill, the best passive one, or else it's still dangerous to be attacked. Wang Xiaoming finally chose the soul shield after checking it out. The main reason for choosing this skill is that this skill can be combined with Wang Xiaoming's own natural mind control. Wang Xiaoming's mind control passive defense can almost withstand the attack of 1 or 2 tons of force, but if 027 is active, he can completely resist 10 times the damage, but that requires Wang Xiaoming to use it actively. There was a time when Wang Xiaoming could use any skill at will to save himself from danger, but this soul shield is completely different. This skill is a passive skill, its own strength will be affected by the strength of the mind, and Wang Xiaoming's mind control is actually mind control, so the mind control can be directly converted into a shield. And it doesn't need to be used actively by yourself, or it is completely ready for 24 hours at any time, as long as it encounters an attack, it will be opened instantly. It can defend against the power of more than 10 tons in an instant, and it can also defend against spiritual attacks and magic attacks. It can be said that this skill fully exerts Wang Xiaoming's talent of mind control. And even if this skill is used, it is also affected by the infinite firepower talent, even if it is turned on all the time, it will not be affected. Of course, this skill will not be activated under normal circumstances, it will only be activated when it encounters an attack. The attack force set by Wang Xiaoming is 900 kilograms. After all, his mind control instinct defense has more than 1 ton, and 900 kilograms is just the critical point of danger. Of course, with Wang Xiaoming's current physical fitness, even if he is hit by such a force, nothing will happen to him, but it's best to be safe just in case. Chapter 84. After some purchases, the three of them silently waited for the task time to arrive. At the end of the countdown in the samsara space, the three of Wang Xiaoming were transported to another world by the samsara space. When Wang Xiaoming regained his sight again, he found that he was already deep in the bustling street. There was an endless stream of vehicles on the street, and the sidewalks on both sides were also full of people coming and going. Why is there no protective cover this time? There are still my team members. Wang Xiaoming suddenly found that he seemed to be alone, and the team members were gone. Could this be the change in the reincarnation space? Although the sudden disappearance of the team members made Wang Xiaoming a little puzzled, he quickly recovered. He is not a rookie who entered the game for the first time. Even without a team member, he can still play well. Moreover, both Lao Huang and Qin Yanran are reincarnations who have reached the limit of 3 stars, so Wang Xiaoming doesn't have to worry about their safety. But I have to figure out what the name of this world is first. Wang Xiaoming opened his property panel. Reincarnation name, Wang Xiaoming. Age, 21. Power, 81. Agility, 81. Physique, 81. Spirit, 99. 9900/9900. 49500/49500. Vitality, 810/810, when the vitality is 0, the reincarnation will die. A113000. The attributes of ordinary people are basically around 10 points. Skills: Flash, Healing, Thunder Summoning, Undead Bible Magic, God of War, Bloodlust, Weakness, Diamond Body, Arcane Missile, Spell Shield, Water Elemental Summoning, Lava Giant Summoning, Power Attack Aura, Unholy Aura, Focus Aura, Armor Aura, Mind Shield. Talent: Unlimited Firepower, Hidden Grace Control. The current world is Ability Warlock. Main task: Survive, because the reincarnation space cannot provide breath cover for reincarnation due to special reasons in this world, so you will get 100 points reward every day you survive, and you need to survive for at least 1 year before you can leave the current world. This world has an inexplicable connection with the main world due to special reasons, so every month that passes in this world, the main world will pass a day. This task is so FG nonsense. Fortunately, I have been able to restrain my breath. Otherwise, without the cover of the reincarnation space, the year might have been over long ago. 11. Looking at the extra lines of text in the property panel, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help cursing secretly. And without the cover of the reincarnation space, Wang Xiaoming does not have a legal identity now, so he needs to be more careful. After all, the surrounding situation is modern society at first glance. In such a place, you need to be especially vigilant, because you may be exposed at any time. Of course, Wang Xiaoming was not too nervous, because this is the country he is familiar with. As an immigrant country, this country has all kinds of people. Even if Wang Xiaoming has an Asian face, it is not too eye-catching. If it is replaced by other European or African countries, it will be very eye-catching. Walking along the street, Wang Xiaoming saw a skyscraper not far away. Of course it was not the building that attracted him but a figure flying out of the building. Looking at the red iron sheet in the sky, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but said, "Is this Iron Man?" The pedestrians around were not surprised by Wang Xiaoming's words. After all, after supporting Tony Stark and announcing that he was Iron Man, people have always come to Stark Tower. Wang Xiaoming also understood what world he was in. He actually came to the Marvel world. But I hope to come to the movie version of the Marvel world. If we go to the comic version of the Marvel world, we really have to find a place to hide. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help praying. Although the movie version of the Marvel world has many existences with superior strength, it is also good. At least there will be no existences that will blow up the planet and reverse time and destroy the universe at every turn. If there are too many horror characters in the comic world, let alone a 3-star trash like Wang Xiaoming, I guess even those 5-star legends are just bigger cannon fodder. Now that he knows what kind of world this is, Wang Xiaoming has a solid idea of what to do next. Of course, the first thing is to figure out whether this is the movie version of Marvel or the comic version of Marvel. Just as Wang Xiaoming was thinking, a huge roar came from the direction where Iron Man was flying. Now is a good time to go and have a look and judge by just looking at the fighting power of these superheroes. Wang Xiaoming said as the flow of people ran towards the explosion. And the sound of the explosion is also getting closer. It is obvious that the two sides in the battle are constantly approaching this side. And Wang Xiaoming ran towards that side again, and soon saw their battle scene. Meanwhile, Iron Man was flying in the air and firing laser cannons, while a big green man over 3 meters tall was constantly smashing a car at Iron Man below. This is the Hulk. It seems that the plot of the Avengers has not started yet, otherwise these two guys would not have fought on the streets of New York. Moreover, although their strengths are good, they are only at the level of 2 stars. It seems that this should be the movie version of Marvel. After seeing Iron Man and the Hulk fighting, Wang Xiaoming was completely relieved. After all, as Marvel's relatively well-known heroes, these two can basically represent Marvel's combat effectiveness. Of course, the captain of the United States, who is the most representative of combat effectiveness. After all, this guy can fight anyone for a round. Judging from Iron Man and Hulk, both of which are only 2-star level, Wang Xiaoming is almost the same. This world must be a movie version of the world. Of course, even in the movie version of Marvel, the strength of the two of them is a bit low, but they can both grow and they are the two fastest growing ones. After all, Iron Man only needs to develop new armor to become stronger, and the Hulk only needs to be more angry. Wang Xiaoming suddenly heard that there was a magic inscription that could increase anger in the magic technology basic reading that he had obtained before, and he felt that engraving that thing on the Hulk would definitely increase its, Zhao's, combat effectiveness. In other worlds, Wang Xiaoming is interested in mixing with the protagonist, but in Marvel Wang Xiaoming has no such interest. On the one hand, Wang Xiaoming was not strong enough before, and it was easy to fail if he acted alone. Of course, there is another reason that none of the previous protagonists had conflicts with Wang Xiaoming, but when it comes to Marvel, Wang Xiaoming will definitely conflict with these protagonists. Not to mention the other Infinity Stones, Wang Xiaoming couldn't let them go. After all, it can be said that this is a rare treasure in the Marvel world, and it is very useful to him. And these heroes will definitely not let Wang Xiaoming get what he wants, so conflicts between them must be inevitable. The Hulk's powerful combat power is actually not under their control. Wang Xiaoming only needs to make him angry enough to make him an enemy of other superheroes. This can not only divide their strength but also reduce Wang Xiaoming's future difficulty in capturing Infinity Gems. Chapter 85. Watching the Hulk getting stronger and stronger, Wang Xiaoming found a sticker, and then used magic power to draw the magic lines that increase anger. This kind of magic pattern that only adds emotion is actually very simple. Even if Wang Xiaoming has never done it before, he can easily draw it. This magic technology book is really convenient. There is no need to choose materials to draw magic lines. Just such a sticker can be successfully drawn. Looking at the sticker in his hand, Wang Xiaoming sighed at the power of this magic technology. Then Wang Xiaoming needs to put this sticker on the Hulk. However, the stickers must not fall off. Although I have added super glue to the stickers, it is useless to see the battle situation. I have to find a way to make the stickers not easy to fall off. Looking at Iron Man Wang Xiaoming, who is constantly firing lasers and even firing miniature missiles, he doesn't think that this sticker can defend against these artillery fires. If the sticker is destroyed, his effect will be cured. Boom! At this moment, Iron Man fired another mini-missile to knock the Hulk into the air, but the Hulk was able to stand up immediately and continue fighting. This made it inconvenient for Wang Xiaoming to lament that the Hulk has thick skin and thick flesh. You must know that as Iron Man continues to increase its firepower, its attack power is not worse than 500 of the Samsung Superman, but facing such an attack, the Hulk can only it was just being knocked into the air, so there was basically no injury. And even if it is injured occasionally, its wounds can recover quickly. When the Hulk was knocked into the air again, Wang Xiaoming had an idea when he saw the Hulk's big feet. As Iron Man continued to attack, the Hulk became more and more angry, and now his body is nearly 5 meters high. Iron Man was able to use the laser cannon to cause a little damage to the Hulk before, but now it is basically useless. Only the use of micromissiles can knock the Hulk into the air. When Iron Man knocked the Hulk into the air again, Wang Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and this opportunity came. He used his mind control to control the sticker with the increased anger magic pattern to fly towards the Hulk, and then stuck the sticker to the Hulk's feet with lightning speed. He didn't feel anything about the extra sticker Hulk on the bottom of his feet, but he felt that the Tin Man flying in the sky was so hateful, which made his already angry enough emotions even more angry. What it showed was that his height, which was already 5 meters, increased by 1, adsib, section again, directly increasing to 8 meters, which is almost the height of a 3-story building. And as the Hulk's height continues to increase, its defense capabilities have become stronger and stronger, and even Iron Man's attack on the Hulk with miniature missiles only makes him take a few steps back. Looking at the ever-increasing Hulk, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but take a few steps back. Because with the increasing height of the Hulk is its strength, the strength of the current Hulk has already exceeded 2 stars or even 3 stars. He clearly understood that the Hulk lifted up a 3-story villa and threw it at Iron Man. At this time, Iron Man is already on the verge of riding a tiger. After all, it is too close to his Stoke mansion. If he doesn't continue to block the Hulk, his house might be demolished. Don't care so much, Jarvis activated all the spare armors to help me fight together. Tony Stark said, watching the Hulk, who was hit by the micro-missile again and only took a few steps back. Okay, sir. A mechanical voice without any emotion came from Tony Stark's ear. Not long after that, more than a dozen pairs of steel armors flew out from the top of the Stoke building. Although most of these armors were not colored, they still had the combat capabilities they should have. They constantly fired laser cannons around the Hulk to interfere with it, and several of the cumbersome ones kept firing miniature missiles. Although the miniature missiles can no longer hurt the Hulk can only be repelled continuously under the bombardment of these uninterrupted miniature missiles. And Wang Xiaoming, who caused the Hulk to become so crazy, has already left the scene. If it wasn't for Wang Xiaoming's worry about accidentally injuring himself, with his strength, although he can't say that he can crush Iron Man and Hulk, basically there is no problem with self-protection. The main reason is that he saw Lao Huang and Qin Yanran coming towards here not far away. Seeing the team member Wang Xiaoming, of course they have to go to meet up. After all, Wang Xiaoming is just a mage, and these people in the Marvel world like to fight hand to hand. He's not that BD like Loki, a mage who insists on running in front of others to pretend to be aggressive, and then gets beaten up by a bunch of warriors. Xiaoming, are you okay? Lao Huang quickly asked after seeing Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just heard some movement here and came to watch the excitement." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran didn't necessarily look at Iron Man, who was constantly attacking the Hulk. This world seems to be quite deep. The strength of these two people has already surpassed the 3-star level. Even if we go up and fight with them, we may not be able to take advantage of it, unless Xiaoming activates the halo of God of War. Qin Yanran was watching, said after a while. And that big green guy is still getting stronger. When I just came here, he was only at the 2-star level. Now he has reached the 4-star level, and it seems that he has not reached the limit yet. Wang Xiaoming continued to speak. After listening to Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is basically unheard of for 2 stars to rapidly increase to 4 stars. After all, this is not hiding strength, but actually continuously improving strength in battle. Even reincarnated people have never seen such a weird situation. Of course they don't know that the Hulk relies on anger to increase its strength. In fact, if it weren't for the inability to obtain the ability of the Hulk, Wang Xiaoming would have asked Lao Huang to acquire this ability. This is simply an excellent tank, not only has extremely strong defense but also has super recovery ability, and can also increase strength with the increase of anger. These abilities are perfect for a meaty weak. But it's a pity that the abilities of these superheroes in the Marvel world can't be reproduced basically. They were all born because of this accident. Except for Iron Man, the abilities of this guy are actually not fighting but research and development, but he is keen on it. Because of the limelight, he looks like a full-time fighter. Therefore, there is basically no way to seize their abilities, and the only thing that can be obtained is the Iron Man suit. The second time is basically scrapped. So after Wang Xiaoming knew that this world was the Marvel world, his goal was to set infinite gems. After all, according to the setting, infinite gems are the most precious thing in this world. Chapter 86. Shall we make a move? Qin Yanran couldn't help but asked as the Hulk became stronger and stronger. Wang Xiaoming shook his head and said, "No, this mission is no better than before. Who knows how many reincarnations will appear in this world, we still need to be cautious. By the way, Xiaoming, there will be many people from the imperial court entering this world. Shall we go and have a reconciliation? Lao Huang said. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while and said, of course, our strength is still too small in this world. With the brand of the imperial court against us, at least we don't have that much pressure. It's good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Wang Xiaoming felt that it was normal for someone from the imperial court to enter this space of reincarnation. After all, this world was created with great effort by the space of reincarnation. Even the missions are different, so why would they send a large number of reincarnations to this world? After all, according to the previous mission, Wang Xiaoming also has an understanding of how the reincarnation space harvests other worlds. Basically, it is to change the plot development of other worlds. Deficit. And from the fact that every reincarnator can complete the main task only by staying in the mission world, it can be seen that as long as there are reincarnation people in the reincarnation space of this world, there will be gains. And from the tasks given by the reincarnation space this time, it can be seen that they only need to stay for 1 year, that is to say, they can get benefits as long as they stay in the reincarnation space of this world. But now Wang Xiaoming's strength is not enough, even if they know that it is good they can't help it. And according to what Wang Xiaoming learned in the Daxia Special Service Team, although the legendary strong cannot be said to have completely escaped from the reincarnation space, they have a lot of autonomy. This is also why those legendary powerhouses were able to stay in the reincarnation space for a long time before. Obviously, even if the strength reaches the legendary level, even the reincarnation space needs to be treated well. The battle between Iron Man and the Hulk was almost at an end. As the Hulk's anger continued to grow, his height had broken through to 10 meters, and every blow could scrap one of Iron Man's armor. Now Iron Man is taking the Hulk to the outskirts of the city while he has the Hulk's hatred. But watching the Hulk killing all the way, Wang Xiaoming still mourned for the residents of New York, especially those who happened to be on the way the Hulk passed. After Iron Man and the Hulk left for a while, the New York police arrived, and then began to clean up the scene and count the casualties. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming also saw superheroes appear one after another not long after. Spider-Man, Captain America, Fantastic Four, and X-Men, basically all the superheroes that appeared in Marvel movies appeared. But in the face of the Hulk who has been made super angry by Wang Xiaoming with the magic pattern of anger, everyone has nothing to do. Now only Tony Stark can walk the Hulk with his armor. And now Tony Stark must rely on the assistance of Jarvis to avoid the Hulk's attack. Although the Hulk can't fly, its strength is amazing. He can easily throw things weighing more than 10 tons like throwing a volleyball. These thrown things will disintegrate in mid-air, but they will become looser fragments. And these fragments are often extremely dangerous. There are only 5 sets of Tony Stark's more than 20 armors left, and the rest are all thrown down by the things thrown by the Green Bankers. Even a small fragment can become powerful under the blessing of the Hulk's terrifying power. With Tony Stark's current armor level, of course there is no way to defend against these injuries, so he only has 5 armors left, and except for the one he wears, the rest are basically large and small. Scars? Faced with such a terrifying Hulk, basically no one is willing to go up and fight him head-on. The attack power of this big green guy has probably reached 5 stars, right? Lao Huang couldn't help but said as he watched the Hulk pull out a house again. Although this person doesn't know how to use laws, he has already reached the level of a 5-star legend in terms of attack. At this moment, a voice came from beside them. Hearing this sound, the hairs on Wang Xiaoming's body immediately stood up, and then immediately put on a magic shield on himself, and then opened the distance with a flash, and the magic in his hand was ready to be released. Don't be nervous, I'm also a member of the special service team. When you see a colleague here, just come over and say hello. As his voice sounded, the magic that Wang Xiaoming had gathered dissipated instantly, and Lao Huang, who took out his weapon on the other side, was on guard. Neither Qin Yanran nor Qin Yanran could move. Are you Senior Qing Feng? Lao Huang asked after seeing the other person's appearance clearly. Not far from them was an ordinary-looking young man. If no one said that he was a master, no one would be able to tell that he was a powerful legend. Hearing Lao Wang's words, the legendary powerhouse named Qing Feng nodded and said, "Yes, this time the government sent me as the vanguard to gain a firm foothold in this world." Xiaoming, don't be nervous, this Senior Qing Feng is the enshrined legend of our special service team. Lao Huang said to Wang Xiaoming, who was 100 meters away, after confirming the other party's identity. Seeing that the other party was indeed not against them, Wang Xiaoming also put down his vigilance and walked over slowly. I didn't expect there to be a 3-star magician in our special service team. It seems that we can save a lot of effort in this construction. Watching Wang Xiaoming walk over, Qing Feng said. After confirming that the other party is his own, Wang Xiaoming also asked, "Senior, you said just now that the big green guy's attack power has reached legend but there are no rules. Does it mean that you need to understand the rules to become a legend?" With such a master by his side, Wang Xiaoming certainly wanted to speak out about his problems. After all, he also wanted to break through the legend. But whether it is in the reincarnation space or in the special service team, there is basically no knowledge about this aspect. Apart from being able to know that there is such a level, there is basically no more understanding. And now a living legend appeared in front of him. Of course Wang Xiaoming had to inquire carefully. It's not really a secret, I'll just tell you. There are 2 ways to break through the legend. One is to continue to accumulate at the peak of Samsung, and when the quantitative change accumulates to the qualitative change, you can sense the rules more easily, and then comprehend the rules and become a legend. The other way is to sense the rules and understand the rules at the peak of the 3 stars. As long as the understanding reaches a certain level, you can become a legend, and this method can directly upgrade from 3 stars to 5 stars. Of course, normally speaking, it is basically impossible to understand the rules in Samsung. That is to say, we, as reincarnations, can travel through the heavens and worlds to have the opportunity to understand the rules in Samsung by chance. And these 2 roads don't have to go one way, they can go together. Chapter 87. Under King Feng's explanation, Wang Xiaoming and the 3 of them already understood how to break through to legend. In summary, it is either liver or Europe, and basically there is no other way. Actually, there are special resources in this world that can break through the legend. Qing Feng said. Special resources. Wang Xiaoming and the 3 looked at Qing Feng suspiciously. Qing Feng nodded and said, "That's right, special resources. In this world, there are some people with special physique who can be born with extraordinary power, and can easily reach 3-star, 4-star or even 5-star without even needing to practice." Hearing King Feng's words, Wang Xiaoming felt as if he was referring to those X-Men. So he asked, "Seniors, are these special resources?" Qing Feng nodded and said, "That's right, in this world those superhumans who are called 7 or 80 people are actually people who naturally carry rules, and they only need to be refined with special techniques to obtain its ability. This is the seed of legend. As long as 3-star peaks like you have obtained the legendary seed, there will be no obstacles to break through the legend. This is why many legends in the main world are willing to spend a lot of effort to develop this world." After listening to King Feng's words, the 3 of them were a little confused. Although they were all murderous existences, there were still some psychological obstacles for them to use exercises to refine a person. Just like Wang Xiaoming was worried that King Feng's exercises would be fine, after all, there is no reincarnation in this world. Of course, in the spirit of being cheap and not taking advantage of the BD, Wang Xiaoming said directly, "Sir, can we learn the exercises?" Although Wang Xiaoming's words came out, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were a little surprised, but they didn't object. After all, they all went through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although I am a bit repulsive to using other people to practice, but it's okay when I really need it. After all, it's not really swallowing people alive, it's just absorbing their talents with special skills. Maybe the other party won't even die, but the previous refinement sounds a bit imaginative. Of course, it's actually a practice, and it's actually just a kind of energy operation technique. I'll tell you now. Qing Feng told Master Wang Xiaoming how to use the talents of mutants are drawn out. On the other side, the Hulk has already smashed Iron Man's other 4 armors, and the remaining suits on his body can't resist anymore. He's on the phone with the big brain from SHIELD. Director Nick, I need support now. This Hulk is so strong that I can hardly hold it anymore. Iron Man said to Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, while using Jarvis's assistance to help him evade. Now that the captain and the others have passed, you have to try your best to lure the Hulk to the suburbs, otherwise if he goes crazy in the city, how many people will die at his hands? Braised Dan said with a serious face. I'll try my best, but if I really can't hold on anymore, I'll just leave. Iron Man immediately hung up the call after finishing speaking. Although he has Jarvis's support, it still needs him Tony to be able to make the battle armor unleash its full strength. On the other side, the captain of the United States, who was saving people, soon received the order from the marinated egg, and then he rushed towards the 13-meter-high Hulk with a shield. Although the captain of the United States is a melee fighter, he temporarily restrained the Hulk by virtue of his strong fighting ability. It's not that the Hulk is controlled by another personality in his body, as long as his master, Dr. Grabner, will suppress this personality after a while, but now I don't see his personality being suppressed, but still it's getting stronger and stronger. Although he could rely on Genjin and his superb fighting skills to evade, but the captain of the United States obviously had a hard time resisting it, so he asked. How do I know? I'm not him, but I need to upgrade my armor this time when I go back, and many of his performances are not enough. Tony kept using miniature missiles to restrain him from a distance, and then he answered Captain America by the way. The problem. In fact, SHIELD still knows the Hulk's information very well, and it is because of the understanding that SHIELD did not intervene to attack the Hulk. After all, the more the Hulk is attacked, the stronger he becomes. Once the military even dispatched armored forces and armed helicopters to chase him down, it finally did what it wanted. Now that the opponent is in the city of New York, it is of course impossible to use weapons of mass destruction, so letting Iron Man deal with Hulk is the best choice. But obviously they miscalculated, they never dreamed that the reason why the Green-Eyed Man became so powerful was just a sticker. Not only Captain America, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, and X-Men have also joined the battle. After all, they all live in New York. If the Hulk is allowed to continue to destroy New York may need to be rebuilt. These are all frontline superheroes. Basically, their strength has reached the 3-star level, and they can even display 4-star strength when fighting for their lives. Even though Hulk's strength has increased to a terrifying existence due to anger, but after everyone's continuous efforts the next Hulk still didn't complete his dream of demolition in New York in the end. It seems that this big guy won't be able to win, and it looks like he's going to run away. Qing Feng said, looking at the neighborhood where explosions were constantly coming from. Senior, I wonder if it is possible to extract the ability of this big guy. Wang Xiaoming still asked with some unwillingness to give up on the Hulk's ability. Qing Feng shook his head and said, this big man's ability is very special and not born, and his ability does not belong to the rules, so there is no way to refine it, and I can feel that this big green man has not used it out of its full strength, that is to say, the energy he carries is even more terrifying. That's not something you can spy on. Hearing King Feng's words, Wang Xiaoming also completely gave up on Hulk's ability, and although it looks strong, 4.4 actually has a lot of flaws. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he will lose his mind after transforming makes Wang Xiaoming very grateful for this ability, and after learning that a legendary powerhouse like Qing Feng can't avoid it, Wang Xiaoming no longer pays Hulk's attention. I can only choose mutants. Should I choose Qin, Professor X, or Magneto, or pick out that old immortal Tian Qi? This is a question. Wang Xiaoming was worried about which mutant he would choose. Although Wang Xiaoming has basically forgotten the specific plot, he still remembers the stronger Wang Xiaoming of these mutants. Let's choose Phoenix Girl. After all, the others have basically reached 5-star strength. It is basically impossible for me to attack them. Wang Xiaoming chose Phoenix Girl as his target. Chapter 88. Of course, although Wang Xiaoming chose Phoenix Girl as his goal, it doesn't mean that he will do it now. You must know that Phoenix Girl possesses chaos magic, so she is still somewhat interested in this Wang Xiaoming. Of course, what he hopes most is Professor X's telepathy, which is a perfect match with Wang Xiaoming's mind control talent. Of course, which one to choose depends on the specific time. After all, the X-Men are not soft persimmons. There are not only legendary strongmen like Professor X Magneto, but also others like Wolverine, Beast, and Phoenix Girl. Basically 4 stars. It is quite difficult for Wang Xiaoming to really catch them, and compared to these powerful mutants, Wang Xiaoming actually prefers those mutants who are powerful but have no power themselves. After all, Wang Xiaoming and the others are going to grab the legendary seed, and this legendary seed is equivalent to confirming the path they will take after their legend. Wang Xiaoming's path was determined to be a summoning magician early on. Although Phoenix Girl's ability is powerful, it can only increase Wang Xiaoming's magic power and magic damage, and has no effect on his summoning ability. So Phoenix Girl is actually not as good as Wang Xiaoming's first choice. The reason why he chose 03 is that he doesn't know if there are any mutants whose abilities can strengthen summoning. It's better not to choose Phoenix Girl. I really have no choice but to choose Deadpool is also a good choice. In the end Wang Xiaoming decided to give up Phoenix Girl. It was definitely not because he saw Phoenix Girl using chaos magic with all her strength to injure the 15-meter-high Hulk. Although the Hulk recovered quickly, he could also see Phoenix Girl's terrifyingly powerful fighting power. This mutant is so strong, as long as she doesn't have any accidents in the middle, basically there is no problem breaking through to legend. Qing Feng also commented on seeing this scene. But Wang Xiaoming knew that Phoenix Girl did not have the potential to break through, but that she had already broken through, but now her power was sealed by her main consciousness and Professor X, so she only showed 4 stars. I wanted to get her attention before, I was really impatient. Wang Xiaoming sighed and stopped thinking about it. The battle is basically over. Although the big green guy is not inferior to the 5-star, he can only use brute force. Facing so many masters, he basically has no choice but to run away. Come with me later, let's find a way to build a power, and then do other things. The 3 of Wang Xiaoming left here with Qing Feng, and then got a set of legal identities, and then began to build power. With veteran drivers like Qing Feng, the things Wang Xiaoming and the others need to do are actually very simple, and most of them are helping to run errands. On the first day in the Marvel world, Qing Feng found more than 20 people from the Xia Kingdom who entered the Marvel world, and they quickly formed a force under King Feng's reorganization. And Wang Xiaoming, as the only magician among these people, is of course more valued. Xiaoming, these are the classics of potion science. You should read them first. It is best to learn how to refine several kinds of potions. If we want to take root in this world, we must have products that we can produce. You are ours. Hope. As Qing Feng said, he took out dozens of books more than 1 foot thick from the interspatial ring. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoming also wanted to cry, but he was unwilling to make him resist. After all, there is no danger in following the boss, and learning potions is also good for him, not to mention other potions with various effects make Wang Xiaoming unwilling to give up. Of course, it is impossible for Wang Xiaoming to learn all kinds of potion knowledge that Qing Feng printed out. He has a more useful one, that is, the Magic Science and Technology book he bought at the consignment store, which contains the basics of potion besides the magic pattern. Compared with the pile of books in front of me, the method of refining potions in the magic science and technology books is much simpler, and the materials do not need specific materials. As long as their properties are clearly analyzed, it is basically impossible to make mistakes. Of course, this is not to say that the potions knowledge given by Qing Feng is useless. In fact, a lot of it is not practical knowledge but theory. No matter how long it takes, the theory of potion science will not change much. For example, the earliest potion theory says that water can produce gold, but the later potion science can't be modified for the sake of being unique. Therefore, although Wang Xiaoming now uses the method described in the magic science and technology books when refining potions, the specific theory still needs to be read from these potions science books. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoming's own memory and comprehension ability has also been improved as the spiritual attributes are getting higher and higher. However, Wang Xiaoming has basically read a whole room full of books in more than 10 days. Although it can't be called mastery, it can basically be regarded as an introduction to the benefits of potion science. The next step is the actual operation. After all, no matter how good the theory is, if it is not up to standard, it can only be regarded as a theory on paper. The modern potions in this magic technology book are really convenient, that is, you can basically find all the medicinal materials for miniature healing potions in the city. There are basically no fixed prescriptions in modern potion science, and the on-site ratio is completely based on 463's local materials. So it can be said that the prescriptions of modern potions are basically different in every place, but the only thing they have in common is that the properties of the medicines they need are the same. Modern potion refining methods are very simple, so simple that Song Song needs to buy the medicinal materials, and the rest Wang Xiaoming can use magic patterns to create 10 production lines and then inject magic calendars to make them automatic production. Of course, Wang Xiaoming needs to refine it by himself first, and then fix it on the automatic production line according to the refining method. For Wang Xiaoming, refining a miniature healing potion should not be too simple. It should not be said that modern potion science itself is very simple to refine a miniature potion. So after more than 10 minutes, 2 glass bottles appeared in Wang Xiaoming's hands, and there were 2 bottles of light red liquid in the glass bottles. But it's a pity that you can't use the reincarnation space to check the properties of the item now, otherwise I really want to see what the properties of this thing are like. Wang Xiaoming opened one of the bottles of medicine, and then poured it into 3 different mice. After several hours of observation, these mice were safe and sound. Not only did they not have any accidents, but they even appeared more energetic after drinking the potion. Obviously, Wang Xiaoming's miniature healing potion refining was successful. Chapter 89. After repeated testing that there was no problem with the medicine, Wang Xiaoming then started to debug the production line. From the most basic energy absorption magic pattern to the extraction and refining of medicinal materials, the entire production line can be fully automated. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming also combined the technology of the Marvel world to add a lot of power systems. Of course, whether it is magical technology or normal technology products, Wang Xiaoming did not add external controls. After all, there are surprisingly many perverts in this world. When was it remotely controlled by someone? After the manufacturing and commissioning of the production line was completed, Wang Xiaoming called Lao Huang and Qin Yanran. As melee reincarnations, the two of them basically had nothing to do during this period of time. After all, although Qing Feng wanted to develop his power, he was not going to fight the natives of this world. Although in terms of combat effectiveness, they have 10 5-star legendary masters, 4-star legend masters and more than 50 master stars, and they can be considered powerful even on the entire Earth. But it can only be regarded as powerful, there are no fewer forces stronger than them, not to mention the Avengers Alliance that has not yet been established. Even the X-Men and the Brotherhood under Magneto are comparable to them in terms of combat effectiveness. Not to mention the existence of SHIELD, a terrorist force in the Marvel world. So Ching Feng and the others just subdued a few gangsters and occupied a few streets in New York. These are basically enough. After all, the money in this world is useless to the reincarnation, and the current power is almost enough. After all, the big tree attracts the wind, and it's not only Xiaoguo's special service team that enters this world, but also many other organizations. If they develop too ostentatiously, they will not only attract the attention of the world slaughter, but also the attention of these reincarnated people. Of course, although Wang Xiaoming and the others belonged to the special service team in name, they did not fully join in reality. The special service team has its own direct lineage, and although they still trust those who joined later, it is impossible for them to participate in their core. It's like the underground forces that now occupy several streets in Queens, but the people in charge of these places have always been a group of special service members. Members of other groups like Wang Xiaoming basically set up a small force in this area. The three of Wang Xiaoming and the others bought a pharmaceutical factory. After all, the medicines made by Wang Xiaoming must be sold through regular channels, so they simply bought a pharmaceutical factory as their base camp. As soon as Lao Huang came in, he couldn't help asking, "Xiaoming, has your medicine production line been produced?" Wang Xiaoming also experimented with Lao Huang, a medicine made by Wang Xiaoming before, and the effect was very good. Not only could it quickly restore vitality, but even many smaller disabilities such as broken fingers and ears could be recovered after taking a large amount of medicine. So Lao Huang and the others still have great confidence in Wang Xiaoming's potion. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "It can be produced normally. Now it can produce almost 100 kilograms of medicine every day, and after dilution, it can make 1 million medicines with a standard weight, 10 grams. Is Xiaoming diluting the potion still effective?" Hearing what Wang Xiaoming said, Lao Huang couldn't help but said, 100 kilograms is only 100,000 grams. Normally, there are only 10,000 medicines, but Wang Xiaoming actually diluted it into 1 million medicines, which means that each medicine contains less than 1% of the active ingredients. Of course, this is a healing potion, which can directly increase vitality. The original one can increase vitality by 10 points, which is almost equivalent to 1/10 of the vitality of a normal person. Even if it is diluted to 1%, it still has 0.1 vitality. Although it doesn't have much effect, it has a certain positive effect on some minor injuries and ailments. Wang Xiaoming said calmly, "For Wang Xiaoming, selling this diluted potion must be more cost-effective than the original potion. After all, the original version of the potion is too effective, and most of the injuries can be cured by just drinking it once. Not only is it ineffective for the sales of their own medicines, but it is also easy to attract the attention of the aborigines in this world. But the diluted medicine is different. Although Wang Xiaoming diluted it, it is not mixed with water, but diluted with nutrient solution. Therefore, its curative effect is still somewhat, especially the vitality contained in the original healing potion as a primer, and the nutrient solution can basically achieve 1/20th of the curative effect of the original potion. Such a good potion, Wang Xiaoming is of course the first to provide it to his own people, not reincarnations of course. After all, reincarnators who can enter this world must reach at least 1 star. Although Wang Xiaoming's potion is good, it is also for ordinary people, and it is not very effective for reincarnators who have reached at least 1 star. This is also the reason why Wang Xiaoming's industry has not been seized. If it is really exposed that he can produce a large number of healing potions, even if it can only restore 10 points of vitality and recover in 10 seconds, it will make people crazy. After all, skills, items, and medicines that can restore vitality in the reincarnation space are very expensive. Just like this kind of miniature healing potion, the price of this kind of miniature healing potion is as high as 10 points in the mall of the reincarnation space. Even the reincarnation person needs more than 6 points to sell it. You must know that an ordinary reincarnator only has 100 points for one main task, and most reincarnators rely on the main task to mix up their points. Now that Wang Xiaoming produces tens of thousands of bottles of micro-healing potions every day, everyone will be jealous. However, there would be no problem selling 1,000,000 bottles of potions that were stronger than ordinary medicines. After all, Wang Xiaoming is a magician who knows that there is no special refining method. Moreover, because these medicines are mixed with nutrient solution, even if they are purified, they will not be able to obtain healing medicines. This potion named Water of Life by Wang Xiaoming was widely praised once it was launched. It was not only used by the gangsters in these streets controlled by Xiaoguo, but also exported, to other areas, and some people even sold it to New York. Outside the place. With the money from selling medicines, Wang Xiaoming used the purchased materials to continue production, increasing production lines and expanding production. Later, many gangsters held a gun in one hand and the water of life in the other, and drank one when they were injured. Although Wang Xiaoming has diluted it, the vitality contained in it can make the wound heal quickly. If you drink 5 or 6 bottles at a time, you can even heal some injuries that are not too serious. After Wang Xiaoming launched the Water of Life potion, all kinds of gangsters in New York and even in the United States became extremely active. After all, in the past, everyone was worried about being injured in a fight. Now that they have the Water of Life, as long as they are not killed on the spot, they can save their lives just by drinking a bottle. With this, everyone is afraid of fighting. The most important thing is to grab territory to increase income and buy more usse. Chapter 90. With the usse as a source of wealth, Wang Xiaoming quickly accumulated his first gold. Although the money in the mission world is not attractive to reincarnations, this does not mean that the money in the mission world is useless. Not to mention other things, the gold obtained in the mission world can be used in the heavens and the world at will. And in any world, as long as you have money, you can do a lot of things. Even those big merchants in ancient Daxia, which emphasized agriculture and restrained business, could spend money to buy officials, let alone Wang Xiaoming, who are still in a state where everything depends on money. Millikan. After getting rich, Wang Xiaoming did not do other things, but continued to ask for the contents of the magic technology book. The main reason why Wang Xiaoming was able to mass-produce minor healing potions was the modern medicine refining method recorded in the magic technology book. Without this, even if Wang Xiaoming wanted to refine medicines, he could only refine more than 10 pills a day. Even if it was diluted for a day, it would be too late. More than 1,000 pieces are completely at the level of small workshops. So Wang Xiaoming is still very interested in the knowledge in the magic technology book. But now there is enough time for Wang Xiaoming to read from the very beginning. Before, Wang Xiaoming used 787 to search for keywords and directly read the search content. Now Wang Xiaoming needs to learn these knowledge comprehensively. Of course, it is best to read from the beginning. This magic science and technology book first described the concept of magic science and technology, that is, to study magic with the method of scientific demonstration, and use magic to drive the development of science and technology. This is the core element of magic science and technology. Then there are the various concepts of magical technology and the theory of how to use the transformation. Although these do not involve real practical knowledge, as a basic theory, it is what every magician who wants to study magic technology must learn. Hey, this is the technology of building an optical brain with spiritual power. The technology of building an optical brain with one's own spiritual power can allow magicians to quickly memorize knowledge. Of course, to really master it, you need to understand it yourself. This magic technology is really powerful. Head. Seeing the information on it, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but marvel at the power of this magic technology. Then he began to look at the construction method of this mental light brain. Although his memory has greatly increased due to the increase in mental attributes, he is not really photographic after all, and it is easy to forget things after learning. So Wang Xiaoming decided to build such a mental optical brain. After all, this spiritual optical brain can not only help oneself learn, but also has extremely powerful computing power like a computer. It can be said that it is an enhanced version of Jarvis that is carried around, and even because it was constructed by Wang Xiaoming himself with his own mental power, this optical brain Wang Xiaoming has all the control capabilities, or in other words, this optical brain is Wang Xiaoming himself. How can Wang Xiaoming, who is so powerful and don't worry about betrayal, not like the optical brain? Let's get started. Now that the decision has been made, Wang Xiaoming didn't delay and directly started to construct the optical brain with mental power. In fact, the construction of the optical brain is not complicated. After all, those who read this book as a basic reading are basically magicians who have not even reached 1 star. If it is too difficult, they will not put it on it. So Wang Xiaoming built the optical brain after spending 3 hours, and loaded many basic functions. Because it is built with spiritual power, the optical brain has the ability to control the mind after Wang Xiaoming grants permission, and can also connect to the network of this world. Of course, although this optical brain is powerful, it has just been born after all. Although it has all kinds of knowledge in Wang Xiaoming's memory, it is still far behind the real artificial intelligence. However, as an auxiliary tool, it is still very qualified. Because of the powerful computing power of the optical brain, he can use more than 10 tons of power controlled by his mind to accomplish many things that Wang Xiaoming can't do at all. For example, enchant 100 items at the same time, and each one is different, and these items can be assembled and combined to form a complete enchanting product. Wang Xiaoming was still very, shocked when he looked at the magic car that he had just learned to order to let the optical brain assemble. With this optical brain, I will not say other things in the future, but the multitasking ability is directly comparable to artificial intelligence. Wang Xiaoming said. However, it's a bit twisted to always call it optical brain. It will still be called Skynet Cafe in the future. I hope that I will have the opportunity to enter the Terminator and ask whether my Skynet can be more powerful than the world's artificial intelligence. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself. With Skynet, Wang Xiaoming's learning speed is more than 10 times faster than before. This magic technology book has a total of 9 chapters. After more than 10 days of study, Wang Xiaoming just completed the first part of the first chapter. The study is over. Now I have learned all the remaining 9 parts of the first chapter in 1 day. The first part of the magic technology book mainly talks about various basic theories. With the help of Skynet, Wang Xiaoming not only improved his learning efficiency, but also improved his learning time while doing other things. Even when Wang Xiaoming is sleeping, Skynet can connect to the dream world, allowing Wang Xiaoming to study while sleeping. It can be said that he can truly study 24 hours a day. That's why Wang Xiaoming was able to learn 9 times more in 1 day than in the previous 10 days. After completing the basic study, Wang Xiaoming began to learn the most important magic pattern in magic technology. This magic pattern is the foundation of magic technology. It can be said that every magic technology is inseparable from magic pattern. Therefore, 6 of the 9 magic technology books are about more than half of the knowledge about magic patterns, and the other 2 are about alchemy and miscellaneous science. From here, we can see the importance of magic patterns to magic technology. So Wang Xiaoming started to learn magic patterns after finishing the basic knowledge. And with continuous learning, Skynet's ability is also slowly improving. Although the efficiency of the improvement is only 1% in a day, it is still very amazing. I love learning, and learning makes me happy. With the help of Skynet, Wang Xiaoming is completely addicted to learning. In the following time, Wang Xiaoming continued to study every day under the eyes of Lao Huang and Qin Yanran, who had seen a ghost. If he didn't eat and drink normally every day, they would think Wang Xiaoming was stupid. With the help of Skynet, Wang Xiaoming quickly finished learning the contents of the magic technology book. But Wang Xiaoming didn't stop his pace of learning. After learning the contents of the magic technology book, he still has the knowledge of this world. And because Skynet can communicate with the internet, Wang Xiaoming can study without even flipping through books, so his performance is the same as before, shouting and studying every day, but there is nothing in front of him, just sitting there in a daze. But in fact, he downloads all kinds of knowledge on the internet to learn. Although a lot of advanced knowledge has not been spread on the internet, Skynet, which is comparable to artificial intelligence, can easily check it, even the top secret of the United States. So basically you can download most of the knowledge in this world. Chapter 91. Xiaoming, what's the matter with you? Wang Xiaoming sat in a daze every day, and finally Lao Huang and the others decided to wake Wang Xiaoming up. Under the call of old Huang and Qin Yanran, Wang Xiaoming woke up from his study state. Shaking his head, Wang Xiaoming asked suspiciously, "I'm fine, what's wrong with Lao Huang?" Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were relieved to see Wang Xiaoming recovering. They were really worried that Wang Xiaoming would become demented. "Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? You have been sitting here in a daze every day for a month." Lao Huang asked his own doubts. Hearing what Lao Huang said, Wang Xiaoming couldn't laugh or cry, so he explained, "Didn't I say that I am studying? My spiritual power can communicate with the internet of this world, and I can directly use my mental power to check things online. Look at me. In a daze I'm actually learning." Hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were stunned, although they have come to this world for more than a month and they have learned about the internet. But it's limited to looking up information on the internet, or playing games and watching movies. So they didn't understand what Wang Xiaoming said at all, but it also made them feel relieved. After all, it was a good thing for them that Wang Xiaoming, as the core of the team, did not have any accidents. "By the way, Xiaoming, the US military wants us to order a large amount of water of life, should we sell it?" After confirming that Wang Xiaoming had no problems, Lao Huang began to talk about some of the problems he encountered. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "Sell it, why not sell it? As long as there is him, he will definitely sell it." In the previous month, Wang Xiaoming's eau de vie sold more than 50 million bottles, and at the price of 10 meters per bottle, they earned 500 million meters a month. Although this is not as good as Tony Stark, it can be regarded as very important. After all, this is a month's sales, and it will be 5 billion in a year. But there is still one problem. Lao Huang continued. "What's the problem?" Wang Xiaoming said. "Our production capacity is not enough, and now there is not enough to supply the major gangs in New York, and there is no much water of life to provide to the US government." Lao Huang said. This is also the biggest problem Wang Xiaoming and the others are facing now. After all, Wang Xiaoming has created an automated production line before. The production capacity is fixed, but as the name of eau de vie became more and more famous, they sold more and more products. Not only did they sell out all the products they had stockpiled before, but they couldn't keep up with consumption now. After all, the number of gangsters in New York alone is as high as more than 500,000, and they basically consume a bottle or more on average every day. In addition, the gangsters outside the police will buy the water of life, so the daily production capacity of Wang Xiaoming's factory is really in short supply. Now the price of a bottle of water of life outside is even as high as more than 30 meters, and there is still a price and no stock. If it weren't for the fact that they are powerful transcendents themselves, and this area is surrounded by people from the special service team like the Breeze, their factory might have disappeared a long time ago. Then let's increase production capacity, and I have a few new ideas to try to launch some new products. Wang Xiaoming has actually already expected this situation. After all, as the largest port city in the United States, there are countless gangsters and criminals in New York, otherwise there would not be so many superheroes squatting here all the time. No matter how many underground forces fight, there will be casualties. As long as his water of life is better than most medicines on the market, it will definitely sell well. Now Wang Xiaoming wants to manufacture an automated production line for potions. It is not too simple. Go to the workshop. After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the production workshop. As the workshop that produces the water of life, it has the strictest protection. Usually, at least one of Lao Huang and Qin Yanran will guard here. After all, although the special service team said that they were covering this place, if someone really came to steal something, they would actually have to rely on them to solve it themselves. When I came to the production workshop, the production line in Wang Xiaoming's lane was really producing healing medicines continuously, and then these medicines flowed into a huge mixer, and the other side was added with nutrient solution according to the proportion, and finally the light red water of life could be produced. The whole process is completed automatically, and no one will move it to the warehouse until the water of life is produced, bottled, and boxed. And these medicines will basically be bought as soon as they arrive at the warehouse. When Wang Xiaoming came to the production workshop, he immediately started to build a new production line. After all, the production capacity is not enough, so the production capacity can be expanded. Moreover, the 500 million rice sold before was not put away. Lao Huang and the others had already purchased the entire factory and the surrounding land, and recruited a large number of staff. Even so, it only cost tens of millions. After Wang Xiaoming decided to build a new production line, he immediately operated the Skynet, controlling various materials to float in the air with his mind, and then engraved them one by one with magic patterns. These materials will fall after the inscription is completed. Then, as each piece of material fell, a brand new production line was built by Wang Xiaoming in just 5 minutes. Then came the second one, and the third one. This time Wang Xiaoming built 10 production lines in one go, plus the previous production line. Wang Xiaoming's factory can now produce 11 million bottles of eau de vie every day up. As for the raw materials, they are also very simple. Most of them are common food and medicinal materials. Basically, there are as many as you want on the market. The cost of producing a bottle of eau de vie, including the glass bottle and the OEM label, is only about 30 cents, while the selling price is as high as 10 meters, but the profit is actually only average in the pharmaceutical industry. Which one of those expensive medicines has a profit of hundreds or even thousands of times? However, Wang Xiaoming is making small profits but quick sales. Anyway, Wang Xiaoming's production capacity is so high. It's better to sell it cheaply than to sell it for a small profit but not much. And 10 times the profit is not too thin. After increasing the production capacity, it can now produce 11 million bottles a day, earn more than 100 million yuan a day, and sell more than 100 million bottles. After completing the new production line, Wang Xiaoming began to develop new medicines. Of course, research and development is actually just a magic modification of some ready-made products. Just like the Constitution potion that Wang Xiaoming sees now. This thing can enhance physical strength, although it is not much, but it will not have any drug resistance. It is an important means used by magicians to increase physical fitness. And this thing Wang Xiaoming can also refine, with the assistance of Skynet. It is much more convenient for Wang Xiaoming to refine medicine now. After finding a suitable replacement material, Wang Xiaoming easily refined the Constitution potion. Chapter 92. However, how can the effect of this Constitution potion be weakened? If it is diluted, it will be meaningless. After all, the effect is too low and it is better to exercise by yourself. Looking at the Constitution potion in his hand, Wang Xiaoming fell into deep thought. By the way, can the two medicines be used in combination? Although the physical fitness medicine will increase the physical fitness after dilution, it will offset the side effects of many medicines. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered a thing named Berserk Potion. This thing is similar to a stimulant. After using it, it can increase your physical fitness and even your courage, but it will fall into a weak state after the effect of the drug wears off. The treatment medicine plus the Constitution medicine can just remove this side effect. At least the physical strength will not appear weak, and it can even increase the physical fitness, and even repair the telomeres of the cells to make people rejuvenate. After some tests, 103 Wang Xiaoming's new generation of immortality potion was produced. Of course, it is definitely impossible to blend the three kinds of medicines, and it needs to be refined again. Wang Xiaoming even specially designed a production line to achieve automatic production. After taking this immortality potion, you can quickly increase your strength. The weaker your own strength, the greater the increase after taking it. Even a 1-star superhuman can increase his physical fitness by about 10% after taking it, and ordinary people can increase his physical fitness by at least 30% physical fitness. Moreover, the potion of immortality can not only increase strength, but also increase self-confidence and make people full of courage. After all, the main ingredient of this potion is violent potion. After taking it, it will definitely make people full of desire to fight. In addition to the perfect fusion of the healing potion and the constitution potion, you finally get this immortality potion, which not only has the function of the berserk potion, but also can improve your physical fitness, and even increase your lifespan if you take it for a long time. Although these effects are basically negligible due to Wang Xiaoming's large dilution, the effect of the berserk potion is fully preserved. After all, it's not just the berserk potion that can increase these effects. Many drugs in this world also have these effects, and the materials Wang Xiaoming uses to dilute the berserk potion have these ingredients. It's just that the production line required to manufacture a potion of eternal life is much more complicated than the water of life. Even if a production line is fully produced, it can only produce more than 100,000 copies per day. Wang Xiaoming sighed after manufacturing a production line for immortality potion. Xiaoming's new drug has been developed. Qin Yanran said as she saw Wang Xiaoming's assembly line walking over. Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "That's right, this is a potion that can increase attack courage. I named it Immortal Potion. By the way, our factory doesn't have a name yet, right?" Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered something and asked. Qin Yanran shook her head and said, "Not yet, he didn't mention it when it was purchased, so we still use the brand from the previous pharmaceutical factory. I will register a name for us later, and we will be called Chongsheng Biopharmaceutical Co., Limited." Wang Xiaoming said. "Xiaoming, we still have to develop our local power, otherwise Miss Qin and I will not be able to see it. People try to run into the production workshop every day." Lao Huang walked in from the outside and said. After hearing Lao Wang's words, Wang Xiaoming also felt that they had a small number of people. After all, they were such a big company, and outside of the sales staff, only Lao Huang and Qin Yanran were responsible for security. Although the two of them have the power to fight as a 3-star superhuman, even a 4-star superhuman, they still have too few people. So Wang Xiaoming said to Lao Huang, "In this way, Lao Huang, you can recruit some security personnel. After confirming their loyalty, I will provide potions to improve their strength. In the future, I will basically be able to defend against large groups of people if I activate the halo of violent power for a long time." Some enemies. Wang Xiaoming's plan is quite good. After all, they also decided to develop in this world for a long time. It's just a few years, so they can't just kill people like before. "Okay, you don't have to worry about loyalty, I have a way to identify it." Lao Huang replied immediately after hearing Wang Xiaoming's words. Then Wang Xiaoming began to refine the physical potion that can increase strength. Although this potion is only for magicians to increase physical fitness, ordinary people can also take it, and there is no problem even if it is used to break through a 1-star superhuman. In addition, Wang Xiaoming also used the production line to manufacture a large number of healing potions. These potions are more effective when taken together with physical fitness potions. Moreover, it is impossible for these recruited local people to completely let them drink potions to improve their strength. The necessary training is still necessary 0. And as a technological world, all kinds of guns and ammunition must also be equipped. A group of fully armed 1-star transcendents are capable of fighting even against 2-star or even 3-star transcendents. Besides, Wang Xiaoming and the others did not recruit these subordinates to let them deal with these masters. As for these strengths reaching Samsung or even higher, Wang Xiaoming and the others can completely solve them by themselves. Even if there is a legendary powerhouse, although they may not be able to defeat them, the opponent can't do anything to them. You must know that their current status does not really represent their strength, and none of Wang Xiaoming's halos have been opened. If Wang Xiaoming activates all the auras, it can basically raise the combat effectiveness of the old Huang and Qin Yan round to the peak of 4 stars, and there are many bonuses. Even the legendary strong may not be invincible in a battle. Of course, this doesn't mean that they can beat legends, it just means that they won't be at the mercy of others. Money can basically do anything in the United States. Under the lure of high salaries, Lao Huang quickly recalled 300 security personnel. After that, Lao Huang let Wang Xiaoming know why he was able to guarantee safety. He directly used a skill called Unity of Heart to make these people become absolutely loyal. It was the undead he summoned. 4.4 In fact, this is similar to the undead summoned by Wang Xiaoming. Although these people controlled by Lao Huang still have certain intelligence, they are not as flexible as normal people. Basically, when Lao Huang gives an order, they will only follow the order form. Fortunately, they still have some intelligence, so it is not too difficult to control. Then, with the cooperation of the physique potion and healing potion provided by Wang Xiaoming, the combat effectiveness of these security personnel soared rapidly. Coupled with the purchase of various firearms, the Immortality Pharmacy Factory has basically become a den of dragons and tigers, and those who want to sneak in will basically be killed directly. And with these absolutely loyal subordinates, Ni and Qin Yanran don't need to stay in the production workshop all the time. Arranging more than 30 security personnel to guard the place can be strictly guarded.